14 years ago, due to some unfortunate twist of fate, the young man was thrown headfirst into the world of martial arts heroes. Upon waking up, he found himself in a desolate place, starving and in rags, as if he had been abandoned. Few years later, the only things Sin Hyon had were the Heaven's Dance origin manual found in a cave, and that strange golden message. He had thought completing the quest would let him return home, but all he got in response was a cold, emotionless congratulations. You have completed the tutorial round. Sin Hyon choked up, unable to speak. Watching the cave entrance slowly open, he thought to himself, finally it's over, Yun-sul, Mom, Dad, I'm coming home. But then he collapsed to his knees, wailing in despair. What kind of hellish place is this? Why did you all do this to me? Was it not enough? 10 years, I wasted 10 years of my life. Looking at the scene before him beyond the dark curtain, Sin Hyon realized this was not the end, but merely the beginning of everything. His emotions were still in turmoil when suddenly someone appeared and ruined the moment. Where did this freak crawl out from, looking so bizarre? Holding a trembling sword, yet he dared to come and ask him for a bit of meat. It was strange, he didn't even need to beg, he just gave him a taste of his blade and got it over with. Sin Hyon backed away in fear, muttering that it wasn't his fault, he attacked first, he had no other choice. While he was panicking, the golden text appeared again. Your external skill has leveled up. Sin Hyon's face gradually relaxed, spreading into a cruel smile. The one who fell is dead and I gain a level. Ahaha. Right at that moment, Sin Hyon suddenly understood that to return to his world, he had to reach the peak level. After hundreds of long years, the title of Supreme Sword Emperor finally belonged to him. Sin Hyon's only joy was killing without mercy. Every few years, he would wipe out an evil sect, leaving one survivor to lead it just to stave off boredom. This time was the same. He swept through the entire sect, then grabbed a servant and asked which generation the sect leader was. The other remained silent, and Sin Hyon raised his hand with a look of amusement. Ah, the 8th generation is it? Because the ones who died by my hand were the 6th and 7th. I'm proud of you all, coming back to find me every 20 years. Just as he finished praising, he swung his sword and cut the opponent's head clean off with a single stroke. Bored, Sin Hyon plopped down at the base of a tree, wondering what to do next for fun. Maybe start a new evil sect with some peak martial artists? Growing more and more weary, 140 years passed, and he gradually forgot everything. From someone who sought every solution to the end of the world, he now couldn't even remember the faces of his family. Sin Hyon was trapped in a hellish life every single day. The thought of giving up crossed his mind. Enough, let's just end it all. Oh, how ironic. At that very moment, the status window appeared. External skill maxed, internal skill maxed. Congratulations, you have reached the highest level. The limit of ascension has been removed. You are returning to Earth. Reading these lines, Sin Hyon could only hold his head and sneer. After all these years, are they pitying me or mocking me? The pent-up resentment and anger exploded, and his heart was filled with nothing but vengeance. Sin Hyon swore he would find whoever caused him to end up like this, no matter who or where they were. Korea, 2011. After Sin Hyon had his accident, dungeons suddenly appeared, monsters poured out, and humanity had to endure a terrible tragedy. The goddess descended, blessing mankind to fight against those nightmares. Year 2025 at the Honglang Red Dungeon in Korea, a team of hunters was clearing out the dungeon, but unfortunately, their losses were getting heavier. Low-level warriors quickly became dinner for the monsters. Team leader Yun-sul tried to rescue them, but the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. Her energy was nearly depleted, and perhaps she was about to meet her end. Even when exhausted to the point of collapse, the moment she saw someone despicable, she would spring back up. Yun-sul was quick-tempered, and while she was irritated, she saw that bastard Seo Ju-han trying to sneak away. Ignoring the monsters, she fired a warning shot toward him. Then she walked over to give him a piece of her mind. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "You damn coward. Where do you think you're running off to? I told you the battlefield was dangerous. It's all your fault. You useless piece of trash. We're all about to die." Ju-han wasn't one to back down. He pulled his arm free and retorted, "You crazy witch. So what if they all die? At least I need to survive." The more he talked, the more contemptuous Yun-sul became. She turned away, tossing back a challenging remark, "I must be insane to talk to a pile of garbage like you. Go ahead, even if your father covers for you. Let's see if he can turn a blind eye to this when we get back to Hyangdong." Provoked, that bastard struck out, attacking the team leader and knocking her away. He advanced aggressively, grabbing her hair and threatening, "Do you know who you're messing with? You don't even have basic skills, you wretch. Heard too much flattery and think you're hot stuff. Want a reputation change? Let me help you with that." He planned to stage the entire team's death and pin the blame on Yun-sul for causing chaos. The story would be, the raid failed, the whole team perished. Everything would look just like that. Seo Ju-han raised his hand with a sharp glint in his eyes, saying his final farewell. "Well then, you worked hard, team leader." But at that moment, a strange flash of light shot past, causing him to freeze. Turning to his side, a disheveled man was cackling and muttering something incomprehensible. "So this is the reward for reaching the peak level, returning to Earth. What a bizarre taste. I will kill you for sure." His mouth was full of sharp words, unable to stay quiet. The moment Ju-han opened his mouth, he was looking for trouble. He looked at the man before him, blood boiling, unable to hold back. He pointed and shouted, appeared out of nowhere, then threatened to kill. Teleporting instantly, must be a sorcerer or something. You had better confess right now which faction you are linked to. Ignoring his rambling, Sin Hyon coldly walked straight toward the girl lying motionless before him. Being completely ignored, Juhan gritted his teeth, determined to deal with this stranger. He stopped asking questions and lunged forward, intending to play dirty, but he had misjudged his opponent, and could only reap the bitter fruit. Sin Hyon intended to retreat quietly, but the current situation seemingly did not permit it. His gaze stopped on the necklace around the girl's neck. He immediately erupted with power, and a massive surge of energy enveloped the entire area. Sin Hyon was truly angry now. He looked into the dazed eyes of Siu Juhan and answered, "I have already missed it. You just asked my name, right? I am the Supreme Sword Emperor Sin Hyon. Even if I told you, it would hold no meaning." "That is right. I am Sin Hyon, the older brother of Yun Sil." The moment the words ended, that bastard took a fatal blow and departed that very night. Yun Sil woke from the nightmare of the accident years ago. She still carried heavy grief, always blaming herself for being stubborn. She had whined to go to the amusement park, which led to her parents passing away forever, and her brother going missing. She cried out and opened her eyes in shock. "Who are you?" That was the first question Yun Sil uttered when she saw the stranger before her eyes. Sin Hyon quickly grasped his sister's hand, his voice full of affection. "You have really grown up. Now I can no longer carry you on my back. Not because you are heavy, but because you have matured." Yun Sil clutched the necklace with the family photo that her brother had once given her. She thought she was dreaming. Only after calming down did she dare believe this was real. Yun Sil burst into sobs, hugging the person before her while scolding, "You wicked thing, where on earth have you been?" But happy as she was, the mission still had to be completed. She immediately let go of him, asking about the whereabouts of that bastard Juhan. Seeing the corpse lying there, Yun Sil could not help but be startled in panic. She quickly grabbed her brother's hand. "You killed him, right? We need to run right now." Sin Hyon did not understand anything but still indulged his younger sister. Returning to the old house, he gazed at every corner, sighing that it was still exactly the same as before. Yun Sil was in no mood for nostalgia. She worriedly thought about the trouble ahead. Chairman Seo Kang-jin will surely come looking soon. Seo Kang-jin, the chairman of the Hyangdong Guild, father of Juhan, was once a leading figure in a notoriously brutal gang, and also one of the 11 leaders of the underworld forces in Korea. Looking at the clock well past the reporting time, Yun Sil's heart burned with anxiety. He wondered, by now Seo Kang-jin must know his son was dead, and she was the only survivor. She would surely be in his sights. Seeing his sister troubled over trivial matters, Sin Hyon spoke up to reassure her. He ran a hand through his hair, pretending to look cool. "Is that what you are worried about? Simple, I can kill Seo Kang-jin as well. He is the Supreme Sword Emperor Sin Hyon." What touching brotherly love. Hearing those words made Yun Sil want to faint. Yun Sil held her head in distress, both angry and hurt. "What kind of name is the Supreme Sword Emperor? How are you talking? Missing for 14 years, and you come back with a mental illness. You do not know our parents died, our brother disappeared. Do you have any idea how hard I have lived all this time? Where on earth have you been to only return now?" Sin Hyon knew. He looked up at the family photo. In the photo there were still 4 people, but he could not express the pain, because 14 years in the martial world had worn him down too much. Sin Hyon only briefly explained that he had been in the martial world all that time. The most important thing now was that he needed to update himself on the information of this world. He pressed his face close to his sister, bombarding her with questions. What is a hunter? What is a guild? What are star ranks? Yin Sul heard it with a headache. She had no time for lengthy explanations. One thing at a time. She left her dazed brother at home, then ran straight to the Hyangdong Guild to handle the urgent matter. Before leaving, she did not forget to tell Sin Hyon to stay put. Forbidden to wander off, she would be right back. Well, it had been a long time since he returned, so he had to listen. But only for a few seconds, then he struck a thoughtful pose. Seo Kang-jin, huh? Maybe I should go find him first. But he did not need to bother looking for them. They had already appeared right at his doorstep. With a loud crash, the front door collapsed. 3 burly men rushed in ferociously, without a word, coming straight to the point. "Where is Yun Sul?" The house was perfectly fine but suddenly smashed to pieces. Sin Hyon naturally got angry. He pointed at them and spoke. "Are you Kang-jin? Did your parents teach you to break down other people's doors? You should knock when entering a house." Being scolded until his face paled, yet the chairman of the Hyangdong Guild kept his composure, asking the decisive question back, "Where is Yun Sul?" Sin Hyon showed no respect, calmly answering with blatant contempt. "What do you want with Yun Sul? If you are looking for the one who killed your son, that is me." The time had come. Kang-jin had been waiting for this moment. He truly erupted. The sword in his hand glowed red with killing intent, lunging forward at the speed of light. "You said the older brother who returned from the martial world is Sin Hyon, right? Fine, let me see how strong you are." Sin Hyon lightly licked his lips. Yes, this was the moment he had been waiting for all along. A faint smile appeared. Sin Hyon faced the battle unarmed, his agile body continuously dodging. He stood at a high vantage point, observing the opponent's sword brimming with mysterious energy, and began to assess the situation. Looking back, that man Juhan also wielded a rather peculiar kind of power. Sin Hyon exclaimed excitedly. That man was truly an opponent worth learning about. With consecutive martial arts skills, Kang Jin unleashed a straightforward strike, aimed directly at the opponent's head. Sin Hyon turned his body lightly, dodging the blow effortlessly with his bare hands. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, looking at the opponent with curious eyes. This level rivals that of a supreme mage, truly impressive. Sin Hyon eagerly picked up the sword and broke it with ease. So there are about 10,000 people like this in South Korea. This matter is beyond my expectations. He glanced at the minions shouting outside, waved his hand at them, and told them not to disturb him. He gave them a scare, yet they showed no fear at all. Combined their power to launch a fireball, laughing with glee, thinking they had destroyed him. But they had no idea that such an attack was only enough to tickle Sin Hyon. Right after, Sin Hyon showed them what peak-level martial arts truly meant. Even though all three had reached the level of supreme martial artists, they still couldn't compare to the top tier, so this fight was easy. At the same time, Sin Hyon's younger sister had arrived at the east gate. She talked tough, but she was still a bit worried. If she got caught right as she stepped into the headquarters, she wouldn't know who to call for help. While she was hesitating, she happened to run into Ji Hai, the vice guildmaster of the East, leisurely drinking coffee. He was one of the 4 strongest hunters in South Korea, known for being upright yet unpredictable. Yeon Sil was uncertain whether she could trust her, but this was her only option, so she decided to speak first. Yeon Sil roughly told Lee Ji Hai about her current situation, this and that. She thought she would be immediately arrested, but instead, that woman suddenly wanted to meet Sin Hyon and promised to cover up everything Yeon Sil had done against Juhan. The offer was too good to refuse. Even though she loved her brother dearly, Yeon Sil had to sell him out in exchange for peace. To Sin Hyon, he was thrilled to have blocked Juhan's strike with his bare hand. He looked at the opponent and demanded that he use that energy again, saying he possessed a power never seen in the martial world. The minions, without permission, dared to rush in and were immediately met with a fatal blow from him. They screamed for mercy, scattering in panic but unable to escape because Sin Hyon had erected an invisible barrier of force to protect the house from any shockwaves. Juhan, carrying his large blade, grimaced and wondered what kind of monster he was up against. He clenched his fists, emitting a terrifying amount of energy, determined to risk it all, saying he wouldn't die alone. Sin Hyon stood still, unaffected, and now felt more pity for the man than anger. As for who the monster was, that wasn't even a question. Juhan slashed on one side, Sin Hyon nimbly dodged on the other. Not even a single hair was touched. Juhan went insane, losing all reason, as agitated as a lion. Sin Hyon showed his respect, picked up the man's broken sword, flashed a sinister smile, and unleashed an extremely sharp slash. Juhan barely managed a single cry before collapsing onto the floor motionless. Sin Hyon turned to say his final words, telling him to feel honored, for that attack was from a supreme sword emperor. Having dealt with the minions, even a sword emperor had to clean up the house, or else his sister would be scolded when she returned. As if on cue, he saw Yeon Sil standing right at the door, complaining about why the door was wide open. And then the scene before her left her stunned. Sin Hyon was wringing out a cloth, calmly replying, "No need to be surprised. It's just a housewarming party. It sounds fun, but it's full of blood." Yeon Sil couldn't accept that. She yelled, forgetting they had guests, asking why a housewarming party was so bloody and why he was causing trouble the moment he got home. Sin Hyon changed the subject, complimenting her expression, saying if she went to the martial world, she could become a master. These two siblings really were a match for anyone when it came to talking. It wasn't until he saw a stranger that she stopped and switched to host mode, catching a glimpse of Ji Hai. Sin Hyon immediately felt something was off. Her inner energy was resonating with his Heaven Dance Genesis technique, and what's more, she even knew how to use sound transmission, which made Sin Hyon pause for a few seconds. Then he gradually understood after her question, asking if he thought he was the only one who had ever been to that place. A week had passed since Sin Hyon returned, and things were fairly peaceful. The scum had been cleaned up by those men in black. As for Seo Kang Jin, he was impersonated in a public statement announcing his resignation and withdrawal. Ji Hai had kept her word. As the only survivor and the one responsible for killing the wolf pack, Yeon Sil was placed under long-term surveillance by the guild. Today, she had arranged to meet Sin Hyon outside to discuss something important. Taking a sip of tea, Ji Hai savored it and brought up old times, saying he seemed to know the Jungsanjin Zen tea. She used to frequent Hunan to enjoy this tea when she was in the martial world. She was very direct and got straight to the main point. According to Ji Hai, it had been confirmed that 3 people had returned from the martial world, including herself, him, the leader of the Dust Guild, Park Ta-hun. These two guilds were directly threatening the power of the Korean Hunters Association. Earlier, after comparing information, some points of Park Ta-hun's story had become clear. On a certain day in 2011, he woke up inside a mysterious cave. He found the Heaven Dance Genesis technique, and after leaving the cave, he discovered he was in a place called the Martial World. This was exactly the experience that all three of them had gone through. Lee Ji-hai believed that the upheaval of the world and their forced arrival in the martial realm were certainly connected, even if it was unclear whether that was the responsibility or the scheme of those in power. It all began 14 years ago, after the apocalypse brought on by the goddess of the abyss. Monsters and hunters emerged one after another, with a system of classes and skills closely resembling that of a role-playing game. Unconcerned with the past, Sin Hyeon asked her how they could possibly return to Earth. She looked surprised, then casually replied, "We just die here and we're back. Is he any different from the rest of them?" After hearing those words, Sin Hyeon crushed the cup in his hand without even realizing it. That was quite an interesting feeling. So this was what witnessing the end of the world was like. Truly astonishing. He realized that reaching the maximum hunter level would grant a reward, and that was the answer if that goddess didn't want to lose face. Having gotten what he needed, Sin Hyeon asked Lee Ji-hai directly why she had sought him out. He had no intention of hiding it either. Being honest with each other from the start was better than deception. It turned out that the Orient Guild and the Twilight Guild were locked in a tense confrontation with no one able to foresee the consequences. Sin Hyeon had sent Kang Jin to his grave and defeated the core forces of the Orient Guild, so he had to take responsibility for that. Lee Ji-hai proposed, "Please join the Orient Guild. I promise to make you an executive. Wealth and fame will both come to you." The deal sounded reasonable, but Sin Hyeon fell silent, weighing it because the position of his younger sister was involved, so it was hard to refuse. Yet he shook his head and replied, "I must decline. I prefer to work alone." He even turned and smiled with confidence. "Your level isn't enough to solve the problem, don't you think so?" Being suddenly looked down upon, Lee Ji-hai naturally refused to accept it. Let's see who was the weaker one. So the two of them talked while throwing moves, determined to settle who was superior. True martial masters, they fought the moment words were exchanged. Sin Hyeon declared firmly, even if they cultivated for another 300 years, anyone would still be weaker than him. Ji-hai itched with fury, releasing an extremely powerful wave of magic that enveloped the entire space around them. Sin Hyeon's senses were instantly nullified. Everything around him went pitch black, the area of effect stretching up to 50 meters. He quickly assessed the situation. Pulling off a large-scale technique like this within the laws of physics would cost no small amount of effort and time. Lee Ji-hai spoke up to explain so her opponent wouldn't be caught off guard. "This is my unique skill. From the outside it looks like we've simply vanished. In the martial realm I'm known as the Bloody Plum Blossom, and I've never failed a single assassination in all my years." Ji-hai gripped the weapon in her hand, killing intent shrouding her entire body. She slowly closed in. "Escaping this place is very simple. 1. Defeat me. 2. You die right here." The moment those words left her mouth, she appeared directly in front of her opponent. Within a few fleeting seconds, the tip of her blade was at Sin Hyeon's throat. Whether it was plum blossoms or rain blossoms, rare not red, Sin Hyeon still evaded with ease. He tilted his head back and used his hand to lock down the opponent's attack. Even so, he couldn't dodge every single one of her relentless strikes. A sudden kick like a bolt from the blue came flying straight at him. Sin Hyeon lowered his body to maintain balance and quickly assessed the situation with his naked eye. Each hand held a dagger, one held in reverse, a bizarre stance, martial arts worthy of a top-tier assassin of the Hegemon realm. Ji-hai was quite surprised that he could see through every single line of her blade with just his bare eyes. Sin Hyeon continued to shake his opponent's resolve. "I once fought someone who used this move, but back then I was still inexperienced, and I accidentally killed him in the blink of an eye." A short sentence, but one that carried immense weight. After all, when dealing with women, one must handle them like eggs and hold them like flowers. Therefore, he gave her 3 moves. If she could defeat him with one of those 3 moves, then he would agree to join the Orient Guild. The first move, Sin Hyeon dodged with finesse. The second move, he escaped unscathed, not even losing a single strand of hair. Lee Ji-hai gathered all her strength before unleashing her final move, not forgetting to taunt with a provoking challenge. "If I could kill you, would I be able to become the strongest person in the martial realm?" The question left her opponent speechless. Sin Hyeon remained silent without answering, and that silence seemed to be a tacit admission. He retrieved the daggers from the ground. Then from those she conjured streams of mana like a fox's tail, unleashing them all towards Sin Hyeon. He stood still, his sword heart condensed and reflected back. He cleanly intercepted every single prior attack. A massive boulder suddenly blocked Ji-hai's line of sight, then slowly began to descend upon her. Ji-hai couldn't move, as if some invisible force was holding her firmly in place. At the very moment she was about to be crushed, Sin Hyeon charged in from nowhere, shattering the boulder into dust with a single punch. He turned and asked, "The third move is over, do you want to continue?" At this point, continuing would only mean getting a beating. Ji-hai wasn't foolish, she stood frozen like a statue and stammered, "No, I admit defeat." Clutching her injured arm, Lee Ji-hai promised not to challenge him again. again. In exchange, he had to tell her why at that moment, she felt like she was fighting an entity that was utterly undefeatable. Finding the match quite entertaining, Sin Hyon agreed to her condition. The Orient Guild would supply items and information, and he would use his power to support them. Sin Hyon raised his finger and made his request. I'll remain an outsider, not fully tied to the Orient Guild, consider it an alliance. Beaten to such a pulp, she had no choice but to agree. Jihai pretended to think it over before nodding in acceptance. She stubbornly insisted he swear he would never cooperate with the Twilight Guild under any circumstances. She thought Sin Hyon would refuse, but to her surprise, he actually swore on the honor of the Supreme Sword Emperor. Truly unbelievable. Almost all terms of cooperation were settled, and Sin Hyon had nothing left to hold him back. After returning from being fed a hard time, seeing the condition of the Vice Guild Master, the driver couldn't help but worry and asked if she was okay. Li Jihai just smiled it off and praised Sin Hyon's talent. As expected, he was extraordinary. My stamina was draining, and I was out of energy. Even though he never attacked me even once, I still don't know what he did to block my blade. Sin Hyon just walked into the house. His little sister ran out and hugged him while scolding him. Sin Hyon, not understanding, rubbed her head and asked nonchalantly why Eun Sul was acting like that all of a sudden. Are you trying to kill me? Eun Sul was furious and directly told him to shut up. From now on, don't go anywhere, just stay home and wander around like a goldfish. Sin Hyon understood his sister's intention. She was afraid he would disappear again, that's why she said that. So he gave a forced smile and blurted out some nonsense about thinking of becoming a hunter. Eun Sul was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, her face looking utterly dumbfounded as she asked her brother a pointless question. Do you really want to die? After a brief explanation, Sin Hyon pulled out a secret cube he received from Li Jihai. She said that with this, he could own the hunter status window. Ignoring his sister, Sin Hyon immediately absorbed it. Wow, it really did vanish, no joke. Now that it was done, Eun Sul told him to try calling up his status window to see. Sin Hyon opened it right away. On the left was the martial artist status window that only he could see, and on the right was the hunter status window. Eun Sul suddenly told him to check his class. The moment she saw the notification, she smiled brightly like a flower blooming in spring. Just as I thought, you're not the type to be a hunter, so just give it up, brother. Sin Hyon had no idea what she was talking about and asked back, why? What is it? Eun Sul, being happy, was willing to explain. Hunters are divided into 6 classes: warrior, guardian, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. If you're in a higher class, there are more, but basically there are those 6 hunter classes. Eun Sul is an example. Her class is archer, but her advanced class is assassin. But Sin Hyon started with a basic class, so he couldn't refuse or change it. Eun Sul especially emphasized that he had no class with a gleeful expression. This means Sin Hyon doesn't receive any class at all. He's just a human. There are some exceptional cases. People without a class can become hunters, but the problem is the skills. Eun Sul began to change the story in a negative direction, trying to use this to make her brother give up the idea. She put on a dangerous look and continued explaining, hunters need to earn experience points to level up, and you can only fight monsters with the skills you receive from those experience points. Unlike the 6 classes, hunters without a class must receive skills from skill cubes. The cheapest skill is the hand transfer skill, which costs 20 million won. The sword skill costs 25 million won. Hunters with a class can automatically possess skills by leveling up, but hunters without a class can only keep pouring money into it. But brother, do you have money? At the mention of money, Sin Hyon's facial muscles suddenly twitched. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly exclaimed, I have Li Jihai as my lucky charm. Li Jihai. Knowing his plan was going to fail, Eun Sul had no choice but to reluctantly accept. She led her brother to Chiak Mountain, the training grounds of the Hongdong Guild, to directly help him broaden his knowledge so he would see how hard it was and back out. Eun Sul drew her bow, aimed at the rabbit in front of her and shot. A small explosion occurred. The rabbit was destroyed and turned into a moonlight stone as loot. Sin Hyon held the stone in his hand and examined it for a while, then asked curiously, Sis, do you mean this helps me make money? Eun Sul excitedly said that it was pure natural energy and contained an amazing amount of energy. That's why nuclear plants gradually disappeared due to the appearance of monsters. She was still explaining and just got to the part telling him to be careful because anything could happen. Then her brother had already raised his hand like a gun and killed a few monsters with just a few simple finger flicks. It's just that when he uses martial arts, he won't receive experience points. After examining and studying the status window rules, Sin Hyon wondered if he should ask Li Jihai for a different skill. Because what kind of skill with a rarity everyone can possess is that? How can that make any money? Setting that aside for now, Sin Hyon noticed an interesting place and pulled his sister along with him. Eun Sul couldn't help but be amazed at the horde of rabbit monsters before her eyes, blurting out and asking him how there could be so many. It turned out Sin Hyon had checked with his senses from afar before coming here, and counted the exact number of 337 of them. Not giving Eun Sul time to draw her sword, he had already effortlessly taken a few hundred moonlight stones from them himself. The system continuously sent notifications guiding how to fight, which made Sin Hyon find it truly annoying. What is this teaching me? Is it 100 years from now? The system window kept appearing, blocking his entire view, making Sinhaeon angrily poke at the interface to find the settings and make them smaller. Yunsil stood to the side with a gray, ashen face, sweating cold bullets, unable to believe her brother had achieved an A+ proficiency level instantly. Suddenly, Sinhaeon seemed to have an epiphany. Without turning back, he asked his sister, I get experience points when I defeat monsters with indirect skills that don't cost MP, right? Hearing it, there seemed to be a point, but Yunsil still nodded and said it was correct. Then Sinhaeon suddenly laughed like a madman. Then he cracked his knuckles, grinning as he said he wanted to make everything easier in the future. Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed a field, smashing half the mountain. Then he declared that from now on, he would use martial arts to gain hunter experience points. After saying that, he even showed great regret for the legendary hunters and his sister standing nearby who didn't receive the origin skill like him. Insul suddenly froze for a few seconds, stammering, finally managing to say her thoughts, brother, teach me martial arts. Oh, so it turns out she had realized her brother's true power and decided to lower her pride and beg. How interesting. As a team leader, she didn't want to lose another teammate, didn't want to keep regretting it. Seeing his stubborn sister, my tears fell. Sinhaeon walked over, firmly gripping her shoulders, and said, I will teach you, so calm down first. I've never taken a student before, but I will be very strict. Even if she didn't ask, he was already planning to teach her, because he couldn't stay by Eun-Sil's side forever, and no one could predict what the future would hold. Sinhaeon smiled with a hidden meaning, then rubbed his hands together, ready to move on to the next step with that idea in mind. It was like a ball. The moment he felt like it, he would roll off somewhere else immediately. Eun-Sil curiously asked her brother what he planned to do next now that he had mastered the sword technique, or if he would just keep focusing on his warrior skills. Sinhaeon finished his words while simultaneously taking out a few rabbits. He gave a vague answer, saying he wanted to learn more special skills. Thanks to his sharp reasoning, he realized that Li Jie, who specialized in using his fists, had leveled up quickly by combining his martial arts with assassination abilities, so he also needed to find a skill that could link with his own martial arts. While charging into the group of monsters in front of him, Sinhaeon suddenly had a new idea. He thought of a skill that had absolutely nothing to do with martial arts. With just one move, Sinhaeon wiped out several thousand rabbits. He sat down, his expression utterly serious, and declared he would become a wizard. Upon hearing this, Eun-Sil froze, feeling so dejected she couldn't even be bothered to say another word. No matter how much she tried to dissuade him, her brother would still stubbornly do things his own way. Eun-Sil had no choice but to quietly go pick up the loot, then exclaimed that she no longer needed to worry about living expenses. Ignoring his sister, Sinhaeon remained lost in his own thoughts. Comparing the two status windows of the warrior and the hunter, he saw they were clearly different. The warrior window only checked level and internal-external cultivation status, with no special functions. Meanwhile, the hunter window displayed all skills, stamina, and had a much friendlier and more detailed interface. He mused that these two systems were created by two separate individuals, but possessed similar capabilities. If the saint was the one who brought the hunter system to humanity, then, thinking up to this point, Sinhaeon suddenly stopped. Cold sweat began to form, and he finished his incomplete thought. The one who brought him to the Mirim was the heavenly war god. A month later, thanks to Jihai's help, Sinhaeon roamed through various dungeons to level up, and yet he had managed to climb all the way to level 22. As for Eun-Sil, she had a bit of a headache with the 365 blood vessels in her body. In the end, the girl also learned how to regulate her internal energy. Since Eun-Sil was past the age to learn martial arts, it was a bit difficult. Sinhaeon thought of a way. He looked at his sister with a sinister smile, telling her not to worry, and to just go ahead and vomit blood comfortably. The girl looked bewildered, not understanding what her brother was talking about. But as soon as the words left his mouth, she started wailing loudly. It turned out Sinhaeon's method was to force internal energy, circulate it, and expel impure QI. Thanks to that, Eun-Sil gained another level, and her combat ability was significantly better. Shall we start the payment then? Sinhaeon, would you like to go on a date with me? That was what Jihai blurted out after a month of reuniting with her ally, causing the young man to nearly choke on his water. He crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly that this was his first date invitation, but he felt nothing. It truly was annoying. Jihai tried to suppress her rising irritation. She explained that there was a newly formed dungeon in Buchen with a danger level of 10. That level required a team of many high-level hunters, not a place for a hunter around level 20 to go alone. After all that long-winded talk, it ultimately just came down to criticizing his level. Well, he would just endure it for a bit. Jihai continued to explain that the purpose this time was to control high-level, dangerous dungeons, and she hoped he would grow stronger quickly as a hunter. It sounded a bit shady, but since he had already received the money, he would still do it. It wasn't often he got to be carried by a pretty girl, so he agreed right away. The only thing was, he still had to make it a little difficult to stay true to his character. Sin Hyeon swirled his teacup around like an old man, then pressed the issue of whether she was only supporting him because she wanted to form an alliance. She let him develop into a strong hunter. Then what was her plan? It sounded like she was being interrogated, but she truly had a purpose. Lee Ji-hai didn't bother to hide it either. She told him the details about the Sun Festival, an annual event hosted by the Twilight and Dawn Guilds. It was like an exchange festival for the two sides to determine the best training ground in South Korea. On the outside, it seemed to increase harmony between the two guilds, but in reality, it was an opportunity to observe the opponent's strength and decide when to strike. You could call it a purge battle, like a powder keg about to explode. After listening, Sin Hyeon curiously asked why things were so tense. Wasn't it just a simple power struggle at first? Lee Ji-hai poured some tea and continued, saying it was all because of Park Ta-hun. It wasn't like this before, but he suddenly went crazy wanting to fight for power, and even mentioned the heavenly war god. Hearing that name, Sin Hyeon shot up and shouted loudly, pressing her for his relationship with Park Ta-hun. Ji-hai was startled, raising both hands as if confessing, telling him to calm down. She only overheard that he had received a message from the warrior status window. And since no one else can see another person's warrior window, she had no way of knowing what was true. Pressing her advantage, Ji-hai continued to blabber on about that guy. She kept talking about the past when they were harmonious, then suddenly they fell out. Finally, she sealed the deal with a decisive statement, asking him to participate in the Sun Festival as a disciple of the Dawn Guild. Seeing that he still hadn't agreed, she continuously attacked Sin Hyeon's conscience. Mentioning that Chairman Seo Kang-jin had passed away, he felt a slight pang of guilt in his conscience. Feeling his head ache enough, Sin Hyeon reluctantly nodded to let it go, because if she kept talking, he could not stand it. Ji-hai lit up with joy upon receiving his agreement. She pulled out 6 orbs containing the 6 sorcerer skills he requested, and even threw in some high-level mage and sorcerer skills as a bonus. Sin Hyeon stroked the new skills, thinking to himself that he needed to be a few points ahead of Ta-hun, and that was a way to win too. The thought was nice, but a stack of papers slapped right into his face. He frowned and shouted, "What is all this?" Lee Ji-hai explained that those were legal documents proving his identity as an official disciple of the Hyungdong Guild, not some blood-sworn warrior oath. Sin Hyeon felt his brain about to explode with this world. Now he had to create a one-member guild to build an alliance. Whether he understood or not, Ji-hai picked up her bag, flashed an innocent smile, and said, "Do you know how much this pile costs? Maybe more than a house, so if you understand, sign it." Pressured to this extent, Sin Hyeon had no way out. Signing is signing, the guild name is just formality, anything can be written. And thus, an infinite one-member guild was born from that thought. With the paperwork done, the two quickly became a pair and rushed into the dungeon to hunt monsters. Looking at the familiar monsters, Sin Hyeon complained with boredom, feeling like he was going back and forth between home and the dungeon. Lee Ji-hai teased him. Already like this at the start of the stage, he looks like a model student who never misses a class. She also reminded him to be careful. This group of monsters was not strong, but their numbers were infinite. Infinite or finite, 1,000 or 3,000, Sin Hyeon handled it well. He flashed a sinister smile, released a powerful surge of magic, and coldly replied, "For me, the more targets the better." The monsters were knocked down in droves right overhead. Ji-hai watched in amazement. He only learned that skill a few hours ago. Rarely being asked, Sin Hyeon boasted, "I am an infinite sorcerer, you know that." He turned to ask her with a puzzled look. "In this dungeon, there is only one type of monster, right?" Ji-hai confirmed that since dungeons appeared 13 years ago, there have been millions of them worldwide, but there has never been a case of 2 types of monsters appearing in the same dungeon, not a single one. He still felt something was very strange. Somewhere in Seoul, in the villa of the Twilight Guild leader Ta-hun, he was leisurely feeding the fish, and listening to his subordinate Kim Chun-ho report on the situation of the Hyungdong Guild, along with the one recently being supported by them, Sin Hyeon. And the subordinate mentioned that Sin Hyeon had appeared after 14 years of disappearance, and then Chairman Seo Kang-jin immediately retired. Ta-hun raised his hand to signal a stop. He calmly analyzed for his bespectacled subordinate, who posed no threat, to understand. Seo Kang-jin, the one who discovered him, disappeared immediately, not retired. It seems he went to Yoon-seul to avenge his son but died. The subordinate still looked unconvinced. He removed his hat, revealing a face with perfect aura, then emphasized Sin Hyeon must have killed him. That man, he came from the martial arts world, truly a perceptive man, recognizing the crux without even meeting him, making Sin Hyeon, who was fighting monsters, feel his hands itch. He was so excited about the new skills that an hour had passed and he still had full MP, wanting to continue fighting. Ji-hai stood far away, not daring to come close, only quietly asking if this pace would soon destroy the secret realm. Even though he was very thrilled, Sin Hyeon still maintained a professor-like expression to explain to her. Among the skills she gave, there is one called Life Force Reversal, right? In the martial arts world, when one reaches level 35 in both inner and outer cultivation, one gains an immortal body and so on and so forth. In short, he had an infinite loot. With high-level martial arts, you can achieve anything. End of story. Talking on and on, but his aching state remained. Sin Hyon decided to clear out the small monsters before lightly asking for the boss's head. Watching him fight, Li Jihai got infected by his enthusiasm. She shed her worried look, replaced by excitement, grabbed her blade and charged forward without hesitation. She told herself she should find something to do as well. That was what she said before gently landing a strike on a monster's head. The number of monsters was growing. Jihai thought she should raise the danger alert level upon returning. This group of monsters was flying and getting harder to hit. She looked at the terrain and thought of a formation layout in her head. While calculating, a roar echoed above her head, startling her into looking up. Jihai stood still frozen, wondering what this giant monster was. How could there be two of them in the same dungeon? She thought that, but they did not care. They just saw prey and charged to attack. This group of monsters even knew how to use magic, catching Li Jihai off guard, leaving her with no choice but to flee for her life. At that moment, Sin Hyon rushed in from somewhere, scooping her into his arms, his face excited as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Finally, it appeared. It turned out he knew all along. While researching the secret realm, Sin Hyon had discovered an abnormal monster. Jihai heard him say it so calmly and got angry, so he deliberately let them roam around knowing the danger. Sin Hyon replied, "Just waiting for it, you have to save the boss for last." Then he reassured her, "I know you are so worried you have frozen up. She could handle it, right? Just stay calm." It was also time to eat, so choose a menu. If she liked grilling, she could just grill. To still think about food in a situation like this, she was truly a master. The main dish today was chicken, Sin Hyon said excitedly, then dashed off like a shot. Unable to get close, Li Jihai could only use voice transmission to communicate, but it seemed he was too excited to even bother replying. Not stopping there, this red-eyed one also kept surprising Jihai. It was not just two kinds of monsters, they also crawled out from the gate behind. Before she could grasp the situation, Sin Hyon suddenly stopped, standing still without moving. Seeing the unexpected situation, she had no choice but to take action herself. She created a temporary shelter for him, but she had no idea about Sin Hyon's next plan. Looking at the giant bosses who were ignoring the small monsters to attack, Jihai quickly realized that the small monsters were not moving of their own accord, they were being controlled by the big ones, evidenced by the fact that they used their bodies to block attacks for the bigger ones. Not having a negative infinite IQ, she quickly found a way to end the battle, which was to take down the bosses first. That teammate remained floating up high without revealing the next plot point. As the leader of an association, she had to charge into danger to at least protect him. Thinking meant doing, Li Jihai immediately climbed onto the backs of the small monsters to approach the leader, who were staring so intently at Sin Hyon that they did not notice her right on their backs. But before a few seconds passed, they also sensed something was wrong. They turned to attack, catching her off guard. However, in misfortune there was a silver lining. The one that noticed her was the boss itself. Jihai did not dodge this time. She looked at it affectionately, and said a few words to silence the unlucky monster. "Aha, you finally noticed me, but it's too late. In a one-on-one fight, no monster is my match." Li Jihai jumped down, executed the shadow dance technique, cut through the monster's head, and then wondered to herself, when would she ever take them all down? A question with no answer, but also no need to be answered, because the one to take them down certainly was not her. Up high, Sin Hyon had created blades of power without needing any energy source. He was in a divine body state, single-handedly controlling thousands of magic blades. Sin Hyon waved his hand, said coldly, "This ends here." After the hard-fought battle, a series of sparkling loot stones dropped. Sin Hyon picked one up to examine, curiously asking Li Jihai about it, but she was still lost in thought. Not hearing a word, he said. Her head was now full of plans for a comprehensive investigation of the mysterious dungeon. Then she worried that the monsters would suddenly attack at any time. Sin Hyon called out multiple times without a response, so he shoved the stone right in her face. Only then did she startle and realize she had been daydreaming. She explained that it was a skill stone from the monster, and he had gotten his hands on a rare skill. A month had passed since clearing the dungeon. News about Sin Hyon spread rapidly across the internet. Guilds of all sizes heard the news and had terrible headaches. The management was furious, hastily convening an emergency meeting. They yelled at their subordinates for not finding any trace of Sin Hyon for the past 14 years. Ta Hun calmly sipped his drink, ignoring the loud yelling in his ears. He softly told everyone to sit down and then spoke to reassure them. We only need to eliminate the seed of conflict. His plan was to send an assistant to meet Sin Hyon privately, plant a listening device to extract information. But that assistant guy did not seem to be very quick-witted. He brought up the matter of knowing about the death of Chairman Huangdong and promised support. In return, Sin Hyon just had to withdraw from the festival, but he was not very interested. Sin Hyon praised the man a few words about his vision, hard to refute his arguments. Even so, he still refused and turned to leave because there was much to do at home. Sin Hyon threw back a harsh line. "I owe Li Jihai, I despise losing." The man with glasses tried to ignore it, said after him weakly. He begged in every way but was still scared out of his wits by the guild leader who was hiding. Hun Ho, I told you to drag out the conversation. Now eavesdropping is useless. He patted his subordinate's shoulder, speaking with a harsh tone. The man with glasses was still pale with fear. Park Tae-hun leaned in close and asked a question that stunned him. Who the hell is he? On Lee Ji-hai's side, after hearing the recount of that frustrating meeting, she laughed heartily. They had predicted Park Tae-hun would show up, so there was nothing surprising. Ji-hai guessed he was now worried because the situation was not going as planned. Setting that aside, she sent her thanks to him for the dungeon matter last time. If it had not been for him, she would have fallen long ago. While chatting happily, Sin Hyeon suddenly changed his attitude and coldly hung up. Lee Ji-hai was completely at a loss as to what was happening before her eyes. It turned out Eun-sul had been waiting for him for a long time to visit their parents' graves together. But contrary to his younger sister's deep sorrow, Sin Hyeon appeared indifferent, without a single sign of emotion. He realized he had changed far too much compared to his past self. Even standing before his parents' graves, he could not shed a single tear. Eun-sul was disappointed and turned away, but still asked, "Aren't you sad or moved?" Seeing he remained silent, she continued to press. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Sin Hyeon did not dare face her, only whispered an apology to hide his apathy. Eun-sul grew angry and sobbed uncontrollably because of his unbearable change. She covered her face and reproached him, uttering words that tore at the heart. "I don't even know if you're still my brother anymore. It's been too long. I understand you can't be the same as before. It doesn't matter anyway. I've managed to live well on my own until today." What Eun-sul needed at that moment was empathy, but Sin Hyeon could not understand that. He sank into a long silence. Suddenly, a message from the martial arts window startled him back to reality. "Didn't expect you were still human, Sin Hyeon." Provocative remark infuriated him so much he choked on his words. The other party messaged again, "Stop your futile resistance. If you need motivation, I can lend a hand." Calming down, Sin Hyeon calmly asked the one behind it, "Who are you?" He challenged, "Are you the heavenly war god?" Even though he threatened to take everything away, Sin Hyeon no longer feared anyone now. He loosened his tie, replying with a defiant and contemptuous attitude, "I don't know who you are, but go ahead and try, and I'll make you shatter to pieces." A few days later, the Sun Festival officially began, and everyone eagerly awaited it. The female MC was full of excitement, enthusiastically introducing the event as if she wanted to jump onto the stage. "We've waited a long time with our passion for hunters. Let's start right now." The biggest event in Korea, the Sun Festival, officially kicked off. Cheers erupted from the crowd below, mixed with lively melodies and fireworks lighting up the sky. Sin Hyeon looked at the scene outside, marveling as if watching the Olympics or the World Cup. Lee Ji-hai then said, "To the public, hunters are the center of attention." She changed the subject, asking if he had been arguing with Eun-sul, because the attitude of the two when they arrived looked far from fine. She even pointed out that the fault was definitely his. Hitting the mark, he felt hurt but changed the topic, asking her to find him a quiet house to move out to. This was serious, they just argued, and he already wanted to leave home like a child. The truth was different. He had received a message from the martial arts window. The enemy was watching. Staying near the girl, she would be in danger at any moment. Ji-hai got a headache as she couldn't grasp what was happening, but still tried to persuade him. She said he should stay to protect his little sister instead. Sin Hyeon wouldn't listen. She said one thing and he argued back 10, truly insufferable. Lee Ji-hai got angry on Yeon-sul's behalf, stood up and punched him once for his heartless words. "I don't want to meddle in your family affairs, but if my brother said that, I'd really punch him." "Sin Hyeon, you don't understand your sister as well as I do. Captain Yeon-sul is—" Mid-sentence, an assistant outside rushed in frantically. "Is the Vice Guild Master here? The event is about to start." All six eyes looked at each other. Lee Ji-hai withdrew her hand, pretending to be calm as she scolded the staff, then told Sin Hyeon to stay put and wait for her. On stage, the key members of the two guilds appeared one by one. They stepped up glamorously after the female MC's passionate introduction. She even deliberately emphasized that Lee Ji-hai and Park Ta-hun had once worked in the same guild. Ta-hun flashed a practiced smile and politely greeted Ji-hai before the expectant public. Ji-hai, despite her annoyance, forced a friendly smile in return. Both sides smiled and chatted happily on the surface, looking quite close. Inwardly, they used telepathy to threaten to deal with each other at the first opening. Truly a living testament to the saying, "Friendly face, unfriendly heart." Ji-hai said spitefully, "Vice Guild Master of Dusk, you used to be my substitute, you've grown quite tall now." Tai-hun was not one to be trifled with. Anyone who touched his people had to face immediate retaliation. He asked if she was always fond of the weakest ones, having heard she was busy training new recruits. The argument only stopped when they shook hands in a friendly manner and announced the opening of the Sun Festival. The solo matches proceeded quickly, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. The fifth solo match, victory was almost certainly belonging to the Twilight Guild. Park Tae-hun raised his wine glass with an arrogant smile, praising Heungdong for making Nam Seong Mo work so hard. But in the end, she was hardly a major threat. Must be going now. I hope the next match will pique my interest more. Watching his retreating back, Ji-hai only wanted to charge at him and land a few hits to shut him up. Waiting for Park Tae-hun outside was Sung Hyuk, who immediately asked impatiently, "Guild leader, when will I get to deal with Lee Ji-hai?" Seeing the other's impatience, Tae-hun smiled enigmatically and replied, "Calm down, Sung Hyuk, soon enough. Everything happens for a reason. She goes by Yeon-sul now, right? I'll go ask her about a few things." A guild leader who's also superstitious. I don't know what fate has in store. I only know that mouth of his invites trouble. Over here, Yeon-sul was in the waiting room preparing for the Archer survival round. Her fellow contestants seemed to dislike her due to the notoriety from the Red Wolf dungeon incident, which had turned her into a teammate killer. Annoyed by what she heard, Yeon-sul turned to directly address the group, whispering behind her back, "If you're deliberately letting me hear, why not just say it to my face?" She was already frustrated with her brother for constantly avoiding her. Now having to deal with this on top of it was enough to drive her insane. Just as her temper was flaring, a staff member ran in from outside to announce someone wanted to see her in the waiting room. She thought it was her brother coming to reconcile, but the person standing there turned out to be Lee Ji-hai. Seeing her, Yoon-sul's disappointment was obvious, and she grumpily asked why she was called out here before the match. Ji-hai laughed it off, replying nonchalantly that she was just here to offer encouragement, and added that she came with Sin Hyeon but didn't know where he had wandered off to. Seeing the other's silence, Ji-hai ventured to ask if they shouldn't resolve the misunderstanding between them. Mentioning her brother made Yeon-sul's blood boil, and she changed her attitude, saying directly, "I don't like you one bit, Vice Guild Leader. You're using him to do what you want." Thinking about it, he decided to become a hunter right after meeting you, while he had barely returned to a normal life. He shouldn't be a hunter. What is he trying to get stronger for? He's chasing something he hasn't even told me about. Like this, he's no longer the brother I once knew. It's strange and distant. After being scolded by her subordinate, Ji-hai wasn't angry but was taken aback to see the tears in the girl's eyes. Just then, the announcement that the match was about to begin cut through, bringing them back to reality. Ji-hai tried to use the remaining time to explain on Sion's behalf, saying she understood he didn't want to change that much, because she had gone through that same suffocating feeling. He fell into hell, a place where Sin Hyeon could lose his life at any moment, and he was there for a long time. Sin Hyeon couldn't keep his sanity. Maybe he didn't want his sister to see the dark side of his personality. Saying this, Ji-hai thought of her own miserable past. But those words only made Yeon-sul explode. She turned to leave but still spoke back in a weary voice. "How strange. Why should I hear about my brother from you, Vice Guild Leader? He must consider me someone trustworthy. Compared to you, Vice Guild Leader, who's on par with him, I'm the one who should be by his side." As soon as she left, Ji-hai angrily called out Sin Hyeon, who was hiding behind, and gave him a piece of her mind. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "You're no different from Park Tae-hun. Why can't you just be honest for once? Yoon-seo is no longer the little kid from your memories. Do you really think hiding your intentions is good for your sister? Come with me. I'll show you a side of your sister you've never seen before." Good grief, she's like a mother to Sin Hyeon. Whoever heard of an ally this formidable? The Archer survival round quickly began after the starting gun. Just a little more, and the 6 teams from Hyungdong and Twilight would face off. Yeon-sul kept receiving warnings from her teammates about enemies approaching, but none of that bothered her. Her mind was still bitter about her foolish brother. She punched the wall lightly in frustration, and grumbled, cursing Sin Hyeon as a damn brother who still saw her as a little kid. Ignoring her teammates' warnings of enemies within 300 meters and the need to wait for reinforcements, Yeon-sul refused immediately, replying curtly, "It's fine, I'll take them all out." Without giving anyone a chance to stop her, she raised her bow, then aimed straight at the enemy and landed a hit instantly. The announcement that Twilight's 6th archer had been eliminated rang out right after. Yeon-sul looked at him lying there and muttered, "Don't underestimate me, you foolish brother." In that moment, she suddenly remembered the past, the day her life went from a happy child to an orphan scorned by the world. Back then, Yeon-sul was always certain that her brother was still alive somewhere and would soon appear before her. But the truth was often painful. No matter how much she prayed, it never came true. It was also on that very day that the goddess appeared, warning of the nightmares to come. Humanity was forced to evolve, and Yeon-sul still didn't fully believe it. But no matter how stubborn she was, this irrational world kept changing just the same. Growing up, she received the Archer class after an aptitude test, and Yeon-sul joined the Hunter Academy thanks to state support. Her school life was hardly peaceful, as she was bullied all day long, just because she had no parents by her side. There were times when she had to steel herself to endure that pain. Thanks to her innate talent, Yeon-sul managed to join the prestigious guild everyone dreamed of, the Dawn of Dusk. That was her way of surviving during the time she had no brother by her side, and also to keep weak thoughts from overpowering her. Even up to now, she still tirelessly challenged herself, but it seemed that wasn't enough, and Appa was furious. She couldn't forgive him for treating her like a child. She wasn't that weak. After screaming, her mood felt lighter. However, Yeon-sul suddenly realized something was wrong with the situation around her. Everything was eerily silent. She quickly tried to contact her teammates but received no reply. While she was panicking, a barrage of arrows suddenly flew in from somewhere. Yunsul swiftly spun around and leaped into the air to dodge. Because it was so sudden, she took an arrow to the arm. The others stopped firing, having confirmed their target. The current situation, along with the voice echoing from the opposite side, made her understand a few things. The arrows should have been blunt, but her hand was pierced and blood was flowing nonstop. They were using real bows and arrows, Yunsil exclaimed. The opponent, seeing their target wounded, spoke smugly. Don't hope for anyone to save you, because we've interfered so the cameras can't transmit signals here. Oh, so these bastards are asking for death. It's not certain who will destroy whom yet. She pulled the arrow from her hand, looked at them, and uttered words full of hidden meaning. Save? Who knows? I've never truly relied on that in my entire life. With that, she drew her bow. 4 arrows already knocked in an instant. Her gaze sharp and resolute, she aimed straight at them. She declared loudly that today would be their day of reckoning, and began, "You losers." Then she activated her skill, Sky Archer, and gifted each of them an arrow full of affection. "Kill her!" They shouted in panic at each other. Yunsul did a flip and landed steadily. 3 arrows had hit their mark. She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for missing one person. The opponent, however, was terrified beyond belief, unable to imagine an archer could deal such massive damage at close range. This time, it was truly over. A team of all rookies like them trying to defeat Yunsul was a pipe dream. Just as she was about to finish off the rest, she was suddenly ambushed by a man. She quickly ducked to dodge and raised her bow. Thanking him with an arrow was what she planned to do. "You arrogant bitch," the man growled in frustration. But before he could finish cursing, he was already dead. Only the commander remained and Yunsul would deal with him. They locked eyes and the bow was raised, aiming at the opponent. However, Yunsul didn't notice there was still another one hiding behind. Before she could make her move, he launched a fatal strike. Yunsul was caught off guard and couldn't react. In this critical moment, her only option was to stand still. Use martial arts. She suddenly heard her brother's voice whispering in her ear. Yunsul snapped back to reality and she snapped the bow in half with her bare hands. Then she charged forward and punched the opponent mercilessly. She landed softly and then looked at the remaining man with a knowing gaze. "Alright, what should I do with the last survivor? Don't even think about denying it, because I'll smash you into the wall like this." Facing a strong enemy, he trembled uncontrollably and stammered a surrender. However, it was already too late. Yunsul's teammates had arrived in time and took care of him for her. The match results were updated immediately. The Hyungdong team won completely. But what was strange was that many unusual incidents had occurred in this transition zone. Hunter Yunsul had defeated a total of 4 players from Trangvang. The people who once despised her now scrambled to flatter her without end. Truly a bunch that changed their colors faster than turning a hand. Yunsul looked up with a proud gaze, whispering to herself, "I truly didn't want to accept help from anyone, but thanks to you, Appa, I survived." The perfect performance ended, and Ji Hai turned to Sin Hyon with an excited voice. "See?" The young man pretended to cough once and replied distantly, "Yeah, I saw it. She got through the crisis thanks to the martial arts I taught her." Li Ji Hai heard that and turned red with anger, shouting, "That's not it." Sin Hyon understood but deliberately teased. He knew he should only joke around a little. Now he had realized that Yunsul had grown and become much stronger. He silently promised he would no longer treat his little sister like a child. Sin Hyon stroked his chin with pride. "As expected from my sister." "Oh my, and who was it that used to say she was the weakest one?" On this side, Tai-hun observed the battle without missing a single detail. He was so shocked that his eyes widened, and it took him a while to utter a few words. So that earlier, martial arts. After the rescue, the atmosphere between the siblings had warmed up again. Yunsul folded her arms and looked at her brother, demanding to hear his thoughts on her performance. Sin Hyon found his sister a bit much, so he pretended not to hear and just drank his water. Yunsul wasn't giving up. She kept poking at her brother to get a reaction. Defeated, Sin Hyon set his teacup down, his eyes full of affection as he looked at his sister. He apologized for keeping everything from her. He just wanted to be her older brother like before. Sin Hyon told her why he wanted to become a hunter. Yunsul seemed to understand him better now. She held out her hand, making him promise never to hide anything from her again. Sin Hyon smiled, feeling relieved. He linked his pinky with hers, promising he'd never do it again. With all misunderstandings cleared, he grinned and told her his nickname was the Supreme Sword Emperor. An announcement for the upcoming great battle rang out. Sin Hyon quickly left to prepare for the next round. In the waiting room, the guild master of the East Guild came by to boost everyone's morale. He specifically sought out Sin Hyon, continuously shaking his hand and chatting animatedly. Sin Hyon stood there helplessly, then used a secret transmission to ask Li Ji Hai if that was the puppet boss. She replied not to underestimate him. He had reached level 60. Sin Hyon concluded he was still weaker than her, leaving her speechless. Other hunters came to mingle as well, wearing the young man out. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived, and everyone flinched, stuttering as they said his name. Ha-hun pretended to be friendly, asking if he was interrupting their rest. He said he just dropped by to say hello, but everyone felt awkward for him. Seeing that, he dropped the act and got to the point. He approached Sin Hyon and gave him a hearty handshake. His real goal was to pry for information about him. However, his heavenly aura opening technique wasn't resonating with him, which puzzled him. He wondered if Sin Hyon could have learned martial arts from someone other than him, and who could have reached this level from the very start without being part of the martial arts world. Sin Hyon looked at him sharply, replying that he owed him for what happened with his sister in the Archer's survival, regardless of him acting like he had no part in it. Sin Hyon used a cold glare to intimidate him, warning that if he dared touch his sister, he would surely get his revenge. He said he'd put on a great show and wouldn't disappoint him, then turned and walked away, leaving his opponent seething. On stage, the female MC excitedly announced the start of the main event. This was the most thrilling part of the Sun Festival. The great battle between East and Twilight was finally taking place. Super Rookie, the pioneer of the East Guild, was the hottest topic of discussion. He stepped out to a warm welcome from the audience, known for shaking hands with Vice Guildmaster Li Jihai. His level, class, and achievements were still a mystery, making everyone curious. On the opposing side, the pioneer of the Twilight Guild appeared as well. Introduced as Twilight's genius mage, he was a man with an intense charisma. Fire Dragon King Ryusung Jim looked at Sin Hyon with a challenging gaze, declaring he would burn him down. The signal to start sounded, and they clashed amid the audience's applause. Hun used a secret transmission, instructing his subordinates to drag out the fight and dig out the opponent's hidden power. But who would outmaneuver whom was still a question. Right at the start of the battle, Sin Hyon flew up into the air, casting doubt on the rumors that he was hiding his wizard class. Was this a challenging move to show off his high-level class? The East Guild Master turned to ask Li Jihai about Sin Hyon's strategy. She frowned and said he probably just wanted to show off. There was no real plan. Jihai had guessed right. After comparing their levels, Sin Hyon noticed he was still slightly ahead of his opponent. If he used martial arts, his opponent wasn't even worth his attention. But since he had to use hunter abilities, the fight was a bit more even. What actually interested Sin Hyon was the name Tai Hun, who was observing. Seeing him curious about him, he found it a bit endearing. Sin Hyon chuckled to himself, thinking the man was dying of curiosity. He told himself he would never reveal his martial arts to that man. Saying that, Sin Hyon created a barrage of energy orbs that rained down like a meteor shower. His opponent quickly erected a fire shield to block the attack. Seeing this mana power, Ryusung Jim suspected this wasn't a basic wizard skill. He wondered if his investigation had missed something, then swung his hand to create a blazing fireball to attack Sin Hyon. He believed Sin Hyon was a sorcerer, and he had prepared his tricks, for there were 3 professions higher than a sorcerer. The Vochian profession specialized in skills and item crafting, called the Artificer. One who could fuse elemental attributes into magic for masterful combat was called the Arcane Duelist. And the one who shaped spells for phenomena and concepts was called the Spell Weaver, whether teleporting or flying. All 3 were more like supernatural entities than a mere arcane duelist. In normal combat, they usually stood in the back for support, unlike the vanguards, but sometimes they could unleash fatal attacks and become a true terror. But staying back to observe, that was not Ryusung Jim's style. He charged in enthusiastically with all his might and roared, "If you still have any hidden skills, you better show them now. If not, take this hit and get lost." He had already unleashed a devastating fire strike, an astonishing display of martial arts with fire techniques honed from a very young age. Spectators watching the battle broke out in cold sweat. They were only afraid that Sin Hyon would leave with cold feet before he could show his power. But no, he had the protagonist's aura, so this was nothing yet. Sin Hyon still stood motionless without a scratch. Only the ground beneath his feet was completely cracked. Ryusung Jim was not satisfied, so angry that he switched to his root skill. He growled at his opponent to show all his moves right away if he did not want to die and lose his body. Sin Hyon was still as carefree as if saying, "Try and catch me." He looked straight at him and lightly tilted his thumb down to provoke. "You have quite a few surprises. If you want to see the ace, let me..." Sin Hyon had not even finished his sentence. The enemy's attack vanished mysteriously. The stands gradually buzzed with chatter. They were dumbfounded and astonished, not understanding what was happening. Some even said it had been crushed by some god. E.G. Hai's face contorted, silently cursing Sin Hyon as a damn brat who made people worry. Advanced martial arts truly were hard to distinguish from magic. The strongest attack of the Fire Dragon King was nothing to Sin Hyon. Ryusung Jim was just a blade of grass by the roadside. How could he reach the blue sky? The same gutter, yet daring to compare with the vast ocean. Man charged in crazily, but it was just a spear poking at a steel shield. Even with a series of fierce attacks, the result was still Sin Hyon blocking them all with ease. Quite intense. Who would think such a battle was a duel between mages? Sin Hyon taught him a few basic moves, and he got right in the enemy's face to answer his question of how he did it. "I have been training martial arts for quite a long time now. Like this little boy. Is that all you can do? Is this the limit of your ability? Compared to your confidence, you are truly too weak. Ryu Seungjim was truly provoked this time. He stepped back with the intent of a suicide bomb. If he could not win, he would bring it all down. A massive dragon appeared right in front of Sin Hyon. The heat was so intense it scorched the entire area into a furnace, sweeping across the arena like a storm. He wanted to swallow him whole. Did he fall helplessly before this unbelievable attack? Oh, it turned out he did not. Even the 10-step fire dragon could not penetrate Sin Hyon's defense, despite having a body immune to heat and cold. But he was not a roasted sweet potato, so this was enough. From Sin Hyon's body emanated a surge of magic powerful enough to crush the enemy's fire dragon. He had taken down Ryu Seungjim in the blink of an eye. True living proof of the saying, start trouble early, get beaten early. Everyone was buzzing, calling out to him. They said he was like a god because of the way he displayed his power. Baekse's expression changed as fast as a monkey eating a chili pepper. He asked his subordinate who was the next to enter the arena. After learning it was the knight Choi Ji-hyun, his face relaxed slightly, and he told him to use that thing. Choi Ji-hyun was considered the spear of the sunset, protecting the central plains of the guild. He appeared in gleaming armor with a lance in hand, bearing the nickname the Sorcerer Slayer. Living up to the name, he had never lost to any sorcerer. Although the warrior class had a fairly high win rate against sorcerers, this time it was uncertain. The announcement of the start had just rung out. Choi Ji-hyun immediately charged forward. He used a physical enhancement on his entire body and attacked Sin Hyon head-on. Face-to-face, four eyes met. Sin Hyon dodged with great skill and quickly closed in on his opponent, but he did not expect that this man was not only agile, but his defense was also extremely solid. He decided to take the fight into the air to counter his opponent, but before he could even fly up, his opponent was already right on his tail. Choi Ji-hyun leaped into the air and unleashed a strike that shattered Sin Hyon's defenses. The arena repair crew must be in for a lot of work this time. Sin Hyon lay still on the spot. He was so stunned he could not move, then blurted out, "Wow, I don't remember how long it's been since someone managed to knock me down. It must be several hundred years by now, right?" He staggered to his feet holding his head, looking pained. "If martial arts were allowed, I could take on a dozen of you." Seeming amused, Sin Hyon raised his finger again. He drew a horizontal line in midair, and he threw his opponent from one side to the other like a toy. It was as if he were controlling a plaything. Choi Ji-hyun could not withstand this attack. His mask shattered, revealing a pale face. The people around kept asking each other what was happening. In the blink of an eye, his mysterious power had completely overwhelmed his opponent. He spoke up to answer the 10,000 questions of those who were curious. "My power is not gravity, but attraction and repulsion. This is the core skill I created after years of contemplation from the inversion of yin and yang. Explaining in detail is quite complex, but that is the gist of it. I can channel force into my opponent to pull them toward me." Sin Hyon had not finished speaking when the man cut in. "You have made a mistake. You should not have shortened the distance between us." Hyon saw the tide turning. He excitedly exclaimed that Sin Hyon would die here. Sin Hyon still did not understand what was happening. Suddenly he received a red notification warning that he could not use magic for the next 10 seconds. He chanted to himself, and it was done. Luckily his reflexes were fast enough to dodge, otherwise he would have been dead. He had thought he was done for this time. Just as the match was about to end, Choi Ji-hyun unexpectedly counterattacked, with a skill never seen before. Ji-hai in the stands noticed something was wrong. She kept using telepathy to urge Sin Hyon to run away immediately, saying that competing was not as important as his life. But the word run or give up had never existed in Sin Hyon's dictionary. Ignoring whatever the enemy was doing in front of him, he remained standing still, then suddenly transformed into a completely different person. A cold, sharp gaze and a sinister smile, a terrifying source of energy erupted, sending a chill through the entire stands. The heavenly rain origin art suddenly resonated with this terrifying energy. The shock was more horrifying than anything Park Ta-hun had ever felt. Ji-hyun was bound in midair, confusedly wondering where he was and what was happening. Wasn't his counterspell still in effect? He wondered, unable to understand what kind of skill this was. Sin Hyon slowly descended from the air and calmly explained to the man before him. That was not a skill but martial arts. If you want to know what martial arts is, go ask Park Ta-hun. The energy binding him, which only he could sense, was the pinnacle of swordsmanship known as the Mind Sword. It is a power attainable when external cultivation reaches level 40, also called the Mind Sword, manifesting in the world or human will. Upon reaching this level, one can decide life and death with a mere thought. Listening to Sin Hyon talk felt as surreal as watching a movie. Who knows how much Ji-hyun could absorb in this situation. He also wanted to end things peacefully, but this way was too dull. He had to give him back everything he had received. The martial world is treacherous. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Sin Hyon had to teach these defeated students a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was already on Ji-hyun's abdomen. Blood began to seep from his wound. He excitedly thought of Park Ta-hun watching from afar, then wondered if he was even paying attention. He reminded him to etch this scene into his eyes, for this was exactly what he had longed to see. With supreme martial arts, Choi Ji-hyun took the full force of the the punch, unsure if he could withstand it. After the match, Sin Hyon withdrew from the remaining bouts because his magic was depleted. Would the Infinite Moon Guild win the Sun Festival? That was what everyone wondered. In the following matches, Trang Van lost with a score of 3-2, and the Sun Festival officially came to a close. The Elemental Hunter, overnight Sin Hyon became an internet sensation with endless discussions from Jiang Kuman. The former leader was once considered stronger than Hungdong, but now he has lost his position, and the chairman has locked himself in his room. Spirit had collapsed, trembling in fear like a frightened puppy. He recalled that moment, not only paralyzed by fear but also humiliated. Although it was brief, the power displayed then was not something he could resist, no matter how much he resented it. Suddenly Park Tai-hun seemed to come to a realization. He stood up and put on his suit jacket. And he walked out, telling his assistant to come along. Chun-ho was called to accompany him and nervously asked the team leader what he planned to do at this hour, or if the psychological shock had driven him mad. Tai-hun smiled to reassure him, adjusted his collar, and spoke with an authoritative tone. Where else would we go? We are going to meet the heavenly war god. A week after the Sun Festival, the atmosphere was still unsettled, all because the rising star Sin Hyon had thrown the Hyundong Guild office into chaos. They were constantly receiving calls, annoying emails, and all sorts of other troubles. There were as many as 328 questions, 800 emails, and various other things, mostly from reporters and people wanting to join the guild. Along with that were 8 partnership requests, 43 advertising requests, and countless other offers. The assistant had declined almost all of them, leaving only one special case. Just as he was about to report on that case, an employee outside knocked urgently, calling the director's secretary out. It kept him running around in circles. Sin Hyon was fed up with the current situation. He hated meaningless noise the most, so he was somewhat annoyed with Lee Ji-hai. It's late, but I'm sorry, Ji-hai suddenly cut through the heavy atmosphere. She felt suffocated and guilty because she had stopped him from using his martial arts at the time, not wanting him to reveal his identity, even though the situation was critical. Seeing the vulnerable look in the beautiful girl's eyes, Sin Hyon did not like it one bit. He told her not to worry about it, that it was no big deal. Park Tai-hun wouldn't have wanted to face him in martial arts anyway, because he must have realized the huge difference in their life force, and he certainly wouldn't be able to hold his head high for a long time. As the vice chairman of Hungdong, Lee Ji-hai bowed respectfully and offered her sincere thanks. She curiously asked Sin Hyon why he had refused all other invitations but accepted only the one from the Jeju Island Association. He walked out while answering that his younger sister was waiting, and he was sick of this urban dungeon, which didn't give him any level ups. Also, Jeju Island was an ideal family vacation spot. What could be better? Just as Sin Hyon said, his sister Yoon-sul was overjoyed as a child upon seeing the sea, running and jumping around to explore everything. She listed a series of foods, unsure if she could even stuff them all into her stomach. While they were happily excited, someone suddenly shouted guild leader Sin Hyon, startling them both. It turned out to be a representative from the Jeju Island Association, greeting them with overflowing enthusiasm. Seeing the manner of these fanatical fans, Sin Hyon felt a twinge of regret. He wondered if it was too late to turn back now. The man rushed over to shake hands warmly, even asking for a signature. And then he used his sparkling starry eyes to promise he would buy an idol t-shirt, utterly absurd. Fortunately, he still paid attention to the younger sister beside him, or Yoon-sul would have turned into a mannequin. Time was short, so they quickly finalized the schedule and moved right away. First, one cannot work on an empty stomach, so starting with a food tour was the most sensible. As for Park Tai-hun, he had people follow Sin Hyon 24/7, except when he went to the restroom. After learning he had gone to the island, that man appeared very excited. Taking off his glasses, he rallied his underlings for show. "My boys, it's time to get to work. Welcome to the trap I've set Sin Hyon. This guy really knows his place, digging his own grave." Shortly after, they arrived at the Zhangji group on Jeju Island. Greeting the two were the orange-haired man from earlier and the leader of the Damla Guild, Kim Ha-jim. This man and that nephew were cut from the same cloth, rushing to shake Sin Hyun's hand with a delighted face the moment they saw him. He turned and told his nephew to bring out what they had prepared. Hearing about Jeju Island's specialties, Yoon-sul swallowed hard in anticipation, waiting for the black pork or the dajambari fish. The uncle and nephew brought out a plate with a mysterious look, adding that one taste of it would be unforgettable even in death. That only made Yoon-sul more curious. She stared at the covered plate, waiting for the fragrant meat. But what met her eyes was a tangerine that made Yoon-sul want to lose her temper and deal with this uncle and nephew right then and there. Having to remain extremely calm, she had to tell herself dozens of times to suppress her anger. She peeled the tangerine while sulking, listening to them explain the job, but she was still not over her anger. Kim Ha-jim got straight to the point. The situation on Jeju Island was in turmoil. turmoil. They had built a self-governing hunter system before, but after the uprising of the two major guilds, the Korean hunter community had been split. If they got caught in the conflict between those two guilds, there would surely be chaos, and blood would spill on this island. Until now, the Damla Guild had always been in a tight alliance, a unified body, which was why they had managed to hold on. That was until the high-level danger dungeons erupted. Previously, there was only one danger level 2 dungeon, but recently the number had increased. At this level, at least a team of veteran hunters level 40 or above needed to coordinate to handle it. Kim Ha-jim sighed and continued, that was a level that couldn't be overcome with the current alliance's strength. The high-level hunters who once led the groups were all despairing, defecting to join the Hingdong or Hwangong guilds. Sin Hyon nodded as if he understood, but in reality he didn't understand a thing, so he had to ask again, if there's such a dungeon, then just ignore it. It's not like monsters crawl out to attack us. Hearing this, the uncle and nephew almost flipped the table, shouting at the honored guest that if he did that, the ownership rights of the dungeon would fall into the hands of the major guilds. They were just trying to stop their expansion. This was getting less of a headache, but it seemed like they'd need a few more paracetamol pills. The uncle and nephew combined their flattery skillfully, calling Sin Hyon, the blazing star lighting up the night. A precious gem, a savior of all things, just to soften his heart into agreeing to help. Looking at the whole group, Sin Hyon just wanted to curse. These guys were truly insane. Since he had come this far, of course he agreed to join, so he fought right away to get things heated. The group was about to leave when Yeon-sul beside him suddenly tugged at her brother's clothes and spoke up. Hey, big brother, I still have a problem I need to handle first. Seeing that sharp, cold gaze, he thought it was something serious, but it turned out to give the older brother quite a scare. Black dumplings and dejambari, she said shyly. When their stomachs were filled with delicious food, the group dragged themselves down to the boss lair of the dungeon and ran a few laps around it to burn off energy. There, a party of hunters had arrived first and was currently struggling immensely. They were desperately fighting off a herd of venomous trick monkeys. They tried to resist, but it looked like they were searching for a way to die. These monsters spat saliva that pierced through both shields and high-temperature flame attacks. They weren't stupid, so they quickly realized that dragging it out only put them at a greater disadvantage. But now they couldn't advance and retreating was done for. The only option was to hold out until they became roasted meat. At home, the old couple was bent over with the burden, and they was just about to run out of life force when Sin Hyon and his team of chickens arrived just in time to save them. Being a fan of Kim Ji-yeon, witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but praise his idol, even though he was being tucked under Yeon-sul's arm and dragged away from the poison cloud. Not wanting to disappoint his idol, he immediately used Blink with his teammates and attacked several monsters at once. Finding him quite interesting, Sin Hyon asked what level he was at. Rarely being asked, Kim Ji-yeon scratched his head and shyly replied he had just passed level 40 a bit. Yeon-sul's face twisted upon hearing that, as it was higher than her own level. After saying that, he turned to Sin Hyon and excitedly asked with a look full of anticipation, "You only need to look a few times to grasp a skill, right?" As expected of the chairman. There were many times he just wanted to punch this guy in the mouth. Seeing that, Sin Hyon went with the flow, pretending to be extremely cool and raised his hand. "The more you hope, the easier it is to be disappointed. I'll only demonstrate once, so don't be too surprised," he said. The people standing nearby widened their eyes, not expecting him to be so talented. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed and still nothing changed. There was no teleportation at all. Ji-yoon had to cover for him, saying, "Chairman, you haven't used Blink yet, right? Just pretend you don't know. There are still many things in the world I don't know." Sin Hyon was embarrassed but didn't say anything. He slowly lowered his hand, thinking in his head that he had to stay calm, then nonchalantly spoke up, "Kim Ji-yeon, how do you use Blink?" As requested, he excitedly pointed his finger immediately. His hands were working, but his mouth kept talking so much that the listener's ears were starting to ache. "When soloing, I usually drop monsters from above, and for collecting them, I use Blink as well. I'm limited to a maximum height of 50 cm, but monsters without wings will die from falling from that height anyway." He faked it himself. Not stopping there, Ji-yoon continued explaining a long while more before he finally stopped. It wasn't because he stopped on his own, it was because Sin Hyon had managed to use that move, so he finally shut his mouth. The only problem was that he wasn't skilled yet, so he teleported straight up onto a tree branch. After beating monsters for a while, it was time for lunch. Even though the monkeys were still lurking around trying to attack, this team was doing fine. Hunger was unbearable. They had to have a few bites for good luck first. "Never seen anyone stand before death so casually like a madman," Yeon-sul teased. "You're really carefree. With all those monkeys around, you can still swallow rice." Ji-yeon didn't care. He thanked everyone and gave Yeon-sul a piece of energy-boosting corn jerky. She was furious but still turned away sulkily. Meanwhile, the older brother didn't mind. He ate deliciously. Then he also bragged about how fast he learned, how he framed things under the guise of level, all sorts of things. Kim Ji-eun beside him was jotting down everything his idol said as if afraid of forgetting. Seeing these two was an eyesore, Yeon-sul just wanted to rush in and punch them both. She took a sip of tea and then pretended to be knowledgeable, saying to Kim Ji-eun, "If you think following my brother will teach you something, wake up from your dream. The ways that make him strong only work for him. They're useless for you." Before she could finish, he cut in and retorted right back at her, "I know, but I'm a team leader. With my current level, holding such an important position isn't something I can be satisfied with, even though I recognize the limits of my talent. I still wonder if I can learn anything from the chairman." Hearing these words, Yeon-sul suddenly remembered the previous done conquest. She seemed to have realized something, no longer irritable. She went over to eat a piece of corn jerky and commented it was quite tasty. The hometown food being praised, Ji-yoon's eyes lit up like car headlights. He grabbed Yoon-sul's hand and insisted on giving her a whole truckload of corn jerky. Ignoring those two arguing, Sin Hyeon opened his system window to check. It seemed he had found a way. Earlier, Sin Hyeon had collected an awe skill stone in the Bucheon dungeon. It had the ability to overwhelm monsters with aura, control the mentality of the monsters. Out of curiosity, he combined it with Sword Heart, the manifested power of will, and surprisingly, he could completely control the target with specific commands. Sin Hyeon had used it a few times for fun before, but since controlling monsters had no meaning, he forgot about it. Now that he was backed into a corner, he recalled it from his memory. Sin Hyeon then combined it with Radiant Mind words. He searched for all the monsters and commanded them to appear before him immediately. After finishing, he turned to ask Kim Ji-yeon, "Team leader, do you have enough energy right now to use blink on all of them? Somehow I have a feeling I'm about to get into big trouble." I could tell it would be interesting, but Kim Ji-yeon still had to nod and confirm that she could participate. The moment Sin Hyeon finished speaking, the monsters surged forward violently like an earthquake. The team quickly noticed something was wrong, looking toward the void and seeing nothing but monsters surrounding them. Sin Hyeon signaled for Kim Ji-yeon to lead the team away, while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters. Yeon-sul adamantly refused to accept that decision. But before she could even protest, the entire team was teleported to an unknown location. "Good, now I can finally have some fun fighting," Sin Hyeon said excitedly to the red-assed monkeys, even though he had no idea if they could understand human speech. Watching her brother do his best to protect everyone, Yeon-sul was restless with worry, biting her nails nervously as she waited. Ji-yeon jumped with excitement upon seeing his idol display his power. When he looked at Sin Hyeon's sister, he realized that no matter how strong the man was, he was still her only family. So he went over, took her hand, and comforted her. The guild master is an incredibly strong man, so she didn't need to worry too much. She understood her brother better than anyone, so trusting the guild master a little more wouldn't hurt. "I really do understand him better than anyone." Yeon-sul looked at Kim Ji-yeon with a strange look before replying, "What are you talking about? My brother is selfishly taking all the experience points for himself right now. Why would I worry about my brother? What's exciting right now isn't the commotion from earlier. You two siblings really are something else." At the same time in Seoul, Lee Ji-hai suddenly paused for a moment, catching the faint sound of some madman's laughter, and she didn't need to guess who that madman was. Seeing her pause, her assistant stopped his report and asked if she was alright before continuing with the work. He summarized the passive situation of the Twilight Guild and the dungeons that were gradually being contested, stating that they didn't need to pay attention to the guild's movements for the time being. But instead, a more pressing issue was something even more terrifying. The assistant placed a stack of documents on the table for Lee Ji-hai. She was horrified looking at them, cold sweat breaking out in the scorching 40-degree summer heat. "This is a highly dangerous dungeon recently discovered in Tabaek Mountain, with a risk level of 13. Only hunters level 60 and above can endure the harsh desert climate there." Lee Ji-hai gasped at the sight, realizing this meant a dungeon of terrifying difficulty had appeared. Risk level 13 hunters must be at least level 60. Crimson Tabaek dungeon has terrain of a scorching burning desert. Giant insect monsters, roughly the size of a 10-story building, burrow beneath the thick layers of sand. Though few in number, each one possesses strength comparable to a high-level hunter. The information brought personally by Guildmaster John Juno sent a chill down Lee Ji-hai's spine. Ji-hai let out a tired sigh, feeling that the Guildmaster, the director, and herself would likely have to form a separate team to handle this. At times like this, she silently wished Sin Hyeon were here. Lost in thought, Ji-hai carelessly knocked the teacup off the table, shattering it noisily. Tea splattered all over the floor. Have I lost my mind, or do I just wonder when he'll be back? Ji-hai grimaced, scolding herself. It had already been half a month since Sin Hyeon's group entered the Jeju dungeon. Sin Hyeon had grown accustomed to using the Heart Domination command, a combination of two skills, Majesty and Mind's Eye Heart command. While wandering around the Jeju dungeon, he thought of ways to lure the monsters out. It seemed Sin Hyeon was carrying the Jeju Island Guild Alliance team along with Yeon-sul. Yeon-sul seemed quite bloodthirsty and excited, not only defeating monsters but also casually taking care of Kim Ji Ji-yoon's team. The leveling process for hunters works by splitting XP based on contribution, determined by the amount of damage dealt to monsters. This meant that it was more effective if one didn't participate directly, but Sin Hyeon was lost in thought when he heard a warrior's frantic scream as a monster chased him, running for his life toward him. Times like this, Sin Hyeon had no choice but to step in and intervene. A massive surge of teleportation power shot out from Sin Hyeon, caused the monster to widen its eyes in panic. While that knight nearly shit his pants in fear, Sin Hyeon now also takes on the responsibility of carrying other teams too. How impressive, Kim Ji-eun shouted from below. He looked at Sin Hyeon with admiration while still wandering around the dungeon. Sin Hyeon had learned the instant teleportation skill from Kim Ji-eun, and was getting so used to it that it impressed him, though his proficiency still wasn't quite up to standard. That afternoon, the group sat by the beach watching the sunset and sipping a few bottles of beer. Yeon-sul, downing one glass after another, marveled at how wonderful the island was. Yeon-sul and Ji-yoon had leveled up considerably during this dungeon trip. This Jeju Island trip felt like a family vacation, so he was a bit worried she'd be disappointed if they spent all their time training. Fortunately, she still seemed very pleased with the trip. He thought a dungeon tour was a memorable experience. Ji-yoon took out a notice and read aloud about the next dungeon attack, a request from the Sandado Guild. It was a risk level 11 dungeon, with a monster called the Falling Wolf, having the face of a wolf and a falling body. It was rumored to be incredibly agile and have sharp fangs that could easily tear through human flesh. Sin Hyeon was a bit taken aback when he heard that the dungeon's terrain was a cave. Ji-yoon continued reading, explaining that they requested Sin Hyeon's presence because the cave was very dark. Limited visibility made Yeon-sul's skills and Ji-yoon's instant teleportation less effective. Yeon-sul felt it was rather unfair, but Sin Hyeon persuaded her to take this opportunity to rest for a bit. He would be back soon. Mentioning caves suddenly brought back memories Sin Hyeon would rather not recall. The next day, Kim Jong-ok, the guildmaster of the Sandapo Guild and the guide for the operation, cheerfully approached Sin Hyeon to greet him. Without further hesitation, the two immediately advanced deep into the dungeon. Just thinking about this cave made him feel more uncomfortable than he had imagined. But he could not abandon the task at hand because of personal feelings. He would have to get used to this sooner or later, so no matter what was inside, he would handle it quickly and return. Standing before the cave entrance, Sin Hyeon clenched his fists, trying to calm himself down. The moment he stepped inside, countless monsters that appeared were instantly taken down by Sin Hyeon. His speed was so fast that the entire guild party stood frozen, sweat dripping from each of them. Without needing anyone to guide him, Sin Hyeon still rushed forward, determined to complete the task and leave this place as soon as possible. Horrifying memories from the past suddenly resurfaced, tormenting his mind more than ever. Disturbed by Jong-ok while he was flustered, Sin Hyeon lost his temper and snapped at him to stand far away. He needed to get out of here quickly, or he would not be able to restrain himself around these people. Sin Hyeon clenched his fists tightly, reminding himself of that. Since there were many hard-to-spot forks ahead, Jong-ok would take on the role of guide. The old man's strange attitude the whole time made him suspicious, but perhaps he was just being overly sensitive. Sin Hyeon ran through his thoughts quickly, then continued to follow Jong-ok. While walking, he suddenly heard Jong-ok call out, making Sin Hyeon startle and look up at the cave ceiling. A chill ran down his spine. A formation, and the way it was set up belonged to the illusion maze formation. Though it was not enough to take a life, once someone fell into this formation, one would lose all sense of direction, wandering endlessly in a spiral without finding the way out. But looking at the flow of life energy, it seemed the formation was leading them to a specific location. Why was the formation he had once seen in the martial world appearing here? Was it deliberately set up by someone, or had it existed in this world all along? Sin Hyeon trembled, his mind slowly losing its composure. He did not want to face anything related to the martial world inside this cave. In such a dire situation, Sin Hyeon reassured himself that it was all in the past. Come on, hold it together. That's right, he had regained his calm. He resolved to risk pushing deeper, determined to finish that man off for good. Meanwhile, at Mount Tabaek, in the sandy desert area of the Red Dungeon, the defense team was struggling against the massive beast. Just when victory seemed within reach, the beast suddenly unleashed a decisive blow, leaving the entire team no time to react. The whole group tensely held their ground against the beast's ferocious onslaught. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the team leader signaled GAE to coordinate a full-scale attack. A precise sword strike from her, combined with the attack from the elderly couple, brought the beast down. They had only dealt with 3 monsters so far, yet the entire team was already exhausted, everyone panting heavily. Ji-hai quickly ordered her teammates to find shade and rest to regain their strength. Hearing the vice leader mention Sin Hyeon, Ji-hai shyly smacked his shoulder, nearly making him stumble. Chairman No Oh Jung and Jun Sung Min were absent today due to personal matters they needed to attend to. At the same time at Mount Tabak, in front of the dungeon entrance in the sandy desert, two cold figures appeared. They wore full armor and aggressively aimed their weapons straight at the dungeon door. The two guards, munching on bread and chatting, had no idea danger was near, thinking guard duty was so boring. One of them had just finished voicing his complaint. A barrage of fierce cannon fire suddenly rained down, shredding everything in the blink of an eye. After the thick destructive smoke cleared, the head secretary, clutching his battered face, staggered to his feet, realizing this was meteor shot, a gun-type skill. Today's plan was top secret, known only to a few in the guild. How did it come to this? Could it be the Twilight faction? He thought in a panic. A figure approached from afar, revealing director Jun Sung Min along with Niter, both wearing innocent looks as if wanting to know what had happened. The head secretary was overjoyed, believing that the Twilight faction had sent someone to attack them. The opponent was quite strong. It would still be a few hours before the guild master and vice guild master finished their operation. The head secretary hesitated whether he should rush in and report the news immediately, but no matter how much he wavered, it was likely already too late, because Sung Min, seizing the moment he let his guard down, plunged a knife straight into the head secretary's stomach without a hint of hesitation. "I'm about to accomplish my goal now, head secretary of Dongwon," Jun Sung Min said with wide eyes, the knife in his hand drenched in thick, pungent blood. After dealing with the head secretary, Jun Sung Min took out his phone and reported the news to his accomplice Ta Hun. The two wicked men sneered with delight, pleased that their plan had proceeded so smoothly. When his partner arrived and saw the head secretary had been cleanly dealt with, Ta Hun was extremely satisfied. Ji Hai, arrogant as she was, would never have guessed that the traitor was right there in the executive ranks. Wasn't that right? He had even arranged everything before the Sun Festival took place. She would never see it coming. Ta Hun thought gleefully as he stepped over the blood-soaked corpse of the head secretary beneath his feet. It has been a while since he stayed in the same dungeon with Ji Hai. Back then, he had just returned from the martial world and started becoming a hunter. Ta Hun sank into memories of that time. In those days, Ji Hai kept lingering behind others to clean up. The fact that she stopped training made Ta Hun feel uneasy inside. He only wished the two of them could become as strong as possible in the shortest time. Ta Hun took out the ancient stone bestowed by the Sky Hill War god along with a message. He wanted Ji Hai to wear it too and serve under that god. That way, their strength would improve dramatically compared to the present. Unexpectedly, Ji Hai firmly refused, leaving Ta Hun deeply disappointed. To her, the present was already happy enough, no need to be stronger than anyone else. That refusal made Ta Hun feel deeply hurt. He once thought she was the only one who understood him, because they both went through similar pain. But then Ta Hun realized what made him abandoned was those foolish people. In his rage, he lost control and cleaned out those around Ji Hai. Is Park Ta Hun always only capable of that? The only reason you are looked down upon is because Li Ji Hai is too weak. She has forgotten how miserable she once was in the martial world. It is all because of those insects. Destroy and wipe out everything that softens Ji Hai's heart. If you do that, she will understand you. With that insane belief, Ta Hun will help Ji Hai be freed, starting with those around her. Seeing Ta Hun standing still by the cave entrance without saying a word, Sung Hyuk immediately ordered those guards to watch this position carefully. If anyone runs out from the dungeon, deal with them cleanly, no hesitation needed. How is the plan on Chechu Island progressing? Ta Hun asked coldly. No need to worry, Gao Lin has taken action. He never lets anyone escape his trap. Time is a bit tight, but he reported that everything has been prepared according to plan. Sung Hyuk urgently reported the situation outside the dungeon. Sung Hyuk requested permission to prioritize dealing with Ji Hai first, as promised to Ta Hun. A glint of malice flashed in Ta Hun's eyes, then quickly softened. He happily agreed. Gao Lin had approved. Ta Hun's 500 brothers quickly rallied and advanced straight into the cave. Meanwhile, on Sin Haeon's side, he wandered into a deserted place with no one around along with Jongke's group. Sin Haeon immediately spun around 180 degrees, ferociously stepping toward the trembling figure, his hand crushing the man's neck while glaring and speaking up. Say it clearly, what scheme are you people plotting? Do you want to die here? I sensed something was off from the very beginning. If you want to keep your lives, confess everything now. While in a rage, Sin Haeon suddenly noticed something ahead. It turned out to be a signal flare from the bomb that Ta Hun's group had planted in the ranks. Sin Haeon sneered, feeling this was way too exaggerated. A second later, a thunderous explosion with blazing red flames engulfed the entire space. Ji Hai inside the cave also sensed something wrong but told herself she was being too sensitive. She continued calculating whether she could hunt all the monsters today. A strong tremor struck again, forcing Ji Hai to turn back and look. She realized in horror that the explosion site was exactly where the party had stopped to rest midway. In the sea of fire, the leader and teammates were struggling to resist Sung Hyuk and his battalion. Even with all their strength, the sword strikes were too fast and treacherous, coming from Sung Hyuk, making it impossible for the leader to block. His whole body was drenched in blood from taking many hits. Damn it, this is really bad. Just dealing with Sung Hyuk was already exhausting, yet he even dared to call himself Ji Han from Jusiu Jian. Moreover, how could anyone match this monster? The leader was thinking in despair when he saw Tai Hun glancing over with a challenging look. An A rank indeed, I thought you were just a figurehead leader. Would have thought you have some skill. I used to look down on you, my apologies. Tai Hun clapped sarcastically. The leader boiled with rage, grinding his teeth, asking how Tai Hun got in here when the cave entrance was heavily guarded. Those still cannot figure it out at this point. Tai Hun glared back with a challenging stare, and the leader could not hold back any longer. The location of the Red Dungeon had just been exposed recently, and this raid was kept in absolute secrecy. It seemed there was a traitor among our ranks. The team leader roared in fury, swearing to raise both the Dusk Guild and the group of rebels. Before he could act, Tai Hun's men quickly subdued everyone standing beside Ji Hai. Each of them was terrified, tears welling up as they begged pitifully. Blood flowed in streams everywhere, and Tai Hun smirked with delight, savoring this sorrowful scene of separation. Startled, Ji Hai swung her sword with all her might at Tai Hun from behind, but the attack was blocked in time by Sung Hyuk. Seeing Ji Hai, Tai Hun wore a contemptuous smile and said that he missed her dearly. Ji Hai could not stand those rotten words. She immediately swung her sword and charged straight at Tai Hun. Sung Hyuk received the order and rushed in to block Ji Hai. The two clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Sung Hyuk poured all his strength into resisting Ji Hai. There were several times she nearly lost her life to those attacks. Ji Hai was no pushover either. Every single strike was deadly, making her opponent struggle in agony. Seeing Sung Hyuk was getting heated, Ji Hai provoked him by mocking that he could not even hold a knife when he first started out. Humiliated, Sung Hyuk's pride flared up, and his blows grew increasingly ferocious. The mounting pressure made Ji Hai break into a cold sweat. Glancing over and seeing the captain surrounded, she guessed he could hold on for a while longer. But the biggest problem remained that bastard Tai Hun, leisurely watching from outside. Ji Hai was certain he would not sit idle and wait. Tai Hun thought to himself that Ji Hai had become far stronger than he had imagined. By now, the matter on Jeju Island had probably been resolved. If the plan succeeded, Sin Hyeon would be nothing more than a corpse by now. He gloated at the thought, unaware that Sin Hyeon was still alive and furious. When words no longer work, violence takes over. Tai Hun had provoked the wrong person and now had to face true wrath. Jang Ok's men climbed up from the cliff one after another. Each of them clutched their heads, grimacing in pain. What shocked them most was that Sin Hyeon was still perfectly fine, unharmed. Sin Hyeon was now livid over the absurdity that had just occurred. He said it was urgent and made me use my inner energy in the prison, and it turned out to be for a stupid bomb. Now explain everything clearly to me. What exactly is the purpose? Sin Hyeon had reached his limit. That attack had drained his patience. He used all his strength to squeeze the guard's neck, making the man's eyes bulge as he let out a miserable scream. They stubbornly insisted they knew nothing, which only made Sin Hyeon with rage. Ridiculous. Guarding the prison vault is the responsibility of the guild that owns it. Setting a trap and planting bombs that deep would definitely require ample preparation time. And they dare say they know nothing. Do they think I am that easy to fool? Sin Hyeon gave a cold smile that made the group step back in fear. Jong-oh wailed and begged, insisting they truly had no idea what was happening. We almost died too. We almost died unfairly because of you. Seeing no one was willing to confess, Sin Hyeon resorted to force with Jong-ok. Without hesitation, he activated an absolute command to control the man's mind. The Sandado Guild had been funded by the Sunset Guild from the very beginning. Our mission was to ensure opinions within the Jeju Island Alliance always aligned with Sunset. But one day, a stranger approached us. Galen, a monster hunter, though I had no idea who he was or what connection he had with Sunset. It was surely just someone trying to act important. We merely followed the orders Galen relayed from Sunset. Our task was to lead you to the designated place at the specified time. Galen was supposed to deal with the remnants after the battle. Under the spell, Jong-ok confessed everything. The prison vault had no communication signal, meaning Galen must have entered as well. He sensed no presence at all. Had he escaped? Sin Hyeon thought to himself, then suddenly an idea struck him. He raised his hand and shot a hidden stream of magic toward the mountain of rubble before him. Instantly his power pierced through the rock, opening up a clear space. The cave entrance, once blocked shut, was now a tunnel leading outside. Jong-ok's underlings rejoiced, thinking they had been saved. But Sin Hyeon turned back, sealed the entrance shut again with his power, and then left. Ignoring the desperate screams for help behind him, Sin Hyeon calmly walked away, leaving them to their fate. So all of this was Sunset's doing? Thanks for giving me an excuse to settle the score with you bastards. Should I start by paying that friend Galen a visit? Sin Hyeon smiled as he plotted. Elsewhere, Ji Hai was still struggling in her fight against Sung Hyuk. She kept provoking him, sending him into a frenzy as he charged at her wildly. Ji Hai decided to teach him a lesson by unleashing her ultimate skill, Blood Moon Reveal, with overwhelming power. The two chased each other through the thick smoke, neither willing to back down. Sung Hyuk unleashed a burst of firepower that sent Ji Hai flying backward. She was no pushover, however, and swiftly drew her blade to charge straight at Sung Hyuk. He immediately used his original skill to counter Ji Hai. The sight before her stunned her. Sung Hyuk's skill melted Jihai's sword right before her eyes. A single slip would result in severe injury or even instant death. Things were growing stranger than ever. Your fighting style has changed a lot, hasn't it? I remember you used to imitate me by using twin blades. Jihai scoffed in reply to Sung Hyuk. That's all thanks to you, Jihai. Wasn't it you who once told me the method for an assassin to become stronger? Jihai broke out in a cold sweat, having no memory of ever saying that to him. The poison technique was making her uncomfortable, but his clone was also a problem. Where exactly was his real body? Jihai worriedly thought. Sung Hyuk kept provoking her to use her shadow dance, but she adamantly refused. She couldn't use her shadow dance now because she needed to conserve her strength for negotiating with Baek Tihu. Sung Hyuk grew impatient, gnashed his teeth, and charged straight in to stab a blow through Jihai's heart. In the past, Sung Hyuk had been thoroughly humiliated by Jihai. She had even threatened to stab him, but in the end, she still gave him a chance. He let him live with the advice to find a new path if he could. That felt like mockery, completely denying my very existence. After that, I discarded all your techniques and started from zero. That's how I managed to surpass you. Even if you were a rival of the guild, I still admired and respected you. Can you imagine how disgusted I felt receiving pity and contempt from someone like that? Yes, you're absolutely right. It was my obsession with dealing with you that made me the best assassin. Sung Hyuk laughed heartily and swung his sword, intending to finish off Jihai, who was coughing up blood on the ground. But unexpectedly, a violent surge of magical power flared up behind him. Jihai had appeared behind him without him noticing, wearing a triumphant, mocking smile. It turned out she had used an afterimage technique to catch Sung Hyuk off guard. I will teach you one more thing. An assassin only reveals their true self once. That is the moment they pierce through their enemy. Jihai laughed loudly and unleashed a torrent of power at Sung Hyuk, leaving him screaming in agony, until he breathed his last breath. You were just a copy of me, you foolish bastard. Jihai turned her back and said after dealing with Sung Hyuk. Next it was Tan's turn. This was the man Jihai most wanted to stab. The two grappled for a moment before lunging at each other. Jihai's shadow dance was also ready and waiting. Sin Hyeon tried to call Jihai, but her phone was out of service. After he left the cave, Gao Lin's gang had been lying in ambush, ready to attack together. Looks like you're trying to get in touch with Jihai. She won't pick up because she's in the middle of the dungeon assault. Electronic device signals are completely blocked between the inside and outside of the dungeon. Was the cave, it should have become a familiar place for those who've been to Murim. Right, Sin Hyeon. Gao Lin suddenly appeared and spoke. Seems like you must be from Murim. But how do you know Jihai is in the middle of the dungeon assault right now? Sin Hyeon wondered. Seeing Gao Lin hesitate and refuse to answer, Sin Hyeon immediately unleashed a resonance strike from heavenly martial origin technique, making Gao Lin break out in a sweat. He snapped his fingers to create a top-tier trap system, combining traps learned in Murim with the techniques of the master. Sin Hyeon threw a punch to create the heaven concealment system, but unexpectedly felt his body growing heavy. At the same time, his inner energy couldn't be mobilized. Sin Hyeon began to panic, trying to fight back with all his might, his heart filled with dread, wondering if all of them were people who had returned from the martial world. Sin Hyeon, it's great to see your face turning pale. How does it feel to have your inner energy drained from your body? My golden heaven seal is absorbing all the inner energy you possess, and that energy will be transferred to my disciples. Those who have trained in martial arts before already have it in them. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat all of us. In fact, the stronger you are, the smaller your chance of victory becomes. The very power you've accumulated will be what destroys you. Gao Lin laughed triumphantly. Sin Hyeon, though trembling, remained resolute and didn't give up, constantly moving his whole body to evade the attacks of the group. The Heaven Seal Trap is a type of dimensional formation created by placing natural objects or mystical items in a specific method. The legendary master of Heaven Seal Traps, Zhuge Liang, once used it to summon wind and light, annihilating countless enemy troops. He truly rivaled the omniscience and omnipotence of a god. Galen had admired him since he was very young. He was only trained in Heaven Seal Traps while in the martial world or when returning to the current world. When Galen was within a Heaven Seal Trap, he could become a god. I understand now. I think I finally get it. The energy of metal, so this is the foundation of the metal Heaven Seal. Sin Hyeon said as he struck, causing the bodies of those Lola lackeys to be flung far away instantly. I've never heard of or seen physical arts like this. Since when did he manage to seal their pressure points? This is truly impossible. How can he move so quickly and freely within my Heaven Seal Trap? Galen thought in confusion. Oh my god, you bastards. My intention from the very beginning was just to ask you a few things. Are you all from the demon sect? I guess you don't know anything at all. I can understand why. Because while you were learning martial arts, you were no longer people who returned from the martial world. Your swordsmanship is far too inferior for those who have been in the martial world. Furthermore, I can't sense the energy of your heavenly martial origin cultivation. That's the main reason for my conclusion. Sin Hyeon declared a sentence that made every single one of them pale in the face. You are quite observant, Sin Hyeon, you are right. My disciples are all different from me. They were trained to become warriors, Galen answered boastfully. Come warriors, if someone of my level could approach another's meridians and transmit internal energy. But that simply cannot happen for people of your caliber. You must be using some kind of magic, am I right? Otherwise, you couldn't possibly achieve something like that. Anyway, whatever it is, you've used it now, but it won't make much of a difference. Is that sorcery or magic used by the demon sect? Sinhyeon asked again. Galen was quite impressed with Sinhyeon's extensive knowledge. That's right. I used the people wandering the streets. Even though they live such worthless lives, they are truly valuable. I've profited quite a bit with just a few thousand lives. I was able to get rare disciples with a high level of scent tracking, and that doesn't mean it doesn't matter how many mystical spells you use. You won't be able to get out of my heaven seal trap. I take it that means you use human lives, huh? This is the reason why I like demon sect followers, because when I negotiate with demon sect followers, it doesn't matter if I destroy or torture them. Not only do I not feel guilty, but I also feel very good. So then, shall we begin the demon sect hunt now? Sinhyeon, as if having gone mad, unleashed a powerful resonant strike that made Galen's head spin. He fiercely chanted an evil summoning spell, filling the bodies of those Lola lackeys with surging energy once more. It's pathetic to feel so proud just because you stole the internal energy of others. Sinhyeon spoke and swung his foot, stomping hard onto the ground. That force surged out violently, making their bodies feel like they were burning, screaming endlessly in agony. Before Galen's bewildered gaze, Sinhyeon explained, fire conquers metal, fire melts metal. That's the simplest basic thing to understand about the resonance of the 5 elements. Because your heaven seal trap is based on metal energy, so I did something with it. I did learn a bit about heaven seal traps while still in the martial world. It was only a pastime. They are indeed quite interesting, aren't they? Hearing Sinhyeon say that, Galen was shocked to the core by the fact that what he had spent his whole life researching and training for was just a mere game of pastime for Sinhyeon. You look quite shocked after realizing your own mediocrity. You don't need to suffer so much over it. After all, it is something that helps smart people usually do well at things like studying. How's your body feeling now? My heaven seal trap is burning up your innate talent energy. It will soon be the death of you. Since you are the one who took the lives of others, you can't complain about your own things being stolen, right? Sinhyeon smirked at Gao Lin while activating the compulsory order to extract all his information to see what happened to Li Jihai. Jihai is dead, Gao Lin stammered. Jihai, in her haze, remembered the good memories between her and Taehun from before, as well as his past weakness. Perhaps we shouldn't have met. Jihai suddenly widened her eyes in thought. Taehun in front of her called for her to get up, his smug expression making Jihai's blood boil. She just cursed a few times before ferociously drawing her dagger and charging at Taehun. Taehun bared his teeth and immediately used his force shield to block her attack, sending Jihai flying dozens of meters away. Her shadow vault technique was also nullified. He's that strong? Looks like I can't deceive him this time. Jihai growled in thought. She took a deep breath and dared to ask Taehun, I want to ask you one last question. Why did you kill them? You always avoid answering that question, so I must hear your answer now. Jihai lost her composure and spoke shakily, her 2 hands clenched into fists. It's simply because they were too weak. Isn't it human instinct to trample on the weak? Taehun replied with a statement so provocative that it made Jihai's blood boil. Well, perhaps he had truly gone mad to think he could connect with another human being. Enough, it ends here. He would tear him into 100 pieces, no matter what. Jihai, furious to the point of tears, let out a crazed laugh before swinging her blade and charging straight at Taehun. 2 surges of power merged once more, causing heaven and earth to spin wildly, churning into each other. Countless deafening explosions echoed back to back without a moment's pause. At that moment, Sinhyeon was sitting quietly by the shore, lost in thought. The leader of the Heavenly War Society had died too quickly for him to extract any useful information, aside from confirming their location, which was a staggering 450 kilometers away. Sinhyeon frowned, calculating whether he could reach that place within 20 minutes at his current level of strength. Li Jihai was just a business partner. He had no obligation to rush to her rescue when she was in danger. In the martial arts world, personal vengeance was far too common for him to get involved in. Sinhyeon tried to pacify himself, then turned to leave. Then memories of Jihai suddenly came flooding back into his mind with overwhelming intensity, making him feel a strange, inexplicable ache. Sinhyeon burst into laughter, like a man possessed. He was actually worried about her. He really had lost his mind. He thought the only ones he cared about were Yoon-sul and himself. Who would have thought there was another person in his heart? Sinhyeon muttered to himself before shooting off like an arrow towards Jihai. On Tibik Mountain, the guards were relaxing gleefully, keeping watch outside the dungeon entrance. They laughed and chatted, convinced that Sinhyeon was probably fast asleep by now. Even if he had survived, there was no way he could find his way here from Jeju Island. But right at that moment, strange noises echoed from behind the trees, startling a flock of birds into flight, scattering them across the sky. The air then fell into an eerie silence, making their skin crawl with absolute terror. In that terrifying space, Sin Hyon, radiating devastating power, materialized. With a mere twist of his hand, the guards were sent to meet their ancestors in the blink of an eye. Amid the chaotic screams echoing outside, the situation between Ji-hai and Tae-hun inside had also reached a breaking point. They clashed endlessly, with Tae-hun growing more excited with each strike. The force he unleashed was so immense it began to instill fear in Ji-hai. In a moment of carelessness, the dagger in Ji-hai's hand was shattered to pieces. Tae-hun swiftly grabbed Ji-hai's head and slammed it hard into the ground, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Ji-hai trembling so helplessly filled Tae-hun with immense sense of glee. Following the Skyhill War God is the only true path. It's not too late. He would give her the chance to surrender and join his side. Join him and they would become so powerful that no one would dare threaten or disrespect them again. He gripped her throat tightly, relentlessly trying to lure her into his way of thinking. Ji-hai fiercely declared she would rather die than grovel and follow a man like him. What? The Sky Void War God who is stronger, who is right? How ridiculous! Was he a child? Remember this well, he too would be discarded like a useless pawn under the Skyhill War God he worships. Sin Hyon, he is tracking down the Sky Void War God. His only goal is to take revenge on the one who ruined his entire life. He thinks Sin Hyon would go easy and let him, a lackey of the Sky War God, live? Ji-hai's eyes widened as she spoke. Hey, Sin Hyon, listen carefully, Ji-hai. That bastard Sin Hyon is probably nothing but a corpse by now. He had already sent assassins to deal with him. All of them were the most loyal and powerful followers of the Sky Void War God. Elite squad of the Heavenly Justice Guild, led by one who had returned from the martial world, was dispatched to Jeju Island. Every single one of them was far stronger than most high-rank hunters. No matter how much Sin Hyon had improved, he stood absolutely no chance of surviving against those men from the Heavenly War Society. Tae-hun rattled on and on without a care in the world. When he turned around, Sin Hyon was standing right behind him, having heard everything. Seeing him, his jaw dropped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Sin Hyon tossed a few heads of the Dong Guild members in front of Tae-hun as a warning. Seeing Sin Hyon appear, Ji-hai was overjoyed. Sin Hyon looked over Ji-hai's battered body, his brow furrowing deeply. Rage boiling over, Sin Hyon immediately summoned all his power. Every ounce of murderous intent was directed straight at Tae-hun. He would make this day his last. Sin Hyon and Tae-hun shot towards each other like two arrows from opposite sides. Both their eyes were filled with murderous intent, wishing to tear the other apart into 100 pieces instantly. Their powers clashed, blazing violently and exploding across the entire sky. Blades swept across, and fierce flames erupted violently as if the entire space was about to explode. Tae-hun used his sword to unleash a powerful fiery strike. Sin Hyon responded with a display of refined martial arts, appearing courteous and proper. Korea did what it said, and Sin Hyon immediately unleashed a gust of wind from the palm of his hand. He waved his hands in the style of the 18 dragon subduing palms, filled with killing intent that made Tae-hun slightly wary. Not awake yet? Isn't this move only known by the beggar sect chief? How does he know it? Tae-hun thought in confusion. He guessed that Sin Hyon had secretly learned this technique somewhere. Tae-hun quickly countered with his sword, emitting powerful energy to take down Sin Hyon. As the attack landed, the sky and earth were shrouded in a hazy red haze of fire and dust. Ji-hai-lm opened her eyes, looked around, and saw no sign of Sin Hyon or Tae-hun. Just then, the voice of the guildmaster sounded in Ji-hai's ear. Seeing that Ji-hai was still alive, he was overjoyed. Ji-hai quickly ran over to help the guildmaster and asked about the situation of the remaining members. They had all sacrificed themselves. We fought to the death with the enemies, and I am the only survivor. Guildmaster Jun replied, and Tae-hun, after the blow from Sin Hyon earlier, had his meridians and energy damaged. His two henchmen ran over hastily from a distance. They reported that the entire area had been completely destroyed. At that moment, Sin Hyon suddenly appeared, startling Tae-hun. What a monster, doesn't he ever get tired? This is bad, my inner energy hasn't fully recovered yet. I need to stall for it more time. Tae-hun thought to himself and immediately ordered Ji-woo, Si-eung-jeon, and Choi Ji-hyun to quickly attack Sin Hyon. His urgent and fierce demeanor frightened even his two henchmen. Okay, if we're doing it, but how do we hold on? Following orders, they gathered their strength and charged at Sin Hyon, aiming to buy more time for Tae-hun to recover. But before they could do anything, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. This time, Ji-hai and the team leader were moving, searching for any sign of Sin Hyon. He suddenly slammed on the brakes because before her was a desolate scene. Sin Hyon was standing, smiling victoriously, over two corpses drenched in fresh blood. Sin Hyon had taken them down in an instant, and Tae-hun was next. He was afraid because he hadn't recovered yet, and even if he had, it would be difficult to defeat Sin Hyon. Don't falter, you can still fight, you are strong enough. You haven't used all your strength yet, struggle more, use your true energy. A demonic voice inside Tae-hun suddenly echoed, encouraging him. Immediately, a surge of dark force suddenly flowed into Tae-hun, making him feel extremely vigorous, exhilarating, and confident he could defeat Sin Hyon. Ah, is that so? Then Sin Hyon will have to make him struggle a bit more to satisfy my hands. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious long-haired man was secretly lending power to Tae-hun to eliminate Sin Hyon. It seemed Tae-hun was merely a tool in someone's scheme targeting Sin Hyon. At this moment, the killing intent within Ta-hun erupted like a storm, earning even Sin Hyun's praise. It seemed it wasn't hidden skill, but rather the power emanating from the necklace around his neck. Seeing Ta-hun excitedly bursting with power, Sin Hyun couldn't help but laugh. Since it was borrowed power, he could use it as he pleased. Be grateful that I, the #1 sword emperor, have drawn my sword. This is quite a special event. Sin Hyun chuckled while drawing his energy sword. Tae-hun's fundamental skills were now erupting on a special occasion. He seemed to go mad, directly dueling Sin Hyun's sword. After leisurely watching Ta-hun miss an attack, Sin Hyun now bared his teeth in a sinister grin, put all his strength into a counter slash, piercing a large hole through Ta-hun's sword. See, because you didn't hold on tight, this is what happened. I never thought someone like you would drop your weapon. Truly a substandard martial artist. It seems the energy supporting you has also dissipated. Is this all you can show? Sin Hyun coldly posed coolly, then swung his sword across Ta-hun's face, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. While gripping his neck tightly, Sin Hyun said he had many questions to ask, especially those related to the Heavenly Hill War God. It's because of those questions that you still have your pathetic life right now, so cheer up. If not, you would have died the moment you hurt Oseo. Now, can I hear your answer? So, who was that war god you were following? Sin Hyun threatened Ta-hun while using his absolute domination skill, his gaze piercing straight at the opponent. Under the power of the magic, Ta-hun confessed that the Heavenly Pivot War God was the one who had brought them all to the martial world. At the same time, that man was also the one hiding within the bodies of the entire group. As soon as those words were spoken, countless iron chains from the system coiled around and bound Sin Hyun's body tightly. Until he woke up, Sin Hyun was horrified to realize he was tightly bound inside a cave in the martial world. He screamed in fear as he was brought back to this place in a predicament identical to that of the past. You're already quite familiar with this place? This is the world of thought created by my mind sword. How do you find it? Does it bring back memories of the past? You are the first person to set foot here. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sin Hyun. This is the first time we meet face to face, isn't it? A strange voice rang out from Tae-hun's body, causing Sin Hyun to fly into a rage. He struggled to break free and immediately realized that the one before him was not Ta-hun. You are definitely not Tae-hun, right? The way you wield the mind sword with such mastery, you must be the Heavenly Pivot War God. As soon as Sin Hyun asked, the other party replied, seems like you have many questions weighing on your mind. This opportunity is rare, so ask whatever you want to know, and I will answer honestly. The Heavenly Pivot War God spoke with arrogance. Are you not pleased? I was trapped in a horrendous world, with no idea when I would ever die. For 140 years, I was all alone, not knowing whether my family was alive or dead. You must have witnessed everything. The 140 years of hardship I had to endure. Yet you treat that as a source of amusement, you bastard. Sin Hyun screamed, his heart choked with fury. The Heavenly Pivot War God answered with words that were hard to comprehend, making him even more exhausted. I feel drained because of it, as if I were slowly dying, but I endured and waited patiently just to see you reach a certain limit. But what has happened to you? Are you still human? Perhaps you still cling to this mortal life. Hearing that, Sin Hyun burst into loud laughter. He thought the opponent was only spouting nonsense. I cling to life? Of course I do. I only yearn for a single thing. The one who made my life miserable, the Heavenly Pivot War God. I will pierce through you for sure. Sin Hyun roared, then snapped the chains and swung his arm. The punch landed squarely on the Heavenly Pivot War God's stomach, causing him to spew blood. Sin Hyun declared he would annihilate even the one behind him, and then unleashed a lethal blow. Tae-hun's body was battered, and the Heavenly Pivot War God vanished without a trace. Remember my words, open the door on that path and run away. If not, you will lose everything. The voice still lingered somewhere. Sin Hyun panted in fury. Before him lay Tae-hun's body covered in blood. Hai and the team leader ran over from a distance. They saw the scene before them, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The day after, following the news of Park Tae-hun's death, most of the stubborn figures running the Hunter Guild of Park Tae-hun and Hwang had been eliminated. The survivors decided to remain silent. This forced Dawn and Dusk to accelerate the pace of the integration. It was Orang-hon who was lying low at Dawn's office. Right after the attack, he had feigned death. Fortunately, his wounds had healed, and so the integration of the two guilds gradually stabilized. Sin Hyun arrived at Jihai's office in Gunsan early in the morning. He witnessed a chaotic scene before the press conference held there. From the outside, the plans for the takeover and integration of the two guilds had all fallen into place. Although an official announcement had been made, there were still a few obstacles, Jihai said with a somber tone. She simply couldn't imagine a Tae-hun who had struggled through a difficult life passing away so easily. The heavenly realm, if only I had tried to open the door on Mount Ugawa. My state had been too agitated at that time. If I hadn't ended things quickly, I could have lost everything. Fortunately, that one was just a cowardly rat. How dare you threaten me? Next time, I won't spare them, Sin Hyun muttered, drinking tea in annoyance. Ji-hai called Sin Hyon back to his senses and showed him a secret safe in the guildmaster's office. It was sealed with a locking spell, impossible to open or break. I don't intend to touch other people's belongings. The one who lost such a precious item must bear the responsibility themselves. Sin Hyon finished speaking and waved his hand. Lone flipped her hand and the safe sprang open. What was inside was nothing more than a piece of paper. Ji-hai snatched it up, reading and guessing that this was a secret agreement between Guild Zhou and Ta Hun. They cooperated with Huang Hun, intending to hand over the sovereignty of the North Korean dungeon to Chonjo. At that moment, team leader Ki Yun called Sin Hyon. He reported that the attackers of Sin Hyon in the dungeon had been captured. A bomb exploding in a place so tightly sealed was truly strange. Yun Sin was irritated, glaring at Sin Hyon, which forced Ki Yun to break out in a sweat and plead with him to come immediately. Sin Hyon hung up, sighing in exasperation at the meddlesome people. Ji-hai added that the paper contained records about the Chonjo Guild. Besides Gao Lin, who had confronted them before, 4 others had returned from the martial world. Their personal information was quite clear, the lowest level being 50. Did she mean that all these men were fanatics deserving punishment? Sin Hyon asked, his eyes full of caution. He sneered, seemingly having identified the next target. He absolutely had to bring down the Chonjo Guild at all costs. At this time, the E-Doc side was still urgently searching for information on Gaolin. 39 hours had passed since they lost contact with Gaolin. The leak of Taehun's secret was one thing, but Gaolin's disappearance was the shocking news. All the commanders who had once approached the absolute peak master had lost contact. Perhaps they were dead. I estimate Sin Hyon is over level 75, meaning he is stronger than me. I have only just reached level 68. What kind of monster is this? Investigate Sin Hyon first. Avoid direct confrontation. Proceed step by step with absolute clarity. Though his level is higher, victory is not decided by numbers alone. He puffed out his chest arrogantly and ordered his subordinates. At the headquarters of the Tamna Guild in Wonjongri, Jeju Island, Yin Sil was furiously grabbing Sin Hyon by the hair. She gritted her teeth and scolded him for daring to disappear without taking her along. Sight of Sin Hyon meekly enduring his sister's bullying made everyone burst into amused laughter. I knew it, coming back to Jeju Island was truly joyful. Public opinion was shocked by the news of the 2 guilds, Bin Min and Huang Hun, merging. Ji-hai will handle the monitoring of the Tian Tao Guild. If we slack off even a little, they will escape. Therefore, gathering information must be done with utmost care. Luckily, she had taken care of that, but there were still many other troublesome matters. Sin Hyon scratched his head in thought. Ian's grandfather approached Sin Hyon. He bowed his head and apologized for the traitor within the Jeju Guild alliance, which had put Sin Hyon in danger. He genuinely wondered whether the entire alliance had betrayed them. In reality, he still could not completely set aside his suspicions. But he had no reason to make an enemy of me, so let's just forget it all. As soon as Sin Hyon finished speaking, the grandfather and grandson embraced each other joyfully, as if at a festival. Joy was short-lived, as Sin Hyon suddenly laid out a condition for the Jeju Guild. He asked them to merge into Bin Min, which stunned everyone for a few seconds. Did he not say the other day that he did not want to get involved in the war between Huang Hun and Bin Min? That battle had already been decided, and I had also discussed this matter with Bin Min. With the current scarce manpower, managing the dungeon on Jeju Island is an impossible task. Kayun's grandfather pondered for a moment, then nodded, as there was no better proposal. With Jeju Island in hand, it would be easier to find the Tian Tao Guild, even if there were still traitors. Sin Hyon quietly calculated. Ki-yun reported that there was another dangerous dungeon near the village that needed Sin Hyun's attention. He immediately stood up to handle it, as he would be very busy from now on. The dungeon raid team currently only had a warrior, a tanker, and a priest, truly an unusual combination. The wizard Kai-yun and the archer Yun-sul were excluded from the team, and both wept sadly. To face this dungeon, long-range attacks using sight were useless. Alasan was considered the most difficult dungeon to subdue on Jeju Island, with the biggest problem being the fog. The entire dungeon was covered in thick fog, making it difficult to determine the position of teammates, even when they stood very close. The most dangerous were the monsters called bone leopards, whose bodies blended perfectly into the mist. Normal physical attacks were hard to land on them, and only the wide-area skills of a priest could be used. They also possessed incredibly frightening attack power. Like assassins, they would suddenly appear and strike without warning. Hearing the long-winded explanation, Sin Hyon irritably thought that a single strike would be enough to take them down. Amid the worried gazes of his teammates, Sin Hyon confidently stepped deeper into the dungeon. He promised to try his best to eliminate as many monsters as possible. As soon as he set foot inside, a thick fog swallowed the group's vision whole. To prevent everyone from getting lost, Guildmaster Kim Haejin quickly used his skill to light up the area. Sin Hyon curiously asked whether the area near the entrance was truly an absolute safe zone. Haejin confirmed that there had never been any reports of monster appearances in this place. He replied while glancing around cautiously. Suddenly, a strange wind blew through, knocking the group down and scattering them in all directions. A trembling voice asked if they had reached the safe zone yet. The young boy in the group looked around in fear, clearly sensing something stalking him. Just as the beast was about to attack him from behind, Sin Hyon swiftly rushed in and unleashed a powerful counterattack. That fatal strike took down the monster on the spot in an instant. Just as he predicted, their bodies could only be detected when they attacked. Turning around, Sin Hyon saw countless giant skeletons pouring out from the entrance, who were attacking his teammates relentlessly. Sin Hyon quickly snapped his fingers, burning the entire horde of skeletal monsters to ash. Immediately after, he urgently signaled for everyone to regroup in one place. But before they could stabilize, a new monster appeared. Hagen admitted that in that brief moment, he could hardly grasp the situation and was utterly taken by surprise. If not for Sin Hyon being there, his carelessness would surely have cost the entire guild their lives. While Captain Hagen was still dazed, Sin Hyon quietly approached him. He asked if he could speak with Hagen in private for a moment. Sin Hyon asked if they had ever been attacked at this entrance before. Hagen replied that this was the first time, perhaps because they did not clear the dungeon regularly. The monster count had risen too high, forcing them to come here. Hearing this, Sin Hyon's gaze turned slightly contemplative. He felt that he would soon uncover the real cause once they ventured deeper inside. For the next 3 hours, Sin Hyon continued fighting the monsters without rest. His seemingly endless energy left the group in awe and admiration. Sin Hyon turned back and asked if there was anything different from before, such as the attack frequency or the monsters' ranks. The girl in the group answered that they appeared more often, but everything else remained the same. Sin Hyon said he had discovered a suspicious area about 4 to 5 kilometers away. He wanted to go there to check. If this dungeon was as he predicted, they would have to raise its danger level. An hour later, the thick fog still shrouded the entire path ahead of Sin Hyon's group. He smiled faintly and told Hagen to throw the dagger at that wall of white fog blocking their way. Hagen hurled the dagger forward with all his might. The blade pierced through the fog and struck something very hard, making a dry thud. Everyone was confused, not knowing what it was, and only Sin Hyon smiled because everything was going exactly as he had calculated. It had arrived, a gigantic monster within the fog, terrifyingly massive. It roared, tearing through the mist, then charged straight at Sin Hyon's group. Under the guild master's command, the whole group worked in unison, continuously attacking the monster, leaving it no chance to strike back. Sin Hyon watched the group's unity and seamless coordination with satisfaction. He let them fight and quietly moved deeper inside to check for anything else. He thought to himself that he had already had a suspicious hunch about this place earlier. This dungeon had 2 giant monsters, and even different species, something that had never happened since the Buchan Red Gate. Sin Hyon wondered if this was a gate specialized in summoning giant monsters. The monster sneaked up, trying to attack Sin Hyon from behind, but how could it escape him? He simply raised his hand to block it with ease, making it collapse on the spot. He remembered that more than 2 types of monsters could not coexist in a single dungeon. If Jihai ever learned this secret, she would surely be shocked. Sin Hyon continued walking, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, a strange rift in midair made him stop in his tracks. He tried to touch it, but his hand passed through it like an invisible hologram. Sin Hyon mused, opening his status window to check. He wanted to look up what this unidentified phenomenon that could pass through all matter was. Just as he reached his hand through the rift, Hagen came running over in a panic from afar. He joyfully reported to Sin Hyon that there were no more monsters left in this area. Knowing that only he could see this rift, Sin Hyon sneered coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, deducing that all of this was caused by the Skywar God. Elsewhere, Jihai was still sitting in her office late into the night. She dejectedly received the stack of documents, which kept growing thicker as the secretary continuously brought in more. This matter originated from an incident inside a dungeon. Someone lost their life while exploring a newly discovered dungeon. The exploration team was made up entirely of amateur hunters, and they fell at the very start. Jihai was stunned speechless as she read. The secretary, trembling, said that this red gate might be the impossible kind and needed to be dealt with quickly. Sin Hyon and Uncheon had just landed back in Seoul from Jeju. Amid the countless farewells from the hardcore fans among their teammates, all commissions from the Jeju Island Guild Alliance were completed. The car was driven by Ultron. Sin Hyon stared blankly at the skill stone he had picked up in the dungeon, looking like a man who had lost his soul. Back then, Haejin had insisted that Sin Hyon take it as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Because of that, Sin Hyon had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't believe a giant had appeared. Didn't he say something similar happened in the Buchian dungeon? Giant monster appeared twice. Could the world be on the verge of chaos? Uncheon wondered. But Sin Hyon thought the problem lay in the cracks, not so much the giant monster. What was that crack? Skills and physical techniques passed through it, and even his aura senses couldn't perceive it. Moreover, he was the only one who could see the crack, according to guild leader Kim Haejin. Reason was probably because his agility stat was too high. He couldn't be certain whether it was related to the god who created this world. Sin Hyon was so deep in thought he didn't even hear Uncheon calling him. Uncheon wanted to ask if Sin Hyon was dating Jihai. He was so startled he spat out his water, not understanding what his sister was talking about. There were a dozen rumors going around that the two of them were always together, and she would definitely make a great sister-in-law, beautiful and capable. Uncheon chattered on. Sin Hyon didn't want to talk about that anymore, so he changed the subject. Over on Jihai's side, she groggily groggily woke up in the middle of a mountain of paperwork. Seeing Sin Hyon sitting leisurely drinking tea in front of her, she jolted in surprise. He had been sitting there waiting for her to wake up for about an hour already. He had even quietly draped a jacket over her without her noticing. I have a headache from all those hunters opposing the merger with the Twilight Side. I also just finished investigating the Celestial Creation Guild. Nothing official yet, but our people have already gone into China, so it shouldn't be long. Jae-hai was explaining when she suddenly stopped. Sin Hyon unexpectedly pulled her closer, making her face flush red with embarrassment. It was strange, someone with proper martial arts training like her shouldn't tire so easily. Are you alright? Sin Hyon asked with concern. Jae-hai was silent for a moment before speaking. Have you heard about the impossible dungeon? After its difficulty was modified, it shouldn't have that name. Sin Hyon's eyes widened when he saw a large wound on Jae-hai. A new red gate appeared in Chuncheon. Its difficulty couldn't be assessed. I went in there alone. Thing was, there was only one monster inside. I used my light arrows but could only take down one. I've never heard of or seen a dungeon with that kind of difficulty, and on top of that, a giant monster reappearing. The rules of dungeons are changing at a dizzying pace, and if things continue like this, something terrible will definitely happen. Jae-hai spoke while biting her lip anxiously. Sin Hyon felt he needed to do something for her, so he decided to go to the place himself to check it out. Though he said it so coolly, when he finally reached the Chuncheon dungeon, Sin Hyon realized the danger level was no joke when he saw lava covering the entire area. In the middle of the blazing sea of fire before him, something seemed to be churning within. Then the flames suddenly erupted violently. From the very center emerged a giant fire giant that roared fiercely without pause. Sin Hyon sneered, thinking this was the one who had burned Jae-hai. Looks like he had to teach it a lesson it wouldn't forget. Sin Hyon stabbed his staff into the middle of the monster's body, causing it to roar in agonizing pain. Seems living in lava wasn't so comfortable after all. Just as the rumors said, this thing was truly troublesome. An average hunter would find it hard to even move in this environment. Getting close was impossible. Melee combat was nearly out of the question. For ranged attacks, one would need mass damage to have any hope of being effective. The impossible red gate certainly lived up to its name, Sin Hyon thought to himself. What was worse, no matter how much power Sin Hyon unleashed, the monster could still regenerate its body. He had been attacking, freezing, and slashing for 15 minutes straight, yet it remained unfazed, and he was starting to get genuinely annoyed. Wait, could it be that the monster wasn't this giant lava being, but the lava itself? Sin Hyon's eyes widened as the realization hit him. He immediately unleashed an attack on the lava, sending fire and smoke flying in all directions. Just as Sin Hyon had predicted, this was the core of the lava monster. It was small but mighty, so powerful that Sin Hyon couldn't believe it. The moment the first strike ended, the system raised Sin Hyon's level by a full 3 levels. A smile full of hidden meaning spread across Sin Hyon's face. It seemed he had figured out how to take advantage of this. By the time he left the dungeon, the sky had turned pitch black. Zai called to check on him. Sin Hyon cheerfully suggested that Jae-hai hand over the dungeon to him for management. Neither of them was aware that someone was lurking behind them. Seeing that Sin Hyon seemed to like the place, Jae-hai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Chinese forces had also begun to make their first moves. The next day, Sin Hyon led Yun-sul into the dungeon and asked her to help attack the lava core. At first, Yun-sul thought Sin Hyon had a problem with his head when she saw the huge monster and he refused to fight it. Instead, he went to attack that tiny thing. He reassured her, "Stay calm, try to destroy it. Trust me, it's all for your own good." Sin Hyon smiled and patted Yun-sul's head to reassure her, and she obediently did as he said. Only then did Yun-sul raise her bow and take aim at the lava core, firing a huge explosive shot. Yun-sul's level skyrocketed by 5 levels, making her so happy she wanted to cry. Still, it was less than he had originally predicted. He guessed the experience was being shared since this wasn't a solo hunt. Sin Hyon smiled softly and said the power journey had only just begun, with many surprises lying ahead. Sin Hyon extracted the monster's core for Yun-sul to destroy, and the two repeated this process daily until all 13 lava monsters were eliminated. After everything, Yun-sul had risen all the way to level 50. Becoming a high-rank hunter made her as happy as if she had won the jackpot. Now Sin Hyon was the greatest brother in her heart. That was the result of a grueling series of days conquering the dungeon. Unseon also received a salary that only about 10 people in Korea could earn. As for Sin Hyon, he leveled up to 65, becoming a god-tier player. He took out the cube containing the skill gem he had picked up on Chechu Island earlier to give to Yun-sul. After handling everything here, Sin Hyon immediately left. He was preparing for the task of hunting down someone snooping around the area. A mysterious red-haired man was watching Sin Hyon's every move from a distance through binoculars. He was so nervous he was sweating bullets as he witnessed Sin Hyon's terrifying power firsthand. That man didn't expect Sin Hyon to suddenly appear right behind him. With just a single whistle, Sin Hyon sent him into a panic, and he fled for his life like a duck. But once in Sin Hyon's sights, escape was impossible. He roughly grabbed the man by the collar, his face a threatening scowl that made the man pale with fear. He said coldly, "You've been tailing me since yesterday, and now you've followed me all the way here. You've got some nerve. But you've dug your own grave, so spill everything you know." Sin Hyon glared and used a spell to strike the red-haired man directly, causing him to convulse and foam at the mouth. After returning home, Sin Haiyan recounted the whole incident to Ji Hai and Uncheon, saying this matter was more serious than they had imagined. Unexpectedly, the safe zone of the dungeon had been destroyed, and a colossal monster had appeared. Additionally, there was a crack that only Sin Haiyan could see. The merger with the Twilight Guild and the emergence of a tough dungeon were already enough to keep him busy. Ji Hai had a headache inside. Fortunately, she still had Uncheon and Sin Haiyan to help her deal with the dungeon. I've assigned the oversight of the bone reporting dungeon to the Tana Guild. If anything new happens, they'll contact me. More importantly, all these events happening at once is definitely a sign that the current rules are crumbling, and there's also China to consider. We can't predict what other dangers the future holds. That's why today I'm going to help Uncheon become even stronger. I'll continue the training for a while longer so that Uncheon can handle any sudden danger alone. Sin Haiyan suggested coldly, in order to protect ourselves, so no one else can target us. Uncheon sat beside him and nodded in agreement. Ji Hai, remembering Sin Haiyan being followed by a stranger, asked him if anything else had happened. Sin Haiyan replied that Stalker followed us all the way to the dungeon, just as I suspected. He was from the Celestial Creation Guild, but he was just a low-level pawn, so I couldn't get any useful information out of him. But that doesn't mean I got nothing, Sin Haiyan smirked, revealing a cunning smile. Real Gupeng, the leader of the Celestial Creation Guild's assassin team, was anxiously waiting. He kept waiting for news from that slacker subordinate, but there was still no sign of the man. A constant knocking sounded outside the door. At first he thought it was a delivery guy. He raised his voice and told them to just leave it at the door. But the knocking didn't stop, instead it became more and more insistent. A few minutes later, the door to the room was kicked in by Sin Haiyan, making Zhao boil with rage. He tried to throw his spear at Sin Haiyan, but was sent flying a dozen meters away by Sin Haiyan's force. Sin Haiyan strode arrogantly into the room and greeted him in a mocking tone. He paled in fear, guessing that Liu Wei had probably been defeated by Sin Haiyan a long time ago. Then Jiao quickly used his skill to hit the emergency alarm. His comrades immediately rushed over and surrounded Sin Haiyan from behind. At the same time, he drew his sword and pointed it straight at Sin Haiyan, cutting off all his escape routes. Before him stood a whole gang of men in black, standing tall and imposing. Sin Haiyan realized they were all martial artists who had learned their skills through magic. With just a few taps on basic pressure points, Sin Haiyan caused the entire meridian system of the team leader to become blocked. That man no longer had the strength to do anything at all. The gang members who witnessed the scene were so terrified their souls nearly flew away. I have to ask you honestly, you all have been practicing martial arts for so long. Have you ever seen the status window of the martial arts world? I have been sore all over from fighting these past few days, but it is also good because I no longer have to hide my martial skills. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. See if there is any status window. I will give you all a taste of the apocalypse of the martial arts world. Sin Haiyan cracked his knuckles with a sharp pop, gritting his teeth and grinning with delight. Confirming that they could not see the status window, Sin Haiyan freely beat up the entire bunch of them until he was exhausted. Blood splattered onto his clothes, staining them as if it were rain. The two bosses of the gang members only now rushed over in a panic. Seeing the scene empty without a single person, he could not help but be surprised. He was about to call the gang members up to check the situation, but it was too late. Sin Haiyan had already quietly approached from behind. A thunderous punch landed directly on him. He let out a painful cry and was sent flying far away. Before his eyes now was a room stained red with the blood of his own subordinates. Only then did he realize what was happening. He roared in fury, looking at Sin Haiyan with eyes filled with burning hatred. Why so surprised? Do you know that this cat and mouse game annoyed me so much that I had to come here myself? Sin Haiyan chuckled gleefully, looking very pleased with himself. After letting him witness the sight of his defeated gang members lying sprawled all over, Sin Haiyan casually pressed his head down into the swimming pool, soaking him completely. Do people in your area go swimming in full suits like that? Do you not know that dressing so formally like this is very impolite? Sin Haiyan taunted. No, I cannot be provoked by him. Not many people can use teleportation in China. That is a high-level technique. So Zhao Gupyong and his lackeys must be dead by now. How strong is that guy? My instincts tell me he is on par with Jiang Triong, maybe even stronger. He knows teleportation, so escaping will be difficult. But even if I die, I must report this man's abilities to the Heavenly Creation Society. Wei Haijun thought to himself. Suddenly he burst into mad laughter, making Sin Haiyan think he had been in the water too long and went crazy. No, it is the opposite. Looking at you, I understand now. Let me introduce myself from the beginning. I am ranked 3rd in the Heavenly Creation Society, Kuei Hai, the Flying Heaven Sword. With the sword in my hand, I will separate your head from your neck, Kuei Hai confidently declared. He shot out of the pool, flying up into the air to chase after Sin Haiyan. His hands continuously slashed towards Sin Haiyan, but every strike missed. Not only did he miss his target, but Sin Haiyan kept mocking him, driving Kuei Hai into a rage. Sin Haiyan kept dodging, refusing to stand still and fight head-on, making Kuei Hai fume with anger. He screamed endlessly. Sin Haiyan burst out laughing. Oh, I cannot hold it in anymore. Think about it. Would you laugh if you saw an ant trying to kill you with a toothpick? Is the Heavenly Creation Society a zoo or something? First a rat, now a damn ant. Your leader must be a monkey. Each insult made Kuei Hai's face turn purple, unable to speak. Sin Haiyan channeled all his power and unleashed several sharp killing intents in rapid succession. Kuei Hai had to constantly weave and dodge to find a way to avoid them. This bastard is arrogant, but that arrogance could be my chance. If I am careful, I can win. Kuei Hai was as resilient as a cockroach. He gathered all his remaining strength and drew his sword. He charged forward to confront Sin Haiyan's power head-on. This display of a mantis trying to stop a chariot made Sin Haiyan let out a sneer. The sight of the two predators clashing in mid-air left the gangsters below in awe. The people standing on the ground watched in surprise, their eyes fixed on the scene without looking away. After a long and relentless chase, Sin Haiyan unleashed the Flame Mountain technique. The fierce sword strike carried smoke and fire, catching Kuei Hai completely off guard. Earlier you said you were the Flying Heaven Sword, right? Kid, that is not a name you can just give yourself. But you did put in some effort. I bet you have no more tricks worth watching, do you? Then it is time for you to die, kid. After Sin Haiyan's cold and contemptuous pronouncement of judgment, a boom accompanied by smoke and fire erupted, and Kuei Hai vanished in an instant. He saw a member of the Dawn Guild had managed to return to the match. Sin Haiyan asked him to help with editing the final part, how to avoid revealing the results before sending them to the Vice Guildmaster. You should just consider this part of an introductory video. In other words, Sin Haiyan said this was a declaration of war. News about Sin Haiyan and the mysterious hunters quickly spread across all media outlets. Everything was based on video editing. No one knew the current condition of Sin Haiyan and the attackers. Sin Haiyan was amused to see the public endlessly discussing him and spreading false rumors. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. After handling the directive from Wei Tu, Ji-hai approached Sin Haiyan to ask questions. When I used the absolute order to ask about the Sky Creator Guild Master, I found out they were all dead. Sin Haiyan stated that Ji-hai guessed they had been hit by a curse that killed them the moment they revealed the information. Sin Haiyan quickly gave Ji-hai the evidence of the confession regarding the attack. Even though he had known for a long time, he had to admit the Sky Creator Guild was indeed troublesome. I know you will be angry when I say this, but how about we just turn the entire continent upside down to find them? Of course I have to stop you. I will be in trouble if this becomes a national issue. Ji-hai joked, I could not do anything reckless anyway. They would disappear from the underworld if I searched openly. If I revealed my intentions, the opponent would back off. I had to make them deluded into thinking they could control me. Once they have been provoked enough, they will eventually act. Sin Haiyan explained while yawning. Now he had to go home and catch up on sleep. The press conference could be left to Ji-hai to handle. A week later, the press conference took place with the attendance of a large number of reporters and professionals. When they saw Ji-hai appear, they whispered, guessing that Dawn and Infinite had become a strong alliance. The door opened and Sin Haiyan walked in like a god. His body was covered in bandages, capturing all the attention of that day's press conference. Everyone was astonished, wondering who could have injured Sin Haiyan so severely. Sin Haiyan acted extremely convincingly, even keeping his hands in his pockets. Sin Haiyan quickly stepped onto the stage and said, Yahello, may I ask? Also to update information and address the accident that occurred last week. I still need time to recover both mentally and from my injuries. So I hope everyone understands why I have only now spoken up about this matter. From now on, I will answer all questions. Sin Haiyan said while adjusting the microphone. Reporter Park Da-jai from NBC immediately raised her hand to ask a question. There are rumors that there was more than one attacker, is that true? That is correct. There were over 20 assassins sent to deal with me. The man in the video was their leader, a high-ranked hunter like myself. It was truly a fierce battle, but to me, they were just a bunch of kids. I can handle things myself. I have not yet identified exactly who they are, but based on the investigation into their identities, I can confirm they came from China. So I plan to propose cooperation with the Chinese government to clarify this matter. Upon hearing this, everyone present was extremely shocked. I do not know their identities or why they were following me, but if the one behind this is also listening to this press conference, I have a message for them. Stop sending those useless guys after me. If anyone has a problem with me, come and settle it yourselves, you pathetic bastards. Sin Haiyan threatened while raising his middle finger. The overseer on this side, after learning that the Yahello group had lost contact, they were likely captured or dead, then furiously executed his own secretary. You mean the third-rate members of the Sky Creator Guild and the assassination squad I sent have all been defeated? Not only defeated, but also captured. I was planning to prepare more, but now I have changed my mind. Just do as he says. I will go myself and tear his head off. The overseer, drenched in blood, roared madly. Yin-sil was at home when she heard the doorbell ring loudly. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a group of people in black standing there, asking Sin Haiyan to follow them. They dared to come to his house so openly like this. So these guys are more reckless than he thought. Sin Haiyan laughed inwardly. The next day, Sin Haiyan arrived at the meeting very early. He was extremely eager to see what kind of people the Sky Creator had. Xion, from a distance, suddenly waved waved cheerfully at Sin Hyan, which made him slightly surprised, wondering why he was here. Also appearing at this place was President Park Jung-soo, which made Sin Hyan increasingly confused. You must be surprised by my sudden appearance, right? This is an important matter. I have no other choice. I hope you understand. Jung-soo said in a low voice. Sin Hyan immediately asked how Jun-ho and Jung-soo knew each other. This is an open secret. The Dawn Guild, most famous guild in Korea, has a close relationship with the government. As soon as Jung-soo finished speaking, Sin Hyan frowned and thought, quietly guessing that the Sunset Society was the same. The president must have matters to handle with the Heaven Creation Society today. Then why are you looking for a small fry hunter like me? Sin Hyan replied arrogantly, almost making Jung-soo cough in frustration a few times. Ignoring Sin Hyan's defiant attitude, Jung-soo went straight to the point. He wanted to hear the details about the Chinese hunters who ambushed him. And I know very well, unlike what you said, that you were the one who struck first. Wait, since the dungeons appeared, the relations between countries around the world have actually become much closer. Everyone understands that we share a common enemy in those monsters. If conflicts between foreign and domestic hunters are not resolved properly, the peace we've maintained all this time will break down. My stance is to avoid all international conflicts. Jung-soo was cut off coldly by Sin Hyan before he could finish. Sorry, but I think you're misunderstanding a few things. I have a conflict with the Heaven Creation Society, and that society is working with the Chinese government just as the Korean government is working with the Dawn Society. Do you know that the Dawn Society and the Sunset Society once had a life and death battle? Now I'm certain of one thing, the one behind the Sunset leader aiding him is someone from the Heaven Creation Society. I believe you've also obtained the recording of a confession from someone working for the Heaven Creation Society. All those documents in Park Taehoon's safe as well. That's all I wanted to say. Just think, what if the Sunset Society had succeeded in overthrowing the Dawn Society in that life and death battle? It's obvious this country would have lost all its resources and territory to someone else. Sin Hyan's rapid-fire words made Jung-soo break out in a cold sweat. Everything I do is for personal goals, and that international conflict stuff started a long time ago. I'll handle everything myself. I hope you won't stand in my way. Sin Hyan finished speaking and turned to leave. Jung-soo hurriedly called him back, solemnly bowing his head and promising to support him with all his might. This attitude caught Sin Hyan slightly off guard, unlike what he had predicted. Well, it's not a big deal. No matter who they are, what I need to do is defeat them and settle everything cleanly. Sin Hyan replied with a faint smile. On the way back, Sin Hyan couldn't help but think things really were as serious as he had guessed. Even the president had come to see him. He noticed a strange message on his phone wanting to contact him about work. Sin Hyan quickly called the person back. Glad to meet you. I'm the hunter Kang Chang-sik. Got your number through an acquaintance. Lucky I didn't dial the wrong number. Can we meet in person? It's a bit hard to explain over the phone. The other person spoke quickly, making Sin Hyan snicker, going straight to the point without even telling me who he was. Sin Hyan thought so and decided to set the meeting for 2 hours later. The moment he hung up, Sin Hyan immediately called Ji-hai. He asked her to look up the name Chang-sik using the Hunter Association's password system. Ji-hai quickly complied. She found 4 people with that same name. They were all freelance hunters around level 20, aged between 30 and 40. Sin Hyan pursed his lips, guessing it was just an alias. 2 hours later, Sin Hyan sat wearily in a tea shop, bored, waiting for the other person to show up. Should I start off gently, or just get straight to the main point with him? I don't have much time anyway. Maybe I should just rough him up a bit. I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Just as Sin Hyan thought that, he vaguely noticed a figure approaching from behind. Impressive. Even though it was very faint, I could still feel his killing intent. Could the job he wanted to talk about be killing me? Sin Hyan immediately went on guard, swiftly gathering his energy. The figure carrying deadly killing intent drew closer and closer to Sin Hyan. He silently praised Sin Hyan for noticing. That faint killing intent helped him prepare everything thoroughly. Amidst the thick killing intent radiating from the two, the other person once again introduced himself as Kang Chang-sik from North Korea. Hearing the words North Korea, Sin Hyan couldn't help but gape in surprise. You say you're from North Korea? That's quite a surprise. Should I report you to the National Intelligence Service? Do you know what the hunter system in North Korea is like? Sin Hyan curiously asked, wondering if there were any hunters in North Korea. The Supreme People's Assembly banned the nurturing of hunters, fearing the people would stage a coup using their power. I registered as a hunter in China, so technically I'm considered a Chinese hunter. North Korea is currently leasing out all its dungeons to China. It's a place where we have fairly close ties. That act is no different from selling off natural resources. On the outside, they say it's for the prosperity of the nation, but now we're just an underground colony of China. And as usual, only those in power benefit the most. The famine and misery of the people remain unchanged. I lost my family and friends to the cruelty of those people. He had resolved to go to China, become stronger, and seek information to change the country's fate. And so he began a revolution all on his own. The red-clad man cheerfully recounted the entire story to Sin Hyan. From then on, he gained the power to control those in authority from behind the scenes. Though it was a bit late, the red-clad man was trying to build a hunter system, and China's influence had already seeped deep into the state machinery. He was planning to open the dungeons in southern Korea as tourist attractions or industrial exchange hubs. He believed that if they increased South Korea's influence in North Korea and blocked China's intervention, they could open a new path to rebuild the North Korean government. Of course, this would only work if he agreed to help them, the scholar stated firmly. Sin Hyeon bit his lip, unsure how to handle the situation. Although somewhat skeptical, it wasn't entirely impossible. Could it be that Taehan had handed over the North Korean dungeons to the Heaven Creation Guild because he had foreseen all of this? He must have intended for the Chinese government to control North Korea, and for the Heaven Creation Guild to control the Chinese government. Sin Hyeon pondered silently, then suddenly spoke up to ask the red-clad man, "Do you have any connection with the Heaven Creation Guild or not?" The moment he heard that name, the red-clad man's expression changed. A fierce flame blazed in his eyes, startling even Sin Hyeon. Alright, Sin Hyeon understood. It seemed he would have to make a trip all the way to North Korea after all. Ji-hai was sitting alone drinking tea when Sin Hyeon came to find her. He asked her to accompany him on a date. He was stunned when she heard this, but soon nodded in agreement. That moment, near a dungeon close to Ansan City, Sin Hyeon and Ji-hai were observing it to assess its danger level. A serpent demon from behind tried to attack both of them, but immediately, its head was slammed into the rock, knocked unconscious on the spot. The serpent demons kept coming in growing numbers, forcing Ji-hai to take action. The dust and loud noises nearly deafened Sin Hyeon. He only wanted a quiet conversation. Seeing the serpent demons still stubbornly approaching, Sin Hyeon grew genuinely annoyed. He unleashed a stream of fire, turning the whole group of monsters into charred, fragrant roasted snake skewers. Sin Hyeon assumed Ji-hai must be stressed dealing with these monsters, but when he turned around, he saw her sitting comfortably amidst the pile of serpent trophies at her feet, making him break out in a cold sweat. Although their levels were fairly high, compared to the impossible dungeons, this was still a minor matter. He was worried because high-level dungeons were appearing more frequently, while they were short on manpower, Ji-hai said with concern. He was sure their country wasn't the only one seeing an increase in the number of dungeons. North Korea, for instance. A few days ago, he met a North Korean hunter named Chang Sik. He suggested he go there through a South-North exchange program. Though unsure whether he had any ties to the Heaven Creation Guild, it seemed someone had influenced him. Very likely they had. Sin Hyeon added. Ji-hai paused, unsure if he had made his decision, because she clearly saw this was a trap. Right then, a colossal serpent demon emerged from the water. It carried a dense killing intent and fired a petrification beam straight at Sin Hyeon. Sin Hyeon's entire body froze, turning into a pitch-black stone block. Ji-hai wildly swung her sword, slashing across the monster's neck. Everything was too fast, too dangerous, blood gushing out like a storm. She looked toward Sin Hyeon. At that moment, he was nothing but a motionless stone block, sending Ji-hai into utter panic. It wasn't until Ji-hai reached out and smacked him right in the face that Sin Hyeon finally stopped his little prank. Seriously, you had me worried sick enough to spit blood. Fine, let's get back to what we were talking about. How could you walk straight into such an obvious trap? He was talking about the North Korea matter. Clearly, it was going to be extremely complicated. Ji-hai pointed at him irritably. But how could he refuse a party someone had worked so hard to prepare for him, right? Are you worried about me? Sin Hyeon asked back with a playful grin. Ji-hai turned her face away in embarrassment, telling him to do whatever he wanted. He had always felt indebted to her. If she asked him not to go, he wouldn't go. After Yoon-sul, she was the closest person to him, so he would feel much more at ease if he could eliminate every potential threat to her before it was too late. He promised, no matter how far apart they were, she only needed to contact him if she needed help. He would fly over immediately, just like back on Jeju Island. Sin Hyeon gently patted Ji-hai's shoulder to reassure her, and she felt somewhat comforted. Sometime later, the date for Sin Hyeon's trip to North Korea was set. This was not just a matter between the two Koreas. Neighboring countries were also highly sensitive about it, even though they had no right to object. Thanks to Chang Sik's proactive approach, everything progressed at a dizzying pace. During that time, Sin Hyeon and Yoon-sul trained together in several dungeons. He reached level 67, and she also reached level 54. Not only that, Yoon-sul was now a top-tier arcane master. She had reached the level where she could use primal energy, an attack with extremely powerful sword aura. Now, no one can easily mess with that girl anymore. On the bus carrying promising hunters on their way to becoming high-ranking hunters, Sin Hyeon was honored to be the person in charge of this delegation. Alman Hyuk cut in, asking Sin Hyeon not to use honorifics because Sin Hyeon was both older and of a higher rank, so if he spoke too formally, they would feel awkward. Sin Hyeon complied, because if you counted his age from his time in the martial world, he would probably be their great-great-grandfather. Although the hunter exchange with North Korea held great diplomatic significance, it was not the only thing I wanted to accomplish. Through this exchange, I hope to turn everyone here into true high-ranking hunters. As soon as they heard Sin Hyeon say that, the whole group became restless, unable to believe their ears. They had hit a wall, unable to level up for a long time. Sin Hyeon introduced the team leader for the attacks in North Korea, this time as Yoon-sul. The people below began to murmur in protest, because the team leader usually had to be the one with the highest rank or the most experience. That was exactly why she would be the team leader. Among everyone here, she had the most experience leading a team. She currently holds the position of team leader and recently fought alongside me in high-risk dungeons and even impossible dungeons. And above all, her rank is much higher than everyone else's. Sul had gained over 20 levels in just a few months. Because she had gone through many life-threatening situations, she had received worthy rewards. She will be the commander, and I will be the supervisor. When we return to South Korea, you will no longer be potential hunters but true high-ranking hunters. Do you trust me and want to follow me? The crowd, after hearing Sin Hyun's speech for a while, cheerfully responded in unison, determined to follow him. This moment, in a dungeon on Mount Gamgang, Idok and his rare monster were ready to welcome Sin Hyun. Everyone arrived at the battery-contributing dungeon south of Pyongyang Nampo. Everyone, pay attention. This is where the monster will appear. It's about 2 meters long, has fairly strong defense, and its claws seem to contain poison. Sin Hyun spoke and then lightly snapped his fingers. Genuine monster immediately sprang out in front of everyone. The whole group panicked and darted away to other places in a commotion. Ocean, holding a bow, chased after the monster. In a flash, it was sent to meet its ancestors, under the dazed eyes of everyone around. A high-rank monster like that was nothing but a trivial matter to the Sin Hyun duo. We will stand in standard formation, cleric in the middle, warriors in front. The mobile defender protects the group when needed, and the assassin finds blind spots to eliminate enemies. As for me, I will move around the team to shoot. That's it. Sul assigned the formation. Sin Hyun stood beside her and smiled lightly. Remembering the meeting with the Red General a few days ago, he had suggested that he arrange the tightest possible schedule, compressing 2 days of activities into one. All these places are unexplored dangerous dungeons. We have no information about the terrain, the monsters, or their numbers, the flustered Red General said. That was exactly why Sin Hyun proposed doing it that way. One must work hard to catch up on all the things that were delayed over time. The group of hunters on this side were struggling to fight against that ferocious monster. Everyone was wrestling with it, drenched in sweat. Jaegun, in a moment of carelessness, was caught in the grip of its long, slimy tongue. Fortunately, he managed to break free with his staff just in time, or else it would have been a disaster. The matter didn't end there. Monsters were appearing more and more densely than ever before. Sul appeared just in time, also rescuing everyone by a hair's breadth. Hunter finished. Heal Hunter goody. I'll stand guard. Hunter go and Hunter do, just retreat, Sul suggested. Hunter Song, while using inner energy to heal Hunter Gu, glanced at Sul. He thought she was truly awesome for protecting the team all day, and then doing all the recon, defense, and guard duties. Moreover, Sul fired 200 shots without missing a single one, and every shot took down a monster. A few minutes later, Sul ordered everyone to rest again. That's enough, let's keep moving. Jaegun heard this and suddenly flared up with anger. Don't be so bossy. We've been fighting all day without any rest. Monsters keep appearing, and everyone's HP and MP are at rock bottom. Will you only be satisfied when we're all dead? Everything has its limits. Stop your complaining already. We've reached our limit. He was frantically yelling at Sul until Sin Hyun suddenly appeared like a god. You've reached your limit, huh? I think I've heard that a few times already. God, you guys are clearly too spoiled. You probably think this is enough even though you still have energy, right? You think I don't notice that you've been making more mistakes. Do you know why Sul is so strong even though her level is about the same as yours? She has never once complained about reaching a limit or anything like that. In other words, she grinded her way up from 0, so of course she's different. You guys give up way too quickly. Do you think I was strong from the start? Those who are determined will find a way. Those who aren't will find an excuse. Which one do you want to be? Even though he had already said it, the lingering echoes of the explosive roar still forced them to cover their ears tightly. Everyone had to squint their eyes in awe and admiration. Only then did Jagul realize that Sin Hyun truly looked very cool. They bowed their heads respectfully at his feet and swore to follow Sin Hyun to the end. Sin Hyun had completely won the trust of these potential high-rank hunters. The assault on the North Korean dungeon went exactly as planned. A month passed quickly, and the day to approach the impossible dungeon finally arrived. The red dungeon stood tall and fierce, causing everyone to feel apprehensive just from looking at it from the outside. In contrast, Sin Hyun was extremely eager to charge inside immediately. 3 days prior, Sin Hyun had reviewed the entire leveling progress of the whole group. Each member had increased by at least 2 or 3 times compared to their initial state. Even though Sin Hyun thought this schedule seemed very harsh, thanks to their absolute trust in him and Sul, no one complained even a single word. Thus, they achieved in just 1 month a level that previously would have taken a year of training. Everything went so smoothly that it made him feel something was off. Sin Hyun wondered. He planned to choose a dangerous dungeon with lots of money and experience. The Chinese side gave no response, and there was no sign of the heavenly martial god. Maybe he had judged incorrectly. Just then, Changsik brought over some liquor and snacks, wanting to sit and discuss a few matters with Sin Hyun. During their conversation, Changsik inadvertently revealed a piece of information. There was still another dungeon that needed to be activated, which made Sin Hyun extremely excited. Thanks to that, today they were able to launch this assault on the impossible dungeon. As soon as they set foot inside the dungeon, the cold of the blizzard hit them, causing the whole group to shiver violently. Even Yin Sul, with his top-tier martial arts, struggled against the freezing cold. Seeing Chang Sik worriedly wanting to turn back, Sin Hyon reassured him, "I am grateful for your concern, but let us continue. Because this is the last remaining dungeon, I am sure we'll harvest a great deal here." Groups sullenly wrapped their clothes tightly and continued forward. Sin Hyon realized it was getting colder and colder, fearing they would collapse from the cold before even getting to fight the monsters. Then they found the culprit behind this horrifying difficulty, a monstrous bird emanating a sinister green aura. It glared and flapped its wings once. Countless shards of ice burst forth in a torrent. Sin Hyon quickly swung his hand using a wall of fire to block them. Each of these broken ice shards could instantly kill an average hunter. If shattered, it would create a low-temperature flame that is very difficult to extinguish. Since we cannot get close to it, it is very hard to force it to fly lower. It will continuously attack with ice, then perform a devastating bombing run. As a melee hunter, I have no way to deal with this monster, Chang Sik said. Under Sin Hyon's request, Yin Sul gritted his teeth and shot an arrow, but the arrow shattered into many pieces upon touching the ice surface. This truly makes one feel that it is impossible. Sin Hyon sneered and created a protective barrier to shield everyone. The barrier protected everyone from the monster's ice attacks. He had many ways to deal with it, but there were others around, Sin Hyon thought to himself. Chang Sik's mouth fell open in astonishment, not expecting Sin Hyon to be able to add the fire element to the barrier. The group followed Sin Hyon as he continued moving to another location. Walking on and on, they noticed what seemed to be faint human figures on the cliff wall. At that moment, a sudden avalanche struck. Doc, along with 500 of his men, appeared arrogantly, their ferocious aura as if trying to shatter the sky. While everyone was panicking and fleeing, only Sin Hyon remained standing still in his spot. The corner of his mouth curled up in a sneer. Mayan, rank 4 of the Bright Heaven group, watched Doc's retreating figure and thought, Master, the head of the Bright Heaven group, was also the true ruler of China. He is causing such chaos again, all because of a single person. I never thought this would be his way of balancing the situation after those recent executions. He is surely trying to send a message that they must absolutely have no illusions, and should live like lowly insects. Red-haired man, whose strength was rank 2 in the Bright Heaven group, approached Doc to confirm the number of troops. Receiving Doc's approval, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately called the roll. Infantry, the Yellow Tiger Squad, 40 people. Archers, the Lightning Flight Squad, 40 people. Finally, the musicians, the Inner Dragon Corps, 20 people. All hear the order. The moment he finished speaking, the troops below shouted in unison. However, an unexpected shock arrived. A horrific explosion carrying fiery power swept away his entire army in an instant. The one who caused that explosion was none other than our Shinhyo. While Zhang Xiaoyun was astonished, Doc flashed a sinister half-smile. He swiftly ordered his subordinates to charge forward and deal with Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon and Doc locked eyes, exchanging glances filled with hidden meaning. Meanwhile, Chang Sik's group was thrown into a state of utter panic when they saw Doc leading 500 men to encircle their group. Who are they? Why did they suddenly appear here? Trang Sich and Ho Qin Huang could not help but feel bewildered. Just as the avalanche was about to crash down upon them, Sin Hyon moved with lightning speed, sealing the acupoints of everyone in his group. At the same time, he used his hand to halt the avalanche, startling Trang Sich. Trang Sich ferociously raised his sword, signaling his intent to strike. This angered Doc, who snapped his fingers with great force. Trang Sich's head immediately throbbed with pain, as if it were about to explode. Doc said coldly, "You lowly people, who are you to be so arrogant? Do not forget, your lives are all in my hands. You know how to control minds and erase memories. You seem quite knowledgeable. Why do you all speak Korean so alike?" Sin Hyon clapped in admiration of Doc's abilities. Doc spoke up, "I am the head of the Heaven Legion, directly under the Radiance War God." Hearing this, Sin Hyon became even more intrigued by the name of the head of this Radiance group. The two arrogantly clashed for a while, with fierce killing intent radiating from both sides. But this time you have gone too far. That arrogance not only harms you but also endangers those around you. You know why the Diamond Mountain Dungeon is considered impossible? Because it is ruled by monsters that are true natural disasters. 10,000 snow phoenixes will show you that. Doc threatened while attacking, summoning a horde of monsters to surround Sin Hyon. "Hey, do not tell me you brought me here just to see these snow chickens? But since you have been so thoughtful, I will have some fun too. This is not the way to welcome an honored guest." After saying this, Sin Hyon delivered a wind-sweeping kick, clearing away the monsters surrounding him. Unexpectedly, the scattered creatures gradually reformed back into their original shapes. "You think the monsters here are that easy to deal with? They absorb the energy of this place and are immortal," Doc shouted gleefully. "Immortal my foot." Sin Hyon quickly picked up his training sword. Before the eyes of the crowd, he declared himself the Earth's #1 sword emperor. After all, I have always been a swordsman. I will show you the true power of a sword emperor. Even the laws of nature cannot stop me. Sin Hyon swung his sword, breaking the deadlock in an instant and turning the tide. Idok's men were both terrified and furious, their eyes turning red. Take this, you birds and weeds. Sin Hyon sent them to their ancestors with a few strokes of his sword. His swordsmanship was like clouds drifting lazily or a stone silently sinking into the water. By the time the enemy realized it, Sin Hyon was already standing before them. He maintained his frenzied stance, pouring all his strength into continuing the attack, with his sword pointing straight ahead. 2/3 of Idok's forces had been completely annihilated. Idok nearly went mad, losing all awareness of his current situation. He then combined magic with sorcerer skill, firing a barrage of consecutive attacks towards Sin Hyon. The surviving members of the Tiger Emperor team prepared a suppression formation. Dragon Rising Legion moved forward, Idok commanded. The remaining troops immediately followed orders, charging straight at Sin Hyon with staves and swords. Idok signaled Zhang Xiayuan to find an opening in Sin Hyon's defense to strike. Sin Hyon was having a rather intense duel with Idok's troops. He thrust his sword repeatedly, each strike immensely powerful. Combined with his boundless sword techniques, Sin Hyon took down the first squad. The suppression formation was ready, awaiting the order to open fire and eliminate Sin Hyon. Countless arrows flew towards Sin Hyon like rain. It looked dangerous, but for Sin Hyon, it was just child's play. He dodged leisurely, enjoying the current battle. Even the attacks of high-ranking hunters trained in martial arts could not harm him. He must turn the tables and gain the upper hand with this attack. Myun was dancing her sword relentlessly while optimistically thinking about victory. But as soon as he approached Sin Hyon, she immediately trembled and collapsed, knowing she could not defeat him. Idok angrily cursed and ordered Zhang Xiayuan to target Yoon Sul. Sin Hyon was somewhat surprised to see that Wok knew he possessed an infinite physique. Perhaps that man had also reached that highest realm before. This is the first time I have met another regressor at this low realm. I commend you for that. Even though I have upheld the proper etiquette expected of a martial master, I still cannot believe you would stoop to such a despicable hostage-taking trick. It has been a long time since I had such an exciting match, but you have ruined it all. Die. Sin Hyon rushed straight between Yoon Sul and Zhang Xiayuan. With a single slash, Zhang Xiayuan was gushing blood before he even understood what was happening. He dropped dead on the spot, much to the horror of the surrounding crowd. Idok's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring out, wondering if that was the legendary Heart Sword. Heart Sword? How could that be? Thinking that is truly ridiculous. I could never reach the level you have achieved. How dare you? Idok could not believe his eyes, pouring all his resentment into his final move. Faced with that bewildered expression, Sin Hyon seemed to need to teach him a lesson he would never forget. A single glance was enough to make Idok's whole body break out in cold sweat. He was attacked unexpectedly and had no time to defend himself. By the time he realized it, everything was too late. Hearing his shrill scream, Sin Hyon could only wish to cover his ears. Not stopping there, he even made him free fall from a height of dozens of meters. The impact was so violent that it felt like his body was about to split apart. Sin Hyon approached, grabbed Idok by the head and pulled him back, asking if he had realized the difference between the two of them. Ha. So the legendary light is real? So the Sky Martial God mentioned you. But you are still too green. You hate the Sky Martial God. As for me, I rather like him. And do you truly think the Sky Martial God is an enemy of humanity? He once said the world was on the verge of collapse. To prevent that, the legendary light and regressors from the martial forest are needed. Can you resolve this calamity? You do not even know how to deal with it. Idok, drenched in blood, still stubbornly taunted Sin Hyon. Collapse. You must have misunderstood something. People like you only need to touch me to die. Sin Hyon replied coldly. Aha, is that so? So from the very beginning, I was just a sacrifice to finish you off, right? Life is not that easy, Idok said as he suddenly lunged towards Sin Hyon, using demon mental control to completely dominate Sin Hyon's mind, forcing Sin Hyon to submit and obey his commands. Idok he intended to unleash a revenge strike for Hagat. Who would have thought the one who was just beaten to a pulp was him, not Sin Hyon? What are you doing? Sin Hyon said emotionlessly, his corrupted hand continuously slapping Idok's face, leaving him dazed. When Mayan woke up, she just witnessed the bloody speckle between Sin Hyon and Idok. Idok's face was covered in blood while Sin Hyon stood there calmly keeping watch. She thought to herself that this Idok was truly tenacious, refusing to admit defeat no matter how much he was beaten. Sin Hyon had no choice but to strike continuously without rest. At this rate, his arms would get sore and his whole body would ache. He beat Idok until he was flung far away, lying flattened in one spot. Sin Hyon then continued to use his mind-reading ability, forcing him to confess everything about the Sky Martial God. This world will soon have to face an unimaginable disaster. To stop this disaster, many people will be sent to the Martial Forest. Among them, a true legendary light will appear. There are many insignificant nobodies in China and Korea. No one cares where they die or how they die. Their deaths will have more meaning thanks to me. I have already disposed of over 100,000 people. I should have dealt with your sister as well, but what a pity. Idok grinned a bloody demonic smile and spoke foolishly. After that confession of his intention to touch Yun-sul, Sin Hyon moved with extreme speed, bringing his sword down decisively without mercy. He slashed him into 1,000 pieces. Min stood there witnessing the entire bloody scene before her eyes. She trembled and knelt at Sin Hyon's feet, begging him to spare her life. A month later, the press conference on the exchange of Korean and North Korean hunters was held successfully. This event marked an important turning point in diplomatic relations between the two sides. In addition, a new generation of high-level hunters has also emerged. Just as he was about to introduce the chairman of the Federation, Sin Hyon suddenly spoke up. He quietly left like a gust of wind, leaving everyone present bewildered. It turned out Sin Hyon had slipped away to find Ji Hai for a private talk. I have too many matters to handle. Doing them all at once would be troublesome, so I handed over all the work to my subordinates. Choosing not to destroy the hideout of the Sky Combat Association was the right call. Managing the infrastructure and finances would be easier. Before the new hunter society in North Korea develops, we need support from China and Jeju Island. Sin Hyon admitted that to this day, he still did not fully understand much about the Sky Combat God. The world collapsed and legendary light began to appear. They are all unsolved mysteries, but I do not care about questions without answers. If something stands in my way, that is reason enough for me to eliminate it, Sin Hyon said arrogantly, looking up at the sky. Team of hunters was searching for monsters in the forest. They fought while gathering the crystals that dropped from the monsters' bodies. Everyone was exhausted, shoulders and backs aching from working non-stop. But there was no other choice, since no spell could collect all these crystals at once. The whole team was chatting when suddenly a monster lunged out from behind. Team leader Kang quickly assumed a defensive stance, ready to deal with it. But he soon realized this was no ordinary monster, but a special beast. Shortly after, the team had to hit the road again to bring the collected crystals back to base. The beast troubled team leader Kang, because when it was killed, not a single crystal dropped. Suddenly at that moment, team leader Kang received urgent news from the Chiak Mountain dungeon. Beasts had appeared everywhere. After capturing Taiho, the head of the Twilight Guild frowned. The entire guild quickly proceeded with peace negotiations and agreed to merge with team leader Kang's guild. It also marked the emergence of new high-level hunters. This information was announced to the media by Sin Hyon, a member of the Limitless Guild who had mentored them. And he was the one who trained the hunters that the public wildly praised and admired. Sin Hyon subsequently became the rising star of the hunter world, serving as a bridge between the outside world, North Korea and China. A lavish dining table filled with tempting dishes. Sin Hyon wore a sour expression, arms crossed, watching his younger sister Yoon-seol eating happily. He could not understand what was so tasty about that dry pasta that his sister liked it so much. Yoon-seol did not answer, only complaining about her brother. He had promised to take her to a family restaurant, not a Western one. She envied families who got to dine together. Every word of Yoon-seol's reproach was like 1,000 arrows aimed at Sin Hyon. Knowing he was at fault, Sin Hyon told his sister to buy whatever she wanted. He would handle the money as an apology. Anyway, from now on the two siblings could freely come and dine here, because they were still each other's family. Hearing those words, Yoon-seol was deeply moved. But within 5 seconds, Sin Hyon received a notification on his phone. After reading it, his expression shifted, and he stood up to leave immediately, leaving Yoon-seol alone in the restaurant, not understanding what was happening. This time, her older brother was having a heartfelt talk with Yoon-seol again. He had just made a few promises before running off. Who knew if he was sincere? At this moment, Sin Hyon had arrived at the headquarters. He and Ji Hai went to the laboratory research room, where magic studies were always kept secret from outsiders. Ji Hai led Sin Hyon to a carefully sealed cold box. She gently opened the lid, revealing a frozen beast inside. It was one of the monsters from the Daeongi dungeon. Sin Hyon was astonished, wondering how they managed to bring it here. Ji Hai explained that these beasts did not drop any crystal stones after being defeated. Sin Hyon listened, surprised, crossing his arms and thought as he looked at the beast. Seeing that expression, Ji Hai was certain that he knew nothing about this newly appeared monster species. Contrary to Ji Hai's worry, Sin Hyon seemed highly interested in this. He smiled faintly, requesting Ji Hai to provide the exact coordinates of the Daeongi dungeon. At the same time, he ordered everyone to stay away from that area for a while. Sin Hyon looked at Ji Hai confidently, saying he would understand everything if he witnessed a live beast firsthand. She should rest assured and wait for him to bring back corpses of a few for research. In New York, Christopher Steyer was listening to his assistant report the current situation. The number of beasts was increasing day by day. If this continued, the supply of crystal stones would drop sharply, severely impacting the economy. The situation in the North Asian region was not any better, but recently, the guilds had begun cooperating with each other and were waiting for an effective solution to be proposed. On the contrary, Christopher Steyer believed that instead of waiting around, they should go investigate the situation themselves. Since China was a vast land, there would be many talents that the guild needed to attract. On this side, Sin Hyon had been standing on the cliff observing the dungeon for a while. He decided to test things by taking out a few monsters first. Sin Hyon plunged into the abyss decisively. With just a few light swipes, he sent the whole pack of monsters back to dust. But to make a beast appear who knew how many normal monsters had to be killed, Sin Hyun's back was about to break from the pile of crystals. Just as he was grumbling, a strange watermark suddenly appeared in midair. This phenomenon had occurred before when Sin Hyun was in the mist dungeon, but the color and sensation were somewhat different. Jin Hyun suddenly recalled the words of those he had defeated. The world is collapsing, and those who do not become gods will lose everything. Jin Hyun judged that this rift might be a passage leading to the heavenly sky divine war. Suddenly, the rift expanded even further. The monster lunged out, startling Sin Hyun, but he still managed to land a finishing blow on it. Through the attack, he realized it was a corpse fiend, and their origin likely stemmed from this strange rift. Sin Hyun stared intently at the rift, wondering if the other side was the heavenly sky divine war he had longed for. A mysterious figure with black hair bound in chains appeared on a cross, and he smiled sinisterly. "We will meet again soon, Sin Hyun." Sin Hyun cautiously approached the rift, now confirming that this place was indeed the gateway for the corpse fiends. When he touched the rift, he realized it was exactly like the one in the mist dungeon. If so, the corpse fiends were special creatures capable of crossing different spaces through the rift. But what troubled Sin Hyun was whether ordinary monsters also fell from the sky. He suddenly shuddered at the thought that all dungeons might be controlled by someone, and if so, it would be a catastrophe for Gang Jumin. For now, everything was mere speculation, so Sin Hyun needed time to gather more concrete evidence. The first thing to do was to go to Jeju Island, where the first rift had been discovered. Sin Hyun had barely set foot on Jeju Island for a second. A team of hunters hurriedly ran to his location. Team leader Kim Ha-gun, panting heavily, asked about Sin Hyun's well-being. It seemed recent events had exhausted Kim Ha-gun, as his face looked haggard. Before they could finish talking, Kim Ha-gun knelt and clung to Sin Hyun's leg, begging for help, saying Jeju Island previously had 6 high-level dungeons. But after Sin Hyun left, another dungeon appeared, and now Jeju Island had 7 high-level dungeons. Sin Hyun pondered, as he had recently heard news of strange dungeon phenomena occurring in many places across China. But they didn't cause too much impact because the media dismissed them as mere common variations. To clarify the matter, Sin Hyun needed to quickly investigate and gather more evidence. He called Kim Ha-gun and asked about the people he had brought along that day. Kim Ha-gun confidently asserted that they were all elite members he had handpicked and trusted completely. Hearing this, Sin Hyun felt somewhat reassured and began to lead the team forward on their mission. From now on, he would handle every monster until a corpse fiend appeared. As soon as they entered the cave, Sin Hyun swiftly cleared out a group of small monsters in a flash. Sin Hyun's speed and skill left Kim Ha-gun and his comrades in awe, even more impressive than before. Sin Hyun calmly signaled the team to move quickly, while reminding them to collect the crystal stones they had just obtained. At that moment, the rift in space swelled to a size that caught even Sin Hyun off guard. Kim Ha-gun and his comrades witnessed this phenomenon for the first time, all of them turning pale with fear. Sin Hyun was surprised to see that the people around him could also see the rift as clearly as he could. If ordinary people could also see this rift, it would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Sin Hyun immediately used his power to seal the rift, but it was ineffective. His attack was absorbed entirely by the rift. At that moment in the Chiak Mountain dungeon, a young hunter was complaining of hunger and boredom with his guard duty. He worried that if this continued, his body would stiffen and he would never return to monster hunting. Suddenly, the screen in the room began to glitch abnormally. The image of a goddess appeared on every screen in the city and began to speak incomprehensible things. "I do not regret bestowing blessings, but you have failed to cherish and use them properly. Everything now is the arrangement of fate, and I can only prolong the time to hope you escape this nightmare." Goddess's words left everyone bewildered. Before they could regain their composure, a slight tremor from outside forced the entire guard team to rush out and see what was happening. Before their eyes was a scene of chaos as the horde of rabbit monsters from the dungeon had all escaped and were scattering in panic. On Sin Hyun's side, a corpse fiend crawled out of the rift, making Kim Ha-gun and his comrades sweat with fear. Monsters appeared automatically, contradicting the natural order, which indicated that the dungeon's order was gradually collapsing. The monster charged to attack, but was grabbed tightly by the neck by Sin Hyun, and everyone realized it was a monster from the mist dungeon. Sin Hyun tossed the monster's corpse to his comrades to bring back to the research lab, reminding them to be careful as it was a rare specimen. Sin Hyun focused his mind, unleashing the heart sword technique aimed the rift ahead. Once again, his attack was nullified just as before. The system even warned that if he persisted stubbornly, he might lose his top 1 server position he currently held. Sin Hyun chuckled softly. Something was blocking the heart sword, meaning there was a higher level for him to conquer. To Sin Hyun, this was far more interesting than that top 1 server position. The next day, a press conference organized by guild leaders John Junho and Ji Hai took place. Both of them stood up and bowed in apology to everyone present. The dungeon collapse phenomenon causing monsters to escape had resulted in severe casualties and property damage across the nation. The appearance of corpse fiends without crystal cores caused a decline in the number of regular monsters, severely impacting the economy. economy. This was a pressing global issue, and Korea decided to unite the guilds to deal with it effectively. The entire hall erupted. Reporters jostled and fired off rapid questions, asking whether Life Talk had confirmed the news and if this was an official decision. Amid the barrage of questions, Junho and Jihai silently closed their eyes and left the podium. Stepping into the room, both were surprised to see Sin Hyeon already there. Jihai's eyes lit up with excitement. She asked why he was back early when he had said he would not return today. Sin Hyeon confirmed that was true, but he had come specifically to inform Junho of a very interesting meeting. China had sent a man named Myun to South Korea to meet Sin Hyeon, their meeting point being a coffee shop. Myun seemed quite tense on the eve of this important meeting. Upon arriving, before even sitting down, Sin Hyeon immediately asked the purpose of the meeting as he knew this was urgent. Myun stammered, admitting they were in dire need of Sin Hyeon's help. Specifically, they wanted him to participate in a meeting between China and the United States as a representative. Sin Hyeon wondered why he was chosen for this task. Myun explained that China currently had no hunter of sufficient caliber to represent them, and this was not a major formal meeting. But according to recorded information, the world's strongest hunter, Alex Winchester, would also be attending. Upon hearing this, Sin Hyeon showed no interest, stood up, and refused outright. Cornered, Myun tried to speak loudly to keep him, promising to support South Korea with enormous benefits if he agreed. Sin Hyeon smirked slightly, turned back, and asked what those benefits were. Myun replied it was all the information obtained from the meeting with the United States. Any benefits China received would be shared equally with South Korea. Sin Hyeon found this worth considering, as he might gain some important and necessary information. In the end, Sin Hyeon agreed to Myun's proposal. The two sides reached an agreement, and Sin Hyeon might be going to China in the near future. In the meeting room, Myun announced that Alex had requested a private meeting with Sin Hyeon. He wanted to meet a fellow monster hunter, and only his personal secretary or assistant would be allowed to attend. Sin Hyeon assumed he would play the role of Myun's secretary, which startled her, as it should be the other way around. As if realizing something, Sin Hyeon burst out laughing and remarked that this was quite interesting, leaving Myun perplexed. Sin Hyeon said she would understand clearly when the time came. Just then, Alex walked into the room. He greeted them politely and introduced his personal assistant accompanying him, Barbara Allen. Sin Hyeon returned the greeting, introducing himself and the person beside him as his personal secretary, Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Alex was confused. Sin Hyeon's father, judging by the name, was from South Korea, but why was he here? Sin Hyeon explained that due to certain reasons, he was currently a representative of China. Alex questioned whether it was a problem to have someone from another country participate. Myun reassured him it was fine, as they themselves had invited Sin Hyeon. Without further objection, Alex sat down and began discussing the recent dungeon collapses. The severity varied between countries, but if the source of cheap and clean materials like crystal stones were to run dry, the global economy would certainly suffer severely. Hearing this, Myun's expression turned worried, visibly changing. Alex said they had a solution, still theoretical for now, but he was confident it would succeed. Recent survey results further reinforced that belief. Mu listened but remained skeptical, not placing much faith in it. She pouted and directly asked the real reason Alex wanted to meet them. Alex replied that to realize the theory, his side needed China's help significantly, especially the minority hunter groups. He spoke while pointing a finger at Myun. Then he stood up, a wave of golden power enveloping his body. Alex believed China also had a powerful hunter, as he and that person had once trained in the same place. Lin Mu's face changed in astonishment, unable to understand why an American could so masterfully execute a traditional Chinese martial art. Sin Hyeon spoke up, saying that if that was the case, he needed to be involved as well. Based on what he said, he might be looking for a sorcerer or a returner. A wave of golden power radiated from Sin Hyeon, his gaze turning sharp. He declared he would be very disappointed if he were not allowed to join this project. Witnessing the scene, Alex was somewhat bewildered and confused. Sin Hyeon shrugged and teased that Alex's surprised reaction was boring. This ability could nullify the resonance of traditional martial arts, which was the difference between ranks. Alex admitted he rarely encountered someone who possessed such an ability to counter martial arts resonance. He also sensed that Sin Hyeon's strength had a certain difference compared to his own. Alex proposed a quick test between the two. If Sin Hyeon was a promising hunter, he would not mind that he was not Chinese. Sin Hyeon did not hesitate, immediately agreeing and requesting Myun to take them to the nearest dungeon for a fight. A moment later, everyone arrived at the dungeon. The peak battle between two legendary hunters was about to begin. Before making his move, Alex bowed politely and introduced himself once more as the hunter Alex Winchester, also known by his nickname, the Angel of the Abyss. Sin Hyeon mocked that Westerners always had such grandiose names, hailing from Murim and also being the Angel of the Abyss. Alex recounted that the place was the only one that didn't discriminate based on race or skin color, speaking as he slowly advanced towards Sin Hyeon. His face suddenly turned dangerous. To reach his current position, Alex had not hesitated to eliminate even his teammates, and Murim was also a place where demonic sects existed. Sin Hyeon shrugged with a faint smile, saying those in the demonic sects were all the type to stop at nothing to bring him down. If he could defeat them, it would indeed be interesting. Sin Hyon waved his hand provocatively, challenging Alex to attack quickly and even offering him the first 3 moves. Hearing this, Alex gritted his teeth in anger, complying with Sin Hyon's wish. Alex lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at his face to start things off, but Sin Hyon deflected it, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He spun and kicked toward Sin Hyon, but was stopped by a precise punch. Seeing that his punch had no effect, Alex changed tactics, swinging his hand past the face and then maneuvering to the back of the neck, attempting to use a pressure point technique to subdue Sin Hyon. But the truth was seen through by Sin Hyon. He only needed to swing his hand and fling it hard once. Alex was immediately thrown back hundreds of meters. The blow just now left Alex dazed. Now he understood why Sin Hyon was so confident. Alexa smiled and admitted she was very satisfied with the results of this test match. But if it ended too simply, it would be truly disappointing. His face gradually turned dangerous. A crimson killing intent radiated out, sending chills down one's spine. Have you ever heard of a martial arts level called Mind Sword Control? A dark light grazed past Sin Hyon's face so fast it caught him a bit off guard. Alex smugly said he did it deliberately so Sin Hyon could see how serious he was. Sin Hyon sighed in frustration, thinking that Alex truly did not know his place. A burst of light flared from Sin Hyon's power. Alex better not let anyone know he used the Mind Sword, because what Sin Hyon was unleashing right now was the true Mind Sword. Alex had lost. He knelt in confusion at Sin Hyon's feet and begged to be accepted as a disciple. Sin Hyon laughed gleefully, saying that was the difference between their 2 levels of skill. Sin Hyon kindly reached out a hand to help Alex stand up. He agreed to take him as a disciple, then asked about how to address the shortage of crystal stones. Alex said they had built a hypothesis that crystal stones were the core essence inside monsters. Sin Hyon was surprised. He asked whether that essence was the magical energy monsters had accumulated over the years. Alex took out a crystal stone and continued. According to Murim, that was completely accurate, though the structures differed. They all contained the energy of monsters. To explain in detail would be too lengthy, so Sin Hyon wanted to hear the final conclusion directly. Alex said in a dangerous tone that they planned to create essence from the color of the mutated bodies. Sin Hyon found it unconvincing after hearing it, as if it were extracting energy from dead monsters. Alex thought that was not much different. There was a type of magic called emerald blood used to draw energy from corpses, a technique considered top tier in the magical world. This hypothesis was similar. Alex clarified that demons in the other realm also came in many kinds. Not all of them were irredeemably evil. Anyway, the inspection here was done, and they needed to return to continue the ongoing negotiation. Back at the office, Sin Hyon decided to cooperate with the United States to the best of his ability. He would also continue to support China as much as possible, with profits split evenly at 50% for both sides. Additionally, Sin Hyon would be the exclusive hunter for both Japan and China. Min was so shocked at hearing this that his jaw dropped. This meant Sin Hyon could stop cooperating with China at any time. He felt delighted while Mayan slumped like a burnt noodle. Alex could only let out a helpless sigh at the sight. He continued reading the contract. I swear on my honor to faithfully fulfill every clause signed. But remember, the clauses only take effect if you succeed. Of course, Alex and Sin Hyon shook hands in friendly cooperation. The next day in San Francisco, both of them were present at the largest research facility in the western United States. The place was solidly built to withstand the effects during the essence creation process. Alex introduced Sin Hyon to the most advanced monster essence stone creation machine. In Sin Hyon's eyes, it looked fairly ordinary. Alex began testing the machine's functions. He placed his hand on the machine's surface and channeled a bit of magical energy into it. A synthetic essence stone was immediately formed from that very energy. Sin Hyon was so astonished he could not believe his eyes. Even a living monster would struggle to emit the kind of energy Alex just produced. That was the problem they needed to solve, which was why the United States trusted Sin Hyon with this task. Sin Hyon was so surprised after hearing this that he nearly lost his mind. He draped his arm over Alex's shoulder and asked if he had ever been to Shaolin Temple. Alex answered grumpily that demons from the other realm never dared to set foot in places like that. Sin Hyon got furious at that. So you think slaying heavenly demons is the government's job? That is exactly what the Shaolin monks do to create essence stones. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Sin Hyon's mind. Alex, I think I have figured out a way to do this. Synthetic stone essence had always existed in the Murim martial world. The most prominent product was the Great Energy Stone of Shaolin Temple. Alex felt a bit puzzled after hearing that, as he had never paid attention to the Orthodox sects before. Sin Hyon found Alex's idea not bad. Alex asked what his next plan was and whether he could bring someone here. That person was the one who created the prototype, a level 70 craftsman. This person was also a regressor like Alex, but had lived for quite a long time. That craftsman was named Tyron Wilson. He appeared with a box in his hand, which was the item Sin Hyon had requested be brought. Sin Hyon slowly opened the box. A small, adorable monster suddenly jumped out. Sin Hyon swiftly used his power to restrain it immediately. This type of spell was a variant of the ultimate energy absorption technique. After struggling for a while under the spell's effect, the small monster turned into a crystal stone. Sin Hyon gripped the stone in his palm. The energy radiating from it was somewhat unpleasant, perhaps because it was formed from a monster. Sin Hyon placed the crystal stone he had just created into the machine, and everyone waited in tense silence for the result. After a moment, a gleaming, beautiful crystal stone was produced. Sin Hyon took it and handed it to Tyron, and both he and Alex could not believe their eyes. Tyron held the stone up close to his glasses to analyze it. The result left him somewhat surprised and speechless. It was truly very similar to a natural monster crystal stone, so much so that Tyron thought he was hallucinating. Sin Hyon felt proud of his achievement upon hearing that everything had exceeded expectations. The remaining issue was that Tyron also wanted to try out the skill Sin Hyon had just used. He placed his hand on the crystal creation machine, but nothing happened. It seemed one needed to know magic to use it. Tyron asked if Sin Hyon could teach him that variant of the energy absorption technique. Sin Hyon was generous by nature, so he agreed easily. However, to become his disciple, Tyron had to go through the entire rigorous training program. Alex and Tyron felt a chill run down their spines at that. Just 1 week later, Tyron's face was bruised and battered, completely worn out. But now he could cast the magic himself, restrain a monster, and turn it into a small stone in the palm of his hand. Tyron slowly placed it inside the crystal maker, and the result was exactly what he had hoped for. Finally, Tyron grasped the variation of the energy absorption technique and successfully created a stone crystal. He was so overjoyed that he jumped up like a child. Even Alex could not believe that Sin Hyon could teach Tyron such a difficult skill in just 1 week. The price Tyron had to pay was a few noticeable bruises on his face. Anyway, everything here was done. Sin Hyon prepared to return to Korea. Alex and Tyron seemed reluctant. They did not expect his departure to come so soon. Sin Hyon said he needed to go home. Whoever dared to take over his work here would have to atone for it. And with that, he used instant teleportation and vanished back to Korea. Ji-hai saw him return and was visibly delighted and excited. Yin-sul, perhaps still angry about the last incident, remained quite cold and uninterested. Noticing the tense atmosphere between the two siblings, Ji-hai immediately stepped in to mediate, telling Yin-sul to calm down and saying they both needed to share some good news with Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon asked, "Good news?" Ji-hai took out a piece of paper with a ghost-catching image in the center surrounded by incomprehensible symbols, and showed it to Sin Hyon. It was the new emblem of the Limitless Guild. Sin Hyon simply nodded slightly and replied with a brief That indifferent reaction made Ji-hai feel deflated. She scolded that they had stayed up several nights to finish it. Sin Hyon could only force a smile and then change the subject, which annoyed Ji-hai. Yin-sul looked at the two of them and seemed to guess something interesting. She started teasing. "What is going on between you two that you suddenly became so close?" It seemed she had hit the nail on the head. Ji-hai suddenly choked up and could not say a word. Yin-sul nudged her and continued, "Now the two of you are acting like you are trying to pretend you are not close at all." Suddenly, Ji-hai hesitated and asked Sin Hyon if she could call him by his given name. Sin Hyon agreed without hesitation and decided to call Ji-hai by her real name from now on. Suddenly, urgent shouts came from outside, reporting that more than 3 types of strange monsters had appeared at the Sabak dungeon. Sin Hyon asked if they were monsters emerging from the spatial rifts. There are no records of them currently, so it cannot be confirmed, but the information received is that a massive earthquake is about to occur at the dungeon. That earthquake caused all the hunters there to feel headaches and dizziness. Ji-hai pondered, there has never been a precedent like this. Perhaps she needed to go there to check the situation. Sin Hyon also offered to go with Ji-hai. He suspected that this incident was related to that goddess. After arriving at the dungeon, Sin Hyon had to suppress and deal with a large number of monsters wreaking havoc there. The space had become chaotic, with all sorts of different monsters. Handling them was somewhat difficult for Sin Hyon. He moved forward to the trembling rift. First the dungeon broke, and now monsters keep appearing everywhere without stopping. Sin Hyon wondered if that goddess was behind all of this, or if this was an omen of tragedies to come. Suddenly, something caught Sin Hyun's attention. A few figures from afar were approaching. They turned out to be members of the special task force protecting Jeju Island. Their appearance surprised Sin Hyon quite a bit. Sin Hyun's expression darkened. Jeju Island? He realized this was no longer a simple monster disturbance. Rather, it was likely that the dungeons were now connected and merged together. The misty dungeon of Jeju Island. Sin Hyon explained that he came to the Sabak dungeon to investigate the recent strange phenomena, which shocked everyone because that dungeon was in Gangwon province, very far away. Sin Hyon asked them about the events that had occurred there. The dungeon area seemed to have expanded much more than before. They said they had planted flags to mark positions in front of the spatial rift. When they returned, the first marker had disappeared without a trace. Even the entrance portal had suddenly vanished, leaving the entire team with no way out. Sin Hyon thought deeply. Each dungeon originally had only one portal. He concluded that the dungeons were gradually merging. The portal he had just passed through was still intact, so they could use it to leave. Hearing this, everyone in the team brightened with joy. They could finally escape this damn place. As for Sin Hyon, he still decided to stay behind to check those strange rifts. He was sure that the merging of dungeons was not the only thing happening right now. Sin Hyon approached the spatial rift. The first monsters emerged from here. This place must have been connected to another location. Suddenly, from within the rift, a lizard-shaped monster wearing clothes stepped out. It threatened Sin Hyon to get out of the way if he did not want to die. Faced with this situation, Sin Hyon could only sigh helplessly. Over on Alex's side, he was in Hawaii when he received news of the dungeons merging. He held his head and looked up to the sky, lamenting he could not believe such a thing could happen. Suddenly, a horde of winged dragonkin appeared. Alex wondered if these were new monsters. They looked somewhat advanced, and he was surprised to hear them speak. The dragonkin thought they were speaking their own language, so Alex surely could not understand them. "Oh, is that so? I didn't think you could talk, let alone use a conversion frequency to communicate," Alex retorted, startling the dragonkin. They asked who Alex was and where he came from. He looked too different from any species they had ever encountered. Alex did not answer, but instead asked whether they were monsters from the spatial rift like the failed one writhing over there. The flying dragonkin was provoked and became extremely agitated. Alex remained unfazed, continuing to taunt. "Do you think just attaching a few items to yourself makes you any different from ordinary monsters? The only difference is that you can communicate in your own language." That dragonkin flew into a rage, realizing that arguing with Alex was pointless, so it charged in for a proper fight instead. Alex agreed, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes, his fighting spirit blazing. He used magic to conjure a sword and challenged the dragonkins, even recounting some past exploits to instill fear in them. As if sensing danger, the lead dragonkin appeared and ordered its underlings to fall back. It wanted a fair one-on-one duel with Alex. The two sides clashed fiercely and swiftly. The moment the opening blow landed, Alex could clearly feel that his opponent was incredibly powerful. The force of the impact sent both of them flying back. Alex was dazed and unsteady on his feet. The dragonkin swiftly swung its sword at Alex, who fortunately managed to raise his own blade in time to block. But that dragonkin's attack was far too strong. Alex couldn't withstand it and was blasted away. Without hesitation, it lunged forward, its sword tip aimed straight at Alex. Fortunately, Alex managed to block in time, and only now did he understand the difficulty of his opponent, realizing he needed more than just raw strength. The clash of swords just now created a small explosion. Both returned to their original positions. The dragonkin began to taunt. "Is that all you can do? Looks like your race is about to come to an end." Alex frowned in annoyance. He was trying to focus his power to unleash his most cherished secret technique, the Mind Sword. The dragonkin was puzzled to see Alex standing still, but in an instant it was surrounded and restrained by the streams of light from Alex's power. It was forced to its knees in pain. The two remaining underlings witnessed the scene, stunned speechless, and they screamed and charged straight at Alex to attack. But they were all instantly struck down by a single gentle sword stroke from Alex. In the end, all three dragonkins were defeated. However, using the Mind Sword had drained Alex's energy, leaving him tired and gasping for breath. Alex suddenly realized his mistake. He should have spared one to interrogate for information. At the time, aside from the invisible Mind Sword, he had no other way to take down those dragon monsters. Even a high-rank hunter like Alex struggled. One could only imagine the disaster it would be if ordinary hunters encountered them. Setting that aside for now, Alex needed to report this news to Sin Hyon first. At the same time, in the Leopard Mist dungeon, a dragonkin was kneeling on the ground in a cowering manner. Looked up, begging to negotiate with Sin Hyon, but judging by his expression, he didn't seem interested in negotiation. The terrified dragonkin kowtowed in apology, begging for Sin Hyon's forgiveness, something it should have done from the very beginning. Under interrogation, the dragonkin confessed that they were beings who received the blood of the primordial lineage, calling themselves blood dragons. Their race had been driven from their settlement and were now searching for a new home. But they never expected to run into an expert like Sin Hyon. If they became enemies, they might just vanish from this world. So, instead of fighting a pointless battle, the blood dragon offered to lead Sin Hyon to their master, saying someone as strong as him deserved a conversation. Sin Hyon found it ridiculous. This dragonkin had failed to attack, then knelt begging for mercy, and now was inviting him to meet its master, utterly childish. He could easily deal with this guy right now, but keeping him alive could yield useful information. Sin Hyon said he needed to check a few things and wanted to be sure the guy's words were true, so he used a mind-reading technique to verify. The scene shifted to a classroom, where Sin Hyon and Ji-hai were in an online meeting with Alex and Myun. Alex even brought his lover to the meeting. Sin Hyon retorted in dissatisfaction that Ji-hai was there because she was the vice president of the Ding-Jiang Guild. But Alex continued to tease about their relationship, making Ji-hai blush deeply. After a bit of joking to lighten the mood, it was time to get back to business. Alex called the meeting to announce that yesterday a new type of monster had appeared at the Hawaii dungeon. It wasn't just one but entire pack. The meeting continued. Sin Hyon thought for a moment, then said he had let one of them live, and perhaps their master would come looking for it. Everyone was surprised to hear this. It didn't seem like good news. But the bigger issue was the Demon King the Dragonkin had mentioned. According to Sin Hyon, the Blood Dragons had been defeated in a power struggle. If those demons invaded Earth again, it would surely be a terrible catastrophe. That was why Sin Hyon wanted to keep that Dragonkin alive. If they could negotiate with the Blood Dragons, they could turn them into a shield against the Demon King. This idea was quite feasible and received everyone's agreement. For now, Alex would remain in Hawaii, as several blood dragons had recently been causing havoc. The meeting ended, and seeing Alex still had that teasing look, Sin Hyon waved his hand to shoo him away out of sight. After Alex and Myun left the meeting, Sin Hyon asked Ji-hai about ways to make the hunters stronger. At first, Ji-hai did not fully understand what Sin Hyon meant. Sin Hyon explained that mana crystals were becoming scarce, so instead of sending high-level hunters to gather them, they should send them to high-level dungeons for training. Ji-hai thought training to make hunters stronger was good, but she worried about Juju Island. If all the high-level hunters left and an incident occurred, no one would be around to handle it. Sin Hyon reassured her that he had requested permission for the two of them to remain there for a while, so any problem could be handled without concern. Ji-hai blushed in embarrassment, caught off guard by the idea of having to work together on a private mission with Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon encouraged her, saying that they would only carry out the mission until the master of the mana serpents appeared, and due to the danger of the task, staying together would be safer. Ji-hai let out a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing that. She had sometimes been starting to think she was being enchanted by Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon put on a menacing expression and said that if that were the case, she probably wouldn't like it because growth always came with pain. Ji-hai suddenly felt a chill for no clear reason. A few days later, Ji-hai and Yoon-sul arrived at the Misty Fog dungeon for the first time, and it truly lived up to its name. It was difficult to see anything right in front of them here. Sin Hyon had never brought Yoon-sul to a place like this before. There must be a special reason this time. His real reason was that he wanted to personally observe the training of both of them. With the appearance of Yang Cheng from China, Alex from the United States, along with the Blood Dragons and other powerful entities recently, Sin Hyon needed to train both of them to become stronger so they could protect themselves in the future. The two girls were very excited by the prospect. To begin the training, Sin Hyon suggested that Ji-hai and Yoon-sul attack him at the same time. If they could leave even a small scratch on his face, he would accept defeat. Yoon-sul was thrilled, her eyes burning with excitement. Ji-hai worried that attacking together would put Sin Hyon at a disadvantage. Sin Hyon reassured her not to worry, as he would not go easy on them just because they were girls, so they should use all their strength and attack him. Ji-hai and Yoon-sul exchanged glances to signal they were ready. They split up, moving to opposite sides, preparing to unleash their skills. Ji-hai charged straight ahead with her sword, but Sin Hyon easily blocked her attack with 2 fingers. He noted that her attack was too slow. Yet Ji-hai had thought that particular move would be effective. At that moment, a sharp arrow came flying from behind Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon, already aware, calmly used the Mind Sword technique to block it. Yoon-sul, seeing Sin Hyon block her surprise attack without using his hands, stomped her feet in frustration. Sin Hyon even taunted her, saying if she didn't want that to happen, she should hurry up and get stronger. Yoon-sul fell for the provocation. Her fighting spirit surged, and combined with being left at home last time, she was genuinely furious. Yoon-sul angrily vowed to defeat Sin Hyon, no matter what it took. Ji-hai could only smile wryly at the scene. After a round of kicks and punches, Yoon-sul and Ji-hai lay sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily like dogs. Tired but satisfied, Ji-hai was surprised at how quickly she leveled up, and Yoon-sul's power had increased significantly as well. With everyone becoming so busy soon, it was great to have this time to train together. Yoon-sul had missed Sin Hyon since he had been away on business for a while. Sin Hyon was pleased that both were happy with their level ups, and that their stamina had noticeably recovered. To keep their spirits high, he decided to let them continue training. After a few weeks, Ji-hai's body was exhausted, and she wondered how Sin Hyon could have the heart to make 2 girls train for a whole week straight. Suddenly, an employee from headquarters appeared, urgently reporting that they had received a request for help from Hawaii more than an hour ago. On Alex's side, he was surrounded by 2 colossal mana serpents. It would be a while before Sin Hyon could arrive to assist. He said, "Could you 2 fly a little more gently with me?" According to reports from an hour ago, more than 10 dungeons were on the verge of merging together in Hawaii. Because of the consequences of the earthquakes and the large fissures, most hunters were unable to handle them. They also heard that Alex was currently in Hawaii all alone. Sin Hyon and Ji-hai were completely taken aback upon hearing this. Back in the Hawaii dungeon, the mana serpent stared at Alex and threatened, saying that those who came to be Doombringers had never returned before. Alex was of course well aware of this fact. The mana serpent continued to threaten, saying that since Alex had harmed its kind, he would now have to pay for everything he had caused. Alex grew angry, swatting aside the monster's spear with his bare hand. His body now radiated a thick aura of murderous intent. Alex's eyes sharpened. A surge of powerful force burst from his body and shot straight towards the group of mana serpents, nearly knocking them off their feet. The earlier strike excited the leader of the mana serpents, and it unleashed a counterattack against Alex. Its attack was so powerful that it created an explosion that shook the very heavens and earth, leaving Alex slightly dazed. Not stopping there, the mana serpent gathered its strength for another attack on Alex, while ordering its minions not to interfere, as it intended to deal with him personally. The mana serpent looked at Alex and taunted him, telling him to show what he was capable of. Alex smirked, asking, "Isn't what I can do splitting your head in two?" The mana serpent was enraged by those words. Alex began to summon his sword, ready to dive into the battle. On the opposite side, the dragoman was also ready for battle. Suddenly, Alex realized something. Could this dragoman be a mage? It gripped its spear tightly and then suddenly hurled it at Alex. The surge of power emanating from it made Alex feel it would be extremely difficult to block. This one seemed considerably stronger than the one he had just taken down. Alex glanced around. The other dragomen were laughing and jeering at him. Perhaps they had underestimated him. Alex raised an eyebrow, his gaze as if contemplating something. Seeing an opening in his opponent, Alex immediately launched a counterattack. He swung his hand once, and the force that had been restraining him all this time completely vanished. The dragoman was caught off guard, lost its balance, and nearly fell. Its right arm had been severed and sent flying by Alex. Not wasting any more time, Alex lunged forward like an arrow, preparing for a finishing blow. But the dragoman refused to stay down. Losing an arm, it used its mouth, tensing up and shouting two words, "Stop." Alex's limbs suddenly became stiff. He could no longer move. Next, Alex was slammed hard into the ground by the dragoman. He couldn't even manage to get up. The dragoman walked over, stomping its foot hard onto Alex's arm. It had to admit its surprise, not expecting Alex to be able to use the dragon's fang skill. Then it raised its hand high, gathering power, preparing to unleash the final blow to end it all. Alex was truly in a precarious situation at this moment, but just as he braced himself for the pain of facing death, he suddenly felt nothing at all. It turned out Sin Hyon had appeared just in time, blocking and saving Alex from death by a hair's breadth. The furious dragoman roared, "Don't block my path." Sin Hyon heard its words and found them annoying, so he delivered a strike to its neck, silencing it. The remaining dragomen were utterly shocked to see their leader being beaten so badly. They quickly flew towards their comrade who had been sent flying dozens of miles away. After dealing with that, Sin Hyon turned to look at Alex with disappointment, scolding him for letting himself be defeated so easily. Thanks to Sin Hyon's healing magic, Alex was slowly able to stand up. Alex hadn't expected Sin Hyon to appear so quickly and rescue him in time. Sin Hyon said he had used a teleportation spell to get there. Alex was amazed. He hadn't expected his teleportation to have such a long range. Getting back to the main topic, Alex said that dragomen had a skill similar to the mind sword system. They called it the Dragon's Fang, exactly as Sin Hyon had predicted. If it could defeat Alex, that dragomen must be over level 80. At that level, they were certainly capable of using Mind Sword. Despite having its arms severed by Alex, the dragoman could still recover normally. Sin Hyon used telepathy to ask the dragoman if they were the top lieutenants of the Blood Dragon. The dragoman confirmed this was true, and even guessed that Sin Hyon was the person their master had mentioned. Sin Hyon asked for a meeting to talk directly with their master. The dragoman looked contemptuous. Why would they care about the words of someone they just defeated? If Alex were its subordinate, it would have dealt with him long ago. Seeing such an insolent way of speaking, Sin Hyon was sure this one couldn't be the Lord Marden was looking for, and perhaps it had no intention of negotiating with words. Sin Hyon waved his hand decisively, and the heads and bodies of the two dragomen in front were instantly severed. The remaining dragoman could only stand there, its mouth agape in shock. After all, Sin Hyon only needed to keep one alive to continue extracting information. But that dragoman didn't seem willing to compromise. It continued to use that shout attack against Sin Hyon, but it was completely useless against Sin Hyon, no matter how loud it screamed. Sin Hyon slowly closed in, causing the terrified dragoman to tremble and fall to its knees. "So tiring, I just wanted to talk and negotiate, but they insist on resorting to violence." It was only after Sin Hyon gave it a good beating that the dragoman, now terrified, begged for mercy. It even said that its master was currently actively considering Sin Hyon's request for a meeting. Yet that dragoman still wanted to kill Sin Hyon, which truly infuriated him. Sin Hyon acted gently, leaving a nice scratch on its neck to teach it a lesson. Witnessing that, Alex had to admire Sin Hyon. He had spent so much effort negotiating with them to no avail, yet Sin Hyon barely had to act, and they were already groveling on the ground. Alex secretly guessed that Sin Hyon had probably already reached some level 120. Sin Hyon turned to look at the dragoman he had just dealt with. So far only these insignificant, low-level types had appeared. He hoped the next ones would be a species he could actually talk to. In the world of the dragoman, the moon here was a blazing red, like blood. A white-haired figure looking like a demon king was sitting on a throne. He received news that the subordinates he had sent had been defeated and could not return. Then it was time to listen to Marin and talk to this person named Sin Hyon. Back to Sin Hyon and Alex. Sin Hyon said that having observed for the past few days, he realized that as long as the spatial rift remained open, new monsters would always appear at any time, and the trusted Lieutenant Dragon of Martin could also appear at any moment. Alex said it would be good if it appeared as predicted, but gentle talking only seemed to work with those low-level dragons from before. Sin Hyon tiredly stretched. He asked Alex to set up a temporary security station here while he went back to rest for a while. He also instructed Alex to carefully package and take care of the scales of these dragomen and send them properly to the research headquarters. They seemed quite useful for research, just send one set. Alex could use the other two as he pleased. Alex was overjoyed at this, not expecting to be able to own such things himself. He happily thanked Sin Hyon profusely, sure they would be excellent materials for him. Sin Hyon was a little confused upon hearing this. Alex explained that in the game, the scales or bones of dragons were always incredibly valuable materials. If he could use them, he would definitely create top-tier products. Sin Hyon sighed softly, deciding to just let Alex do whatever he wanted. Now he had to prepare to return to Korea. Obtaining scales from dragons of considerable power was good. They would be perfect for making shields to block demons. As dusk fell, the security station was quickly erected. Alex was still focused on his work inside. Sin Hyon, meanwhile, lay on the bed, lost in wandering thoughts. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook both of them. It seemed something had just landed on the roof of the guard station. It appeared an uninvited guest had arrived. Alex and Sin Hyon immediately stepped outside to check. In the sky, a strange glow surrounded by a layer of netting appeared. Sin Hyon remarked that it looked like a newly discovered type of magic. From the center of that glow, a strange object shot straight out. It was a colossal white dragon, its roar shaking the very sky. Both of them were utterly astonished by this appearance. The white dragon landed right before them, its sharp gaze fixed intently on them. Unbelievable, another monstrous dragon had appeared. The white dragon spoke, its voice deep and steady. "You must be familiar with my kind. Can we talk?" Sin Hyon nodded in agreement. White Dragon revealed it had come here seeking someone named Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon immediately indicated that he was that person. White Dragon was somewhat surprised, as his appearance showed no sign of a powerful warrior. Sin Hyon asked if it was Anti, the master of those flying dragons. Anta was extremely shocked that Sin Hyon knew his name. Anta said he had been waiting for Sin Hyon for quite a while, and wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the subordinates he had sent. Sin Hyon calmly replied that he had dealt with them all, because they harbored too much hatred for humanity. In contrast, Anta seemed more composed and calm than he had imagined. White Dragon sighed in disappointment, saying he had told those reckless subordinates not to act rashly. Even so, he apologized on their behalf, insisting their actions were unworthy of the clan's will. Sin Hyon noticed Anta's tactful demeanor and put his arm around Alex, recounting how he had nearly died at the hands of those subordinates. Alex humbly replied that he had merely stalled for time, and it was Sin Hyon who truly defeated them. Anta was surprised, asking again if they had truly fought his subordinates. Sin Hyon affirmed there was no need to lie about something so trivial. The White Dragon believed that if he was the one Martin had mentioned, then these words must be true. Seeing Anta's lingering doubt, Sin Hyon flicked his hand, retracting his heart sword technique to prove his identity. Ant, having witnessed that move, felt immense admiration. He quickly summoned a defensive barrier around his body as a precaution. Sin Hyon reassured him there was no need to be afraid, that it was merely a small test. Though only a test, it was enough to prove that he was indeed the real Sin Hyon. The White Dragon Anta finally believed that Sin Hyon was fully capable of exterminating the dragon species. Anta was skeptical, wondering if the strength standard of this world was really that high. Sin Hyon laughed it off, explaining that he and Alex were special cases. Not everyone possessed such power. Sin Hyon asked Anta if he was the strongest among the dragon clan, and whether other races were as friendly as this. Anta did not answer, merely murmuring an incomprehensible incantation under his breath. A moment later, his white dragon form vanished, replaced by that of an ordinary man. Alex and Sin Hyon were shocked by Anta's ability to transform. Anta raised a hand towards the two, his lips still moving in silent incantation. A surge of power emanated from him, enveloping them both. With a face full of suspicion, Sin Hyon asked Anta what he had just done to them. Ant did not answer, only smiled with a confident air. From afar, a mysterious shadow had been watching everything unfold. Then, it quickly dissolved into the still night. Anta spoke in a highly incomprehensible language. As he finished the incantation, a black-purple mist appeared and surrounded Alex and Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon grew angry, pressing Anta on what he had just done to the two of them. Anta reassured him that he had merely used magic to translate the language, making communication easier. Sin Hyon realized and admitted that it was indeed much more convenient. Then Sin Hyon asked what Martin and his subordinates had said about him to Ante. Ante recounted that Martin had once been killed by a human named Sin Hyon and advised him to be cautious if he ever met this person. At first he hadn't quite believed it, but now he did. If it came to a fight, he would be the one to lose. Sin Hyon laughed, saying he liked Ante's honest nature. Ante explained that for dragons, words were power and lying was only deceiving oneself. He added that putting on a show of authority with Sin Hyon was pointless. Hearing this, Sin Hyon just smiled, complimenting Ante on knowing so much about him. He also said he could guess part of Ante's purpose in initiating this conversation. He guessed that Ante wanted permission for the dragon race to live in this world, right? Initially they planned to invade but failed, so they had to change their plan. Hearing this, Ante broke out in a sweat, coughed dryly as if to cover it up and did not deny what he said. Sin Hyon replied that it would be best if they just acted as if they had never known each other from now on. Ante enthusiastically asked Hyon for permission to live here, but he replied that it was just about not meeting each other, as the river water and well water would not interfere with each other. Hearing this, Ante became extremely sad and disappointed. He approached Ante and said that no matter how much he advised, Ante would never give up, right? So he would agree to let them live in this world. Ante, overjoyed, grabbed Sin Hyon's hand and thanked him endlessly. Outside, Alex suddenly shouted Sin Hyon's name. He continued, but there was a condition. Ante quickly asked what it was. Even if he agreed, others might not accept it, and the dragons were not allowed to blend into human life. Ante was about to speak up to prove otherwise, but Sin Hyon interrupted, saying that was not what he meant. What he meant was that Ante and the dragons could only live within the dungeons. Ante asked if they really had to live in the dungeon, and he nodded in confirmation. Ante stammered, about to complain that it was a bit. Sin Hyon cut him off, silencing Ante. They had already allowed the dragons to live here. They gave them a place to stay, and in return, they only needed to help humanity destroy the demons trying to invade this world. There was nothing to complain about. Ante said that while he was right, the atmosphere here was unsuitable, and on top of that, they were being forced to fight demons, which was no different from using them as cannon fodder. Sin Hyon replied that it was the trade-off condition they had agreed to. Though furious, Ante still gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. He accepted the proposal, but wanted to add a few conditions of his own. Sin Hyon told him to go ahead and speak, and he would consider whether to agree or not after hearing them. Ante asked for confirmation about the events where water rifts merge with the dungeons, and Sin Hyon nodded. If that were the case, the food supply would be unstable, so he requested that Sin Hyon provide provisions daily. He agreed, and Alex added that it was no big deal. Ante said there was one more condition, which made the other two look puzzled. The second condition was that at least he should be allowed to live on Earth. Sin Hyon asked what for. He explained that when the dungeons were not connected, they still needed a way to communicate. Sin Hyon turned to ask Alex for his opinion on the matter. Alex pondered for a moment, then replied that for defense, they also needed to communicate with each other and with humans, so it was acceptable, as long as there was no shady business. Sin Hyon looked at Ante and asked if he had heard that. Ante smiled and said that the deal was done then, and he would go back to report to his people. He shook hands with Sin Hyon, then transformed back into a dragon and flew away. Before leaving, he said they would meet again soon, and Sin Hyon replied that he hoped so too. After Ante returned and made his announcement, the dungeons and rifts continued to merge with each other. Thanks to the dragons building bases on the dungeons and water rifts, Sin Hyon looked towards one dungeon. He believed that the dungeons would no longer cause trouble for humanity, at least for the time being. Turning around, he thought everything was going very well. If demons appeared, the dragons would handle them in humanity's stead. Just as he turned his back, Ante suddenly appeared. Sin Hyon greeted him, while Ante spoke rapidly, saying he had come to discuss his presence on Earth, as he had been busy helping everyone settle in and hadn't had time. Sin Hyon said it was fine, but asked how Ante would contact him when the dungeons were not connected. Would he fly to deliver the news, or use carrier pigeons? Ante replied that he wouldn't fly, he would use the teleportation gate, but he needed to know Earth's coordinates first. Hearing this, Sin Hyon's eyes suddenly lit up with interest. He put his arm around Ante's shoulders and praised teleportation as really cool, just needing coordinates to go anywhere. Without having to have set there before, Ante was a little wary but still confirmed it was true, that with coordinates, one could move instantly. Sin Hyon fell into thought, considering his own teleportation ability. He could only teleport to places he could see, so to go far he had to do it multiple times, which was extremely troublesome. Thinking about that interesting space teleportation skill made Sin Hyon envious, while Ante just looked at him with confusion. He excitedly asked Ante if he could teach him that skill, and Ante, surprised, asked back, "Space teleportation?" Sin Hyon nodded, saying it sounded so interesting. Seeing Ante hesitate, he anxiously asked if he could teach it. Ante answered that while it was a skill meant only for dragons, he thought Sin Hyon could learn it because he was very strong. Ant agreed to teach him, but added a condition that if demons appeared in overwhelming numbers, Sin Hyon would have to come and help them fight back. Sin Hyon agreed immediately, because if they fell then humanity would have to fight the demons themselves anyway, and said that would make yet another pact between them. But to learn this skill, he would need— The sentence suddenly stopped, and the specific condition could not be heard clearly. As the two were talking, the grass in the distance rustled slightly, causing both of them to stop and look over. Inside was a guild member of Sin Hyon's, who shouted happily that he had found him. Seeing the urgency, he immediately teleported to the member's side and asked what was going on. The member reported urgent news from the main guild headquarters in Taiji. A large number of monsters had appeared in the center of Bukon. After hearing that, Sin Hyon could only curse in frustration. At the main guild headquarters in Taiji, the sky was darkened by lizard-like monsters flying all over the place. They flew while shrieking, their noise tearing through the sky. Below, the citizens screamed in panic and scattered as the monsters and debris came crashing down from above. Suddenly, one monster dove down swiftly, heading straight for a man who stood frozen in shock. Fortunately, another person rushed over, swung his sword, and took down the monster, saving the man just in time. He asked if the man was alright, but overwhelmed by fear, the man could only stand there screaming. In the distance, Yun-sul had her bow raised, aiming and firing off shot after shot. In just a short moment, she had taken down a great number of monsters. She fired while thinking to herself that she never expected so many dangerous monsters to appear all at once like this. The monsters spotted her and charged, but Yun-sul still managed to shoot them down in time. Their bodies fell toward her, and she quickly leaped to another position. Standing on higher ground, she struggled to catch her breath, telling herself she never imagined so many monsters would show up exactly when Sin Hyon and the vice chairman were absent. Down below, the other members were also straining themselves in battle against the horde. Even while firing, Yun-sul worried because many people still hadn't been evacuated, and she wondered how much longer she could hold on. After firing for a while, a monster spotted her and lunged straight at her. She shot at it, but with her energy nearly depleted, her attack wasn't strong enough to take it down. The monster kept charging madly toward Yun-sul. When she saw how close it had gotten, she tried to leap away but let out a helpless cry as she realized she couldn't jump anymore because her energy was completely exhausted. Just as she didn't know what to do, the monster's head was suddenly sliced clean off. Her savior was Sin Hyon, who reminded her to be more careful. She asked in surprise when he had arrived, and Sin Hyon replied that he had just gotten there. She wondered since she thought he was still on Jeju Island, and he confirmed while transferring his energy to her. He grumbled as he transferred the energy, saying he had been learning a spatial teleportation skill when he got the news and had to teleport repeatedly to reach this place. Yun-sul said she was glad he was here because things were going terribly, and Sin Hyon nodded in agreement. Gazing at the rampaging monsters, he spoke in a low voice. This group of monsters was nothing like what he had witnessed before. Then he enveloped himself in flames, and a stunned Yun-sul asked him when he had learned to control fire. Sin Hyon said he was tired and would take care of all of them in one go. He unleashed a torrent of flames toward the swarm, burning them to ash. After eliminating a huge number of monsters, Sin Hyon turned to Yun-sul and spoke. He told her to clean up the remaining remnants, as he would take the corpses of some of them for research. Yun-sul praised his powerful skill, and then Sin Hyon teleported away instantly. By the time Sin Hyon brought two monsters back to Anta's place, dusk had already fallen. He stated that he wanted to learn instant teleportation because he was tired of having to teleport multiple times. Anta looked at the pile of monsters and asked, and Sin Hyon gave only a brief answer. These ones? He untied one of them and began to explain. This was the first time he had seen thousands of dangerous monsters appear in unison like this. Perhaps something had changed. And he examined them briefly before shouting in alarm, "This is not good." A startled Sin Hyon asked back, "What is it?" Seeing Anta just muttering to himself, Sin Hyon impatiently told him to spit it out instead of mumbling. Anta said in a low voice that these monsters have been influenced by the demons. Sin Hyon asked in disbelief, "Affected by demons?" Anta confirmed, saying that when Sin Hyon brought them in, he already felt something was off, and after a close inspection, he discovered they had been strengthened using the mind magic of the demons. Sin Hyon wondered why they would do such a thing, and Anti shook his head saying he was still looking for the reason. Frustrated, Sin Hyon told him to at least say something more useful. Anti sighed, saying they needed to investigate whether this was a one-time event, or if the demons were just trying to toy with people. Hearing that, Sin Hyon frowned, playing games, who would fool around like this? Ant explained that for demons, everything revolves around their own entertainment. Sin Hyon coldly remarked, so they are nothing but bloodthirsty maniacs. Ant nodded, saying that is exactly why everyone wants to stay away from demons. He added that even if their motives are unclear, demons are by no means stupid, and if this happens again, they must be plotting something. Ant concluded he wasn't sure of the demons' plan, but he was certain these monsters were powered up from another dimension. What was frightening was that they seemed to know a great deal about the living creatures in this world. That meant a connection existed between the demon's dimension and the human world, outside of the dungeons. After hearing all that analysis, a weary Sin Hyon asked if he now had to go track down traces of the demons, and Anta nodded. Sin Hyon Hayon scratched his head in annoyance and demanded anti-station guards to protect the dungeon well. He had to check the existing rifts, take down monsters if they appeared, and find places where new rifts might form, and he sighed because there was so much to do. Suddenly, Anta placed a hand on Sin Hayon's shoulder and lamented that the job truly was too hard. He spoke seriously, realizing that even skilled hunters were this pitiable, and noted that ordinary people were worse off than demons. Sin Hayon gave a dry laugh, saying he had to act because he was strong, but he believed they wouldn't perish without him, they would just deal with things more slowly. Anta asked Sin Hayon whether such terrifying power was bestowed by some deity. Sin Hayon inwardly mused whether locking a man in his 20s inside a cave with martial arts books could be called a blessing. Outwardly, he still replied that perhaps that was indeed the case. Even he himself did not understand why he was so strong, perhaps thanks to his own relentless efforts. Elsewhere, someone had just finished off a creature that looked like a demon. He complained that the monster was too weak, then opened a teleportation gate and stepped through. As the view shifted, he was surrounded by a string of victims. Beyond the gate lay a land engulfed in a sea of fire. He licked the blood off his hand and smiled faintly. Everything was going according to plan. The news on TV was covering the incident in Incheon. The number of missing people in Bukchen was still undetermined, and rescue teams were still actively searching. The government and the Taiji Association were working hard to deal with the aftermath. The male anchor, with a grave expression, declared they would subdue the remaining dangerous monsters. The couple was sitting watching the news. The woman on the sofa covered her mouth in worry. The man sitting on the floor reassured her that everything would be fine. On the newspaper page, Alex appeared alongside a hot blonde woman. The article wrote about the losses despite the help of level 70 agents. Another article praised South Korea's low casualty rate thanks to Sin Hayon. Below it were countless comments thanking and praising him, the true protector of the nation. At Punkovo Airport, Russia, Sin Hayon walked step by step on the red carpet. He wore an earpiece and asked if anyone was talking about him. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Elena was standing next to a car, waving and loudly calling his name. Sin Hayon put on a serious look, asking her how she knew his name when they had never met. Elena smiled warmly, suggesting that since they were both from Murim, it was best to be friends. Elena introduced herself as Elena Smirva, an agent of Russia. She smiled brightly and asked Sin Hayon if he wanted to head straight to the dragon's dungeon. He nodded in agreement. She pointed to the car beside her and asked why he had come here. The two walked toward the car. Sin Hayon stuffed his hands in his pockets and explained about setting up a network with the dragons. Elena asked how he did it. He replied she would find out soon. The bodyguard politely opened the door for them. The car rolled into a desolate mountain area, the vegetation dry and withered. In the car, Elena secretly glanced at Sin Hayon. She thought about how Alex had asked her to help, but this guy was truly amazing and a bit handsome. Feeling her gaze, Sin Hayon spoke up, asking why she kept staring at him. He joked that intense stare might bore a hole through his face. Elena teased that she was being captivated by someone who seemed even stronger than Alex. Sin Hayon chuckled helplessly, asking if that was why she was staring at him. Elena rested her chin on her hand, looking mysterious, and said she could not reveal the reason. She paused for a moment, then asked if she could invite him out of the car for a sparring match. Sin Hayon crossed his arms, surprised, and asked why he was chosen. Elena answered enthusiastically that she had heard he took down an extremely powerful demon. He countered, saying that if he was the strongest, then her wanting to test her strength against him was only natural. Amidst the layered mountain scenery, Elena stood straight and introduced herself as the Ice Queen of Murim. Sin Hayon teased that she must be from the Frozen Kingdom. Bingo, Elena placed her hands on her hips, winking playfully at him. Sin Hayon extended a hand toward Elena, smiling and challenging her to come at him. The moment he finished speaking, Elena immediately gathered a surge of cold air in her palm. She thrust her hand forward, and countless sharp ice spikes shot out from the ground, racing straight towards Sin Hayon. But Sin Hayon agilely leaped to the left, dodging the first attack. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared right behind Elena like a phantom. Elena had already sensed the unusual shift behind her. She attempted to swing her ice dagger backward, but a dry, frozen hand had already landed on her shoulder. It was Sin Hayon's hand. That hand was dry like a fossil, yet the fingertips were extremely sharp. He aimed the sharp points toward Elena, praising her admirable fighting spirit, as mentioned by Alex. As he spoke, he withdrew his hand, and the ice surrounding him quickly dissipated. Elena flashed a smug smile, saying she had a fair idea of the power of the one who had defeated a dragon. Sin Hayon crossed his arms, correcting her that he never defeated any dragon. He simply resolved all conflicts through peaceful conversation. He raised two fists, one labeled peace, one labeled conversation. Elena laughed awkwardly, nodding in response that she saw that. Sin Hayon scratched his head, asking if this dungeon was truly where the dragon resided. Elena nodded in firm confirmation. Sin Hayon raised his hand, and the ground suddenly turned to a brilliant neon green. When he lowered his hand, a lush green grass carpet had covered the entire ground. He turned to Elena and said that this looked much better. Elena seemed not to understand what was happening. She was startled, for Sin Hayon suddenly vanished right before her eyes. She looked around in a panic, asking where he had gone, why he had disappeared disappeared without a trace. Elena clutched her head and screamed, not understanding what the hell was going on. From behind her, Sin Hyon stepped out with Anta within a purple circle. He said softly, "I am here." Elena broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly asking about the disappearance just now. Sin Hyon smiled and explained about the network he had mentioned earlier. As he spoke, he pointed to Anta, saying this was how he did it. Anta stepped forward, asking Elena if she was the manager of this area. She answered nervously that she supposed so. Piece of paper appeared in Auntie's hand and he asked her again if that was right. Auntie handed the paper to Elena, instructing her to give it to the area manager and to call the number on it if she needed help. Elena blurted out in astonishment at the sight of a dragon having a business card. Sin Hyon grinned mischievously, saying he made that. Auntie turned around, saying he returned to inform his people. Sin Hyon nodded, replying that he would not see him again afterwards. As Auntie stepped into the teleportation gate, a thank you resounded from Sin Hyon. Elena turned to look at him, asking if they should be heading back now. Sin Hyon stretched and replied to Elena that yes, that was the whole problem with dragons. Now he needed to rest for a bit. While they were talking, his phone suddenly rang. As Elena was walking to the car, Sin Hyon answered the call. He asked in surprise, "What, in Chuncheon?" "Alright." Elena turned around and asked if something was wrong. Sin Hyon looked at the screen and replied that he had to leave right away, thanked her for the ride. Something seemed to be happening in Korea. As he spoke, he stared at the screen with a tense expression, his teeth clenched tightly. He said goodbye to Lena and immediately disappeared. She softly replied, "Alright," thinking to herself that he had vanished like that again. Suddenly, the driver sitting in the car shouted that there was big trouble. Elena quickly turned and asked him what was happening. He told her to look at this, then handed her the tablet. Lena looked at the screen and her face changed. In it, beasts were roaring crazily and wreaking havoc, the entire area engulfed in a sea of fire. She asked where this was. The driver answered that this was the Republic of Saka. Apparently there was an unreported dungeon in this city. Elena walked quickly towards the car, ordering that they would head there immediately. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. Elena's gaze turned serious. She knew that even if they left now, casualties would be unavoidable. At the scene, smoke and fire covered everything, leaving no place for life to escape. Li Ji-hai appeared with her signature twin daggers, her eyes showing clear seriousness. She charged down, slashing continuously at the monsters, but they seemed unaffected. Just then, Sin Hyon suddenly appeared in front of her. He merely raised one hand, his face showing a calm and confident expression. Ice shot from his hand straight towards the monsters, hitting them and freezing them stiff, unable to move. Ji-hai ran over and asked how he got here so fast. Sin Hyon looked at her and retorted, "Didn't she say it was an emergency? What's the situation now?" Li Ji-hai wiped the sweat from her forehead and said this was a disaster. She had tried to block the monsters escaping from the dungeon, sent the rest to the hunters, estimated at least 1,000 had gotten out. The two nodded in understanding. Sin Hyon told her to hold things down here, he would go support the other cities. "See you later," Li Ji-hai said as she watched Sin Hyon disappear. In another city, the lava monsters set everything ablaze wherever they went. Buildings collapsed, animals lay strewn on the ground. Some agents tried to hold up shields against them, but due to the massive difference in power, it was useless. Sin Hyon teleported in, standing midair to observe and assess the situation. He saw the agents being attacked by the monsters. His eyes suddenly glowed with the radiance of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. After he gave the order, the monsters continued to charge in attack. Standing on top of the building, he wondered in confusion. Weren't they listening to his command? One that seemed to be the leader began to notice him. His eyes glowed red with bloodlust, his teeth bared ferociously. He lunged straight at Sin Hyon, who was standing there. The two faced each other. He spoke up asking who was blocking his path, then growled asking who he was. The demon was extremely furious that someone blocked his path. He pointed at Sin Hyon and loudly asked who he was. Sin Hyon looked at him calmly and said softly, "Judging by the looks, you're a demon, right?" The demon gritted his teeth and replied, "Good guess, but now it's time for you to die." After saying that, he activated a skill that made them both fall to the ground, surrounded by demon minions. He loudly asked Sin Hyon, since he knew about them, he must have connections with the gods. The soldiers also aimed their weapons at him. That man continued, "If so, you must be the one who just used a large-scale mind control skill." Sin Hyon just stood there silently without answering. He angrily roared at him to answer immediately, "You lowly creature." Sin Hyon dug his ear with a bored look and casually replied, "Is it okay if I don't want to answer?" The demon asked in surprise what he was doing. Sin Hyon replied, since he talks too much, he let him talk his fill before settling things. Saying that, he activated his power into one hand, muttering, "If you're a demon then." Seeing him make a move, the demon soldiers around looked at each other in confusion. Sin Hyon unleashed his skill around him, a huge explosion erupted behind his back. Then he said, "This is enough to deal with you." When the smoke cleared, a series of demon soldiers in the affected area had fallen. The demon and the remaining soldiers screamed in shock. What the hell? Sin Hyon smiled faintly and turned his head to look at them, asking why they were so weak. Demon angrily ordered them to prepare to shoot Sin Hyon down. The soldiers obeyed and replied in unison, "Yes," then aimed their spears at him. The spear tips suddenly gathered dark purple orbs, shooting swiftly towards Sin Hyon. When they hit him, a huge explosion occurred. But when the smoke cleared, he was still standing there calmly thanks to a protective shield. He softly advised him, "Your weapons are too low level. Remember to upgrade them next time." The demon was shocked but still tried to order, "Switch to close combat." The demon soldiers immediately charged at Sin Hyon. He quickly grabbed the spear of one demon and flung him aside. Looking at the demons still charging recklessly, he casually asked why they always tried to act so tough. After that, he summoned a sword and cleanly cut down the demon soldiers in front of him. After dealing with the demons, Sin Hyon took out his phone and called someone. He told the person on the other end of the line that this was Sin Hyon and asked them to tell Anta to come out of the dungeon, as he would come to pick him up himself. While he was on the phone, the demon soldiers did not dare to make a move, only standing at a distance and pointing their weapons at Sin Hyon. The soldiers showed clear fear, and he said a quick word to wait before disappearing. His sudden teleportation left the demons utterly bewildered. Sin Hyon quickly returned, and Anta was still asking in confusion why he had been called out so urgently. Seeing the scene before him, Anta asked in surprise why they were here. Sin Hyon's voice turned stern. "Demons, right?" Anta confirmed it but barely got the words out. Sin Hyon gritted his teeth in anger, demanding to know how their mission to crush the demons had failed. Anta broke out in a cold sweat, urging Sin Hyon to calm down, saying he would test the demons' strength. With that, he immediately unleashed a spell aimed at the demons. From a large cylindrical stream of energy, the attack split into many smaller beams that shot toward them. The leading demon managed to hold his ground for a moment before collapsing. Anta murmured that he saw, and Sin Hyon asked him what he had noticed. Anta explained that this demon could not have survived that attack, proving he was merely a mid-tier demon, a weak one among those they had discussed. Sin Hyon then asked about the soldiers, and answered curtly they were low-tier demons, only fit to be cannon fodder. Sin Hyon wondered even low-tier demons could ravage this place. Anta confirmed that was true. Anta walked toward the lead demon, talking about his concern over high-tier demons, never expecting a mid-tier one to have escaped. Sin Hyon behind him was still fuming. The lead demon on the ground spoke up, asking what the two of them planned to do now. Sin Hyon sneered, saying they would interrogate him, and that it was time for him to taste his mind control skill. The demon let out a loud, agonized scream. The interrogation went on for a while, and soon enough, they had gathered sufficient information. From a distance, Ji-hai spotted them and said in surprise, "Jin Hyon and Anta are both here." Sin Hyon explained that he had called Anta over, and recounted that the demon was merely a scout, a weakling. He admitted he knew nothing more as he was only a low-tier demon, and the only useful piece of information was that they had come through an impossible dungeon. Ji-hai sighed, exclaiming how many types of dungeons there were, and that this situation would surely be troublesome. Sin Hyon placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her not to worry. He said it was enough to just post guards at the dungeon, which made her blush in embarrassment. Getting past her shyness, Ji-hai asked him about the situation in other countries. He told her that Alex and Elena were handling the US and Russia. Sin Hyon said they only needed to focus on Korea, but a sudden phone call startled him. He pulled out his phone, wondering who could be calling at this hour. Looking at the screen, he realized it was the hunter Chang-sik. He suddenly remembered and muttered, "Damn, he had forgotten that Mount Kamgang also had an impossible dungeon." Sin Hyon recalled the time he had gone to North Korea and dealt with thousands of monsters there. Ever since Kang Chang-sik had led North Korea, the relationship between the two countries had improved. Sin Hyon answered the call, saying hello. The person on the other end cheerfully greeted him, saying it had been a long time, Hunter. Sin Hyon wondered why he was asking that. Wasn't he the one who had called because something was wrong? The man hesitated before explaining that many monsters with human-like shapes had been appearing lately, so they had urgently dispatched the military to handle them. But the military and several nearby villages had suffered heavy casualties and destruction. Hearing this, Sin Hyon thought to himself that those demons were appearing in North Korea as well. He asked about the hunter's situation. Wasn't Mayun taking care of it? Why wasn't that enough? The person on the other end was indeed Kang Chang-sik, who sheepishly replied that even so, he wanted to ask for Sin Hyon's help because there was a plan he needed to discuss. Sin Hyon replied that he would think about it. At that moment, Ji-hai approached him and spoke up. She said she had overheard the conversation and wanted to ask if he could help Chang-sik. Sin Hyon scratched his head, saying he wanted help but was far too busy at the moment. Hearing this, Ji-hai suddenly had an idea that made Sin Hyon curious enough to immediately ask what it was. She suggested why he didn't try giving indirect orders to the dragons. A few days later, a host of high-tier dragons and their subordinates moved swiftly north. The task of dealing with the demons was generally going smoothly. Elsewhere, Anta shouted in shock. Was that true? After receiving the news from Sin Hyon, Anta confirmed the demons had vanished, but half of the dragons he had sent were also missing. Neither the high tier nor the soldiers could be contacted, perhaps due to the dragon's hierarchy. He wasn't sure. Anta still couldn't believe it, thinking they might have just temporarily lost contact. Sin Hyon insisted this wasn't just human words. The young dragons he had sent also confirmed that something had definitely happened. He said it wasn't a problem, he would go find them himself. Now he wanted Anta to head straight to the border with him. As soon as they took off, Anta wondered why he had to fly with Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon explained that it was because he didn't know the exact coordinates of the place they needed to go and also wanted to learn the new teleportation spell from Ante before they arrived. Upon hearing that, he could only sigh in exasperation. When they landed at their destination, Ante immediately transformed back into his human form. As soon as he saw Sin Hyon, Kang Chang-sik greeted him, saying he had arrived. Ante immediately asked where were his people. Kang Chang-sik replied, please this way. As he spoke, he pointed toward a tent ahead. Inside the tent were several dragons, some in their dragon forms, others in human form, but no matter their form, they were all overjoyed to see Ante. He asked, is anyone missing? The dragon stepped forward, confirming that there was one. His name was Oron, a high-ranked dragon. Oron took out a pouch and recounted that his subordinates hadn't returned after the demons disappeared, so he had gone to look for them himself. Oron pulled an item resembling a necklace from the pouch, and said it was what he had found while searching for his subordinates. Anta recognized it instantly, exclaiming in surprise, this is a piece of equipment that boosts magic resistance. He said in a low voice, this item is broken, which means its owner has likely perished. Turning to Oron, Anta urgently requested that he lead him to the exact spot where this item was found. Oron immediately nodded and replied, yes, my lord. Sin Hyon offered to go along. Anta replied, if you want, just follow. Upon arriving, Sin Hyon commented that the scene wasn't as brutal as he had imagined. Ante approached to examine the bodies of the soldiers and concluded that they had been killed before they could even unleash their power. Sin Hyon speculated that they might have been overwhelmed because the opponent was too strong or they were ambushed, caught off guard. Ante refuted this, asserting that these soldiers were very cautious. So if they had been ambushed, it wouldn't be possible that not even one of them could put up any resistance like this. Sin Hyon concluded that the culprit must be a high-rank monster stronger than a high-rank dragon. Ante said gravely from what he observed, that being could be the demon lord. Sin Hyon was stunned and repeated, the demon lord? Ante nodded, explaining that it was the one holding the crystal ball, the leader of the demon race, possessing power comparable to his own. Sin Hyon sighed and lamented that before they had finished off one enemy, another appeared. It was truly troublesome. He quickly regained his composure, suggesting that the group focus on finding the missing dragons, starting from the nearest area. In some distant place, a demon was brutally torturing a member of the dragon race. He struck out while sneering, this bastard is too weak, dying this fast. A few other demons joined in, beating the victim and mocking that he couldn't last a single day. Another demon was intently observing the images of Ante and Sin Hyon appearing in a crystal ball. He called out to the noisy demons, telling them to stop worrying about trivial matters because the target had arrived. He showed the crystal ball to his subordinates, displaying the images of Sin Hyon and Ante moving. One demon asked for permission to attack first, swearing to make them die before they even knew what was happening. The whole group burst into laughter upon hearing this. Suddenly, a relatively young-looking demon with green hair raised his hand, asking for permission to go down to the battlefield. One holding the crystal ball looked at him and warned that that person had killed many of their kind before. The green-haired demon smirked and replied that he enjoyed challenges against the strong. Fighting the weak was boring. The one holding the crystal ball agreed, but made it clear he would not interfere. The green-haired one nodded, rubbing his hands eagerly, saying he was looking forward to it. The one holding the crystal ball turned away, advising that it must be handled cleanly today, because they would be moving to Russia in a week. Far out at sea, a customs ship on patrol spotted a strange boat entering the waters. One person on the ship wondered, isn't that a Chinese boat? He used a loudspeaker to warn, demanding that the boat turn around as it had entered South Korean territorial waters. However, the boat showed no signs of stopping, leaving the two people on the customs ship utterly bewildered. Upon closer inspection, they suddenly noticed something horrifying on the deck, causing them both to scream in terror. It turned out that the one steering the Chinese boat was that green-haired demon. Saw the two people on the patrol ship, sneered arrogantly, humans? No one knows exactly what happened to the South Korean patrol ship, only that afterwards it sank in a sea of blood. The demon stepped onto the shore, took a deep breath, then said, finally arrived. Looking toward the bustling city in the distance, he murmured, it's time to act. With that said, he shot into the sky and landed amidst a crowded street. His sudden appearance sent the crowd into a panic, running away as screams erupted everywhere. Monster, run. He coldly swept his gaze across the crowd, then stopped at a man trying to flee. He stared intently and the man suddenly collapsed. The woman next to him let out a piercing scream. He's dead, his head. Standing in the middle of the road, he coldly declared that he was looking for a human named Sin Hyon, and if he didn't show himself, he would kill everyone here. The moment he finished speaking, he continued to make the heads of those around him explode one after another. Meanwhile, Sin Hyon and Ante were still searching at Kumang Mountain. Sin Hyon asserted that no one could have brought Ante's subordinates here. Just then, Sin Hyon's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, he realized it was a call from an unknown number. As soon as he answered with a greeting, the voice on the other end hurriedly said, Mr. Sin Hyon, we are calling from the Blue House. The one calling him was the president of South Korea, Park Jung-soo. Hearing the Blue House, Sin Hyon immediately asked, has another dungeon appeared? Where is it? The The president said sternly. It's not a dungeon, but a monster appearing in the middle of the city. It is desperately searching for you and slaughtering citizens to force you to come out. Hearing that, he frowned and asked again, a monster wants to meet him in person? He sighed, nodded, fine, send the address, he will be there shortly. Anta standing beside him looked confused. Anta asked curiously, something urgent came up. Where is Sin Hyon headed? Sin Hyon replied, the president reported a monster looking for him, but he thought it might not be a monster at all. Before he could finish, Ant interrupted, a demon? In the city, the demon muttered impatiently, how annoying. Why is that Sin Hyon still not here? This is boring. At that moment, 2 civilians were kneeling on the ground, trembling and begging for their lives. Sin Hyon teleported right in front of him in the blink of an eye. He saw the stranger appear and asked, who are you? Sin Hyon did not answer, he only signaled to the 2 kneeling people, you 2 run now. The 2 were overjoyed, quickly got up and fled to safety. Sin Hyon looked around at the chaotic scene, certain he had attacked many people. He recognized him as a demon immediately and said so directly. He asked, is his name famous among the demon clan now? He replied he heard about it from a dragon soldier. He stepped closer, put a hand on his shoulder and said, he knew he was a mutant. That was why he was strong. Without that, he would be nothing but a useless worm. Sin Hyon was irritated and replied if he wanted a meeting, he could at least show some courtesy. He pointed at the shattered bodies around them and sneered. The door was open, so he just walked in. Sin Hyon gathered his strength and said through gritted teeth, you are a troublemaker, not a guest. You are a nuisance no one wants. He sneered, is that so? He laughed coldly and continued, in other words, you are asking for a beating. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him flying into the air. At the same moment, Sin Hyon lunged forward to land another attack. The green-haired demon was about to counterattack, but was startled to see him already right in front of him. He could not believe his movement speed was that fast. While still stunned, he took a direct kick to the face, flying backward and spitting blood. Before he could recover, he was hit with another blow, crashing hard onto the ground. Lying on the ground, he mumbled, how dare you do this to me? Sin Hyon walked over, patted his face lightly, and said, shut up. Following that, a series of desperate screams echoed throughout the area. Sin Hyon asked calmly, that light hit, and you are already screaming like you are dying? He began casting a spell and stated coldly, if you know anything, you better confess everything now. The green-haired demon lay on the ground, trembling in pain, and nodded yes, yes. Satisfied, he immediately teleported them both back to where Anta was. He called out to the other side, Anta, come here, there is something for you to see. Anta was surprised to see him back. Wait, did you not go deal with that demon? Why did you bring one back? Sin Hyon replied, this is him. He used force to drag him back. He came from China and was one of those who attacked his subordinates. Hearing this, Anta gritted his teeth. What? Sin Hyon continued, ask him anything you want. If you want revenge for your people, that is up to you. As for me, I have to go to China now. Anta nodded and thanks. Thanks, Sin Hyon. I will tear him apart piece by piece. Sin Hyon just smiled and vanished. Anta then turned his sharp gaze toward the demon lying on the ground. Elsewhere, Sin Hyon had teleported to Mount Kilian in China. As he walked, he asked Mayun, is everything okay here? She replied, trembling, fine. But why did you suddenly bring me here? Sin Hyon turned to explain. He heard reports of a demon appearing in an unexplored dungeon on the mountain. Hearing this, Mayun was shocked. A demon? He confirmed, that is right, a demon. They are so strong that he was not sure he could win either. The immediate task is to set up a defense post at the dungeon. He instructed her, if you encounter a demon, do not fight, run and evacuate the civilians, then alert him immediately. Mayun nodded seriously and replied, I understand, I will follow your orders. Looking up at the sky, he thought quietly, he wondered how large a rift had to be to connect to the spirit world. The problem was no one knew where or when it would appear. Sin Hyon pointed toward the gate and said to Mayun, let us head outside. She nodded in agreement. At the dungeon in Petersburg, Russia, the military was holding their position. A military vehicle rushed in, catching the guards off guard. A soldier stepped forward and asked, what is going on? We did not receive any orders. Looking closely into the vehicle, they saw the driver trembling, covered in blood. Before they could react, the soldier was attacked by something, leaving those outside in panic. What the hell was that? Guard outside was taken down right after, causing the rest to fall into complete chaos. Suddenly, the military vehicle exploded violently, spreading panic across the area. From the wreckage, a group of demons stepped out. One of them spoke, let us deal with this place quickly and cleanly. Another spoke up, sorry for having to move in secret. We do not want anyone to notice and spread word. The last one said, all of this is for him, for our demon lord. The demons quickly flooded into the dungeon, launching a surprise attack that left the people and dragons inside with almost no time to react. A lucky survivor witnessed the scene before him and muttered to himself, damn it, I know I am outmatched, but how are they this strong? He only had time to think about raising the alarm when he was spotted. Before he could act, a demon lunged at him and took him down instantly. The demon from above unleashed a blazing red energy blast, so powerful it could pierce through an entire building. he said. This place is now cleaned up. I will go report to the demon lord. The rest of you stay here and await orders. The demons replied in unison, yes, sir. The leader tore open a spatial rift and stepped through, vanishing. On the other side of the rift appeared a vast space resembling a military base of the demon world. He walked forward, likely a high-ranking general, as the guards all bowed to him on his way to the demon lord's place. Among those bowing to him was the mid-rank scout who had once been dealt with by Anti. The demon lord sitting on high spoke up, you have arrived. The man replied, Your Highness, this servant has completed everything you entrusted. The emperor stood up and walked down, saying, Good, lead the way for me. The man kept his head bowed and answered, Yes. The demon lord said, Now they will depart immediately. His true identity was Viewlight, the 11th emperor of the demon realm. The next morning in South Korea, Sin Hyeon teleported back to Anta's place, angrily demanding, Hey Auntie, what happened that you called me back so urgently, without even a single explanation? And Jun bowed his head, apologizing profusely to Sin Hyeon, I have made a mistake. Hearing that, Sin Hyeon grew even more furious. What? I prepared everything, laid out the food for you. All you had to do was sit and eat. And you still managed to mess it up. Auntie Jun explained fearfully. It was because I was too angry at the time that I ruined things. I begged Sin Hyeon to forgive me. Sin Hyeon took a breath and said, Fine, tell me what happened. Anta began recounting the situation at that time. The green-haired demon, upon waking up, provoked Auntie, calling out after him, Hey you. Your men are as thin as paper, one hit and they drop dead, no feeling at all. Auntie angrily grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The demon still sneered. What's the point of that? He wished Auntie could see his own expression at that moment. The sight would be quite entertaining. At that instant, rage overwhelmed reason. Auntie squeezed his head and shouted, Shut up, you bastard. You don't deserve to see anything anymore. With that, he gouged out one of the demon's eyes with his hand, causing him to scream in agony. The demon cursed in pain, You damn bastard, you dare blind me. Anta looked at him with contempt in his eyes, only saying one word, Shut up. Then he stomped hard on his leg, saying, Why do you insist on yapping so annoyingly? Anta kicked him to the side, saying that those he had killed before had suffered 1,000 times more pain than this. Yet the demon still smiled, and that smile only made Auntie even angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, This bastard won't escape, then delivered the finishing blow. After finishing the story, Auntie sighed, That's what happened. I let my anger cloud my judgment. Sin Hyeon shook his head and said, It's fine, it's hard to blame you. Suddenly sensing something, Sin Hyeon tilted his head slightly. Wait, that demon is still alive. He's planning to escape. But it's fine, he's still within my reach. He smiled, thinking to himself that just keeping an eye on him was enough. At the same time, at the meeting hall of world leaders in Moscow, the leader of Russia spoke up, thanking everyone for coming. The president of China asked, How is the current situation? The Russian leader said in a deep voice, The worst it's ever been. They took an entire city in just half a day and turned it into their main base. No one knows the fate of the people in that city. Someone spoke up and asked, So what do we do? It turned out to be the president of the United States. He said, We can't hesitate any longer. Waiting will only make the demons more numerous. Russian leader said helplessly, To be honest, all efforts to deal with them have failed. The US president shouted, What? The Russian leader confirmed, All the people there are dead. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape. The troops and hunters that were sent all perished, caught off guard. US president asked, So what are those demons planning to do here? The Russian leader answered, It's still unclear if they are even real demons. The South Korean president interjected, We have information. Incheon was attacked at exactly the same time as St. Petersburg. But fortunately, Sin Hyeon handled it cleanly. The intelligence we gathered says the leader is called the Demon Lord. They have at least 5 high-ranking commanders, with hundreds of soldiers under them, and the total force numbers over 10,000. The US president in shock. What? Are you saying those lowly soldiers are stronger than a high-rank hunter? The South Korean president sadly confirmed, That is indeed the case. The blonde man sitting next to the US president spoke up, I heard a high-rank demon can match a high-rank race. So do we even have a chance of winning? The Russian leader frowned. What do you mean by that? Telling us to surrender, making such a ridiculous suggestion because this isn't your country, so you don't know how to talk with a sense of loss. The South Korean president said in a low voice, Then how do we deal with those high-ranked demons? The blonde man casually continued, Why not just drop a nuclear bomb to wipe them all out? US president was extremely surprised. What? Drop a nuclear bomb? The blonde man added, In this room, Sin Hyeon is the strongest. I want to hear his opinion. Sin Hyeon pondered, A nuclear bomb? I'm not sure about anything until it's tested, but I don't think it's necessary to use it right now. Meanwhile, the green-haired demon was right behind, silently listening. US president turned to ask Sin Hyeon, So do you have a different idea? He nodded. Before I came here, I had a conversation with the dragon race, and they agreed with my plan. I hope everyone will trust and follow along. 2 days later, in a dungeon in St. Petersburg, hunters, soldiers, and various races were moving inside. Demons in the dungeon also surged out, and the battle officially began. Everyone charged forward with tense expressions, but full of determination. In the meeting room, they were discussing the battle plan. Sin Hyeon stood up to present his ideas. In the corner of the room, the two-horned demon quietly watched him with an unreadable gaze. As Sin Hyeon spoke, he slightly curled his lips into a smile and looked toward him. After a heated discussion, his ideas were finally approved by the chairman. Out on the battlefield, our side was charging in waves, each face serious but brimming with confidence in victory. The weapons in their hands were custom forged, perfectly fitting each individual. They advanced together, sweeping clean the enemy forces before them. However, the demons were still as numerous as ants, wave after wave surging forward. Every warrior unleashed their most vicious attacks. The enemy soldiers fell like cut reeds, corpses lying scattered all over the ground. At that very moment, a fleet of helicopters swarmed across the sky. Lei Ji-hai looked in her mind. A romantic scene unfolded with two people talking. Sin Hyeon gently stroked her hair, making her flustered and blushing. A cold draft swept past her face, pulling her back to reality. As she opened her eyes, she saw the monster in front of her had just been dealt with by her teammates, and she had been saved. Regaining her composure, she told herself to fight with all her might to survive, and he must be safe. On one of the helicopters, Sin Hyeon intently observed the battle situation below. He discussed with Ant, who was sitting across from him. Ant lowered his head, admitting that the opponent was too strong and very difficult to defeat. Hein realized the terrifying level of threat. This opponent was a demon king, and asked him if they had any chance of victory. That question plunged him into contemplative silence. An announcement sounded. They had arrived at their destination. Sin Hyeon opened the helicopter door. He looked down below, then turned back to Ante and said, "Let's go." After a few brief exchanges, Sin Hyeon jumped from the helicopter, calmly tucking his hands into his pockets. That calm contrasted starkly with the fierce battle below, and Ante followed him, jumping down. Just as he landed, Sin Hyeon reassured everyone, "Remember the plan and aim for that guy's head." The dragon tribe members and the demons secretly following them also jumped down. Everyone landed safely, and the soldiers quickly formed a protective circle, while Sin Hyeon and Ante had already transformed into dragons. The demons slowly advanced, surrounding them tightly. Sin Hyeon used telepathy to tell Ant that the number of enemy generals was more than he had anticipated, and asked again exactly how many. He replied 8, and Ante could only curse upon hearing that. Sin Hyeon stepped forward and added, "It seems there are even a few high-level demons." Standing before the defensive line, he pointed at the demons and commanded, "Now, let's greet them first." The weapons and bodies of the soldiers suddenly emanated purple energy, identical to when Ante used magic. Purple orbs appeared at the tips of swords and spears, shooting straight toward the enemy forces. They still charged forward, one of them taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Sin Hyeon raised his hand, using magic to create fire. He quickly combined the soldiers' energy with the flame he had just created, then hurled it forcefully at the demons. Seeing this, the demons screamed in panic, "What is that?" When it struck, the fire incinerated many of them, and cries of agony echoed everywhere. Anta saw the opportunity and ordered his troops to advance and counterattack. Ant and his army shot forward. Sin Hyeon turned his head to look behind him and called out loudly, "Hey!" The green-haired demon flinched and looked around, wondering who else could be behind him. Was Sin Hyeon calling him? He replied yes, he was calling that stalker. He turned around abruptly, staring at Sin Hyeon with a scrutinizing gaze. He asked him, "Have you been following for all this time? Is it enough now?" He turned his back and walked away, adding that everything was nearing its end, so if he wanted to watch, he could keep observing. Watching him leave, he thought so he had seen him all along but pretended not to. He would wait and see how things turned out. On another battlefield, Ante opened his mouth and breathed magic toward the demons. Some were hit without time to react, while others quickly created defensive shields. They roared, "You damned lizards," while his soldiers in the distance were under attack. Seeing that, Ante angrily charged over and shouted, "You bastards, how dare you!" Ante clawed one demon and knocked down another, but one who had just fallen got back up and blocked his kick. He scoffed, "I heard you once fell to a human. Is your prime truly over?" Ante snarled, telling him to shut up, then breathed magic to destroy him. Ante looked into the distance where his soldiers were still fighting, whispering a hope that Sin Hyeon would win the battle. Elsewhere, Sin Hyeon faced the demon lord who held a mirror radiating deathly energy. He spoke, feigning surprise at witnessing such a thing for the first time. Sin Hyeon asked back, "What do you mean?" He explained that this was the first time he had seen someone stronger than a dragon who belonged to the human race. Sin Hyeon drew his sword and replied, "This is not the time for conversation. Power cannot be judged by mere observation. You must join the battle yourself and draw your own conclusions." The demon lord said, so that is it. He would show Sin Hyeon how pathetic a person can be. He charged at him and said, "Then do not cry when you are defeated, you brat." As the two clashed and exchanged moves, the moment their swords touched, an explosion erupted. Sin Hyeon commented, there was no opening to counterattack. Then he used a skill to create swords and stabbed them into the demon lord's back. As he was about to strike from behind, he said, "Trying the same trick you used on the dragons, are you? But do not even dream of touching him." Then he knocked Sin Hyeon away with a slash and said, "Do you know why the dragons lost? Because they trusted too much in their own strength." As that slash was about to hit him, Sin Hyeon sliced it in two. This surprised the demon king, who said, "What?" with just one slash. Charging at him, he said, "Thanks for the advice." As he charged in his head, Sin Hyeon thought that a skill like that would not work on the crack right now. At that moment, he realized that the swords that appeared were not invisible. To him, they were like a type of martial art. Sin Hyeon charged in and slashed at him once and said, If magic does not work, then I will just cut you directly with a sword. It was a slash across his chest that made him cry out in pain. He asked him, now do you think they are on the same level or not? He was furious he had been careless. Then he looked at him with eyes like bullets and said, if he wanted to kill him, he would have to unleash all his power. And the demon lord began to gather his strength. From a distance, the demon that had been tailing them said, could it be that the demon lord is unleashing all his strength? What kind of person is this human? Sin Hyon calmly said, what are you doing? The demon lord said that now he was ready to face death. He was also sweating bullets as he pointed his sword at him and tensed up. His combat attitude had completely changed from before. From afar at the place where Anta was fighting, everyone could feel the demon lord's power being unleashed to its fullest. One demon said excitedly, the demon lord has unleashed all his power. Another added, now is the time for you all to die. Anti said, what, he has already unleashed his demon king power. That is the final resort for when he is losing. He has never had to use it before. The demon below said, yes, when he unleashes his full power, a vast area around him will be affected by him. This area has become the demon lord's territory. So he said that the human they spoke of, who was supposed to be their savior, would soon just become a corpse. One of them said, anyway, it is rather embarrassing to have to use full power against a single human. Another demon consoled Ante, saying, it is fine if he does that. There must be a reason, and a win is a win no matter how you do it. Now our job is to kill all the dragons as we were ordered. At Sin Hyon's spot, he was breathing heavily while the demon lord was slowly walking towards him. He walked while crushing his own sword in his hand and said, now he had no weapons left. He lunged at Sin Hyon but he blocked with his sword. Then the two of them just kept blocking and blocking. Eventually he caught the blade of Sin Hyon's sword in his hand. He laughed and said, are you scared now, Sin Hyon? He was still able to land a slash and push him back, then said, stop barking. And he continuously slashed at him. The demon lord laughed and said those slashes are just tickling him. The wounds he inflicted had healed instantly. He sent many slashes towards Sin Hyon and said, why the change in attitude? Where is that attitude from before? He blocked the slashes, but they were so strong that even though he blocked them, he still took damage. Sin Hyon decided to slash to redirect the trajectory of the following slashes. After blocking, he was breathing heavily. His sword had cracked and broken. Sin Hyon said, what, the sword made from dragon bones is broken? The demon lord remarked, how boring is this? He was making him regret unleashing his full power. If that was the case, then it was time for Sin Hyon to die. After saying that, he fired a source of energy at him, caused him to lose a chunk of his body and cough up blood. As he collapsed, he thought, is this the time he truly dies? Suddenly, Sin Hyon was in a spirit form. He wondered where he was. Looking down, Sin Hyon saw himself trapped inside a mountain. Then countless memories flooded back. He said, what are these memories? A notification window appeared saying, Sin Hyon, it is not too late now. And the next notification said, join the gods. Seeing that, Sin Hyon said, what, join the gods? If he joined, then Sin Hyon would be able to defeat him. Then what would happen? He would no longer be human, and he would not be able to stay with his friends. No, that was not what he wanted, Jin Hyon said. No, he absolutely could not lose everything. He immediately used a spell to break the notification board. But it had no effect. He chuckled, this place was indeed useless for spells. Sin Hyon threw a punch at the notification board, declaring he would not heed its useless words. Notification board cracked, but a new message appeared. Sin Hyon, you will regret this. He replied that he could handle himself, told it to get lost, then threw another punch, shattering the board. In the real world, he jolted awake. The Demon King suddenly spoke, still not dead? Truly a resilient pest. He stared at Sin Hyon in shock, unable to comprehend how he had recovered so quickly. At this moment, Sin Hyon possessed long hair and an entirely different aura. He said he had only changed his form and recovered, and now it was round 2. The Demon King was utterly astonished, for the halo around Sin Hyon had shifted, likely tied to his new appearance. Meanwhile, Sin Hyon slowly advanced toward the Demon King. He gathered his strength, roared that such things were irrelevant, then conjured a river of blood surging toward him. Sin Hyon formed a sword of light with his hand, cleaving the blood river in two, leaving the Demon King stunned. He continued with another slash, sending a wave of light streaking straight toward him. Demon King took the hit, clutching his wound and groaning in pain. Sin Hyon, meanwhile, leisurely strolled toward him. The Demon King gritted his teeth, saying it had been a long time since he had unleashed his full strength, so his recovery had slowed. He shouted, demanding how he had grown so suddenly powerful. Sin Hyon raised his fist, ready to charge, and coldly retorted that he was about to die yet still so talkative. The fist connected with the Demon King, sending him hurtling a great distance. Sin Hyon swiftly gave chase. The Demon King angrily called out to him, "You!" Just as Sin Hyon drew near, he instantly teleported behind his back. He reacted in time, shifting behind him and taunting, asking where he thought he was running. Sin Hyon drove the light sword straight through his body, making him spit blood. Right after the thrust, he smashed him again, sending him plummeting to the ground. Upon hitting the earth, the Demon King weakly struggled to his feet. He cursed in fury. How dare he treat him this way, you weak pest. He raised his hand to cast a spell, but Sin Hyon had already severed his arm. He collapsed in agony, clutching his arm. Sin Hyon approached, saying that if he had anything to say, he should speak up so he could hear clearly. Suddenly, the Demon King screamed in a language unlike that of humans. This startled Sin Hyon. He claimed this was the most powerful mind control spell he knew. He smirked, explaining that this spell was used to completely destroy a victim's mind. He raised his hand, about to lunge at Sin Hyon, contemptuously calling him a troublesome pest. But then he died, because Sin Hyon had used his light sword to slice the Demon King's head clean off. Even as his head left his body, he still could not grasp what had happened. Sin Hyon looked at his corpse, coldly remarking that final effort was pitiful to behold. He turned and walked away, saying that the Demon King had been dealt with. The mysterious space created when the Demon King unleashed his full power slowly faded away, restoring a clear blue sky for everyone. Sin Hyon opened the system window, muttering to himself that it was time to return to the others. Suddenly, he saw something that made him exclaim in astonishment. Sin Hyon looked at the notification before him in confusion, wondering when he had ever summoned this. The notification displayed a breathtaking scene, making him pause to admire it. He suddenly recalled being trapped in the mountain, wondering why the words sounded exactly like that person's. Sin Hyon asked the notification board, "Who exactly are you?" The notification board replied that it was the one who granted his power and oversaw the system. He asked if that made it a goddess. It confirmed that it could be called that. The system asked if he was free, wanting to invite him for a brief meeting. Sin Hyon declined, saying he could not go at the moment. The system asked in surprise for the reason. He replied that he was very busy, and if it wanted to meet, it should wait until he had time. The system agreed, then silently disappeared. Sin Hyon said, "Now then, time to head back to the others." Anti, who had been fighting for quite a while, was now panting from exhaustion. On the battlefield, it seemed the demons were gaining the upper hand. He flew into the middle of the fray and noted that the enemy numbers were overwhelming. In the meantime, one demon had been struck down by him to the ground. Gazing toward the distant red zone, he wondered if Sin Hyon was doing all right. The skill's area of effect had completely ended. The demons looked in that direction, cheering with joy. The move had lost its effect had the demon lord won. To spoke up. In the end, this outcome was unavoidable. Suddenly, Sin Hyon appeared before him, offering a greeting. "I have returned." Anti was startled and asked, "What happened to you? Why does your head look so strange?" Sin Hyon replied, "This is difficult to explain." They had no time for a lengthy chat. With that, energy immediately gathered in his hand. He shot toward the demons charging at their location, watching the demons evaporate so quickly. Both the dragon race and the demons in combat froze, staring with their mouths agape. Ground where Sin Hyon attacked had visibly sunk inward. He said to Anti, "Before anything else happens, why don't we end everything here?" A demon exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Our forces were defeated by a human." The silver-haired demon turned pale. "What? I truly can't believe it." The silver-haired demon shouted out an order, "All of you retreat now." He opened a rift, and the remaining demons on the battlefield hurriedly fled toward it. Seeing that, Sin Hyon said softly, trying to run away. Some of them managed to escape through the rift. He launched a stream of fire into the rift, causing some who had just stepped in to leave their arms behind. When the move ended, a long trail of fire still burned right in front of the rift. He turned and asked the demons who hadn't managed to escape, "Is there any point in running now?" Ant had returned to his human form, flying close to Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon instructed Anti arrived just in time. "I will stay here to clean up this mess. You go on ahead." Anti shook his head. "It's time for us to stop." Sin Hyon was surprised. "What?" Anti explained that this was the right moment to stop, and as he spoke, he launched fire at the remaining demons, causing them pain. Sin Hyon stopped, while Ant advised that was perhaps the best decision at this moment. Their comrades had been wounded greatly, and there might still be a being stronger than the one Sin Hyon just defeated. They needed to strengthen defenses at the rifts and dungeons where demons could emerge, so Anta wanted Sin Hyon to stop here. Sin Hyon pondered for a moment, then nodded fine. He turned to look at the green-haired demon who had been watching him from start to finish. "You stalker, come out here. It's time for you to explain why you've been following me the entire time." He slowly walked towards Sin Hyon. Anta stood beside him, speaking up. No need to hear his explanation, just kill him and be done with it. He lowered his head, admitting he had witnessed everything Sin Hyon had done, and was deeply impressed, begging to be allowed to follow him. The request caught both Sin Hyon and Ant off guard. Sin Hyon whispered to Anti, "This one must be insane." Anta nodded in agreement. "In my eyes, he's not normal either." Hearing that, he quickly said, "It's hard to believe, but he would stake his very life to guarantee his words were true." He begged to be loyal to Sin Hyon for life, and pleaded for him to accept him as a disciple. Anta grew angry, raising his hand to attack, saying he deserved to be torn to pieces. Sin Hyon stopped Anta. "Wait," he swore on his life. "Does that mean he becomes my slave? Perhaps he will become useful in the future." Anta was a bit dejected. "Fine, if Sin Hyon wants a slave." Summarizing the battle situation, after hearing the Demon Lord had been defeated, the remaining demons on the battlefield had all fled. With the help of America, South Korea, and China, Russia gradually returned to a normal trajectory. As for Anti, he immediately ordered tightened security at the rifts and dungeons. As for Sin Hyon, he could finally feel at ease. Just as he woke, someone brought tea to his bedside, saying, "Your tea, sir." Sin Hyon thanked him, then looked toward the demon. Told him he looked more human now, and how did he hide his horns so easily? He explained that he had hidden his horns, much like a chameleon using camouflage. Sin Hyon understood. So that's it. Now can he go somewhere else? Why is he still standing here? He replied he wanted to stay by his side. Sin Hyon grew angry, tossing him out of the room, shouting, "Get out now. I want some peace and quiet." He lay down on the bed, opening the notification board, thinking that if he opened it, would they contact him again? The notification board appeared, finally contacting me again. They'll surely invite me immediately. The moment Sin Hyon closed his eyes, he was instantly teleported to an unfamiliar place. He looked around, wondering where this was. A goddess sitting in the distance spoke up. "This is my private space," then invited him to sit. As he sat down, both remained silent without uttering a word. Sin Hyon broke the stillness. "Hey, you called me here to talk, didn't you? So why sit in silence?" She replied she was merely admiring how amazing he was, because he was the second person to break through her defenses. Hearing that, Sin Hyon was surprised. "What, the second person?" She said sadly, "That's right, that person was someone like you, bearing the title of Heavenly Creation Martial God." The moment he heard that name, he gritted his teeth in anger. He was the one who destroyed everything he had. He still kept his calm demeanor, asking in return that if that were true, then why tell him, since it had nothing to do with him. She replied that that was exactly the reason she called him here. Sin Hyon was confused and asked her to explain more clearly. She began to tell that that man was the first to surpass the limits of an ordinary human. Yet he only used that power to do as he pleased. Fortunately, she was able to seal him in another dimension, but her seal seemed imperfect. That was why he could summon humans to his place. He also created a gap between the sealed dimension and the earth. From there, he could send monsters, demons, and disciples to the earth. Sin Hyon only replied with a faint, "Is that so?" She added that the recent battle showed her that Sin Hyon's power had exceeded limits, and he used it to destroy the demon lord and repel his army. If that man were still alive, the disaster would continue. Sin Hyon angrily slammed the table, saying that he was probably the only one who could kill him now, and asked her how to do it. She smiled faintly and spoke up. She would show him how to move across dimensions to reach his hiding place. Sin Hyon exclaimed in surprise he could really teleport to other dimensions. She nodded in confirmation. He wondered how easy it would be for someone as strong as him to separate his soul. If he could separate his soul from his body, then traversing across space would become simple. She reassured him that even as a soul, his power remained intact, so there was no need to worry. Sin Hyon seriously asked in return why she didn't handle it herself. Wasn't she strong enough? Hearing that, she seemed somewhat sad, replying that it wasn't that she had no way, but she needed a human body that could contain her divine power in order to go. But no human body could endure it for long. Currently, 3 people could withstand it, but they were all crippled after receiving her power. She said she didn't suggest him because she thought Sin Hyon's body couldn't handle it either. Hearing that, he replied that it probably wouldn't work, but she should tell him where that man's place was. He would go there. Right after that, she gave a sinister smile. Alex approached Sin Hyon and asked why he was suddenly called here. Sin Hyon replied that there was an important matter he needed to hear as well, so he called him over. He walked alongside Sin Hyon, which angered the demon, who growled, asking why he dared to walk alongside his master. Alex laughed and replied, "Is this the demon servant of Sin Hyon?" He nodded in confirmation, while the other one kept glaring at Alex. Then he put his arm around Sin Hyon's shoulder, telling the demon what could he do. Between them they were master and disciple. A very close relationship. The enraged green-haired demon roared, "How dare he do that? It was too much." Sin Hyon brushed Alex's hand away, saying if the two of them were going to argue, they could stay here and argue. He would go in first. With that, he left, and the other two hurriedly followed, but still didn't forget to taunt each other. Stepping inside, Anta was already there waiting with 3 bound demons on the floor. He said Sin Hyon had finally arrived. Auntie said he was about to call for Sin Hyon, but he had already arrived. These demons were lurking nearby. He was going to interrogate them, but now that Sin Hyon was here, he could do it himself. Sin Hyon nodded in agreement. One demon on the ground was astonished, unable to believe that a demon was walking alongside a human. He ordered the green-haired demon to interrogate them, trying to extract as much useful information as possible. He happily accepted the order. "Yes, master." He approached, making the bound demons tremble in fear. They pressed on, asking why he would betray his own kind. However, he was completely unmoved, directly torturing the demons on the ground. Sin Hyon sat down and told Ant that time was short, so he would get straight to the point. He would take the initiative to deal with the root of the demon invasion problem by shifting to another dimension. Hearing that, Alex and Ant were stunned, jumping up and shouting in unison. "What, traveling to another dimension?" Sin Hyon explained that he had destroyed a demon lord. Those who escaped would surely report back to the demon world. If the war continued, their losses would be even greater. It was best for him to take the initiative to go there and handle it. Alex objected that he couldn't cross that watery rift, and the tribe would be unable to defend if something bad happened while he was away. Ant also agreed, saying they had lived in the demon world so they could go back and forth. But for him, before Ant could finish, Sin Hyon reassured him that it was fine, because he had help from a goddess. Both Alex and Ant shouted in shock, "What, a goddess?" goddess. As for the green-haired demon, he seemed to hear nothing, only standing there looking confused. Sin Hyon explained that it was true. Someone like him in the immortal realm had told him, if he separated his soul from his body, he could travel across dimensions. But only the soul could move. Hearing that, Alex's eyes lit up, so that was it. But Sin Hyon then spoke seriously. It wasn't that easy, because the body left behind would become a tasty morsel for others to devour. Because at that time, it would just be a soulless shell, unable to move or defend itself. And if the body was destroyed, the soul would also perish. Hearing that, Alex blurted out, so wouldn't that be the same as him dying? Sin Hyon nodded in confirmation, and that was exactly the reason he had gathered everyone here. He wanted to ask if anyone agreed with this proposal. Alex fiercely declared that he would stand by Sin Hyon's side. Sin Hyon nodded in agreement. The two stood up and shook hands warmly. Sin Hyon pointed at the blue-haired demon and ordered, "You must come along too. Do you hear me, you slave?" He tensely nodded yes. He also revealed further that after interrogating the demons, he discovered they had a larger scheme. They were searching for the demon lord Rodiak. Hearing this, Sin Hyon exclaimed, "Rudy is truly vicious." A week later, at the laboratory in America, Sin Hyon, Yunsul, Jihai, Alex, and Elena were all present. Jihai announced that everything was ready. Seeing that Unseon seemed sulky, Sin Hyon went over to ask if she had any problems. She shouted in frustration that they had known each other for not long, and he already had to leave again. He patted Yunsul's head, gently apologized, and promised that he would surely return safely. She choked up and told him, "You must come back safely." He smiled reassuringly. Then before stepping into the machine, he seriously instructed the vice president, "Keep an eye on everything while he and Alex are away." The vice president saw Sin Hyon's sincere plea and nodded in agreement. Elena turned to Alex and complained, "Why do we stand here like outsiders?" Alex told her she should get used to it. Sin Hyon added instructions, "Keep an eye on the demons, they might come back." The three girls said in unison to reassure him, "Don't worry about us." After that, Alex and Sin Hyon stepped into the two teleportation chambers. When their bodies turned into spirits, Alex said in astonishment, "Impossible." Sin Hyon replied, "Completely possible," and the two of them left together. Jihai said sadly after him, "Travel safely, Sin Hyon." Outside, Auntie and the blue-haired demon were already waiting. Auntie spoke up, "They're here, let's go." Everyone stepped into the spatial rift together. In an unknown place, a female demon spoke up. She asked if she helped him, would his plans succeed. One talking to her was the silver-haired demon. He declared he would turn the dwelling place of humans into a sea of fire. As for Sin Hyon, he had stepped into the demon's dimension. From above, he slowly descended toward the water surface. Sin Hyon remarked, "So moving to another dimension feels like traveling abroad like this." When he landed, Ante, a few dragon tribesmen, and the blue-haired demon were all present. He spoke up to ask, "Is this the demon's dimension?" Alex commented, "It doesn't look that different from Earth." Ant explained, "They call this place the Dead City." Sin Hyon suddenly called out, "Hey!" The blue-haired demon cheerfully replied, "What is it, master?" He asked him to give a brief introduction to this place. He then began to speak. He pointed toward the castle over there. "That is the residence of Viewlight, the previous demon lord. As for that forest over there, it was once known as the place that caused the apocalypse. The defeated dragon tribe all chose to live there. The other demon lords were not very interested in that forest, so they tacitly allowed the dragon tribe to live there. But Viewlight considered this place his territory, so he wanted to drive the dragon tribe away." After hearing the story, Sin Hyon judged that Viewlight was dead. This place is probably safe since no one would want to fight for it. The blue-haired demon shook his head. That's not the case. His death made the other demon lords suspicious, especially his lover, the demon lord Rodiak. Sin Hyon asked how many demon lords there were. The blue-haired one answered, "Counting the just-deceased Viewlight, there are 11 in total." He angrily repeated, "11 demon lords, why so many?" Ant also nodded along. To him 11 was too many. Alex judged, "It seems it will be a long battle." Sin Hyon sighed, "That's right, they need to plan very carefully." This was the first time he called his name, and the secret was also revealed. The blue-haired demon was named Kampadin. Sin Hyon ordered, "Kampadin, lead the way to Viewlight's castle. They will turn that place into their new base." Kampadin pretended to be cheerful as he approached the guards, saying that his friends had returned. The guards did not suspect anything. They crowded around to ask. They said they were very worried about Kampadin since there was no news. Then they asked about the demon lord. Suddenly, Kampadin's face turned sinister. He said in a low voice, about the demon lord." At that moment, Alex rushed in from afar to finish off one of them, making the other two panic. Kampadin also struck down another one, then replied, "The demon lord is dead, killed by new master." The last one, terrified, collapsed to the ground and screamed in horror. In another place, the three demons who were once captured had now been rescued by the silver-haired demon. He spoke up to ask, "Are you alright?" He thought to himself, luckily they were still alive, the rescue was truly worth it. Thanks to the scouting team he sent, he learned the location of those lizards. He infiltrated successfully and saved them because those lizards had been too complacent after their first victory and did not strengthen security. The silver-haired demon asked the three if they had any useful information. One of them said yes, that Antigai has led the human and the traitor into their dimension. He was shocked upon hearing this. What, that guy dares to return, and even brings the human along? The other one replied, that's right. Another one spoke up, but with good news. He asked what the good news was. The other replied that the human soul was in their dimension. The white-haired man looked confused, saying that was not good since they were in danger. He explained that the human's body was right here. If the body was harmed, he would die, and then they would win. The black-haired man smirked wickedly and said, is that so? Inside the Demon Lord's castle, Sin Hyon spoke up, saying, aren't we acting like the villains this way? In front of Sin Hyon, countless demons were tied up and subdued. He added that they suddenly barged in, knocked out, and tied up all the demons. Anta replied that they deserved that consequence. The leader spoke, saying how dare that Kanpati betray his own kind and ally with the dragon race. Kanpati replied, betraying what? He was simply working for a new master. Sin Hyon told the one before him that he killed the demon lord, so this place now belonged to him. He advised him to obediently accept the truth like his other kin. He looked behind him, saying he agreed to admit defeat and was willing to serve Sin Hyon. Hearing that, the demons behind still showed no sign of submission. They stayed silent for a long while, finally speaking up, fine. Hearing that, Sin Hyon untied them. Alex asked him if there was any word on the demons following him that easily. Sin Hyon replied, no, nothing that easy. Sin Hyon ordered Kanpati to manage the subordinates, and he gladly accepted. He turned to ask the one who looked like the castle's butler. He asked his name. He replied, his name is Seodun. Sin Hyon told him that before planning the operation, they needed rest, so he asked him to lead everyone to the bedrooms. He grumbled in response, fine, please follow him. Sitting on the bed, Sin Hyon asked him, hey, what are you scheming in your head? Hearing that, the one named Silson trembled in fear and replied, scheming what he would not dare. Then he turned to tell him that he was thinking of ways to support him in the best manner. Sin Hyon heard that and asked support. That one explained that he held the position of managing household affairs like a butler. He said, so what? Said he only took orders from the demon lord. He asked if Sin Hyon was planning to bring down the other demon lords as well. He smiled and replied, yes. The one named Silson said he could spread a rumor that Viewlight was still alive. He smiled, praised the idea, and told him to do it immediately. He acknowledged the order, but his eyes suddenly turned cunning. Elsewhere, the white-haired demon was holding an orb, talking to someone. He said the human's body was on Earth and could do nothing. This was the opportunity. From within the orb, a female demon spoke, is that so? I will send some fleets over there. The one named Selson said that since there had been no news of Viewlight for a long time, he assumed he was dead. He wanted Sin Hyon to know that the first target he should aim for was the demon lord Rodiak. He said, Viola's girlfriend, right? He knew about that for a long time. He was surprised. What, he already knew? He replied, yeah. He added that the first thing about Rodiak was that she had a romantic relationship with Violate, and was one of only 2 water attribute demon lords. Blessed by the demon god, her strength was unmatched. Unlike other demon lords, Rodiak was the closest to Volite, so his disappearance affected her the most. Susan said he would spread the news that Viewlight was still alive, just injured and unable to move. At that time, she would come to visit, and that was when Sin Hyon could sneak into her vacated castle to take it over. He said, yeah, do it then. He replied fine, he would do it immediately. He left, and he just smiled slightly, saying nothing more. As for the white-haired demon, he had received the fleet Rodiak sent over. They were lined up neatly before him awaiting orders. He ordered that the entire team would now head to the laboratory in San Francisco, USA, where the human's body was being kept, to destroy it. At the demon lord Rodiak's castle, the one named Selson had come for an audience. She said it had been a long time, because if it were not for an important matter, he would not have come to see her in person. He bowed his head, saying his subordinate pays respects to the demon lord Rodiak. He said, fine, no need for formalities, stand up. Suddenly, Selson looked at Rodiak's guard named Nerissa, suggesting she let him and Rodiak talk in private for a moment. Nerissa was furious, saying, hey, you servant, how dare you request a private talk with the demon lord? Rodiak spoke up, it is fine, go ahead. After speaking, she warned him to watch his mouth and not speak nonsense. After a moment of silence, Rodiak shook her head in anger. Did you come here to tell me about that matter? Selson froze, what matter is that? She replied, the death of your lover, Violet. Selson broke into a cold sweat, thinking, damn it, she already knew? She angrily shouted, what kind of dog cannot protect its own master? Selson trembled, bowed his head, and told Rodiak that he was deeply sorry, but this time he risked his life to come here to inform her of something. Hearing that, she said, do not be long-winded, let me hear it. He said the bastard who killed Viewlight was seizing her castle. After hearing that, Rodiak stood frozen in shock. He added that there were many formidable foes there, but the most notable was the human named Jinhan. Rodiak was furious. She knew full well what he had done, and had heard from Lefrise that the man was leaving his body with no one to guard it. Now it was clear that the silver-haired devil was Lefrise. A man named Selson asked, so Lefrise was still alive? He replied, he lost an arm, but he was still alive. He laughed. Luckily, no one was guarding the physical body of the opponent. The only thing left was to buy time for Lefrise to seize that body. At that point, those 2 humans would be done for, and all that remained was dealing with the man named Andy. Rodiak asked, do you have a plan yet? The Superhorn Man replied that he had already told the human he would leave the castle, so they just needed to hold off the human long enough. She praised the plan as not bad. He said to leave everything to him, and as he left he gave Rodiak a suggestion. If they retreated openly, the human would think the castle was empty, and when he infiltrated, he would send a signal. The Superhorn Man gave a sinister smile. With soldiers lying in ambush inside, surrounding all sides, they would be nothing but rats caught in a trap. Rodiak nodded in approval. Very good. He reported back to Sinhaeon that as planned, Rodiak's castle was now empty, and they should set off immediately while there was still time. Everyone advanced together towards Rodiak's castle. Anta remarked that it did seem empty. Alex replied it looked convincing enough. The Superhorn Man sneered and turned back. What do you mean by convincing? He suddenly remembered. Where is your master? Anta replied. He went to find Rodiak. The moment he finished speaking, he used his strength to sever the Superhorn Man's head. Alex scoffed. These demons were too weak. The moment they lied, they were found out. Alex urged to go in and take the castle now. Anta nodded. Sinhaeon and Kanpadin had teleported behind Rodiak's army and spoke up. Here, Rodiak, I am right behind you. All the soldiers turned in shock, some shouting, who goes there? She turned around furiously. You must be Sinhaeon. She added, appearing without a trace. But why did Selson say you were at my castle? Sinhaeon replied, that sounds good, yet you believed it. He sent half the army into the castle to handle things while he would fight the leader. Rodiak replied, whatever. He asked again, what did you just say? She laughed maniacally. You are truly unlucky. Sinhaeon said, speak clearly, you madwoman. She laughed. I have also prepared something to welcome you. He asked, want to know what it is? At the laboratory in San Francisco, USA, demons were flooding in. Ian Sul and Ji-hai were in the basement, where the bodies of Sinhaeon and Alex were stored. They were chatting. Ian Sul said that the mud was working very well. Ji-hai replied she knew, but she still wished they would return soon. Yin Sul gave a faint smile to comfort her. It is fine. You know what kind of person Sinhaeon is. He is probably having fun somewhere. Ji-hai sighed. She was right. Perhaps she had been worrying too much. Suddenly, a red alert blared, startling them both. Yin Sul wondered, why did the alarm go off so suddenly? Ji-hai picked up the radio and asked, what is going on? A dying voice on the other end reported demon attacks requesting backup. Then the connection was lost. Ji-hai quickly told Yin Sul, call the hunters and the dragon clan here immediately. Yin Sul replied, understood, let us go down. On that battlefield, Sinhaeon was telling Rodiak to stop playing guessing games. He was not interested. He summoned a sword of light, astonishing her. Sinhaeon declared he needed nothing else but this. He swung the sword, a slash soaring straight towards her. Despite being caught off guard, Rodiak stood firm. He taunted, let us fight, use all your strength. He did not mind. Sinhaeon thought. He wanted to see her true power, for among the demon lords she was famous for being a maniac. Her fighting style would surely be completely different from Violet. Rodiak was enraged. Flames erupted around her body. She roared, fine then, arrogant bastard. Since you are the enemy of my beloved, I will not let you die easily. Even her own soldiers could not withstand the heat radiating from her. Sinhaeon remarked, does it have to be so intense? It is too hot. Rodiak continuously launched fire at him, roaring, die. While deflecting the attack, Sinhaeon said it felt like fighting a master of fire control. He wondered if all god-blessed demon lords were this strong, so it would be troublesome. Rodiak roared in fury, stop your nonsense and die. But against the fierce wave of fire, Sinhaeon only needed one slash to neutralize it. She was astonished. How is this possible? How did you neutralize it? Are you still human? He merely gave a faint smile and slowly advanced towards her. In the laboratory, the dragon tribe and hunters had arrived in time to provide support, and they were overwhelming the demons in the battle. The demon cried out in panic. How could reinforcements arrive so quickly? Damn it all. From above, Ian Sul was drawing her bow and aiming at the demons. She shouted angrily, how dare they rush in here? As soon as she finished speaking, her arrows shot through and took down the demons below. Alina manipulated ice beneath the ground, saying contemptuously they were truly fools. The most important thing on the battlefield was communication. With that, she slid across the ice toward them. Using the ice Alina had created, Lafrise snuck into the laboratory and assessed that in the current situation, losses were inevitable. He quickly moved deeper inside, to where the tanks containing the bodies of Alex and Sinhaeon were placed. Seeing the targets, he muttered happily. Just as expected, they were here. Now all he had to do was blow this place up, and it was done. But unexpectedly, Ji-hai appeared out of nowhere, swiftly as a flash, stabbing a knife into his neck before he could act. He widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe it. Why did he think this place would have no experts guarding it? Ji-hai replied coldly, of course they had prepared for being ambushed. This Lafrise fellow had probably really met his end. Ji-hai moved to the tank containing Sinhaeon's body, placed her hand on it and whispered. She silently thanked the heavens that he was safe, and wondered when he would return. She could only hope he would come back safely soon. In another dimension, Sinhaeon was approaching Rodiak and spoke up. Heard you were blessed by a demon god. Thought you were tough, but your fighting is so boring. Rodiak roared in anger. Is that so? Try this move then. With that, she created a massive pillar of fire that erupted violently. He smiled. It seemed this was the power granted. He confidently told her he would break this pillar of fire and charge in to finish off Rodiak. Immediately, he leaped high and slashed down. The massive pillar of fire was destroyed in the blink of an eye. That slash also left a deep wound on Rodiak's shoulder. She exclaimed in shock, how was it possible? How did he break through her defense without protective gear? That flame could burn even souls. Sin Hyeon replied calmly, next time she should save her energy a bit. She had wasted too much earlier. He pulled his sword out of her body, letting Rodiak's form slowly fall. He said in a low voice, goodbye Rodiak, now you can reunite with your loved ones in the afterlife. Suddenly, Rodiak's corpse twitched slightly, startling Sin Hyeon into a defensive stance. He muttered in confusion what was going on. She was clearly dead. A powerful voice emanated from her corpse. You killed my child. You do not belong to this world, do you? Sin Hyeon asked warily. You are not Rodiak. Who exactly are you? That voice answered, I am the embodiment of madness, the one who blessed the child you just killed. I am the god of this place. Sin Hyeon was surprised. So this place had gods too. He laughed coldly, truly ignorant. This place has more than one god. Hearing that, Sin Hyeon frowned and thought, this place was so different from Earth, with that many gods coexisting. He continued, this poor child should not have died so meaninglessly. Sin Hyeon retorted, the one who attacked my dimension first was her fiancé View Light. I was only protecting my world. He shouted in anger, just for a place so insignificant, you dared to kill my child? Sin Hyeon raised an eyebrow. Insignificant? That sounded annoying. Besides, this was a fair fight to the death. She lost because she was weaker than me. He raised his hand and pointed straight at his face. No need for further talk. You have killed 2 demon lords now. That meant Sin Hyeon was a thorn in his side that needed to be removed. He brushed his hand away, saying casually, if I am a thorn, then call me a thorn. With that, he drew his sword and slashed Rodiak's corpse in 2, with a warning, it is time for you to leave now. Before disappearing, he uttered a threat, from now on all the demons will hunt you down, and my brothers and sisters will not let this matter go either. The pieces of Rodiak's body gradually dissolved into golden dust and drifted away in the wind. He watched the golden dust, lost in deep thought. Brothers and sisters, he wondered what these demon gods here were really like. As the dust dissipated, his figure gradually appeared. The demon soldiers standing there gaped in shock, huh? He glanced around at the stunned demons. He smiled lightly. It seemed something interesting was about to happen. He was still standing here. Why wouldn't they kneel and pledge themselves as his subordinates? It was all over when Ant exclaimed in shock, what? While he and Alex were dealing with Rodiak's castle, Sin Hyeon had taken down another demon lord. Unbelievable. Sin Hyeon said modestly, though blessed by a demon lord, her fighting was average, nothing special. Kempati proudly said, truly my talented master. Sin Hyeon sternly reminded him, but this was not the time to be complacent. Alex asked in confusion, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out while they were in disarray? Sin Hyeon explained it was not that simple. When I killed Rodiak, an entity calling itself a demon god entered her body, and he was the one who had blessed Rodiak. This news startled everyone present. Even the demon Kunpadin looked stunned. And to spoke up, the dragon tribe also has a dragon god. I had guessed demons had gods, but never expected. Sin Hyeon continued, there is more than one demon god, and the one I just faced is called the embodiment of madness. He warned that all the demons would now target him, so Sin Hyeon believed it was time to devise a new plan. He ordered Kunpadin to be summoned, and Nerissa along with the squad of Lark soldiers to come immediately. With a scheming expression, he said he wanted to ask him a question and wondered if he would mind being asked. Outside in the yard, Nerissa and the Lack soldiers were bound tightly and forced to kneel, exactly the way he had handled the people in Viewlight's arena. Sin Hyeon stepped forward to ask Nerissa if she was the one holding the second greatest power after Rodiak. She did not answer, but Kunpadin quickly spoke up to confirm that fact to his master. The female demon declared that she would not easily hand that over to someone like Sin Hyeon. He realized that someone as extremely loyal as Nerissa could be tried with a different method, and at this moment he was fully capable of doing so. Hearing that, Nerissa began to tremble in fear. Sin Hyeon looked straight at her and activated his brainwashing skill. He demanded that she swear to be loyal only to him alone. When the skill hit her, she screamed in vain that this could not be happening. After a moment, she gradually stopped struggling. Nerissa immediately bowed her head before Sin Hyeon and swore to devote herself wholeheartedly. The soldiers behind gasped in shock, unable to believe that Nerissa had willingly submitted to a human and accepted him as her master. Sin Hyeon coldly looked at the soldiers as if he were examining a bullet, then asked them if they wanted to submit willingly or be brainwashed like Nerissa. He smiled and said he was being kind by giving them a chance to choose. The soldiers exchanged glances for a while before finally bowing their heads in unison. They raised their voices to greet the new demon lord. In some dark room, a figure cloaked in a robe asked if the brothers had all arrived. One figure spoke up sarcastically, saying that he was truly useless to let a blessed demon king get himself killed. The one provoked stood up abruptly and shouted to shut up, that this was no joke, the one who killed his son had the soul of a god, despite bearing a human body. Another figure asked in surprise whether he could elevate a soul to divine rank within a mortal body, while another refused to believe it, questioning how an ordinary person could invade their dimension. Another figure then raised the question of whether this was the second case after that man. The one mocked replied that he must destroy that man's soul if they wanted to live in peace, but the problem was how to do it. Figure beside him laughed loudly and suggested bestowing more power upon their children. They all went to their children simultaneously and conveyed the same order, to eradicate the stranger from another dimension, to avenge them. A demon woke with a start and realized it was the same old dream. That demon was Duros, the second demon lord, blessed by the god, the embodiment of slaughter. Another demon also jolted up in horror, Naznel, and this other demon was Faladin, the third demon lord, the embodiment of terror and blessed. A female demon awoke and reminded that they needed to find Naznel, the fifth demon lord named Asya, the embodiment of nightmares, who had also received the blessing. At a castle, Naznel, the first demon lord, sat upon his throne wondering what was happening. Sin Hyon sat recalling the words of that god, the embodiment of madness, that all the demons would come and kill him. He muttered to himself that that mad demon god actually had brothers. He remembered asking Kempardin if he knew how many demon gods existed in this place. He thought for a moment, then replied that there were 4 demon lords known to have received blessings from the demon god. They were Duros, Asya, Faladin, and Rodiak, the one he had just defeated earlier. He was not sure if there were any others who had also been blessed, because the information on this matter was vast and tangled. Sin Hyon smiled and praised Kempardin for doing very well. He chuckled with delight and replied that everyone expected nothing less from the master's most capable right hand, and Alex also chimed in that he was indeed easy to please. Back to the present, Sin Hyon sat in deep thought. He did not think the demon gods could do anything right now, unless they possessed someone's body like with Rodiak, but he would still guard against any contingency. At Naznel's castle, the 3 Duros, Asya, and Faladin had arrived, and the first demon lord asked why the 3 suddenly came together. He asked sharply if they were planning to overthrow him. Faladin replied that they had no such intention. But his guess was not wrong either. Naznel asked what the matter was then and wondered why Rodiak was nowhere to be seen. Asya explained they came because of Rodiak's matter, and Naznel teased that perhaps Rodiak and Violet had quarreled and called off the engagement, making the female demon slam the table in fury and snap that they were not that free. Duros spoke up saying that to put it simply, all 3 of them had the exact same dream for several consecutive days. The dream warned that the one blessed by the god of madness had died at the hands of a person from another dimension. Naznel was taken aback in shock, and Duros continued that only the 3 of them had received this dream, no other demon lord. That could be the guardian god sending some kind of sign. Naznel sank into thought. The 4 of them, including Rodiak, had all been blessed by the gods. Even though he was the strongest leader, should he trust their words, or was it just a scheme to seize his position? Naznel asked if this had ever happened before. Faladin confirmed it had never happened. This was the first time. Naznel asked suspiciously whether the gods truly had the leisure to warn of danger, which surprised the 3, and Asya angrily told him not to be foolish. Naznel explained he believed in the existence of the gods, since there was always a demon lord being blessed. He almost snapped that the blessed power was always random and demons had never directly spoken with anyone. Faladin spoke up asking if he was doubting the message conveyed from the gods. Duros insisted that the dream they received was not simple. It was so important that the gods had to personally appear in the dream, and he swore he was not lying. Naznel smiled awkwardly and apologized, but then wondered why they did not contact Rodiak instead of coming to him. Asya replied that they had tried but received no response, and Viewlight had also lost contact after going through the gate to chase after the lizard group. Faladin said that was the reason they came to him, because he was always the one who presided over the demon lord's meetings. He wondered whether Naznel had the authority to dismiss Viewlight and Rodiak. He grew angry, believing they intended to use his name for shady dealings. Tendrils reassured him that they had no intention of overstepping. They only wanted to act first, and then explain to the other 2 afterward, and they would certainly not tarnish Naznel's honor. Naznel sighed and agreed to lend his name, but warned that if anything happened, it would not involve him. Duros thanked Naznel and promised to report back as soon as there was new information. All 3 entered together and bowed to Rodiak. One of them spoke up, questioning that they had come because she had been absent for too long and wondered why she was here. Rodiak raised her head to look and felt that the faces of these people seemed somewhat familiar. Looking closely at the one before him, he saw a resemblance to Rodiak, but instinct told him it was not her, and he could not understand why he had such a strange feeling. She spoke up and asked the 3 what business they had with her. The one in front answered that their demon lord wished to meet Rodiak. She scoffed, saying if they wanted to meet, why not come in person instead of sending subordinates? He explained that they had been unable to contact her since yesterday, so they had to send people directly. Rodiak pointed at the 2 behind, remarking that they looked unfamiliar, not like Asya's people at all. and she did not recognize them either. The one on the left claimed to be Duros' subordinate, while the one on the right said he was Faladin's man. Rodiak widened her eyes, demanding to know why 3 subordinates of 3 demon lords would appear here together. Were they plotting something against her? All 3 quickly knelt and swore they had no ill intentions. They were only sent to check on Rodiak's situation, after their masters received permission from Naznel. Rodiak burst out laughing, surprised to learn that they had allied with one another and were even worried about her safety. He replied that he no longer knew what was going on either, but deep down he still felt something was off. This sense of unease had been present from the start. Everything seemed too perfectly aligned. Yet his instinct kept telling him that things were not that simple, because a demon lord always exuded pressure whether intentional or not, while Rodiak right now had none of that pressure at all. He stepped down, remarking that the situation before them was that subordinates of other demon lords had been entrusted by their masters to come and assist her. When all 3 looked up and saw her face clearly, they shouted in shock, "Kanpadin, you bastard, why are you here?" He smiled and replied that he thought he would die pretending to be Rodiak, but it seemed he was a better actor than he had thought. He asked them back whether this matter was not already perfectly clear. Sin Hyon walked in from outside, saying that he had been searching for the other demon lords, and what a stroke of luck that they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. He did not know how to thank them properly. One of them angrily drew a dagger and lunged at Sin Hyon. He used 2 petrified fingers to block the dagger, praising the man for his courage, but regrettably, he would be disappointed. Immediately after, Sin Hyon summoned a sword and cut the man in half, emphasizing that even with another 1,000 years, he would never touch him. He looked at the fallen corpse, remarking that the loudest one had been dealt with. Sin Hyon turned to look at the remaining 2, causing them to tremble in fear. He ordered them to confess everything about the demon lord they served, as well as the power they received from their blessing, along with a warning that if they did not want to end up in 2 pieces like the one just now. The 2 remaining demons hurriedly confessed the information about their demon lord. Sin Hyon fell silent for a moment to ponder what he had just heard. Alex, Auntie, and Kanpadin also stood there, listening intently to every word. No one knew what they had told him, but when they finished, both trembled and begged him to trust the words they had just spoken. Anta fell into thought upon hearing that, while Alex remarked that the information did not seem very useful. Kanpadin leaned close to Alex, warning that many demon lords gathering to see Naznel, the strongest one, meant that Sin Hyon might be in danger, and called him a foolish human. Anta asked Sin Hyon that if they had already allied, how would they know he had eliminated Rodiak? He replied that he might have figured out the reason, leaving all 3 stunned. Sin Hyon recounted that when he faced Rodiak, he encountered the god who was blessing her, and that god revealed that the demons would join forces to find a way to bring him down. Kanpadin tremblingly asked again about his master's words. Alex was astonished that he narrated the story so calmly, and Anta held his head in disbelief, learning that even gods had gotten involved. Sin Hyon reassured everyone that he was the supreme holy sword, they could hardly harm him, and he already had a plan in mind. He turned to look at the demons kneeling on the ground and ordered them to raise their heads and look at him. He used the same gaze he had used to subdue Nerissa, commanding them to do everything he was about to say. Ashia pressed the 2 subordinates of Duros and Faladin, asking why they had come to her castle without permission, and why her own subordinate, BZ, was not present. Both knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and admitting their failure to complete the mission, begging the demon lord for forgiveness. Ashia lost patience, shouting at them to stop beating around the bush and say it directly. One trembled and recounted that Rodiak had killed Besset on the spot because he talked too much and was too noisy. Ashia shrieked in shock, unable to believe what she had just heard. She used her power to choke the 2 subordinates of their demon lords, furious that Rodiak dared to kill her people. Though struggling to breathe, they still tried to explain that they were powerless, only able to watch, so they ran to report instead of returning to their master. Ashia gritted her teeth, then rubbed her face to calm down, reasoning that Rodiak had always hated noisy people, so it was understandable. She released the 2 subordinates and allowed them to return to their masters. They stood up, bowed to Ashia, and quickly left the castle. At night, as Ashia fell asleep, she continued to have nightmares. The voice kept repeating, "The one representing madness is dead, accept that fact." Ashia woke with a start in the middle of the night, holding her head and wondering what those words meant, and whether the gods were trying to send her a message. Next morning, Ashia, Duros, and Faladin had an important meeting. So Faladin asked the other 2 if they had dreamed about that matter again. Duros confirmed that it was so, but this time they revealed another matter, saying not to be naive and get deceived. Arita also found it puzzling about Rodiak killing someone, along with the warning from last night. Durals laughed and asked why his servant and Faladin returned safely, while Arita's servant died. Durals suspected whether their servants were lying, or if the dream truly was a message from the gods. Ashia said if the gods wanted to convey something, they should have been clearer. Duros laughed in agreement, Faladin suggested all three of them do it together. The other two confusedly asked what for. He said he would go to Rodiak's place to personally verify everything. Dendurals asked in surprise if he was serious. Achia even teased that a lazy man like him would bother to go. Faladin replied that the dream was annoyingly persistent. Would they not be bothered? Achia had not finished her sentence. He cut her off, saying he would go himself to check if Rodiak was safe and bring him back. If the dream still bothered him, he would deal with it later. Durals reminded him that he knew enemies were waiting, praised his keen intuition. Faladin confirmed. He asked Durals what he meant. Durals believed Rodiak was in danger. If he disappeared, then Viewlight would also disappear. Faladin asked the other two to beg Naznel for help if he ran into trouble. Aichia laughed, saying it sounded like he was about to sacrifice himself. Faladin laughed to reassure her he had no intention of dying, so she should not grieve. Duros laughed and wished him well, telling him to just do what he wanted. A moment later, Faladin arrived at Rodiak's castle, accompanied by a squire. He asked Galen if he was ready. The other replied curtly that he was. Sin Hyon suddenly appeared behind him, speaking a greeting to the blessed demon lord, which startled him. Turning around, Faladin saw Sin Hyon, Alex, Ant, and Kanpadin. He confirmed the man's name. Panicked, wondering how they knew him, Sin Hyon asked if what he said was correct. He turned to the squire, angrily scolding him as a traitor, realizing the news of Rodiak's safety was false. He acted, freezing the squire in place. He shattered the block of ice, causing the squire to break into many pieces. He advanced towards Sin Hyon, asking in a low, threatening voice who he was. He calmly replied that he was a human from another dimension. Hearing that, Faladin called him an invader from another dimension. Sin Hyon said that was one way to put it, asked if he dreamed of Rodiak being killed and of going for revenge. He said in a low voice that he did not need to know the details. Sin Hyon said calling him an invader was a bit rude, since Viewlight was the one who invaded first. Faladin grew angry, concluding that he was the one who harmed Rodiak because he knew about Viewlight. Sin Hyon frankly confirmed that it was indeed him. He also remarked that this one used ice. The battle would be quite interesting. Saying that, he began to gather his power. He challenged him to use all his strength, because he would not hold back. Faladin sneered, mocking Sin Hyon's arrogance as sky high. He raised his hand and began to cast his spell. Sin Hyon quickly ordered everyone behind him fall back. Faladin created a zone of ice surrounding the entire battlefield. Seeing that sight, Sin Hyon spoke up and asked if this was his power. He replied that it was. Thanks to the blessing, he could use the ice prison technique. He launched ice towards Sin Hyon, declaring he would freeze him. Sin Hyon dodged, but the ice power still quickly caught up. A layer of ice slowly spread from his toes up his body. Sin Hyon swung his sword, slicing a single stroke to block the path of the ice. He assessed that, without inner energy, this ice would be enough to freeze him solid. More pillars of ice shot forward, but Sin Hyon still managed to block them all. Faladin was surprised, but remained self-satisfied, thinking he liked to show off. Sin Hyon retorted, telling him to think whatever he wanted about him. He even mocked him for being more foolish than Rodiak and Viewlight, for still not understanding his intentions. Faladin angrily shot ice at him, asking if he looked down on him as being weaker than the other two. Even partially frozen, Sin Hyon still remarked that he was quite prideful when his reputation was touched. Faladin sneered, telling him he was about to die and still talking nonsense. Sin Hyon was completely frozen. He thought to himself that last time he only focused on killing Rodiak, without learning the source of his power. This time he had to take it. Closing his eyes to sense it, Sin Hyon realized Viewlight Rodiak, and this one all burned innate energy to create Demon Lord power. He asked himself what the difference was between a normal Demon Lord and those blessed like Rodiak and Faladin. As he approached and grabbed his neck, he suddenly understood they mixed their own power with immortal spiritual power. Sin Hyon broke through the ice layer and immediately launched fire towards Faladin. He was surprised, defending while muttering in disbelief that it was impossible. This is the power blessed by Rodinakma. Why can you use a power bestowed by the embodiment of madness? Sin Hyon replied that since they mix their personal power with the blessed power, anyone who understands that can use it too. He stopped and said, "Now let's quickly settle this matter." As he approached, that Faladin quickly shouted, "Wait, I surrender." He knelt down and begged, saying he would provide more information that he needed, as long as he would spare his life. Sin Hyon told him to speak first and then he would decide, and asked why a demon lord had to act personally. He replied that his subordinate's testimony showed signs of deceit, so he had to come and verify it himself. Sin Hyon wondered what deceit meant, since they clearly hadn't said anything, and he explained that it was thanks to a prophetic dream. Faladin confirmed that only other demon lords knew. They were told in dreams that the one blessed by the embodiment of madness had died at the hands of an invader from another dimension. They considered it a prophecy, but he himself never believed it would come true. Sin Hyon thought to himself, being visited by a prophetic dream from demons must not be pleasant. He told Faladin that what he just said he could have guessed. Now give him a good reason not to kill him. He quickly promised that when Sin Hyon returned to the Earth camp, he would persuade the demon race to stop the manhunt, even if he had to lower himself before the others. He swore on his honor. He nodded in agreement. He bowed his head in joy repeatedly and thanked him endlessly. Sin Hyon smirked in reply, saying it was nothing. Shortly after, Faladin realized he was locked in a prison, and he was indignant because this was completely different from the initial agreement. He demanded to know why he was being held. Sin Hyon said he needed to hear his teammates' opinions, so he should wait obediently, then left. Faladin lamented there was no way around it. He thought he was going to be set free. Leaving the prison, Sin Hyon asked one demon's opinion first, whether the demon still held any grudge against the dragon race. Nerissa thought that Rodiak, because he didn't use his full power, was easily taken down by him. Kampadin had to lose his life right there along with him. Spoke up advising not to trust Faladin. Sin Hyon then asked why, and to explain that the war between the demon race and the dragon race happened recently, when the demon race was determined to destroy the dragons despite the losses. Nerissa and Kampadin nodded in agreement. Kampadin analyzed that if he were a demon lord, after being released he would go and tell about the power he just witnessed and gather the remaining demon lords to deal with Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon glared at him and asked how he planned to deal with him. Kampadin trembled and replied that it was just a hypothesis, and he had no such intention. He turned his back and said he had heard enough. Now it's time to go release that guy. Auntie anxiously asked if he had heard what they said. Sin Hyon looked at them with a threatening gaze and reminded them that he had promised to spare and release him. He opened a dimensional gate and told him to leave. Faladin hurriedly ran off and mocked that Sin Hyon was truly a fool, and he would regret this. He hadn't run far when he was impaled by his own ice prison. Sin Hyon leisurely walked over and asked him how he felt about his ice prison. He screamed in pain that Sin Hyon had started a war and would never return to the Earth camp safely. He replied coldly that he had heard that phrase so many times he was sick of it. Duros woke with a start in the middle of the night. The gods had told him in a dream that Faladin had also met his end, sharing the same fate as the previous demon lords. He decided he had to summon a meeting of the demon lords through Naznal immediately. Naznal was annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the night, feeling they had been abusing his name too much. Duros explained that he had just received a much more terrifying prophecy. Naznal curiously asked what prophecy. Eshia then said that the one blessed by the embodiment of terror had also died. Naznal realized they might be talking about that Faladin. He laughed and asked, now that he mentioned it, where was that guy? Duros replied that he had lost contact since yesterday, when he went to Rodiak's place. Naznal couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Duros pondered and speculated that Faladin might have actually died. So that was 3 demon lords taken down by the invader. He didn't know much about dimension other than it being the realm of humans. Asia worriedly wondered if they had the help of the dragon race. Duros gritted his teeth and admitted this matter was more serious than he thought. Asia urged Naznal to use his authority to summon the other demon lords, because they needed to discuss this seriously. Naznal nodded in agreement and began to contact the rest. When the demon lords had all gathered, Naznal spoke up to apologize for the suddenness, but there was an important matter to announce. The 7th demon lord Terranin yawned, showing little interest. The 9th demon lord Salin teased that he must want to share some personal matters. Duros laughed and replied that he was the one who asked Naznal to use his authority to summon everyone here. The 6th demon lord Jericho spoke up in confusion. The other demon lords like Bados and Mupin were all surprised by this unusual action. Duros brought up the matter of Viewlight chasing the dragon race to another dimension, and all the demon lords confirmed they remembered. He said in a stern voice that it seemed something unfortunate had happened to him. All the demon lords couldn't believe their ears. Duros added that Rodiak also met a similar fate, and Faladin, who went to scout for information, had also lost contact. They believed the culprit was an invader, so they wanted to ask those with shape-shifting abilities to investigate the truth. Jericho was surprised by this sudden request. Duros said, right, let's disguise ourselves as Dragon Clan and linger around Rodiak's castle, probe their forces. Harry nodded and stood up, fine then. Outside, the servant of Dural's, who had once been brainwashed by Sin Hyon, was eavesdropping. He hurried away, thinking the situation was dangerous, and he needed to report this to Sin Hyon immediately. Duros suddenly appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder, asking how he dared to eavesdrop. The servant denied it completely, but Duros did not believe him. He was disappointed and dealt with him on the spot. The gem from the servant's hand fell to the ground. From the gem came a sound. It seemed someone was watching outside Rodiak's castle. Duros smashed the gem and spoke up. He admitted, only a truly skilled person could turn a close servant into a spy. Things were becoming more interesting than he thought. Duros sneered. He very much wanted to meet the one called the Invader from another dimension. Sin Hyon lay on the bed tossing and turning. Another demon lord was about to arrive. He could not guess what they would do next. He wondered what the motives of those demon gods were and thought he needed to find out more. Anta walked in from outside and called out. Sin Hyon was startled and jumped up to respond. Anta suggested having a private talk with Sin Hyon in some quiet place. 2 of them moved to a secluded cave. Sin Hyon turned to look at Anta and asked directly, who are you? Anta laughed loudly. Figured it out, have you? He had wanted to meet him since the moment he set foot here. He claimed to be the dragon god on the brink of extinction. Sin Hyon was surprised. So does every dimension have its own god? He explained Sin Hyon did not know of his existence. He was merely borrowing Anta's body temporarily, and would erase the memories after leaving. Sin Hyon wondered, why did he want to meet him and why hide his presence from Anta? He pointed deep into the cave and said, go inside and you will understand. Sin Hyon was annoyed. Is this really necessary? He did not answer, turned around and walked in, telling him to follow. Sin Hyon grew impatient. Hey, just say it outright. Stepping inside, he realized this place felt so familiar. From afar, he saw a figure sitting there. He said softly, there he is, the martial god who created heaven. Sin Hyon drew his sword and charged, catching Anta off guard. He did not need a story opening. He lunged forward, declaring he had no need for introductory words. Sin Hyon struck hard, but he blocked it. He simply watched in silence. He growled. He had lost his entire family, his sister had been abandoned, and he himself had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, all because of him. He flung Sin Hyon away, still not saying a single word. He continued through gritted teeth, blaming him for making Earth a haven for monsters and demons. Sin Hyon charged at him once more. He merely brushed his hand aside gently. Sin Hyon gasped for breath, roaring at him to explain why he had done this to him. He swung his sword again but was blocked cleanly every time. He smiled. It seemed Sin Hyon was finally ready to listen now. So you are finally willing to talk to me, Sin Hyon. The two stood facing each other, swords pointed straight at one another in a standoff. Sin Hyon was astonished. Do you mean you wanted to talk to me? He roared. That will never happen, then swung his sword and charged forward. Ant, standing nearby, shook his head hard to calm him down. Sin Hyon shouted loudly, vowing to cut him down. He leaped up and unleashed a painful opening strike. His sword grazed his neck, but he dodged in time, a smile still on the corner of his mouth. Sin Hyon roared, determined to kill him. He swung his sword straight down. He charged forward, driving the sharp blade into the opponent's neck. A huge explosion occurred, rocks and dirt flew everywhere. A blinding golden light engulfed the space. As the dust slowly cleared, Sin Hyon was stunned by the scene before him. Chains were tightly coiled around Duros, suspending him in midair. Sin Hyon asked in shock, why was he tied up? What was going on? Duros said helplessly, it is a long story. He asked if he could spare some time, then recounted. The goddess had noticed him when he became a god, surpassing human limits. In the memory, he saw himself winning gloriously. The goddess invited him into her inner world. The goddess with flowing golden hair and a seductive figure was inviting him into a magnificent palace. Duros recounted. She pretended to congratulate him on becoming a god, but he knew those were nothing but lies. From the very beginning, Ata did not want to lose her position. She broke the rules by interfering in another dimension, joining forces with the demon god Redview, who also had conflicts with the dragon god. He fell into this dimension sealed by the goddess's scheme, because gods cannot use their full power outside their own territory. He painfully recounted being used. He recalled the moment he was hung by chains, facing the demon king who was smiling viciously. He told him that when he locked him away in that secret place, he revealed his true intention. After destroying the dragon god, he would seize the earth where the goddess resided. He had gathered his meager strength to build a martial arts world within his mind, turning it into a place where he could learn every martial art he had ever known. He explained that the reason he had never met him was because the inner world was a spiritual realm that operated as its own dimension, belonging only to its creator, so it could avoid the goddess's scrutiny. While he was summoning Sin Hyon, the goddess had to cause all sorts of disasters to regain humanity's faith, because people only turn to gods when they are suffering. Sin Hyon gritted his teeth, seeing no other choice. He muttered under his breath. Then he screamed, asking if everything he believed to be true was actually a lie. Anta stepped to his side, patting his shoulder, confirming that sadly, everything he said was true. He asked again in a panic, but still received a firm nod from Anta. It turned out that from the moment he introduced himself as a god from the land of the dead, his time and that world's time were both limited. Sin Hyon clenched his fist, answering Anta that he already knew that. At that moment, he was about to swing his fist toward Duros, roaring that his legacy, his lost life, how dare he do such a thing. Anta immediately hugged him tightly to stop him. He struggled, shouting for him to let him go. Anta said he completely understood his feelings, but could he listen to him for a little longer? He recounted that since he arrived, he had been watching him through Elter's eyes. He saw him defeat 2 demon gods, and finally he believed that the words of the atheist gods were true. Sin Hyon would help them greatly. Sin Hyon replied that he wanted to ask him something. He looked toward Duros, his gaze sharp, asking why he wanted him to become a god. Duros answered that he thought it was the only way to stop the goddess. If merely giving up being human could save the world, wouldn't he also choose that path? Hearing him speak, Sin Hyon gritted his teeth again. He continued, but you already defeated the demon gods without ascending to godhood. A human can rival gods without becoming one. Think about how strong you could become if you ascended to godhood. That moment, Sin Hyon broke free from Anta's embrace, lunging forward to land a punch straight in Duros's face. He stood before him, declaring that he wasn't killing him because he had forgiven him. He was only cooperating temporarily to protect his family and the people he loved. Duros wore a puzzling smile, grateful that he trusted him. He reached out to touch the chain on his body, and he groaned in pain again. He asked how to remove this thing. Behind him suddenly spoke up, "There are two ways to unlock these chains. One is for the demon god to release it himself, the other is to kill the demon god." Duros lowered his head heavily, saying he could no longer summon both of them into the inner world. This would be the last place for them to talk. He had used all his remaining strength to open this inner world. After a pause, he disappeared. Antin Sinhaeon witnessed the whole scene. He sighed, it seemed there was no other way. Right after he cracked his knuckles, there was nothing left but to fight their way out. He stepped forward, suddenly realizing Ant wasn't following him. He turned back, seeing his body emitting a purple light. Coming to his senses, Anta scratched his head and asked why they were here. He asked back, startled, but he quickly reassured him by saying that some things had happened. They continued walking one in front of the other. Anta curiously asked why he didn't tell him. Sinhaeon, hands in his pockets, replied that he couldn't say. Suddenly, a snake spirit appeared before them. It had limbs like a human but a serpentine body, slithering on the ground. Anta was stunned. Why was a low-level dragon still here? The snake lowered its head, speaking in a human voice. "Sir, you may not remember me, but I am Jerry." It stood upright, recounting that after its previous failure, it tried to cross the water but was severely injured, so it couldn't join them. It bowed its head with reverence, saying it was glad to see him again. Anta heard this and rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Sinhaeon nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Hey Elter, he's your subordinate. It's lucky he survived. Why don't you heal him?" Anta looked at Jerry, was looking at him with sparkling, adorable eyes. Anta scratched his head with one hand and reached out the other toward Jerry, apologizing for not taking good care of him. Jerry grasped his hand, lowered its head, but its eyes revealed a fierce look, and asked about the low-level dragon named Ziria, apologizing for not taking better care of him. He held Anti's hand, saying it was fine, thanking him for accepting him as a soldier. But his expression suddenly twisted into a sinister smile, because the real Jerry was already dead. This was Jerry, the sixth Demon Lord's escapee, disguised after killing the real one. Anta and Sinhaeon were startled and stepped back. The other dragon soldiers also gasped in shock. "Oh my god." One ran over to ask if Jerry was okay, while another stood scratching his head, wondering why a low-level soldier could come back. The dragon soldier who ran up said that they should at least heal him first. But in his heart, the one named Jericho thought, no, if he were healed with the dragon race's skills, his true identity would be exposed. So in his disguise as Jerry, he refused, saying it was fine, the wounds were almost fully healed. He turned to Anta, saying he just wanted to rest now. Could he have a room? Anta sighed, telling the soldier to lead Jerry to his room. The other one heard this and replied, "As you command." When he entered the room, Kenlum asked the name of Jerry, who was disguised as a soldier. He said his name was Jerry, and was told to rest. He thanked him. Before leaving, the soldier turned back and said if the wound hurt, he must report it immediately. Jerry replied that there was no such thing. Jerry-chan pondered what he had just seen. Perhaps Rodiak's minions had completely submitted to that damned human. The other soldiers were also trained by that man. He overheard the minions talking. Rodiak was dead, but why was that person still so calm? The other said he was just living day by day. Tengyur-chan concluded that Rodiak's death was certain, but whether to ally with them or not required further investigation. Then he shifted back to his true form and told himself he must participate in tomorrow's meeting by any means. The next morning, he left his room, continued to disguise himself as Jerry, and called Alex, "Hey human." Alex heard this and asked if the low-level soldier had returned safely. He nodded in confirmation. Alex turned his back and said if there was something important, he would tell him later, because he still had a meeting to attend. Jerry said that calling Alex was precisely for that matter. He wanted to join the meeting because he had important information from being lost here alone. Didn't everyone want to know? At this time, Sinhaeon walked by, saw the two talking, and wondered what they were doing. Dronzer explained that he wanted to help them take revenge. Alex replied that he alone could not decide this matter. Sinhaeon placed his hand on Alex's shoulder, saying to let him in since he could gather a lot of full information anyway. Sinhaeon sat down in a chair and said to everyone, Jerry has a story to tell about how he survived until now, and to ask Jerry what terrible things he had gone through. Jerry-chan began to fake crying and recounted. He was stranded alone, everything was like hell, he was captured and tortured very brutally. But luckily he escaped. Thinking about it now still made him shudder because of their cruelty, so he wanted revenge. Kenpati said they were indeed demons. They would do anything to extract information. Anta remained silent, but wore an uncomfortable expression. Alex spread out the map and told everyone to look at this first. This was the map of this dimension given by Nerissa. He pointed to a place and said the center was the residence of the strongest demon lord, Naznel. The surroundings were protected by other demon lords in the four directions east, west, south, north. Naznel was in the middle. Among the four directions they had handled two. After dealing with view light, the one closest to him was silent. Jerry-chan sat nearby listening and thought he did not expect these people to research so thoroughly. The situation was tense when two of the four guarding demon lords were dead. Anta said Naznel was very strong, fighting two high-level tribe lineages without a scratch, so they had to be careful. Kampedin said the former owner Viewlight was not worth mentioning compared to him. Sinhaeon grabbed Kampading's horn and yelled at him to shut up, making him cry. He quickly apologized to his master. Suddenly he asked Jerry if he had any opinion on the next direction. He suggested why not attack straight into Naznel's box. Everyone was silent. Kampadin said he was crazy. Naznel was the strongest. Alate wondered what he meant. Jerry said before he left he was in Naznel's box, and it seemed that man was leading his troops toward the southwest. So if they attacked the empty fortress, they would seize the central point. Everyone looked at the center and fell silent in thought. Suddenly Sinhaeon spoke up. Fine, do as Jerry said. Everyone was surprised. Sinhaeon explained it was an empty fortress now. Taking it would give them an easy strategic stronghold. Why not do it? Jerry's eyes lit up as he thanked him for listening. He said he listened because it was useful information. Then Sinhaeon announced the dismissal of the meeting. Jerry hurriedly ran back to Naznel's fortress, opened the door, and asked if everyone was fully gathered. Tentaranin asked if Jerry-chan really managed to gather everyone here. Silent said it was indeed troublesome. Jerry angrily snapped at him, saying he had to kiss up to those bugs to get the information for them, and yet they had the nerve to be annoyed. Naznel said, calm down, Jerry-chan. What was so important that you had to call everyone here? Jericho said they were supplementing their forces by using soldiers from the demon lords they had defeated. Ados heard this and wondered, they were high-level demons, why would they ally with humans and thunder beings? Milpin heard this and muttered, those bastards. Taranin angrily slammed the table, demanding to kill all the traitors. Jerry-chan smiled and said he had even more important information. They said they had left important people behind on Earth. They were very worried about those left behind. Tendrils heard this and put on a thoughtful expression. He suggested Naznel send a few demon lords down to Earth to take hostages. Naznel thought for a moment, then praised the idea as not bad. He ordered Jerry-chan, Bados, and Milpin to make a trip down to Earth. In Rodiak's palace, Sinhaeon told Anta that Jerry was a demon. Anta screamed in shock, not a common demon but a demon lord. Sinhaeon grimaced and told him to yell quieter. He was deafening his eardrums, confirming that was indeed the case. Anta said he had probably escaped already. Kampadin stood there hearing Anta shout, his head spinning. Suddenly Alex ran in and reported exactly as Sinhaeon had said. The room was completely empty, as if no one had ever been there. Anta embarrassedly apologized because he looked like a human of the English tribe, so he was easily deceived. He sincerely apologized to Sinhaeon. Sinhaeon said, don't apologize. Anta probably just hadn't been able to sense the energy radiating from a demon lord. Alex wondered if they knew he was a demon. Why let him into the fortress? Now all the troop numbers and strategies were exposed. Sinhaeon reassured him, saying it was fine. He would spread false information to mislead them. Meanwhile, the group would launch a surprise attack on the lower-ranked demon lord Silent. Their next target was the castle of that fat man. A sudden strike was always the greatest advantage, was it not? At Naznel's castle, Jerry-chan nodded in agreement upon receiving the order. Bado looked annoyed at having to actually go. Miu-pin complained that the assigned task was too trivial, but reluctantly accepted. Jerry-chan informed Naznel that he would go scouting ahead tonight. Naznel told him to be careful. Durose stood up and suggested their side should also prepare themselves. He told everyone to gather their forces here by tomorrow morning to discuss the plan. The other demon lords nodded, finding the proposal reasonable. After that, the group left the meeting place one by one. Naznel suddenly looked at Durose with an inexplicable, meaningful gaze. As night fell, the four of them, Sinhaeon, Alex, Anti, and Kampadin, arrived at the castle of the fat man Salen. Sinhaeon asked, this was the right place, right? He turned back to remind everyone to handle things quickly and precisely as trained. Behind them was a formidable army of dragon soldiers and demon soldiers. They all immediately surged towards the city of that Salen. The guards in the city could not stop the advance of Sinhaeon's forces. Padin quickly pointed out targets, saying there were some holding long-range weapons. Take them down before they could react. The soldiers outside had been dealt with cleanly. The four advanced deeper inside, kicking open the room door and startling the fat man Salen. He shouted in astonishment, what, how could this be? He thought they had reinforced their defenses for tomorrow. Sinhaeon drew his sword and charged, cutting the fat man down and saying, shouting was useless, your soldiers are all dead. He leaped up and used his shining sword to slice off one of Salen's arms. He writhed in pain on the ground. Sinhaeon spoke coldly. This was just a warning, so I only cut off your left arm. If you want to live, tell me what Naznel is plotting. Despite the pain, he remained stubborn, swearing he would not reveal anything to a worm like Sinhaeon. Silent, he swung his sword again, severing the man's right leg, then asked if he wanted to continue like this. The fat man trembled and begged him to stop, revealing that all the demon lords were gathering their armies to destroy Sinhaeon. He sneered, saying, do they even know where I am to march their armies here, and can they even win? Salen tried to put on a brave face, believing that no matter how strong Sinhaeon was, he could not defeat the entire army along with the other demon lords. He cursed Anti, calling him a cowardly lizard who fled and then brought people back for revenge. Anti calmly replied if that is what he thought, then there was no need for further argument. The fat man continued bitterly, saying he should have wiped out the dragon race long ago. Now they were arrogant, and no matter how many were killed, it was not enough. Hearing this, Anta became so angry he could not control himself. Sinhaeon placed a hand on Anta's shoulder, yielding the opportunity to deal with this man to him. With that said, Sinhaeon turned and walked away. nodded in thanks, then began to cast his magic. Salen was still boasting, saying that killing him would not solve anything. Before he could finish his words, Anta struck, finishing him off on the spot. The other three just stood and watched, saying nothing more. Alex asked Sin Hyon what the next plan was. Now that most of the army had gathered here, Kemphaden suggested leading the soldiers here back to Rodiak City, but Sin Hyon shook his head and said it was not needed. He explained that tomorrow morning they would see this man was missing, so they would come here themselves to assess the situation. Kemphaden wondered, what should we do now then? Sin Hyon turned to Anti and asked if there was a way to teleport just for the two of them. Anta nodded, confirming he understood. Alex asked in surprise what about them then, and Kemphaden also seemed confused as to why he was going only with Anti. Before any explanation could be given, the two had already teleported away, leaving Alex and Kemphaden bewildered, not understanding what had happened. At that moment, the three demon lords, Jerichan, Bados, and Mupin had teleported to Sin Hyon's castle. Jerichan spoke up, saying according to his senses, there was a spatial rift on this side. Bados suggested Jerichan stand guard outside Viewlight City, while he and Mupin went in to check. The two had barely advanced a little when they realized the rift was right here. Suddenly, Sin Hyon appeared before them, startling them both. He smiled and said, impressive, did Jerichan mention something about the earth? Mupin clenched his teeth, saying there are only two of you, come on then. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demon lords had gathered their armies in full force. Asia was impatient, wondering what that fat man was doing, being so slow and still not arriving. Naznal suspected maybe he had backed out and did not want to be involved in this matter. Karenin dismissed it, insisting that man would never do such a thing. Durals guessed that maybe he had been exposed and killed. Duros added it was quite possible, who knows if he had been brainwashed and was feeding information to the human side. Naznal was decisive he would not stop the plan just because one person was missing, and they would proceed as originally intended. Durals spoke up. Perhaps Silent was already dead, so it was better to change the target from Rodiak to attacking his fortress, since the two places were not far apart. Naznal was irritated. Those damned tendrils, did they really want to arrange everything according to their own will like that? Naznal brushed it off. Forget that matter for now. Just proceed to Roderick's fortress as originally planned. Duros replied indifferently, either way was fine. Since it was the order of the demon overlord, there was nothing to do but obey. He did not know how the battle at Sin Hyon's location went, but by the time that Mupin opened his eyes, Baros's head was already separated from his body. Mupin shouted in a panic, what, do not tell him that even the two demon overlords could do nothing against Sin Hyon. He yelled at him. That was exactly why the landing on Earth was stopped. Just one blow and that guy died on the spot. Ant in his dragon form noticed that Jerichan was looking for a way to escape. Anta said, hey, there is still one from Sin Hyon's side running away. He was surprised. What? He thought they had already taken care of all of them. Even though he had put some distance between himself and Sin Hyon, he still caught up quickly, causing him to curse under his breath. A blinding flash of light shot out and hit him directly. They did not know if he was alive or dead. The only thing they knew was that Jerichan's mask was shattered and fell to the ground. Suddenly Sin Hyon lowered his voice. This was not good. He helplessly looked at the gate. Damn it, based on the energy emitted, that person was the one who had disguised himself as a dragonkin. He could completely chase after him through the rift. He had no idea where he would appear. It seemed Jerichan had escaped and was still alive, and now he was heading straight for Earth. Ant approached Sin Hyon to reassure him. Hey, do not worry too much. Did he not say it before? The ones left behind had all been trained by him in a very harsh manner, so they would not be easily defeated or fall into traps like that. Sin Hyon frowned. Was that supposed to be encouragement? He commented, two of the three who intended to invade Earth had been dealt with. The one who escaped probably could not cause any waves anyway. Sin Hyon wondered. He did not know where else the other demon overlords would crawl out from. Anta thought for a moment, then replied. They had taken all the fortresses in the west, and the force attacking Viewlight Fortress had also been destroyed. He suddenly looked towards the distant fortress. There was only one road they could take. Sin Hyon continued, whether they attacked Silent or Rodiak Fortress, they had to pass through Lasha Pass. He smiled, then all they had to do was wait for them there. Then the two of them moved together towards the Lasha mountain range. Jerichan stepped out of the gate, covering his face, and spoke up. He did not expect Bakdos and Mupin to be defeated so easily, and that human too. Why did he dare to break his mask? Looking at the protective barrier in the distance, he said now let him deal with the gods first before thinking about anything else. Afterwards, he would search for the place where Sin Hyon's body was hidden. That place was the laboratory in San Francisco. The human guard reported through the radio Sector A, nothing unusual detected. The other side also reported that Sector B was safe, but suddenly the sound was cut off abruptly. The soldier was confused. What was going on? Why did the connection suddenly drop like this? Maybe the equipment was malfunctioning. Suddenly, a loud noise made both soldiers soldiers turn around to look. The Dragonkin soldier said, "Let him fly up to check the situation." Just as he flew up into the air, he was split in half by a single slash. The human soldier screamed in panic, "What the hell was that?" Jerry-chan landed from the sky, so this was the place they were sent to protect? While gathering his power, he slowly said, "If he blew this place up right now, everything would be over, would it not?" The remaining soldier could only stand helplessly watching in utter fear. At that moment over at Sin Hyun's side, he was meditating in the Bado's mountain area and spoke up, "They are here." From afar, the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder, heading straight towards him. Sin Hyun called out to Ant to let us go. Ant immediately transformed into a dragon for Sin Hyun to ride, charging quickly towards the vanguard of the Demon Lord's army. Asnel saw him and sneered, "So you humans not know what fear is?" Both sides stood silently staring at each other with great tension. Tendril said to Naznel, perhaps he possessed some kind of trump card to be so confident. "How about they test how strong Sin Hyun really is?" Naznel replied, "Fine." Tendrils then ordered the soldiers to charge and attack. One commander shouted loudly, "First squad advance." Many soldiers rushed at Sin Hyun, but he calmly stood there observing. That guy was probably the demon overlord leader Naznel. He used his mind manipulation skill and ordered the soldiers retreat. He had no business with them. The soldiers were confused. This guy emitted an energy exactly like a demon overlord. He was no ordinary person. Sin Hyun coldly warned for the last time, "If you do not want to die, then retreat now." One soldier, though trembling, still tried to shout, "Do not listen to his words. Charge." He desperately charged forward once more. Sin Hyun drew his light sword and said angrily, truly, they could not understand such a simple command. He unleashed a single slash, annihilating all the soldiers charging at him. A few saw the danger and tried to flee but could not escape. On the ground, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Sin Hyun declared, "Hey you lot, instead of sending soldiers to deal with me, if you are strong enough, why not come and face me yourselves?" The lords were furious upon hearing this. Seeing them stand still, he charged forward and challenged them, saying if they dared not come, then he would rush in and attack. Enraged, Terenin raised his claws and declared he would deal with this arrogant, worthless fool. He lunged forward and the two sides began to clash. Enta watched from afar and said, "Sin Hyun, I will now call for reinforcements." He tried to cast a spell but was stopped by Achia, and he called out her name. Achia laughed and said, "Ant, you are still alive. Where do you think you are running off to? Stay and play with me." And the two of them clashed. Naznel and Duros just stood and watched. He told Naznel that they should just stand and spectate. Naznel glared at Duros angrily but said nothing. In Silent City, Alex was looking into the distance and muttering, "It's too quiet, they must all be converging on Sin Hyun and Ant's location." He turned and called for Bol to wake up. The latter was deep in sleep and asked what was wrong. Was the enemy attacking? Alex said Sin Hyun and Anti were fighting the demon lords alone and needed immediate assistance. Bol panicked and scolded him for not speaking sooner. Alex looked at the horizon and told himself, even though Sin Hyun could handle himself, they still had to hurry. He attacked Ant with a whirlwind while taunting that he seemed weaker than last time, probably because he hadn't fought in a while. Anta blocked the attack and Asia said, "Ah, you managed to block it, well then." She leaped into the air and cast a spell at Anti. At the same time he breathed fire toward her. Mid-air, Achia created red spears and hurled them at Anti, challenging him to try and block this attack. Anta created a purple barrier around his body, which made the spears disappear, and then asked what would happen if he did block it. Achia laughed and said last time she missed her throw. This time she would aim more accurately. She continued casting her technique, but instead of many small spears, this time she created one colossal spear. He could simply fly up to dodge it. In the air, Anna cast a spell and shot a purple sphere from his mouth. The sphere flew at extreme speed toward Achia, taking her by surprise and wounding her. Achia remarked that casting this spell in such a short time was madness, but she sneered, saying that no matter what he did, he was just a mere lizard. Then she gathered her power, creating a vast area of influence. The corpses of the soldiers slowly rose to their feet, turned into mindless zombies and charged to attack Anti. Achia laughed and said they wouldn't die as long as their bodies were intact, and asked Ant if he was confident he could stop them all. Ant cursed as he flew up. On Sin Hyun's side, Terenin was frustrated at not being able to land a hit. Sin Hyun laughed and taunted that he was too slow, and Terenin angrily charged forward. Two continued to exchange blows and Naznel, watching from the side, spoke up in anger. He mocked Terenin for being useless and claimed he would handle it personally. Duros stopped him, saying the commander should maintain dignity as the final line of defense, and that he would go into battle. Naznel conceded but warned that if he made any suspicious moves, he would join the fight immediately. Duros agreed, telling Naznel to just watch but to save him if he was in danger. As he walked, he smirked slyly, thinking this was a chance to become stronger, and if Naznel went, it would ruin everything. Asnel, left behind, looked on with a mix of anger and contempt, wanting to see what Duros could do. Terranin seemed to be tiring getting pressured by Sin Hyon. When his sword was at the man's neck, the blade was suddenly blocked by Duros' whip. He laughed, saying he was a bit late to join the fight. Terranin was terrified, panting heavily, then turned to curse at Duros. He laughed and apologized, saying that at least Terranin was still alive, wasn't he? Then he pulled Sin Hyon's sword toward himself. Sin Hyon tensed up, realizing the light sword was being disintegrated, so he quickly withdrew the sword from Duros' whip. He laughed and said that Sin Hyon probably didn't understand his defensive mechanism. The whip emanated a red energy and then tightly coiled around his leg. Sin Hyon angrily asked if he planned to use this troublesome thing to catch him and quickly pulled his leg free. Duros licked his lips and said, "If you had realized, you would have dodged the whip like it was a crossbow bolt." At this moment, Sin Hyon had a torn patch on his pants, and he asked in surprise what he meant. He continued to crack the whip and asked if he noticed anything unusual. Suddenly, Sin Hyon noticed the difference. The blood from his wound was flying toward Duros and being absorbed by him, and he asked Sin Hyon if he now understood his ability. He said, "Absorbing the life force of living beings, truly troublesome." And in that moment, his arm was hit by another strike. Duros took his words as a compliment. Sin Hyon leaped back, saying he just had to not get hit, right? The moment he struck, the two demon lords were thrown into confusion. In midair, he swung his blade toward Duros and Terranin. Realizing he could not absorb energy from his own sword, a sharp X-shaped sword wave shot straight at the two enemies. They took the hit, but neither seemed harmed at all. However, Terranin began coughing up blood. Duros remained silent, his expression turning angry. Terranin asked if he was fine, and he replied that this opponent was stronger than he had expected. Turning around, he struck out at his own ally. The dying demon, confused about what was happening, struggled to ask what he was doing. He coldly stated that if Terranin could not be of use, then he would use his life to fuel his own power and drain the demon dry of blood. The shock stunned Sin Hyon. Was this man insane, killing his own comrade? Duros gathered his strength and spoke, for now he had absorbed the energy of that demon. He laughed, saying that now he and Sin Hyon could play together for much longer. Naznel, watching from afar, was furious. So this was the reason he had not wanted Naznel to join the battle. Whether he was a guardian or not, Naznel had to punish him. With a furious expression, Naznel gathered his power and slowly stepped forward. On Anta's side, the undead kept attacking breathing flames, causing him to exclaim that the enemies seemed endless. Aisha stood outside laughing and mocking how Anta's earlier confidence had now vanished. She smugly explained that this was why gods could not compare to the power of demons, and that she was delighted to finally play with him after all this time. She wanted him to suffer even more, so she summoned more undead to relentlessly assault Anta. When he saw Anta take to the air and breathe flames, Sin Hyon remarked with concern that he was being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. He needed to hurry over and provide support. Denduril spoke up, taunting him and asking where Sin Hyon was looking. He leaped up and lashed his whip toward Sin Hyon, reminding him that his opponent was right here. Though he dodged most of the blow, Sin Hyon still lost blood from an old wound. Sin Hyon commented that this was indeed an annoying skill. As he drank the blood, he laughed, saying Sin Hyon's life force was so abundant it could sustain several demon lords at once. Suddenly, he licked his lips and said that, for him, this life force seemed to be working against Sin Hyon. Sin Hyon agreed, recognizing that the longer the battle dragged on, the more he lost his advantage. The man grinned triumphantly, praising him for knowing his place. Suddenly, Sin Hyon charged forward, declaring he would quickly end this troublesome foe. Duros laughed in challenge, telling him to go ahead, and that he would show him how pathetic he really was. He gathered his power to create a dangerous area of effect zone. At the laboratory in San Francisco, the winged beasts summoned by Jerry-chan were attacking relentlessly. The guards tried to calm each other down, telling one another not to worry or panic. Ocean, Ji-hai, and Alina quickly rushed out to provide support. Looking up at the sky, Ji-hai was surprised. These creatures were not like ordinary monsters or variants. Alina remarked that they resembled ancient beings she had heard tales of in Murim, never expecting to encounter them here. Jerry-chan spoke up, surprised she recognized they were summoned by magic. What a keen eye she had. He snapped his fingers, summoning even more monsters. He declared that he would slaughter them all and make Sin Hyon disappear from this world forever. At that moment, Ji-hai seemed to be secretly communicating with Yun-sil and Elena. She suggested that if the two of them could handle the monsters and draw his attention, then she could sneak behind him for a surprise attack. Understanding her intent, Elena unleashed an ice spell, declaring she would not let him advance any further. A massive ice wall immediately blocked Jerry-chan's line of sight. He ordered the beasts to charge forward and shatter the ice, scoffing that mere ice walls dared to block him. He caught an incoming arrow mid-flight, sneering at such a useless weapon. Ji-hai had snuck behind him, ready to land a killing blow in a single strike. But she was restrained by crimson threads, unable to move. Jerry-chan turned around to mock her, thinking that using such childish tricks to attack him was utterly foolish. He ordered the monsters to make her explode. The threads lashed out, striking directly into one of Ji-hai's eyes. She clutched her eye in agony, losing her balance and falling. She hit the ground hard, her hand still pressed tightly against the wounded, bleeding eye. Yin-sul rushed over to ask if Ji-hai was alright. Meanwhile, on Sin-Hyun's battlefield, Durus's whip continued to lash out relentlessly. As he dodged, he noted the whip's speed was very fast, but that was to be expected from a demon lord. He lashed his whip while challenging how long Sin-Hyun could keep dodging. Sin-Hyun remained calm, evading while gradually closing the distance between them. But as he drew closer, he unfortunately suffered a few more wounds. He smiled with satisfaction, saying that if Sin-Hyun kept getting hurt like this, he would die soon. Naznal watched from the sidelines, noticing Duros' blood mist growing denser, yet feeling a strange, inexplicable sense of unease. As he charged forward, Sin-Hyun asked Duros if he knew what the weakness of his blood mist technique was. What did he just say? He rushed in front of him, declaring that as long as he followed the trail of blood and bone, no matter where he hid, he would find him. Tendrils sneered, it seemed that was all you had. This was his whip, you fool, he was the one who controlled it. Before he could gloat, Sin-Hyun leaped up and slashed from his shoulder down to his waist, declaring another demon king had fallen. He smiled, saying that no matter how much blood he drained from him, he still could not handle this thing. He looked at the wound in pain, muttering in disbelief that was impossible. Bloody mist slowly dispersed, and Duros saw Naznal standing outside and called for help. This was a good chance, hurry up and come kill this bastard. Naznal stood outside and replied calmly, why would he do that? Duros trembled and begged, don't joke around Nazel, save him. Sin-Hyun sneered, it seemed your loyalty had run dry. With that he swung his sword and slashed, splitting Duros in two. He faced Naznal, who spoke softly, you. Tendrils was far stronger than the average gods or demon kings, so killing him must have been quite satisfying for you. Sin-Hyun frowned slightly. If he delayed any longer, Anti would not be able to hold on. He had to quickly go and support him. He laughed provocatively, really. The leader who had been sitting and watching all this time finally decided to join the fight. Bring it on. With that, Sin-Hyun channeled the power of the seed into his body, ready to clash with Naznal. Yunsul quickly ran to Ji-hai's side as she just fell. She asked worriedly if Ji-hai was okay. She had to be more careful next time. While they were distracted, the monsters were silently approaching. Lena appeared just in time, creating an ice wall to protect them, scolding them. Hey, stop being distracted, focus. While Elena was holding back the monsters summoned by Jerry-chan, Yun-sil was still checking on Ji-hai. She softly said she was fine, but blood kept seeping from her hand, covering her eye. Despite the pain, Ji-hai realized something important while being attacked, so she quickly told the other two. At first she did not notice, but this guy was behaving very strangely. That might be his weakness. You two help her one more time. The other two agreed. They would do their best to distract him for Ji-hai, so she should just focus on finding an opportunity. Elena used her ice power to create a translucent wall, causing the monsters and Jerry-chan to completely lose sight of them. He roared in anger, stop hiding, you damn insects. On Anta's side, the zombies had already latched onto his body even though he was flying high in the air. He shouted at them to let go immediately. Looking down at the horde of undead, Anta realized that no matter how long he resisted or fought, he could not finish them off. Now the only option was to take down the sorceress controlling them to end all this. Ant observed from above, noting that Ashia showed no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, Ashia stood there yawning repeatedly, looking completely relaxed. He thought of the worst-case scenario. If things continued like this, Sin-Hyun would have to single-handedly deal with both Naznal and Ashia. If Sin-Hyun lost, everything would go back to square one. Anta was determined not to let that happen. He charged straight at her even if it cost him his life. But before he could do anything reckless, Alex and Kenpati appeared and took the initiative to attack Ashia. This caught her off guard, forcing her to retreat a few steps as she shouted, "Who are you people?" Kenpati answered curtly, "Reinforcements." Alex added that they could not just stand by and watch, so they came to help Sin-Hyun and Anti. Ashia gnashed her teeth in anger. How disgusting, a demon siding with the lower beings. Kenpati laughed loudly. So what? Becoming stronger was what mattered most, right? With that, Alex and Kenpati charged in to deal with the guarding soldiers. While fighting, Kenpati said to Anti, "Hey, lizard man, tired, right? We are here now. Go stand over there and rest." Alex sneered, pretty confident they could handle these soldiers on their own. Kenpati told Anta to focus on taking down that demon lord instead, and said softly this was the first time he felt he trusted demon. Ashia stood outside fuming, wondering where the hell they had come from. Before she could regain her composure, she was startled by Ant, who had flown right in front of her. He said in a low voice, "Ashia, it is time to end this." The battle at the San Francisco laboratory was still raging intensely. Three girls attacked while slowly closing in on Jerry-chan. As they moved, Elena kept creating ice walls in front to protect the group. In-Sul continuously shot down the monsters around them. When the moment was right, Elena shouted, "Alright, Ji-hai, attack now." Meanwhile, Elena left an opening and a monster tried to sneak attack her from behind. Fortunately, In-Sul rushed over just in time to save her from danger. Elena gratefully praised her, great support. At that moment, Ji-hai suddenly appeared in front of Jerry-chan, startling him. He had no idea when she had gotten so close to him. He sneered in contempt. Ji-hai was just a lower being after all. He commanded the red threads to continue attacking. But this time, Ji-hai managed to dodge, leaving Jerry-chan utterly astonished, unable to believe it. He quickly pulled out a talisman, muttering, how could a lower being... Before he could finish, an arrow pierced straight into the arm holding the talisman. Elena shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth, you despicable bastard." Ji-hai continued to charge at Jerry-chan. She had a strategy because she had realized something. He was hiding one hand to cast a spell. Ji-hai lunged at him and spoke up. She had been waiting for him to reveal his hand this whole time. The bastard was using this damn magic. She sliced off both his arms. He screamed in agony, "You lowly creatures, my hands." Ji-hai lunged again and said, "The lowly creatures are not to be trifled with either." He should have brought his entire army along. Coming alone was far too weak. It was time to end this, she said decisively, and beheaded Jerry in one swing. As his head fell, everything came to an end, and the monsters vanished along with him. Yin-sil breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Ji-hai went over to the other two. If it were Sin-hai-on, these monsters would never have had a chance to get near Earth. She worriedly wondered if he was okay. Naznal spoke up, "You killed a 10-year-old stronger than the usual lizards or demon kings. You must be quite satisfied." Sin-hai-on was worried. Any delay and Ant wouldn't be able to hold on. He had to support him quickly. Sin-hai-on gathered his power, ready to fight Naznal. He replied, "As the leader, it's only right to handle the aftermath." Then he focused his strength. Suddenly, a voice startled Naznal. He turned around and asked who was there. The voice replied, "You only hear it now, Anna Snow." He was transported to another dimension, looked around, and asked where this place was. Behind him was a giant cloaked figure. It said his rank was too low, so it had to bring him here to talk. Naznal asked, "Who are you?" It replied he already knew of its existence. How could he not know who it was? Naznal felt an invisible pressure. The manner of speech was hard to understand yet familiar. He asked if the entity was a god or a demon. The entity replied, "Correct, someone who doesn't believe in gods, being the only one allowed to converse with a god. How ironic." Naznal grew angry. All the demon lords except for him were dead, and it chooses to act now. It commented that Naznal was truly troublesome and reckless, wondering if even small matters had to be handled by powerful entities. Noble entities are not permitted to interfere in mortal affairs. Just as when demons attacked the gods did not intervene. Naznal trembled as he asked why it was acting now. It replied, "A powerful entity like a saint had infiltrated their dimension, so they had to act now." Naznal spoke up in surprise. "What, that human is a divine entity?" He laughed and said, "An incomplete divine entity. Simply put, it is a powerful entity that refused to become divine. Even if it is currently exhausted, a divine entity is still a divine entity. So if he were to face Sin-hai-on directly, Naznal would only meet his death. What they needed now was time, and Naznal's task now was to. Before we could even figure out what it was, it had already switched to Anta's side. He told Asia it was time to end this. She laughed and said, "Whether you end this is my decision, not yours." Anta reverted to his human form and charged at her with his spear. The attack was easily blocked by Asia. She sneered and said, "A spear? You'll attack me with a spear? Is this a joke?" Asia used her force to push Anta back. He simply said, "Just try it." She attacked his legs with her axe, but he managed to block it. Asia pushed him away again and said, "Come on, stop just defending." He jumped high and replied, "No way." He swung his spear down in a thrust, but she blocked it with her axe, holding her ground. Pushed back repeatedly. Anta poured all his strength into his spear and spoke, "Asia, I have decided to end this and accept the most painful outcome." He charged straight at her. Asia managed to block the attack again, but this time the force concentrated in the spear's tip shattered the handle of her axe. Asia bled from her forehead and was astonished. Impossible. Her axe was actually... After unleashing the decisive blow, he turned around to look at her. Blood from the wound on Asia's forehead flowed down, seeping into the water below. He screamed in fury, "My face! How dare you scar my face!" The rage caused Achia to erupt, radiating an even more terrifying source of power. He grabbed the remaining half of her axe and roared, "You damn lizard, I will tear you apart." Asia madly charged at Auntie, continuously screaming, "Die, die." He also charged at her and said, "Now I understand your attack pattern." Anta quickly appeared right in front of her, taking Asia completely by surprise. "Impossible." He said, "This isn't the first time I've analyzed your fighting style." Asia jumped high and shouted, "You won't dodge this one, die." Asia managed to land an axe blow on Anta's shoulder. Meanwhile, he had also plunged his spear straight through her body. He pulled the spear out, causing Asia to collapse backward. Asia asked, knowing she could die but still refusing to dodge, why was that? Even with the axe blade still stuck in his shoulder and the wound bleeding, he answered boldly that dying was fine, as long as he could use his spear to avenge his clan. This life was not worth regretting. Asia collapsed. Anta looked up at the sky and spoke. Now the world had become a little more peaceful. Meanwhile, Alex was still fighting the swarm of shamans. They were charging at him when suddenly they fell to the ground. He was extremely surprised, then looked toward the padding cabin. The shamans around him had also fallen and lay motionless. Asia's axe blade had also disappeared along with her body. The paddy cabin looked at Auntie and asked, "What, did they win already?" He confirmed yes, they had won. Suddenly he remembered something and spoke in a panic. Sin-hai-on, was he okay? On Sin-hai-on's side, the two of them were still standing and looking at each other. Suddenly, Naznal woke up from his conversation with the demon gods, and he spoke up. Yes, my demon gods, he would follow the orders. Hearing Naznal mention demon gods, Sin-hai-on asked in surprise, "Demon god's relic?" He was clearly not someone blessed by a demon god. Sin-hai-on declared boldly, from today on, no demon lord would exist anymore. Suddenly, the whispers of the gods rang in his ears. Listen, let the vanguard be equal to the remaining enemies. The rest retreat. retreat. Whoever disobeys will be beheaded. Sin Hyon said in astonishment. What? Planning to run away? I heard that too, you know. The voice continued. This is the supreme command from the gods. Glory will come after death. Then Naznel began to gather his strength. The soldiers around murmured, the gods command, so the gods really exist. The surviving soldiers began to charge at the three, Alex, Anti, and Kunpadin. The party said contemptuously, then this is too easy, they would end this battle soon, while Alex replied calmly, is that all? Demon over there shouted, since we have to die anyway, kill as many as you can, all for the demon god. Both sides immediately clashed in battle. Sin Hyon and Naznel stood aside, still gathering strength and looking at each other with provocation. He thought to himself they could handle themselves over there, now his task was to deal with the leader. With that, he immediately charged forward to attack Naznel. As he was charging at him, Naznel remained still, only gently raising his hand. Sin Hyon exclaimed in surprise, what? Is this the Rodiak disaster skill? When hit by the skill, he was flung far away, not understanding why it suddenly happened. Taking advantage of him being flung away, Naznel seized the chance to flee. He said regretfully, the fish he wanted to catch had escaped, truly pointless. Suddenly behind him another demon stepped out. Sin Hyon turned around and spoke, and who are you? That demon looked quite similar to the fallen demon Lord Rodiak. It chuckled, long time no see. He said angrily, what, a copycat? The demon also replied harshly, don't talk nonsense without thinking now. Sin Hyon realized, the one who could use the Rodiak disaster skill was only a demon god, the embodiment of madness. So it was you. The demon laughed heartily, that's right, you finally recognized who I am. Sin Hyon thought to himself, her emotions were truly chaotic. He asked, why are you appearing by possessing someone else's body? He had once been told by a god that there were 3 ways for deities to manifest in the mortal world. One was to bestow a blessing on someone, 2 was to possess a body, and the last was to project a representative image identical to the original. The demon laughed and replied, oh, so Sin Hyon also knows about my projection of a representative image. He spoke, I know a little, but isn't your appearance too late now? Why didn't you come earlier before all the demon lords were destroyed? The demon laughed and said, a mortal entity must be handled by other mortals, but I cannot let a worthless one like you ravage this place and make all demon lords disappear. With that, she summoned a fireball and threw it over her head. Pillars of fire rose around her, and she spoke, now you will see the difference between a demon lord and a demon god. As for Sin Hyon, show me all your power. With that, she concentrated fire energy into one hand and charged straight at him. The two began exchanging attacks with each other. After a while of holding out, he told her that this was the spirit he expected from an opponent, not the kind of manifestation just to chat with him. She charged up, grinding her voice, saying she would tear Sin Hyon apart piece by piece. She would not let him die an easy death. She added if she landed even a single hit, Sin Hyon's body would no longer be intact. Then she controlled the pillars of fire to charge at him, but he dodged them all. He remarked there is no difference between a demon lord and a demon god. At this moment, Sin Hyon had closed in right in front of her. He landed a knee strike that made her spit blood and fall to the ground. He remarked, you call yourself a deity, but you're even weaker than those tendrils earlier. I'll give you a quick end, cause I'm very busy. Lying on the ground, she sneered, do you think everything is going as you plan? Surprising him, she quickly controlled the pillars of fire to charge straight at him from the ground. Seeing that, Sin Hyon dodged and said, come on, aren't you tired of using that move over and over? He dodged while advancing closer, then quickly landed a hit on Ha's shoulder. She screamed in pain. He drove the blade deeper and said she was only a bit more refined than Rodia. Nothing else was different. Let me end this. Suddenly, another demon appeared behind him, planning a sneak attack. He detected it in time and evaded that unexpected strike. Sin Hyon said in surprise, another god. Such a thing has never happened before. He laughed and said he had never encountered a human, and introduced himself as the embodiment of nightmares. Sin Hyon thought to himself, damn it, he didn't know what this guy's skills were like. He spoke up, why don't you all come out at once? Why do you keep showing up one by one, just when you're about to be defeated? He snapped his fingers and said, that was just his ability, and he saw nothing wrong with it. He opened a portal to summon a horde of zombies and ordered them to kill him. As the monsters charged forward, Sin Hyon cleaved them in 2 with a single swing. He thought if he just destroyed the controller, the zombies would stop, so he aimed for its head. Thinking it, Sin Hyon quickly lunged forward and sliced off the nightmare's head. A headless body spoke. Getting used to this body was a bit different. As long as his power still existed, he would never die. Sin Hyon cursed in frustration. What a troublesome and annoying ability. Nightmare continued, you mentioned Duros earlier, right? He had lent the embodiment of slaughter the body of 10 Duros by transferring his power into it. He remarked, not just anyone could handle the terrifying power from the embodiment of slaughter, but that body was truly a masterpiece. He told Sin Hyon that it was time to suffer now. Sin Hyon thought to himself, this situation was truly terrible, beyond anything he had imagined. The slaughterer spoke up, hey, you holy being from another dimension, your mortal body has reached its limit. Why don't you abandon it? Sin Hyon retorted, so what if it has, then ask why they kept showing up one by one. Were they planning to jump him all at once? He continued, that tactic was childish. The ones who came out first were strong, and the ones who came later were weaker, right? The slaughterer looked confused and asked back, "What do you mean?" He analyzed. If there were many demon lords, then there were also many demon gods. They were all brothers, so he just wanted to ask if there were any more that would appear. The slaughterer sneered. His question sounded ridiculous. The things he was curious about wouldn't help him win. Sin Hyon said angrily, "Hey, why do you talk as if you already know the outcome?" He replied of course he was confident of victory before joining the fight. The slaughterer added, "Don't think he sent his two brothers into the fight just to die by his sword. The purpose was to gather information about his power. When he was still strong, even all three of them together would have struggled to win, but now that Sin Hyon was exhausted and his mortal body had reached its limit, that was a different story." Sin Hyon shouted, "Enough talk, now shut up and fight." The slaughterer only replied briefly, "Fine." He drew his sword and charged straight at Sin Hyon. The two quickly clashed, exchanging fierce blows back and forth. Meanwhile, his two brothers stood by watching, not joining in. During the fight, Sin Hyon realized with a start, damn it, just touching his sword drained his energy. It was completely different from when he faced Duros. The slaughterer spoke up, "Hey Sin Hyon, how does it feel? Now do you know the difference between a demon lord and a demon god?" Outside, Anta was struggling to deal with the guards. Suddenly, he looked toward Sin Hyon and wondered what was happening inside. Inside, Sin Hyon and the slaughterer were still continuously exchanging lethal blows. Both used force to push each other back, creating some distance. Sin Hyon asked him the power of tendrils was to absorb strength from wounds, so how did his own power work? The slaughterer replied, he had already said he would show him the difference between a demon lord and a demon god. The blood mist would drain the strength of everything it touched, no matter how strong he was. If he kept fighting while his stamina ran dry, he couldn't win. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and lunged at Sin Hyon. He blocked the strike, then the two continued their close quarters combat. He cursed while blocking, "Damn it." Sin Hyon noted his swordsmanship was truly graceful and flawless, but staying within his range for too long was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. If this kept up then. With that thought, Sin Hyon unleashed a tremendously powerful slash that created a massive sword arc heading toward the slaughterer. He sneered and said, trying to run away, "How pathetic." He planted his sword into the ground, saying that no matter how hard Sin Hyon tried to escape, he was just a rat caught in a trap. After saying that, he released an X-shaped sword strike that shot straight towards Sin Hyon, but he simply jumped up to evade the attack. Behind him stood those two madmen. The nightmare spoke up. This fool was trying to kill them all. Immediately after, the slaughterer's massive slash came flying over, exploding and tearing those two apart as well. Sin Hyon coldly asked him, "Just a moment ago you were all brotherly. Why are you acting so cruelly now?" He laughed and said, "Did he really think killing their avatars would kill them? That was too naive." He taunted, "Stop running away, face him directly." Sin Hyon said angrily, his attacks weren't working, so now he would use his power to shatter that temporary body of his. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at him. He leaped up and brought down a devastating slash, but the slaughterer blocked it with ease. Sinhyo couldn't help but curse, "Damn it," sneered, asking if he thought he could win while exhausted, then declared he would steal his power. He pushed him back a distance, then suddenly thrust his sword forward, piercing straight through Sin Hyon's body. He cried out in pain and he scoffed, saying resistance was futile and to surrender his power. Sin Hyon, ignoring the pain, gripped his blade tightly, saying that since he was going to die anyway, so what? At this moment outside, everyone was still fighting to hold back the shaking soldiers. The blood mist dissipated, all eyes turned to Sin Hyon. Alex worriedly asked what was wrong, and Kanpadin was equally anxious. Seeing that sight, Anta panicked and screamed that Sin Hyon was not allowed to die. In contrast, the demons were gleefully celebrating, thinking victory was in their grasp. The butcher sneered, asking if it was all over. Sin Hyon remained calm, replying that everything had only just begun. Suddenly, he began to drain power from him, causing him to panic, unable to understand how he could still do this after being stabbed through the heart. Seizing the opportunity, Sin Hyon snapped his sword in two and quickly retreated backward. He pulled the broken blade shard from his body, coldly asking him what he had accomplished. The butcher was astonished to realize Sin Hyon was using his very own blood mist skill, unable to believe his eyes. Sin Hyon smiled, confirming it. He lightly crushed the broken sword like snapping a piece of rotten wood, then asked him what he planned to do next. Naznel recoiled in fear, unable to believe his own power was being used against him. He asked him when he had copied his bloodline. With a faint smirk, Sin Hyon answered curtly that he had guessed correctly. Humiliated, Naznel went mad, his killing intent erupting violently and engulfing his body. He roared in fury and charged straight at Sin Hyon without a moment's hesitation. He shouted, demanding if he dared to copy his power. Like a joke, Sin Hyon easily caught his chain again, his gaze sharp and cold. He casually asked him, now that it was copied, what did he plan to do about it? Naznel could clearly feel that his opponent's power had become extremely formidable. Even so, he tried to maintain a tough front, yanking his weapon back toward himself. While panting, he said that Sin Hyon dared to copy and counter him. Suddenly, he burst into mad laughter, calling that thought of his utterly foolish. He asked if he thought his bloodline was so easy to handle, and Sin Hyon simply replied with a single, "Yeah." He smirked contemptuously, saying that was all he needed. To make Naznel understand the truth, he decided to demonstrate a display of the mind of the demon god. Sin Hyon raised his head with confidence, uttering 2 simple words. Naznel flew into another rage, cursing uncontrollably that he still hadn't given up his mortal body. He launched a series of attacks, all of which Sin Hyon dodged. Each blow that hit the ground caused a massive explosion, and he said that he was destroying his own essence. Before he could finish speaking, Sin Hyon appeared right in front of him, taunting that he did enjoy his idle chatter. Naznel couldn't react in time to the sudden appearance, taking a full punch straight to the face. Sin Hyon asked him if he thought he didn't know that, saying he hadn't used it from the start because he knew it wouldn't be stable. He spat out the blood in his mouth, gritting his teeth. That was why he shouldn't use it at full force. Sin Hyon gathered power into his palm, smiling as he replied that he'd had a change of heart, that doing this was better than dying like a dog. Naznel saw the contradiction within him, speaking up to stop his stubborn action, because he could sense the power inside him was clashing violently. Sin Hyon didn't deny it, frankly admitting that he was unstable. A brilliant golden light flashed in his hand, but he knew this was the decisive moment. He decisively hurled the surge of power forward, creating a violent shockwave. This was his best choice. A powerful shockwave from it spread throughout the surrounding space. Naznel had to use all his strength to keep his body steady, to avoid being blown away. But he didn't give up, using the opening to launch his weapon towards Sin Hyon. Suddenly, Naznel's chain was partially severed. He exclaimed in horror, unable to believe it, as he asked if he had really copied this power too. Sin Hyon stood calmly in place, asking if one might call it surpassing the master, or perhaps even outdoing the original. He smiled and added, no matter what, he was far superior to him. Naznel was bitter but had to accept it, saying, is that so? Go ahead and copy as much as you want. The moment he finished speaking, he recklessly charged forward to attack. He thought Sin Hyon's vessel for power must surely have its limits. Sin Hyon calmly raised his hand to block the opponent's punch. He immediately threw a punch in return, but Naznel quickly dodged. Before he could react, Sin Hyon drove his knee straight into his stomach. He followed up with another punch that landed squarely on the enemy's face. Naznel, exhausted, fell back pathetically. He dragged himself on the ground and struggled to ask a question. Why? He shouted at Sin Hyon in frustration. Why are you completely unharmed? Before he could finish speaking, his throat was gripped tight. Sin Hyon lifted him up, saying he had warned him beforehand about using that power, and now his own power had changed greatly. He added that perhaps it deserved a new name, the power of the ghost soul. Naznel weakly grabbed his hand, while he thought about why martial arts forbade absorption techniques. Sin Hyon understood it well, because it indiscriminately drained the energy inside the opponent. Naznel coughed violently, screaming that he was a bastard and to get lost. Trembled all over, asking how long he planned to torment him, and he calmly replied that was exactly the plan. Seeing that reasoning was useless, he switched to provocation, saying his soul had changed and he would become a demon god. But Sin Hyon remained calm after hearing this, letting out a faint, meaningful smile. He tightened his grip and muttered 2 words, too bad. He said this was not his true form, so killing him now was perfect. Naznel spat out blood, glaring at him and calling him cruel, and he replied that it was an honor. As he spoke, Sin Hyon destroyed this body of his, asking if that was a compliment from Nguyen. Naznel had vanished, but this was only an avatar. He was still lurking somewhere. Sin Hyon looked at his hand and wondered, did that man run away? Right then, Kampadin rushed over, shouting that we had won. The battle ended, but the damage was immense, with bodies lying everywhere. Sin Hyon remarked that our side also suffered heavy losses, and Kampadin stammered an explanation about the number of enemies taken down. Before he could finish, he gently patted his head in encouragement, saying that was good enough. Without hesitation, he used his power and gave a slight wave of his hand. Everyone seemed to be revived, and Kampadin exclaimed in astonishment that he could not believe it. The others also realized their bodies had fully recovered, free from all pain. They all turned their heads towards Sin Hyon at once, chanting thanks to the Lord. Standing nearby, Anti watched with a deeply worried expression. Sin Hyon approached and praised Anta for holding off Asia, which helped avoid total destruction. Anta forced a smile and asked how he was supposed to explain all this now. Sin Hyon understood and gently patted his shoulder to reassure him, saying he knew what he was going to say. Sin Hyon admitted to himself that his current power was close to that of a demon. He no longer wanted to dwell on it, turning around and walking away while saying they needed to rest before planning the next move. Hearing those words, Ant remained still, his heart filled with an indescribable unease. After the Great War ended, Greenview was immersed in a fragile temporary peace. Sin Hyon also needed rest after the exhausting battle, and wondered if he was still human. He had refused ascension for a long time. No one could answer the question of his true nature. In a moment of despair, he had no choice but to ascend and become a god, and the result was that his original power had merged with the power of the demon god. He was even like an immortal, though leaning more toward darkness than light. Suddenly, Sin Hyon opened his eyes wide and told himself he would still be human, no problem at all. Behind him, Kanpadin was creeping closer stealthily. Before he could get near, he spoke up asking why he was there, startling Kanpadin. He scratched his head and explained that the master had been meditating for 5 days, and everyone was waiting for him. Sin Hyon asked if they were suspicious of him. Kanpadin replied that there were some important matters that needed to be discussed by everyone. The more he listened, the more curious he became about those important matters. To see what had happened, Sin Hyon quickly walked over to where everyone was. 3 people were already seated waiting in the room. Alex greeted him with a smile. An ant also said he had been waiting for him for a long time. He sat down in bewilderment and asked what happened for everyone to gather like this. Ifrit lowered his head and explained that while waiting for the master to recover, he had gone to Earth as a representative. As soon as he heard that, he lost his composure and shot up, asking in disbelief, "What Earth?" He rushed over and grabbed her shoulders, demanding to know what had happened with Jericho crossing worlds, and Ifrit calmly asked him to let go. Alex had to intervene, telling him to calm down and let her explain, not to scare her. Finally, Sin Hyon loosened his grip and let go, telling himself, "Right." He sighed and urged her to speak quickly, and she replied, "Yes, my lord." The female demon spoke sternly, recounting that, as expected, Jericho had fallen through to Earth alone. He attacked the laboratory where the bodies of the master and Alex were kept. During the raid, many blood dragons and hunters were killed, and not a few were seriously injured, but the high-ranking hunters there joined forces to eliminate him. Sin Hyon let out a sigh of relief. Antis stood up and continued, "I told you, all your training was not in vain." His joy was short-lived as the female demon hesitated. "There's one more important matter." He asked curiously what it was. She trembled as she replied, "Yes, one of the high-ranking hunters." The next sentence made Sin Hyon freeze. Someone named Li Jihai was seriously injured. Unable to bear the shock, his teeth clenched tightly together. His entire body lost control as his blood pressure surged, frightening those present. Though very afraid, the female demon still tried to continue. Half of her face was severely injured and she lost an eye, but she is still alive. Sin Hyon slammed his fist down on the table, cracking its surface, and shouted, "We should never have let that bastard go, damn it." Kanpadin leaned close to Alex's ear and whispered worriedly, "The master seems really upset." He replied, "Yes. His aura feels a bit different than usual." Sensing something wrong, he rushed forward, but Antis stopped him. "Just wait and see for now." Sin Hyon's face was shrouded in gloom as he muttered, "She was seriously injured. I had prayed for her safe return, but One of his eyes had completely turned a fiery red. "I pushed her into danger again." Right at that moment, an image of Jihai appeared saying, "I will wait for you." That brought Sin Hyon back to his senses, and he let out a long breath. Then he calmed himself. "Right, if I want to return without shame, I must stay clear-headed." Sin Hyon slowly opened his eyes, and in that gaze there was no longer any anger. He looked at the female demon and smiled. "Thank you, you've worked hard." She straightened up and replied, "Oh, thank you, sir." Sin Hyon continued, "For now, Earth seems to be fine, so what about the situation here?" Alex placed a scroll on the table and replied, after they retreated, "This area has been eerily quiet." He spread out the map with positions marked in red. "As a precaution, I sent scouts to Naznel Castle, but not a single soul was found. Even the low-level demons have disappeared. I'm sure that bastard is hiding somewhere. It seems he will plan to summon his legion again." After hearing everything, Sin Hyon pondered. Where could he have fled to? Kanpadin asked, "Didn't he just tuck his tail and run?" He was scared out of his wits. Anta felt the same. Impossible. He disappeared right after mentioning things about the demons. He interrupted, however, "We still need to set up a defensive line around the spatial rift. We don't want any more cross-dimensional incidents." Alex smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I already handled that earlier," remembering the loved one still waiting for him. Sin Hyon became even more determined to end this trouble. "Let's wrap this up quickly and go home." He smiled confidently and declared, "So, shall we sweep the entire continent and end this?" Scene shift to a large cave. A sound of complaint rang out. How many days have passed? The demons sat there aimlessly discussing. Even if it is a holy decree from the demon god, hiding here like this. One demon stood up and shouted, "Why are we stuck here? Can we not go outside?" As soon as his voice finished, a reply came, "No." Naznel had been standing there all along, demonic energy swirling in his palm. He seized that demon and lifted him up, asking, "Are you looking down on me, the final demon king?" He continued, "Have you forgotten your place?" The demon stammered in fear, Please spare me." Just then, Naznel hurled him against the stone wall. The demon still tried to speak, "I'm sorry." The air in the cave suddenly fell into silence. No one dared to utter another word. Naznel grinned, "I did not order a retreat in war. And it's not like we are just hiding here while not even knowing what's happening out there. There must be many complaints." As he spoke, he clenched his fist. "But that is not what you need to worry about. I am the one who will make the final decision." After the reminder, he turned and walked away. "Just wait quietly until I give the order." The demons had no choice but to obey, lowering their heads and saying in unison, "Understood, go on, go inside." They did not notice that Naznel's face had become twisted and cruel. "Sin Hyon, this will be your season of death." A moment later, deep within the dungeon, a faint light flickered. On the stone-paved path, 2 figures were walking. Demon looked at Nasnel walking ahead and wondered, what is he trying to show me? Is this why he called me here? Right then, he curled his lips and spoke, do you want to hear an interesting story? The demon replied enthusiastically, yes, I would love to. Nasnel continued, do you remember the time before the Great War when we were in conflict with the Blood Dragons? The time when the entire continent was split in two? The demon replied, I remember. He recounted, at that time we were divided into east and west, each side ruling a part of the continent. We drove them to the western edge and won. Demon interrupted, the lizard race was abandoned by the gods, so they were weak. Right, he clicked his tongue, that is one way to see it, but the truth is different. These words confused the demon, his eyes wide open as he exclaimed, what do you mean? Asnel asked, do you want to know the real reason we came to this underground dungeon in the north? The real reason, even though I abandoned my own castle in the center of the continent, even though that castle was far more advantageous for battle, the demon asked nervously, what is the reason, sir? Not answering the question right away, he pointed behind him. Behind this door lies the holy decree of the gods. The door slowly opened, Nasnel urged, go in. Hearing that, the demon quickly complied and moved forward. After only a few steps, he stopped. What was this blood smell? How could it be so horrifying? Just as the demon was hesitating, unsure whether to step inside or not, a hand suddenly pierced straight through his chest, grabbing his heart and pulling it out. The cruel Nasnel spoke in a contemptuous voice. You truly do not know how to listen. I told you to go inside there. When the hand withdrew, the body immediately collapsed to the ground. To be sure, he even used his foot to flip the corpse over and check. Inside the room, at the center was a surge of red demonic energy churning violently. Nasnel calmly stepped in. He threw the stolen heart onto cold ground. Smelling the fresh blood, that demonic energy immediately rushed over. It wrapped around the heart and devoured it completely without leaving a trace. Power surged forth once again, satisfying Nasnel the demon god. He urged, there is no more time. A cold voice rang out in response, that is right. He continued, as a true god, I am very much looking forward to the day I face that bastard in battle. A few days later, at the castle, everyone had returned. After a brief internal training session by Sin Hyon, the whole group had thoroughly reviewed and examined everything. But they could not find any trace of Nasnel and the army that had escaped. In the end, with no other choice, they had to return to the Rendezvous point. Sin Hyon asked if there were any clues yet. Alex shook his head in frustration, and Antis sighed and continued, there is nothing at all. This matter exhausted him greatly. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. What corner of the world had they crawled into? Just when things seemed at an impasse, suddenly a demon trembling all over approached. The whole group felt like they had struck gold, their eyes gleaming with savage smiles. A demon actually offering itself up at their doorstep. The terrified demon fell back to the ground and shouted, please, please wait a moment, my master. Sin Hyon crossed his arms and asked, oh, where's your lord Nasnel? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? The demon replied, he sent me here to deliver a message. In the middle of speaking, his expression shifted, his pupils turning murky white. He sprang up as if crazed, slamming his hand hard against the ground. Fortunately, Alex and Auntie managed to block the demon's sudden attack in time. Where do you think you are going? The demon spoke in a strange voice. I have prepared a grand finale for you, Sin Hyon. Everyone fell silent and listened. Come to the ruins mountain range. As soon as the message was delivered, the demon's body began to glow, its skin stretching taut. His entire body exploded right before Sin Hyon's astonished eyes. He could not believe such cruelty, using up the messenger and then disposing of him immediately. Ant also felt indignant. He treats his soldiers' lives like worthless trash. He looked over at Sin Hyon and asked, Sin Hyon, what do you plan to do? Will you charge straight to the ruins mountain range, just because of his provocation? Padin raised his head high and declared, as for me, I am no turtle hiding in its shell. Let us go right now. Alex laughed, Senior, that is clearly a trap. Should we not discuss strategy first? The two held opposing views, creating a tense atmosphere, their eyes shooting sparks at each other. Sin Hyon stretched his limbs and interrupted, we have been invited, no need to decline. Let us end this matter once and for all. Following the guidance, the group began to set out toward the ruins mountain range. However, when they arrived, there was not a single soul in sight. Kampadin looked around and asked, what does he want to show us in this desolate place? Sin Hyon quickly realized the problem. It seemed only a barrier remained here, covering the entire area. With that, he flicked his finger lightly. An invisible barrier immediately became visible, with long cracks appearing on its surface. Immediately after the barrier shattered, it seemed indeed only this layer of protection was left. He closed his eyes. We do not need to check every nook and cranny ourselves. Just using our perception to scan is enough. Sin Hyon could observe all places. Our task is only to find the smallest source of energy near that area. Finally, there was a suspicious sign. He opened his eyes and said, found it. He pointed ahead, a large pit over there. Before everyone could react, Sin Hyon had already disappeared. That bastard Sin Hyon, Senior, wait for us. Not far away, large rocks stood side by side in succession. He stood there, his steps following the rhythm of his calculations. A moment later, the others caught up. Do you think you can charge in alone? Sin Hyon said softly. Ah, everyone is here. Only then did he raise his hand and call out into the distance. Now then, will you come out on your own? Seeing that he had been discovered, that source of energy slowly revealed itself. Asnel and a few other demons stood there laughing and said, "You do know how to follow instructions, Sin Hyon." He casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, Yeah, so where have all your soldiers gone?" Asnel answered, "I sent them off to do other tasks. This is all there is here. No need to be so tense, Sin Hyon." He did not stop, continuing to walk forward. Asnel's gaze turned cold. "Do not pry into matters that are not your concern." Sin Hyon halted, his eyes hesitant. "Wait a moment, you..." He looked at him with suspicion. "Your presence is different. You aren't Asnel." Hearing this, he laughed with delight. He spoke in a tone of praise. "With just a single glance you notice the difference. You have sharp eyes indeed." Sin Hyon continued to ask, "You are the fear of the demon god Furidin, correct? Last time you appeared with him, not alone, right?" The demon god shrugged in confirmation. He had indeed been on the verge of death last time, but he revived at the last moment, so he had to hold back. The golden sword gleamed in his hand. "That sounds interesting, but guess what?" Sin Hyon smirked in response. "Compared to then, I feel far more pleased now." He lowered himself into a defensive stance. "It seems I will win again this time." Not giving the opponent a chance to react, he unleashed a fatal blow. The demon god was no ordinary being. He easily blocked the strike. Sin Hyon fought while feeling puzzled. "Why did you descend to the mortal realm? That body was a discarded thing anyway. Are you planning to sacrifice another pawn?" He felt no remorse, even boasted in reply, "Of course not. It was thanks to my descent that Asnel escaped death." Getting back to the main matter, the demon god spoke softly, "Let us begin." The moment he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, startling everyone. Alex looked around warily. Something was very unusual. Before he could understand what was happening, a large crack appeared beneath his feet. The ground was torn apart. A massive pit was revealed, filled with corpses lying scattered about. Asnel and the others quickly flew up to a safe position. As for Jinhan, he still stood frozen before the horrifying sight. Right in the middle of the pit, a figure slowly rose up. He possessed pure white hair, long horns, and his entire body was shrouded in a foul aura. He landed lightly on the ground. Then he broke into a hearty smile. "Wonderful, the air of the mortal realm is indeed pleasant." Sin Hyon spoke up. "Who are you?" he replied. "Think a little harder and you will guess." As he spoke, he looked up at Asnel. According to ancient records, there were not 4 demon gods but 5. There was no doubt anymore. Anta confirmed, You are destruction." His eyes gleamed with a blood-red color as he replied, "Correct." A sense of unease rose in Sin Hyon's heart. This man, he had to admit, this was a worthy opponent in both strength and skill. Thinking that, he spoke up. "It seems this is an arena reserved just for me." To ensure everyone's safety, Sin Hyon turned back to remind them, "Everyone, please step back." Anta, though worried, still nodded in agreement. He explained, "Just fall back." As Sin Hyon said, "This is his battle. We would only be in the way." Reluctantly, Alex and Kampadin also nodded. "Understood, fine." Before the start, Sin Hyon glanced back at the figures of his comrades who had moved to a safe distance. He turned to ask Destruction, "We are ready. So what is your plan? Are you all going to charge at once?" He did not answer but laughed with excitement. He continued, "Or is it just a one-on-one duel between you and me?" Hearing that, Destruction gritted his teeth. "Fine, it is just you and me. Let us settle this with a life or death match." As he spoke, he pointed at his own body. "That is why I had to return to my true form." Sin Hyon was astonished. "Wait, is this your real body?" Destruction nodded. "That is right. Thanks to it, I do not worry about being destroyed or limited by a weak vessel. Though it is not eternal, it is still." Though he did not finish, Sin Hyon understood the implication. "So why do you have to use it now?" Destruction's face darkened. "Because the price and the side effects are immense." He put on a righteous air, pointing down at the pit. "Those corpses are the sacrifices to revive me. Do you not feel sad?" He was speechless at that. "What nonsense are you talking? You are the one who killed them. You forget things quickly." But he paid no mind, his power surging to its peak. "You are the cause. A divine body crossing dimensions will cause the world to collapse." Destruction clenched his fist and roared, "I descended to restore order, while you, arrogant and foolish one, have destroyed an entire world. Though they are called brothers in the end, they were all created by me. You are just an outsider abandoned by this dimension. Only I am the one true God." Sin Hyon asked back in surprise, "The one true God? I thought each dimension had a different god." He clapped his hands and laughed. "Ah, right, the god of your world." Now Destruction remembered, she too coveted the position of the one true god. "But what a pity, an immortal like you gave me the perfect excuse." They achieved their goal, smiling with satisfaction. "Now I have a legitimate reason to step into your world." But he inadvertently hit a sore spot of Sin Hyon, whose face turned red as he roared, "Damn it." So that bastard was telling the truth. There was no other choice. Even knowing this opponent was tough, he still had to take him down. How ridiculous. "Do not even think about setting foot in my world." Sin Hyon charged down, shouting loudly, "Not now and never." Destruction did not dodge, a smirk playing on his lips. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, wild energy surged forth, the edict of the demon god, supreme authority. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. "If you want to put on a show, then feel free to dance in my domain, Sin Hyon, I will watch." As soon as he finished speaking, the two charged at each other like moths to a flame. their killing intent blazing. Two streams of red and gold energy collided, sparking off blazing embers. Sin Hyon seemed to be gaining the upper hand as he broke through the first attack. Destruction calmly blocked his slash, swung his sword fiercely forward, and Sin Hyon barely managed to dodge in time. He immediately counterattacked, his eyes blazing with determination. They exchanged many rounds, the clang of weapons echoing endlessly. But the fight could not yet be decided. Exhausted, Sin Hyon retreated to keep a safe distance. He sighed, realizing that continuing to fight like this would not work. A blazing red demonic energy flared up in his palm, and he did not want to use this power because it made him lose control. Without hesitation, Sin Hyon lunged forward again, the mix of discomfort and excitement truly a vile feeling. Thanks to this strange power, his speed became noticeably quicker. Destruction could not react in time and took a full punch to the face. He lost his balance and staggered backward. Even Sin Hyon had to admit that he had grown accustomed to this power too quickly. Despite being hit, Destruction was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He shouted with delight, "So you finally used the power you stole from the butcher." His eyes turned cold and sinister. "I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." Hearing this, Sin Hyon was completely confused and asked back, "What do you mean?" But Destruction had already begun to act. He easily neutralized all of his movements in the blink of an eye. Sin Hyon was stunned in disbelief, his pupils constricting. At that moment, Destruction seized the advantage and counterattacked. He threw a powerful punch straight into Sin Hyon's stomach. Taking the full hit, he flew backward, his head spinning with pain. He struggled to regain his balance to land on the ground. Sin Hyon paled, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain. After a moment, he stood up straight and began to sense something. Like earlier when he tried to summon his energy, the power suddenly flickered out for no apparent reason. Sin Hyon was astonished, wondering why his divine power and demonic power were not responding. He angrily glared at Destruction and shouted, "What exactly did you do?" He smiled and explained, "The source of the power you so confidently use is inherently demonic in nature. It is the essence of this world." As he spoke, he approached Sin Hyon. "I told you from the very beginning." Destruction arrogantly declared, "This world does not accept you. Understand that it is its will." The more he spoke, the more confident he became. "You are merely an anomaly that must be erased." Sin Hyon was cornered and helplessly muttered, "Damn it." Without giving him time to react, Destruction lunged forward with absolute confidence in victory. He threw a flurry of punches at Sin Hyon, leaving him unable to defend. The pain surged in like a tidal wave, slowly drowning his consciousness. Fortunately, at that very moment, Sin Hyon managed to throw out a counterpunch. Destruction was caught off guard, his foot stomping hard enough to crack the ground, but he remained standing firm. That blow did nothing to him. Sin Hyon retreated in horror, thinking he needed to keep his distance. Suddenly, Destruction's hand shot out and brutally grabbed his head. "What?" Without a moment of hesitation, he slammed Sin Hyon down to the ground. His body crashed down heavily, cracking the earth around him. Sin Hyon vomited blood from the severe internal injuries. When he looked up, he was horrified to see Destruction charging at him like a wild beast, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Pounded relentlessly and mercilessly on his body covered in wounds. Sin Hyon's consciousness began to fade, his breathing growing more and more rapid. He could only see the blurred figure of Destruction attacking him, a thrilled smile on his face. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer on the battlefield, surrounded by an unfamiliar scene with an endless cosmic sky. "Where am I?" Sin Hyon muttered in a daze. Clearly he was just fighting a moment ago, and now he could not feel anything at all. He tried to look at his own body. It was not that there was no pain, but the pain had numbed his senses entirely. What am I now? Or rather, can I even still understand who I am? Suddenly, an absurd sight appeared before his eyes. Right ahead, Sin Hyon's corpse still lay motionless on the ground. The destroyer was still in his attack stance, which was hard to believe. A foreboding feeling rose within him. He wondered if he had fallen into a coma before dying. If only he had known this would happen, he would not have made promises to Yoon Sul or Ji Hai. Thinking of that, Sin Hyon clenched his eyes shut. He sat down to calm himself, telling himself he was not dead yet, to stop thinking nonsense and find a way to fight back so he could return. He began to sit cross-legged, focusing on feeling the flow of energy within his body. A surge of blazing red energy rolled violently, merging with a brilliant golden light that was flaring up fiercely. Sin Hyon could not believe his eyes. The two streams of energy were not separated but were fusing together. Everything was going far beyond his understanding. It was simply impossible. Back to the present, after a series of continuous attacks, the destroyer had also stopped, seemingly reaching the end. This time he decided to use a final blow to finish off Sin Hyon. However, his hand had not yet descended before it was firmly grasped by him. Sin Hyon suddenly woke, staring straight at the destroyer's face. "Not yet, you bastard." He continued thanking him for the punches. As he spoke, he slowly sat up. "Thanks to that I realized something important." That man exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Not understanding what was happening, he had to take a few steps back. Sin Hyon stood up and continued, "I have been using my power the wrong way all along. Instead Instead of accepting it, I kept trying to separate them. The tables had turned. He returned with a superior power that made the destroyer fearful. Sin Hyon scratched his head and asked, thinking too much, right? This is not even my full strength yet. A weapon appeared in his hand. It turned out that all he needed was to not confine his idea of a god. He swung his hand up with a grand gesture as a sign of gratitude. Not giving the destroyer time to react, Sin Hyon delivered a single strike that tore his body in half. I will end you without pain. Even until his death, he could not accept the fact that this could happen. In the end, the destroyer was reduced to a wisp of black smoke and vanished completely. The illusions he had created also faded and collapsed along with him. Witnessing this scene, the demon gods were stunned. The commander of the demon gods just collapsed like that. Impossible, the destroyer lost. At present, only 4 demon gods remained alive. They were cornered and had no choice but to attack recklessly, damn it. The white-haired demon god launched a whip toward Sin Hyon, but he easily dodged it. The whip struck the ground with a loud explosion, leaving a deep indentation. While he was still bewildered, Sin Hyon was already standing right in front of him. He acted decisively to eliminate the next demon god. Standing below, the remaining demon gods witnessing that scene could not help but be terrified. The long-haired man with energy shaped like a giant serpent roared in fury, "You half-breed, how dare you!" The phantom of the colossal serpent shot towards Sin Hyon like lightning with its mouth full of fangs wide open. It swallowed him into its mouth with ease, thinking he had been destroyed. But no, a golden light suddenly flashed in the middle of the serpent's head. Immediately after, Sin Hyon emerged with his body intact, tearing apart the phantom of the colossal serpent. Done, he calmly landed on the ground as if nothing had happened. He spoke with irritation. "You keep calling me a half-breed, so what about it?" Sin Hyon sneered contemptuously. "If you are weaker than a half-breed, then are you worthy of being a god? It does not matter who you are, nor does it matter who I am." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly crouched down to gain momentum. While the demon gods were still in a panic, a barrage of slashes came crashing down, tearing the bodies of 2 demon gods into 100 pieces. He said calmly, "Accept yourself." As he spoke, Sin Hyon looked toward Naznel, the last one remaining. That was the only thing that mattered. Only then did he react. With a face full of fear, he cried out, "Wait, wait." He struggled desperately, erecting a huge wall of ice. Damn it, this cannot be happening. But how could Naznel stop Sin Hyon? He moved nimbly across the sharp ice spikes. Then he jumped down in front of him and asked, "You call yourself fear, right? Whatever, it does not matter." Sin Hyon acted to eliminate the last remaining threat. Goodbye. As he landed, Naznel's head was severed, ending the final demon god. Sin Hyon glanced back one more time to make sure everything was done. When he confirmed the battle had ended, he could not help but burst into laughter. He tilted his head back and laughed heartily, congratulating himself on his victory. After laughing to his heart's content, Sin Hyon raised a finger and shouted, "Finally done with this damn demon realm." After eliminating all the demon gods, Sin Hyon stood quietly in place. He let out a soft sigh, carrying the wariness of everything that had just transpired. Yet deep down, a lingering worry remained, knowing at him that it might not truly be over. Sin Hyon focused his senses, carefully probing every corner around him. Only then was he certain that there was truly no one left in sight. At the same time, over by Alex's group of 3, they were still waiting anxiously, unsure of how things were going on his end. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and they all jumped to their feet, only to realize someone was approaching. Sin Hyon gave a cheerful wave. "It's me, you fools." The tense atmosphere evaporated in an instant, everyone overjoyed beyond words. As usual, Kampadin came running up excitedly, shouting that his master had won. He quickly stopped him, turning to remind everyone that safety was all that mattered. Nothing else was important. With the danger now gone, this place had been saved by Sin Hyon. He smiled and murmured that this battle had finally truly come to an end. A few days later at Naznel Palace, after declaring the end of the war, Sin Hyon and his group headed straight to Naznel Palace, the heart of Dreamview. Now that all the specters and demon kings had vanished, they were busy dividing up Dreamview's territory. The demon woman bellowed that this land had to belong to their demon clan. Auntie argued back that this was originally Blood Dragon territory and had to be reclaimed. She cut him off, saying they had settled here long ago. Amidst the tension, Sin Hyon slammed his hand on the table, silencing them both. He asked angrily, "How much longer are we going to argue? Can't you think about each other for once?" With that, he turned and walked out. Alex called after him, asking where he was going. Sin Hyon waved his hand and replied he was just stepping out for some fresh air. Stepping outside, the space suddenly became strangely peaceful and soothing. Standing on the bridge, he murmured that it had been a long time since he had such peace. But every time he just said that, just as Sin Hyon had predicted, the system notification appeared. He knew it. It says we need to talk. Seeing that, he let out a weary sigh. Can't I even rest in peace? Fine, this is just... With no other choice, he reached out and pressed on the system panel. A flash of light burst forth. Sin Hyon asked in astonishment why the sudden outburst of anger. Suddenly the scenery around him made his head spin. This place was unmistakably Sin Hyun's home. Wait a moment, this is my house. How am I here? The moment he finished speaking, a voice rang out, saying he had recreated the place that brought the most peace in his memories. Asking how it was it all right? His limbs went weak, barely able to speak. Don't tell me you... Standing there was a dragon with crimson red scales. Sin Hyun questioned in doubt. How could the mighty dragon god from before be so tiny now? He replied, that is correct. Duros was also there, stepping forward to apologize for accidentally glimpsing some of his memories. Hearing that, Sin Hyun didn't mind, sitting down on the chair with a smile, and saying he would let it slide since this place really did feel like home. He got to the main point. So why did you call me here? And why are there two of you? The dragon god stammered. Well, the truth is... He recounted that when the god of destruction vanished, both of them regained their freedom, but they still couldn't fully restore their divine forms, so they had to appear like this. The only god who ever ruled Dreamview was the god of destruction. The rest of them were just fading remnants. Now, this world had no gods at all. The more he listened, the more confused he became, asking why they were telling him all this, and what they truly wanted. At this point, the dragon god finally got to the core issue. As a former god of Dreamview, he was here to temporarily represent the will of this world, and asked him to listen seriously. Sin Hyun answered, alright, go on. He continued, the will of this world had chosen him to become its god. Hearing that, he shot up in shock. What the hell are you talking about? He pointed at himself in disbelief, and asked if they wanted him to be the god of Dreamview. The dragon god confirmed he understood correctly, but Sin Hyun wanted none of it. Damn it, didn't you guys just call me a mongrel? Now you turn around and choose me as a god. He explained that yes, a lot had happened, but since he was stronger than the god of destruction, the world would be more stable with him. A god willing to destroy his own world could not be allowed to exist. Though he understood the issue, he had already made his own decision. He refused plainly. I decline. Go do it yourselves. I have a clear life principle. Don't bother me with troublesome matters. The dragon god asked again if he was sure about that. Sin Hyun replied helplessly, do you think turning down godhood is that easy? I really don't want to do it. But before he could finish, the dragon god stammered if he refused, then the next in line would be him. So then, around him, a brilliant halo began to radiate brightly. Very next second, the dragon god had returned to his majestic and powerful form. Thank you. All of this was thanks to him. Sin Hyun nodded and said, alright, have fun with that god position. Suddenly remembering something, he looked at Duros and called out, Amani. He asked curiously, what about you? Now that you're free, what are you planning to do next? He replied that he had to return to Earth, but the goddess would be a huge obstacle. Suddenly Sin Hyun threw a straight punch into his chest. He said grumpily, do not worry about such matters. We can think about it once we have truly returned. He added, there is still much I want to say. After finishing their discussion, Sin Hyun stepped outside, where the gate was still waiting. Everyone had gathered in full to see him off as he returned to Earth. Looking at the small bird on his shoulder, Sin Hyun asked in surprise, are you just a tiny sparrow? Duros replied helplessly, that was the best option I had. He turned to instruct the demon woman leading the way. While we are away, do not pull any tricks. Just behave and listen. Understand? She lowered her head and said, yes, my master. There was no more time to delay. Everyone quickly flew toward the wide open gate. Sin Hyun's face was full of excitement. He thought silently about the moment of returning to Earth. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding rose within him. His eyes widened. Right at that moment, a blinding beam of light shone directly into his face. Sin Hyun set foot on the cold stone floor, which bore an ancient structure. He looked around and exclaimed, this familiar place again. A voice rang out, that is correct. It turned out this was the domain of the goddess. Atta was slowly approaching Sin Hyun. She spoke up, I only hope that you would not return in the same state as when you left. A heightened sense of vigilance rose in his eyes. He carefully observed the situation. The goddess said with annoyance, so you have finally returned, and you even brought along the trouble you once cast away, so you have decided to come back after all. Sensing the killing intent clearly from the goddess, Sin Hyun immediately drew his weapon to defend himself. To him, this woman must never be underestimated. Seeing this, the goddess's expression suddenly changed. She said with a smile, you look so tense. There is no need for that. Sin Hyun was doubtful, but he slowly put his weapon away. She pointed toward the table nearby and continued, it has been a long time since we last met. On the table, several delicious dishes and a cup of hot tea had already been set out. The goddess spoke up, would it not be more pleasant to sit down, have a cup of tea and chat, just the two of us? He refused sternly, I have no time for meaningless chit-chat. Suddenly remembering something, she said, oh right, you do not look like someone ready for an afternoon tea at all. To get Sin Hyun to sit down, she had to compromise. Fine, I will loosen the shackles a little. Thanks to that concession, Duros was able to regain his human form. The goddess smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, time here passes much slower than in the mortal realm. He answered irritably, fine, this is something that must be settled anyway. With no other choice, Sin Hyun and Duros sat down at the table. He wondered, but you are always like this. Just get to the point of what we need to discuss, as if you are madly in love with the sound of your own voice. The goddess on the other side rested her chin on her hand and replied, "When you have lived as long as we have, being a bit talkative is not a problem. It is lonely, so lonely, you understand." Duros retorted, "I do not think you have the right to complain about that." She exclaimed, "Oh my, perhaps it is just a misunderstanding." After saying that, the two sides seemed ready to burn each other with their glares. Sin Hyon quickly intervened. "Enough. Stop beating around the bush." Hearing that, the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. The goddess said with nostalgia, thinking about it now, "Neither of you ever knew when I became a goddess or for what reason." Glanced at Duros and asked, "Of course not. How would I know?" Duros continued, "Neither do I." She decided to tell everything. "Then let me tell you the story from ancient times when the world had no gods. In the beginning, demons created life and then abandoned it. They merely silently watched over their creations. Humans, driven by survival instincts, began to gather in groups and establish primitive societies. At first, they fought fiercely over food and resources. But then they created religion, a shared belief to connect the community. They reached out to help the suffering, but at the same time they condemned the innocent as guilty, using faith to justify their actions. At that time, I was just the daughter of a farmer in a small village. My parents struggled to make ends meet, so I often wandered alone, playing among the trees and grass in the forest. That day was as ordinary as any other, until I encountered a hungry monster. At the most dangerous moment, a stream of golden light suddenly appeared before the goddess. When I woke up, the monster had disappeared. I had no memory of what happened at all. The power I used that day, people called it divine power. And from then on, I was no longer called by my name. I became the goddess. I was forced to leave my family, taken into the temple. They no longer saw me as a human being. I was just a symbol, an embodiment of their faith. Weak are often loved. I used all my strength to protect and help them, and even when I was dying I held no resentment. Perhaps it was for that very reason that I opened my eyes once more. In the very next moment I awakened in the middle of an empty void. The world had chosen me as its goddess. Even I could not believe that such a thing would happen. Not until I saw humanity facing danger once again after my death. The goddess said she had bestowed her blessings upon humanity, so they could protect themselves with their own strength. As humans grew mightier, she watched with pride, but then they became arrogant. They forgot her kindness and gradually erased her existence. When faith vanished, her existence began to fade. And right then, another being in a distant land awakened and became a god. A mortal who achieved divinity on his own. Truly admirable. Before that reputation spread, she knew she had to act immediately. She acknowledged him as a god and invited him to lead humanity together. And in the moment Duros let his guard down, he was imprisoned, unable to return. At that point, the goddess paused to take a sip of tea. The rest of the story, you already know. After hearing it, Duros trembled with rage. "But she's hiding something, isn't she?" I blurted out. "What do you mean?" He glared and replied, "The incident that turned the entire world upside down." The goddess pretended to suddenly recall, pausing. "Oh my, right, that happened too, didn't it?" Duros roared. "You stole all power and resources, and under the guise of purification, you reduced everything to zero. Great civilization was engulfed in a sea of fire. Not a single soul survived." The goddess calmly set down her teacup and asked, "Because of that, humanity returned to me, didn't they?" He couldn't believe it. "Just for that reason." I replied. "Just for that. This world only needs one god to govern, and that role is supreme." Her face suddenly darkened, emphasizing, "And it belongs to me. That position is mine." Immediately after, the goddess flew into a rage, slamming the table as she stood. "I created everything with my own hands, and I won't hand it over to someone like you." Sin Hyon and Duros quickly backed away. "That won't happen." "I won't let it happen," he interrupted. "Oh, just try it." He smirked and continued, "It's pathetic to have to make such excuses. No matter how you paint it, aren't you just throwing a tantrum because you're afraid of losing your throne?" Hit right where it hurt, she gritted out in annoyance. "What did you just say?" Sin Hyon taunted with a finger. "Oh, did I say something? If you don't like it, come at me." The air fell silent, the goddess's fury reaching its peak. She chuckled softly. "What a waste of time. I was even planning to politely explain why you're about to be erased." Taking that back, the goddess's eyes flashed with cruelty. "I should have erased you from the very beginning." Duros spoke up. "I admit you have watched over this world for a long time, and you did accomplish that. There's no denying you loved both humanity and this world. But how can you not see that your mind has shattered after all these years?" Even if it were true, the goddess couldn't accept it. She forced a smile. "You're saying I've shattered?" He shouted. "Yes. You were so afraid of someone like me appearing that you wiped out the entire world, weren't you?" Her gaze dropped as if looking at something inferior, interrupting. "Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" The goddess tilted her head and explained, "Sometimes the world needs a reset to become pure again, and as a result, humanity is thriving, isn't it?" Gave them both the Calamity Dungeons, along with the Hunter Awakening blessing at the same time. As she spoke, she smiled radiantly as if she had just done something good. Thanks to that, they gathered together, didn't forget my kindness, and continue to worship me. Sin Hyon was furious. "And what about the people who died because of you?" The goddess replied, "Their deaths were inevitable." The goddess lowered her eyes, her voice full of righteousness. "Even humans say that themselves, don't they? They believe sacrificing for the common good is a noble act. Humanity exists because of me. They should be grateful to be chosen to serve the world's interests. Unable to listen to another word of that nausea, Sin Hyon cut in. You may have once been a god, he asserted, but you are not one now. The words struck the goddess's pride directly, her lips curling into a dangerous smirk. Divine power erupted violently within her, and she screamed, "A lowly worm like you dares to defy me?" Sin Hyon quickly retreated to dodge. Damn, this is dangerous. Suddenly, the goddess glanced to the side and warned, "Stay out of my way." Right where Duros stood, a cage shot up from the ground, trapping him inescapably. He called out in worry, "Sin Hyon!" She said with satisfaction, "You're nothing but a speck of dust. Just stay there and wait your turn." Turning back to Sin Hyon, the goddess said with anticipation, "I'll erase that insolent bastard over there first." He laughed, interrupting. Those words, energy surged within Sin Hyon stronger than ever as he declared, "I'll give them back to you." Instantly, he unleashed a barrage of fiery slashes hurtling straight at her. Yet the goddess didn't even dodge. Her body instinctively became transparent, letting the attacks pass right through. She stood there grinning, ignoring the thunderous explosions behind her as the sturdy stone statue was blown into a heap of scrap metal. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the entire view. After a moment, the goddess spoke arrogantly, "You truly think your attack would work on me, here in my own domain? From the very start, you never had a chance against this world, which was built for my desires." Hearing that, Sin Hyon slowly descended and asked, "What makes you so sure?" He gave a slight shrug and repeated, "Go against this world. I just did that moments ago." To him, the goddess meant nothing. What made her think he couldn't do it again? "Ah," a cowardly voice answered, "that one was just lucky." While she was distracted, Sin Hyon once again launched a surprise attack. Did she really think so? The goddess was startled by the situation, but still managed to react, creating a spatial gap as a shield. Sin Hyon's attack simply slipped right into it. Then it was teleported elsewhere behind her back. The goddess waved her hand, and the explosion was quickly swallowed by a dimensional gate. A thunderous blast rang out, another gate opening with white energy. He frowned, his voice displeased. To this day, only one person had reached the god level, the sole martial god. The goddess raised her hand high, golden energy radiating outward. Countless magic circles appeared above Sin Hyon's head. He listened to her continue her rambling, saying that she had turned a blind eye to the tricks within his tiny imaginary world. The very next second, pillars of fire rained down from the magic circles simultaneously. The goddess slightly spread her arms but stood there. "You reached the immortal realm with your own power and returned to my world." Meanwhile, Sin Hyon deftly dodged the pillars of fire. He took the opportunity to close the distance with her, ignoring her as she jumped back, saying to tell the truth from the start. "That man..." The goddess paused for a few seconds, crossed her arms, and then arrogantly declared, "You have become a thorn in my side." Next, she raised her hand high again, so now she manifested a golden magic circle that looked like a sniper rifle scope. "Disappear forever." Countless golden energies surged towards Sin Hyon en masse, as if they had locked onto a stationary target. A rumbling explosion echoed, and Sin Hyon was nearly engulfed by the blast. But surprisingly, he suddenly appeared right behind the goddess, startling her. "You finally speak the truth." Sin Hyon swung his fireblade at her, but she successfully turned around and created a shield to block the blow. But that shield shattered like a potato chip, cracking sounds echoing immediately after the fireblade touched it. The fragile shield broke apart, shards flying out and cutting into her flesh. She screamed in fear, "No!" But then, the goddess saw Sin Hyon leap backward. He did not rush to attack, instead resting the blade on his shoulder, standing with his hands on his hips and asking with a smile, from the very beginning, "Did you not feel something was off?" Sin Hyon calmly stepped forward, asking as he walked, "This is your domain where you reign, so why do I feel so at ease and relaxed?" He added more information that made the goddess uneasy. "And why are your attacks not as effective as you hoped?" She held her injured arm, speaking in fear. "That's not it." The goddess grew angry and suddenly summoned a magic circle for direct attack. "Stop speaking such baseless nonsense." Shots flew out of the magic circle and Sin Hyon simply dodged them with ease. At the same time, he brought the azure flame down from his shoulder. Sin Hyon swung the blade, sending a crescent-shaped ring of fire hurtling toward the goddess. Under attack, she was forced to stop her assault and summon an energy shield to block. But light flared up, and before her eyes was the scorching fire from Hyon's attack. Within seconds, he had rushed to the front of the goddess, putting her in great distress. As the battle turned one-sided, Sin Hyon attacked while the goddess could only barely defend. He swung the blade relentlessly, barely giving her time or a chance to raise a hand to attack him. Seeing the goddess's shield about to crack again, Sin Hyon smiled. "Do you know something? That trick you used on me earlier?" He raised his hand and manifested a magic circle identical to the sniper rifle scope, except in his hand, it was red. The magic circle grew larger in the goddess's panicked eyes, and she heard Sin Hyon confidently announce, "I know how to use it too." A feeling of danger washed over her, and the goddess quickly glanced behind her. Countless arrows from the magic circle pierced through her body from behind. After the time spent battling, the goddess's body was pierced by 5 arrows, and she collapsed to the ground. Sin Hyon asked, "Does it hurt?" But of course, a god would not die from just this. Hearing that, she glared up at him, fuming with anger. He chuckled softly and continued, "Get up, the fight isn't over yet. Or are you planning to throw away the pride of a goddess?" Enduring that humiliation, the goddess suppressed the pain within. "Do you think I would lose to something like this?" In the palm of her hand, a blue divine power flickered. "I don't think so." Before Sin Hyon could even understand what was happening, a large spatial pit had appeared beneath his feet. His body then fell freely downward, unable to do anything else. Standing above, the goddess continued with her finishing move. Her expression twisted in madness as she held a sharp spear and whispered, "No matter what you do." A chill ran down his spine, giving Sin Hyon goosebumps. She hurled the spear down him with a loud shout. "This is still my domain." The very next second, a massive explosion shook the heavens, dust and smoke billowing up into a column. The pit was torn wide open, residual lightning still crackling. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot up from the pit like lightning. The goddess stared up in shock and horror, her mouth agape. It turned out Sin Hyon had returned, his body completely unscathed, and a flurry of sword strikes shot forth. Witnessing this scene, she created spatial gaps to stop the blows. Then the goddess teleported the attack behind him. Caught off guard by the ambush, Sin Hyon could only turn his head back. What? This time, the explosion was even louder than the previous three, mixed with the joyful laughter of the goddess. "Ah, I thought I had taken down Sin Hyon, so I was overjoyed. You didn't expect to be torn apart by that attack, did you?" However, he disappointed her, her expression twisted. "It's not over yet." As he finished speaking, he drove a fatal blow through the goddess's body. Then Sin Hyon withdrew his weapon and said with a smile, "The one who will die is you, not me." Ada groaned in pain but still refused to yield, asking, "Why are you still alive? Why?" Her teeth clenched, letting out grinding sounds. Like a cornered beast, the goddess swung her hand toward Sin Hyon and shouted, "Just die already." He was trying to channel the last of her divine power to destroy him. Disappear, disappear. Facing this, he only raised his hand gently to receive that divine power. Sin Hyon smiled and uttered, "So this is what your power feels like." The goddess fell into despair, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Well, you just absorbed my power," he replied. "Yeah, the only reason I could return here is because I experienced everything in another dimension." Without hesitation, Sin Hyon gave it all back to her. The goddess sent flying backward by her own divine power. Blood sprayed from her mouth. "This feeling is my divine power. No, it's just the same." Even at the point of death, the goddess refused to admit it, collapsing weakly. Sin Hyon created countless swords pointing forward and declared the death sentence. "I will make you fade away until not even a speck of dust remains, and I will count each time you die with my own hands." With each sword strike that fell, his counting echoed out. The goddess was in agony, unable to do anything but endure. Then came countless more strikes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 20. Until she could no longer bear it and spoke up, "You, who do you think you are?" She lifted her head to ask, "Daring to treat me like this?" Sin Hyon calmly replied, "I came to pull you down from the divine throne." The goddess uttered, "No, impossible." She beat her chest frantically. "I am the one chosen by the world to be a god." He showed no expression as he interrupted, "And you have abused that power." After speaking, he pointed his hand at the goddess. In an instant, she could feel her power being drained away. "No, my power." Sin Hyon struck a powerful blow to finish it. "I do not acknowledge you as a god." A loud explosion rang out, as if wanting to devour the entire place. Duros said with relief, "Sin Hyon, you finally," he continued, "it's all over now." When the goddess disappeared, he too was freed. No more cage binding him, no more fear of being schemed against. It's been so long, too long. Since this was the goddess's territory, when Ada vanished, the territory would also collapse. Duros asked again, "Are you sure the goddess is dead?" Hearing that, Sin Hyon nodded and replied, "She is dead." He was curious, "You are also a god. Do you mind that I killed her?" Duros sighed and answered, "Not at all." He looked up and explained, "She was arrogant and prideful but still took responsibility for humanity, until now. So I just find it hard to believe she's really gone." Sin Hyon nodded. "Yeah, from now on, you will be the god of Earth." These words startled Duros, who asked, "But you are the one who defeated the previous god. What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be the one to take on the role?" Before he could finish, he patted his shoulder and replied with a smile, "I have no intention of being a god. I have reasons to go back. Besides, you have experience. You will do better than me." Duros no longer refused. "All right then." He scratched his head and continued, "If I don't do well, I'll get kicked out of here too, so I guess I'll do my best." Sin Hyon burst out laughing. Of course, that's how it should be. Even so, Duros was also very confident that he had enough ability to take over. "I may not look it, but I'm already a Grand Master. Being treated like this is a bit harsh." He uttered, "Oh, then I should start treating you with more respect, my lord." He got goosebumps and interrupted, "Stop, that's creepy." Sin Hyon crossed his arms and continued, "All right, I have a question for the new god of Earth." His gaze turned serious as he wondered, "How do I get home now?" Duros sighed and replied with a smile, "There's no special way, just like leaving the spirit world." He asked again, "Really? Then that's good. Okay then." After changing this place into Duros' territory, Sin Hyon had to admire it. Amazing. There was no more time to stay. He decided to leave, clasping his hands together. "I'm off. Take care, Grand Master." Also returned the gesture goodbye. With that, Sin Hyon closed his eyes. The very next second he suddenly woke up. The space around him was a large container, and he slowly walked out from it. As soon as they saw Sin Hyon, Campedon, Alex and Anta rushed over in relief. Sin Hyon, boss master. He clung tightly to his leg, sobbing bitterly, my lord. He opened his eyes. Why did it take so long to wake up? If someone had to die, it should have been me, not you, he interrupted. I heard that. Sin Hyon chuckled and asked, do you think I'm that easy to kill? You worry too much. Suddenly, Ian's soul rushed over and hugged him tightly, calling out Sin Hyon. He gently patted her head and asked, I've returned safely. Why are you crying? She replied, I really thought I would never see you again. Sin Hyon said helplessly, but I kept my promise, so don't cry anymore. With that, his gaze shifted to the side. He called out, Vice President Jai didn't dare look at him and replied, Don't come closer, I don't want you to see me like this. However, Sin Hyon still stepped forward and gently pulled her arm. He didn't care about any of that and comforted her. I heard everything, it's okay. Sin Hyon finally confessed the feelings he had hidden. It doesn't matter, I like you. He blushed sheepishly, saying that was the first thing he wanted to share upon returning. Looking at Jihai, Sin Hyon felt even more remorseful. He apologized for hurting her, but she stopped him, telling him not to apologize. He gently reached out and touched the wound on her eye. In the blink of an eye, Jihai could see again. She exclaimed in surprise. Now she could see his face clearly. She asked hesitantly if he was really Sin Hyon. He smiled and replied, it was him. Had she forgotten his face already? Jihai quickly shook her head. She was just too worried about him. Everything felt like a dream. Sin Hyon patted her head to comfort her. He knew he was just joking. Getting back to the main point, he asked everything was over, he would not leave again. So what was her answer? Sin Hyon's seriousness startled Jihai. Her face flushed red, she was flustered and speechless. Seeing her stand still, he softly called out he had already confessed. Hadn't he? She stammered a reply with an Despite being shy, Jihai still spoke her heart. I feel the same. She admitted outright, I like you too, Sin Hyon. Neither of them knew everyone had witnessed everything. They cheered. How long did it take you two to finally say it? Everyone thought you had been dating for a long time already. Sin Hyon was teased until his face was red with embarrassment. He shouted, hey, stop teasing. After everyone returned to Earth safely, the war god in the goddess form had declared the third revelation to all of humanity. He proclaimed that the dungeons and monsters would disappear, and the blessings granted to humans would be revoked. From the first revelation, the dungeons continuously regenerated, monsters provided magic stones, turning this into a promising global industry. The third revelation erased all of that, plunging the world into chaos. Hunters who once had power lost everything and became ordinary people. A wave of anger and protests erupted everywhere. They took to the streets with slogans demanding rights and requesting amendments. Duros looked at the scene with a headache, thinking to himself that it was lucky he used the goddess identity. If his true identity were revealed, he would definitely be cursed at severely by everyone. Fortunately, Sin Hyon had anticipated everything. He had already shared information with governments around the world, including the US, China, Russia, and South Korea. Laws were amended, support systems were quickly implemented to help former hunters adapt to the changes. Besides that, Sin Hyon had systematized all the martial arts techniques he knew. He personally taught the top warriors. He helped both former hunters and ordinary people learn and master martial arts. Although he couldn't resolve all the complaints immediately, gradually, humanity found stability again, entering an era without monsters or hunters, and then, the most important day of Sin Hyon's life arrived, with brilliant fireworks and congratulations. At his and Jihai's wedding, many friends were present to witness and bless them. Campedon spoke up excitedly, congratulations on the wedding, master. Yoon-sul added, congratulations to Sin Hyon and also to sister-in-law. She exclaimed, I still can't believe my brother got married. Sin Hyon laughed and replied, it's time for you to believe it, Yoon-sul. Alex clapped enthusiastically and said with a laugh, you two make a beautiful couple. I hope you're always happy. Are you about to throw the bouquet to me? The wedding officiant spoke up, alright, let's conclude the ceremony now, and on to the vows of eternal love. The shout rang out, let the bride and groom kiss. Their wedding thus came to a perfect conclusion. Sometime later in Anta's office, books and ledgers were scattered all over the desk. He had a thoughtful expression, pondering something. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling him awake. Ant jumped up in fright, stammering, Team, what is it? Before he could finish his sentence, the entire Sin Hyon family appeared. Ant asked in surprise, when did you get here? He replied, hey, long time no see. He continued, this is quite sudden, I guess it's not just you who are those kids. Sin Hyon answered, they are my children. Jihai smiled and greeted, nice to see you again. He stammered helplessly, yes, indeed. Behind them, Campedon, looking haggard as if about to collapse from exhaustion, dragged himself in and said, I'm here too, completely worn out. It turned out he was exhausted from having to take care of the kids. Anta was truly astonished. Ever since the dungeons disappeared, I thought there was no way to come over to this side anymore. Sin Hyon smiled brightly and replied, oh come on, you think those rules apply to me? Of course I'm the exception. He sighed, I knew you would say that. As soon as he finished speaking, he patted him lightly on the shoulder. Anyway, I need to ask a small favor. Sin Hyon continued, watch the kids for me for a while. Anta was stunned and shouted, what, why all of a sudden? He pointed to the side and explained, Kampadin can't handle it, my kids are a bit too many. The kids were overwhelming him, leaving him breathless. Seeing that sight, Anta felt a chill run down his spine. Sin Hyon asked, see that? You can guess the situation now. The kids take after me, so they're very energetic. A series of terrible sounds reached him, making his face pale. Jihai spoke up sheepishly. I'm also a bit worried about leaving them, Sin Hyon added, so I dropped by to ask you to watch over them for a bit. As he spoke, his tone turned cold as if threatening, so I'll count on you. And to step back, don't smile at me like that. If you're handing over the kids to me, what are you two planning to do? He wrapped his arm around Jihai and replied, we're going on a honeymoon trip. It's already been 5 years, you know. We got married, but because we had to clean up the mess on Earth, we only now have time to truly rest. No other choice, he nodded in agreement. Alright, it's about time the two of you rested. I'll watch the kids. Sin Hyon chuckled and scratched his head, looking a bit hesitant, while Auntie was bewildered. Do I not have the right to refuse? He suddenly brought up the past to ask for a favor. I once saved your world, right? Jihai smiled. Thank you in advance, leaving him helpless. Well then, the two shifted to another topic. Seems like everyone here has held their ground. Auntie proudly recounted that things ended quite peacefully. We reached an agreement with the demons without any battle, and it's been stable ever since. Standing nearby, Kampadin's eyes flickered. He interrupted. Sounds great. He eagerly continued, welcome lizard god to the hell called parenthood. Hearing that, he flinched, gulping nervously. Seeing the kids so happy, Sin Hyon felt at ease. Looks like everything is settled. He embraced Jihai, then turned to walk away. Let's go. Anta hurriedly called after him, wait. Sin Hyon turned back in surprise and asked, do you have another question? What is it? He stepped forward, carrying a question long kept hidden. Didn't you give up your position as a god? I'm not sure how that happened. But now, do you feel happy? Everything has gone smoothly. Duro's hand rested on the railing, his gaze thoughtful. He looked far ahead as if lost in thought. This place was a remarkably beautiful and peaceful care facility. Back in Auntie's room, joyful shouts rang out without end. The kids played with Kampadin delightedly, laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths. After a moment of thought, Sin Hyon broke into a bright smile and exclaimed, oh, come on, it's obvious, isn't it? The moment he finished speaking, he leaned down and gently kissed Jihai's cheek. She blushed shyly and scolded softly, Sin Hyon, don't do that in front of everyone. As he spoke, Sin Hyon glanced toward Auntie, then said softly, and he affirmed firmly, I am truly happy.